Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships!
We hope you enjoyed that quick journey back to the games where it all started.
We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the games that introduced Pokemon battles to the world and led us all to this moment.
So let's hear it one more time for Look Mum No Computer and the Manchester Video Game Orchestra!
And now here we are, almost 30 years later, and still going as strong as ever with over 7,000 competitors here in London.
We've got 3 days of intense battles lined up as our trainers compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizing.
As well as their invitations to the World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco this August.
And of course, the coveted title of EUIC Champion, a title that very few people get to earn. But we've got more than a few trainers here that will be battling it out over the next couple of days as we look to find our finalists,
where they'll take to the stage on Championship Sunday in order to face their final opponent as we crown our champions.
So let's hear it for the Pokemon Trading Card Game!
Pokemon Video Game!
Pokemon Go!
And finally, Pokemon Unite! Well, it sounds to me like everybody's fired up
and ready to go.
So there's one final thing left to say, and that is good luck, trainers,
and let the games begin.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of EUIC Champion. Two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming continued their epic season-long IC sweep with a decisive victory in London.
To the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's going to stop them, and they're going to win the AL's Cup.
Hatterman is the reigning European International Champion, and his dominance continued through the 2025 season, finishing 3rd at the North American International Championships and claiming 2nd place at the 2025 World Championships.
Look at it go! Give it up for Hatterman!
Ryuki Okada demonstrated absolute mastery of the game. His precise decision-making and unwavering composure laid the foundation for an inevitable victory, crowning him last year's international champion.
And now he's come to London and won the whole thing!
Longtime VGC legend Wolf Blick barreled through the competition and added an EUIC win to his historic career.
International Championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Indeed, we are ready for the games to begin here at the largest international championship that we've...
Lovely. Lou Actos Cromie, how are you feeling, Lou? We're here at the biggest event for Europe of the season.
I am incredibly excited. We're back again here, Lou and Lee behind the desk to kick off the European International Championships. For me, this is always one of the best tournaments of the year, the very best of the best. Travel across the globe to be here and take home the title of European Champion.
Well, that is the big question, right? Who will be our champion at the end of the weekend? weekend. We've got a long road ahead of us to get there, which is exciting because I just can't wait to get into the action. But yes, huge event, huge stakes on the line, and everything to play for. And all of the top trainers from around the world are going to be here this weekend, pitting their battle skills against each other to see who can come out on top.
Yeah, we only have a few of these events a year, so the trainers are going to be battling it out not only to try and become champion, but to take home some other incredible prizes as well. On the line this weekend, we have some prize money for our juniors, seniors, and masters divisions.
Yeah, lots on the line. Of course, here, if you are one of the masters players, you are going to be going for that first place prize, of course. $15,000. What an amazing prize pot to go for. See, going down. Second place is still not too bad. 10,000, 7,000 for third and fourth, and you can see that prize money can help set you up for the rest of the season. There's still a long way to go until we get to Worlds, so that can help support you get to those other events, other regionals, and other internationals that are on the horizon.
Exactly, and it's the same for our juniors and seniors as well. They can take home that prize money and maybe start working towards their next tournament with their friends and family. But it's not just the physical money that they maybe get to take home. Our trainers are also battling it out for championship points. Now, championship points are one of the key ways in order to gain World Championship qualification.
Yeah, well, that's what this season is all about, and the run up to the World Championships, making sure that you are going to be there taking part. And a big way to do that is getting as many championship points as you can. 500 up for grabs for our first place player this weekend, and then you can see second place going to be 480, incrementing down all the way down to top 64 there with still 150. This is why these international championships are so important, because the amount of championship points you can get at these events is so pivotal in deciding how the rest of your season goes.
Yes, and this entire weekend is forecast to be an incredible event. 3 days of awesome competition, and I know that all of our trainers are going to be so excited to be able to see not only today what the competition is like, but then how things are going to start shaping up as we enter kind of phase 2 and day 2 of the competition, and then ultimately who our number 2 trainers are going to be on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, well, that's all to come, of course. But of course, we've had some regulation events already this year, so we've kind of been able to have a teaser of what we might be able to expect coming into this event. And it's going to be interesting to see whether players stick with those tried and tested strategies, those teams that we're kind of more familiar with, or if we'll see some real curveballs coming into this, and players that maybe have slept on some strategies, bring them to the party this weekend and then surprise the rest of the field.
And I think that's the thing. A lot of people think Regulation F, we've been here before. It's quite a balanced metagame, particularly over here in the European region. A lot of our trainers like to have a quite stable core use of Pokemon. But just because you think you might have cracked the code or solved the format doesn't mean that you're going to already have an easy path to becoming champion. When we've looked at some of the other regions around the world, they're throwing in a few choice options in there as well. So I think a format that maybe looks a little linear is going to actually curve off in loads of different directions.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing about that sort of thing in a format where it is kind of stable, we kind of know what probably are the better teams that players will be leaning into. Well, that opens doors where you say, well, this is what we can expect. So maybe this real niche pick here can work against those standard teams that we see, and that's where the surprise comes in. And it's a kind of common narrative that we see at these big events where players will make those maybe micro decisions, those niche little changes, like we saw with Wolf last year for Life Orb Coryodon, and that coming to play and really taking the tournament by storm and bringing him the championship home. Maybe similar situations are going to happen this year where there's micro tweaks to those standard teams, or maybe even something completely off the wall comes out of nowhere and catches everyone by surprise.
I mean, you're right. Wolf was competing with Coryodon in a battle of Miraidon mirrors everywhere out there on the tournament floor, but that one little unique Pokemon on the team helped him get that victory as our reigning champion this season. So I'll be interested to see what he might be bringing, but he's not the only competitor that we need to keep an eye on. So considering that we're starting here at the European International Championships, let's take a look at some of our trainers to watch from the EU region. Now, there are so many, but we only had 3 on the graphic, so these are the 3 that we have gone for. First of all, Nils Dunlop. Now, he won this very event when it was last in Regulation F in 2024. So he is already a European International Champion, but can he do the double in Regulation F?
Well, you would say he's got a very good chance, almost a pioneer, you would say, and in a lot of respects with using that Porygon 2, that Urshifu, that Ursaluna that have come to prominence in this format. So very familiar with that. Didn't play an exact team recently when we had the Birmingham Regionals, but had a decent enough finish, made it into day 2, playing a slightly different team, Roaring Moon, Landorus, something similar to what we saw Kerry in NA have a lot of success with and win the regional over there. And then we can move on, Marco Silva.
Oh.
What can we say about Marco? I mean, what a coveted player Marco is. Coming into this tournament, hasn't been the kindest for Marco. We look at the other international championships that we have around the world, and Marco has had those incredible finishes, wins as well, but EU just seems to be that sticking block for Marco where they haven't had that really big finish yet. I think top tier 32 is their best finish at this event, so I think that's something on Marco's checklist where he's probably looking and saying, I need to come in and want to make a big mark and do well this weekend.
I mean, that's the thing, Marco Silva, we could talk about all day long, and to be able to say that your best result in an international was a top 32 is already incredible. But when you pair it up against the other internationals we've had, the previous Oceania International Championships, well, he won that. The Latin America International Championships, he's won that twice. The North American International Championships, he's been in the grand final last year. The only one he hasn't reached a grand final of, maybe even taking the title, is the European International Championship. So he is hungry for it, definitely one to watch. But our final trainer on this graphic is Tia T Masu, a trainer who over the past year, particularly in the European region, was just popping up left, right and center in regionals and internationals. And he's a trainer that I think a lot of trainers are rooting behind to take this title this year.
Yeah, Tia Team, one of those new kind of breakout trainers that's really putting their own stamp on the European circuit and doing it in such a really unique fashion as well. I think like Marco, Tia Team played the Birmingham Regional, had a very respectable finish there, piloting a very kind of standard looking team, like we've seen that Raging Bull balance core, and performing very well with it. It'll be interesting to see if they bring that to this event this weekend, because in some grassroots tournaments as well recently, Tia Team has had a lot of success winning some of those as well, with a bit of a more unorthodox 6 that they use compared to that Raging Bull balance, but an incredible player, definitely one to watch out for, and has had some remarkable finishes in the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing all three of these trainers, but there are plenty of other names to keep an eye on as well. Taking a look at the European leaderboards, a lot of familiar faces on here. Eric Rios, already another European international champion previously. Simone Sanvitu there as well in 15th place, has also won this exact tournament before. These are incredible competitors. Eduardo Cunha, number 1 on our leaderboard right now, is a previous world champion. I'm looking forward to seeing this. I
really love that we're talking about Eduardo, because I think coming into this event in particular, Eduardo's had he has missed a consistency this year in encapsulated. Birmingham Regionals recently had a 7th place finish there, top 8, and playing a very kind of their own spin on that kind of balanced team. Really love Scoldingo, having good success with that.
Don't we all a little bit, Lee?
We love it. I don't know, maybe ask Costa for myself, but going previous to that, 6th place finish at Stuttgart Regional earlier in the season. Wasn't Regulation F, but just showing that consistency, and then starting the season off with a 2nd place finish at Lille as well. So incredible run from Eduardo, playing a variety of different teams throughout those different formats. But I would expect something very similar to what they piloted in Birmingham, maybe some slight tweaks, because Eduardo likes to go with what they're comfortable with, and then they kind of flourish in those situations. But don't put it past Eduardo to bring something that is a little bit off the wall, because I think they're capable of it. They've got the innovation, and they've showed it time and time again. Previous World Championship, got a lot of tools to their belt. Eduardo going to be a definite player to watch. One other one I would love to mention, Lou, is Lewis Markle.
Yes, you got to mention Lewis, a trainer from Germany who is, again, all of last season constantly cropping up in those top place finishes, and is someone who has exhibited a lot of consistency and is so calm, cool and collected under pressure. I've seen Lewis in so many matches that are these maybe slightly longer, continuous, move and counter move style, slow balanced games. And a lot of trainers, sometimes that pressure can be very difficult to navigate through, trying to think not only 1 or 2 turns ahead, but maybe 6, 7, 8 turns ahead. And Lewis is able to do that so marvelously.
Yeah, and I think over the last couple of seasons in particular, Lewis is one of those players that we've kind of just been able to keep an eye on, and consistently in and around those top cut situations. Hasn't quite had that big finish yet, but maybe this is the weekend where they're able to do it. Had a really good finish at Birmingham Regionals recently, 12th place there, playing a very kind of Lewis Markle team as well, known for that kind of going with the tried and tested, the best Pokemon in the format, that balanced team, and just pilots it so well. And so wouldn't expect anything different coming into this weekend, but it's going to make it very difficult for their opponents throughout this weekend. And I expect to see Lewis progressing very well in the events this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of trainers we could talk about, but it's not just the European players who are going to be here. A lot of other regions are coming here to try and take the title away. Wolfglick is our current reigning European International Champion. He got the trophy last year and took it back to North America, and he's here to try and hold on to it again.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a surprise to see Wolf do extremely well, get to that final, and even just reclaim the title this year, because he is just that good, you know. I don't really know where to start with Wolf, because the accolades that Wolf has are just incredible. He is definitely one of the best players that we've ever had in any of our seasons, and always going to be one of the top players to watch out for. Obviously has good experience in Regulation F as well, having some really strong results when the format first kind of was conceived the first time around, and hasn't really had much to do in competitive tournaments recently.
Took a little break.
Has had a break, but maybe when we have seen Wolf take breaks before, it's paid dividends and coming back in refreshed.
I think it was Toronto last year, right?
Yeah.
He took a little break beforehand, came back to a first regional since his break and won the whole thing. So potentially we're going to see that same mastery come through from Wolf. And as you said, he's won so many tournaments. He's won World Championships, he's won International Championships, Regionals, Nationals, Players' Cup. There's literally nothing this man hasn't won. But can he win a double EUIC back-to-back years?
I've got to think as well that I feel like one thing that Wolf will probably want coming into this event is taking that title home with them again this time around. And we look back at EUIC 2024, where the last time Regulation F was at this event, and Wolf had a very strong finish that year, top 16, 13th finish overall, and playing a very kind of meta game, influential 6 as well, that has been and still is quite a popular combination of Pokemon now, with that Tornadus, Landorus, Incineroar, Fluttermane, Amoonguss, and that Urshifu as well. Choice Scarf Urshifu was the option there, so whether or not we'll see that coming into this weekend, it could be quite strong, because I don't know how well prepared players are adapting for that iteration of Urshifu over the Mystic Water, or maybe a Life Orb variant.
Yes, exactly. So Wolf, I think we've already established, definitely a trainer to keep an eye on. But in the middle of the graphic there, again, Paul Chua, another veteran of VGC. He's been around for years and has consistently had so many incredible finishes. Lots of incredible success, particularly on the international stage as well.
Yeah, and coming off a second place position at the Toronto Regionals recently, I mean, that sets you up perfectly coming into one of these big events here. Paul Chua, you know, 6-time regional champion, I think, you know, only being surpassed by a player like Wolf. So it just shows what the caliber of player that Paul is. 10 is just madness,
it's like
isn't
a planned number, you know?
Yeah.
I want to win 10, get the double digits.
Yeah, are we going to stop there, or are we going to go on more? But I'm sure Paul is looking for more, and more than capable of doing that. Amazing player overall, and generally one of those players we are always seeing in those top cuts. Obviously has won this event previously in previous seasons, so knows what it is all about coming here to London and having what it takes to go all the way. Be interesting to see if Paul's made any iterations from that team that he had so much success with in Toronto, or whether they're changing up completely and coming up with something a little bit different. But yeah, just generally one of the real joy to watch Paul when he is playing, and such a top player.
Exactly. Both these veterans, however, are sharing this display with Carrie Deratona, a trainer who more recently has been making waves of success, the current Toronto regional champion. Carrie's been a trainer that, you know, over on the NA side of things, we're constantly hearing his name out there in the top pairings and the top usage, and being able to see that he finally got that regional win so early on coming into this tournament, he's got to be a favorite to take it all.
Yeah, and that finals in Toronto was against Paul Chua, and I mean, it was so one-sided. No disrespect to Paul in that match, but I mean, Carrie just played that game incredibly well.
Everything aligned.
Dominant game one from Carrie, and just a phenomenal performance, and what a breakout event to kind of come in and just claim that first title. It was just awesome to see. Had some really interesting options on the team as well. That Choice Specs Golingo.
That was good to see.
Really strong with the trick there as well. Can catch your opponent off guard. Hit extremely hard. I think good coming into this weekend in particular as well. The Fairy Terror type there playing dividends. And really leaning into that Tailwind speed control as well. Didn't have that kind of Tail Room variant that we've seen pop up at least this last week and have a little bit more dominance. So whether or not we're seeing Carrie make some adjustments coming into this event, it wouldn't surprise me, but you've got that winning team. It performed well in this format. You're comfortable with it. You know how it operates. It wouldn't put too far past Kerry just to bring that team and say, I know what I'm doing. It's going to be me against my opponent, and I know how the team operates.
Well, I'm adding these 3 names to my players to watch for sure, but if you want to add a few more, we can take a look at the North American leaderboards and have a review of some of the other trainers who are battling out to become champion. Justin Tang, top of the leaderboard. I mean, this trainer is so close to hitting 2,000 championship points here. He's a trainer who's won 3 regional championships. He's done consistently well at internationals, but hasn't been able to take that #1 spot. And seeing the form that he can be on when everything aligns, when he has the right team for the right medical, and he's confident, he can really be a trainer to take all the way. I'm going to keep an eye on Justin for sure.
Well, Justin, yeah, I mean, we talked about Eduardo being Mr. Consistency, but I feel like master of consistency this season is Justin. And what a season Justin is having. 4th place at Toronto recently, 6th place at Latin America International Championships, 7th place at Las Vegas, 5th place at Pittsburgh, Monterrey at the start of the season, 3rd place. I mean, that consistency is not seen very often, especially to that high standard. And Justin is having an incredible season. And what a way to top the season off to this point by taking the European International Championships. And I wouldn't put it past Justin. He's more than capable, incredible player. And it'll be great to see what Justin comes into this event with. And again, one of those players that's very good with those balanced teams and can be aggressive at the right time when needed to be, and defensive at the right time. And I just love the play style that Justin adapts when he comes into these big events. And now, I think, comfortable with this big stage situation, going to feel good coming in. And hopefully they have a fantastic weekend here.
Indeed, and a few other names to mention. Stefan Mart, also a champion already this season, has been able to take a 1st place finish and now is looking to try and get that 1st place international as well. Stefan, known for sometimes running a quirky little team here or there, so I'm sure a lot of us are excited to see what he might be bringing to this tournament. Another name that really stands out to me is Joshua Lawsey. This is a trainer who, for me, really made their big splash out into the competitive video game field in the 2017 season, actually at this European International Championships. And since then, you've only seen this player grow from strength to strength. More recently, having an incredible finish over in North America, and is someone who I think a lot of trainers look up to and respect greatly. So he's someone that I really want to be able to see get all of that hard work paid off and get a win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Joshua, it's, in one respect, like, never surprised to see their name in top cuts and day 2s, but it wouldn't ever surprise me to see their name on a championship title either. And I think more than capable, an incredible player, very talented, and got such a good kind of drive as well to always want to get better, want to improve. And I think it's such a good example to newer players coming in. This is the way that you go about it. This is where you analyze games. This is the way you kind of adapt to formats and push yourself to strive to be better. And Joshua encapsulates that. And I would love nothing more to see Joshua win and take the title this weekend, because I think another player that is more than capable of doing that, has proven it time after time. It's just they haven't got over that final finish line yet.
Hurdle.
And that's all they need to do. And maybe this weekend is the time to do it.
Well, you've had a look at the trainers and the things that they are competing for, but you viewers at home, not only do you get to watch all of the incredible Pokemon action, but there's something for you as well that you get as a memento for the 2026 European International Championships. Earlier this season, we had our first international, the Latin America International Championships, and Yuma Kinugawa won with this Hisuian Typhlosion on his team. It didn't make the strongest appearance in finals, but it was such an integral, inspirational Pokemon I think nobody had on their bingo card, and you can get one of your very own.
Yeah, it was a pivotal Pokemon for Kinugawa in their run to claim that championship, and you can get yours in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now. It will be running until Friday the 20th of February, so go into Mystery Gifts, use the code that's on your screen now, which is EUIC, the I is a 1 of course, 26 Heatwave, and you'll be able to claim yourself that glorious Hisuian Typhlosion that Yuma ran in that event. And it does have the partner ribbon as well, so if you would like to have that when you throw the Hisuian Typhlosion out onto the field, it will say Yuma Kinugawa's Hisuian Typhlosion, and you know it is that one, yeah.
And it's a little piece of competitive video game history that you can have in your game as well. So make sure that you do claim that. It's something that we need to make sure that we do as well.
Yes, I've got to make sure to grab that one.
Yes, we'll try and remind each other.
Yes.
We'll make it happen. Now that you guys know kind of a little bit more about the tournament here, maybe some of you are new for the first time tuning in. If so, welcome. And maybe you're asking, what is this competitive video game about? How do we play? How does it work? Well, check out this format video and you'll be all clued up.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon VGC at the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon VGC EUIC champion.
These notes, so good.
The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format with open team sheets. An open team sheet means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of EUIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Well, what a treat. Thank you, Rose, for guiding us through how this tournament is going to run this weekend. But you can see we are about to get into Swiss round 1 here. Our opponents are facing each other on the stage, getting set up, ready to go, and we'll be getting into the first game of this championship. It's very exciting and 2 phenomenal trainers, Lou.
Honestly, this is such a great pairing. Tim Edwards was the runner-up. The last time we had a European International Championship in Regulation F fell to Nils Dunlop in the grand final. But that was his breakout performance, and now he's here back in Regulation F to prove his skills once again. His opponent, however, Victor Medina, a sweetheart of the European community, a trainer who is always consistently getting into those finals, but falling short of the final hurdle, always getting second, but maybe Lee, this is his year.
Yeah, for both of these trainers, it could be, and you know, we're getting so close to having your hands on that trophy, and just falling short is going to give you the drive to push again and again and again and bet yourself. And both of these trainers will be coming in this weekend hoping that they can repeat their run to that finals, but this time, this is going to be the moment for these trainers to pick up the championship and take it home.
Exactly. Both these trainers are going to kick off their tournament, and this can really set the tone for how the whole weekend is going to go. Not only your first match do you want to win and get that little confidence boost, that little bit of adrenaline going, but hey, you've got to do it up on the main stage. That's an additional bit of pressure, but hey, if you can get that victory and you can show off your skills, then everybody's going to be looking to you and saying, I don't want your name on the match slip when we find out the next pairings. But let's have a little dive into the teams. Tim Edwards running a very consistent core here. We've got the Urshifu, Raging Bolt, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Incineroar, and the Ogerpon Half Flame Mask. So a very classic Firewater Grass core with a few familiar friends here as well.
Yeah, definitely that. And, you know, we've seen this through Regulation F have a lot of success. It is a very good, balanced team and something that Tim will be able to lean into with their ability to play. The Raging Bolt is going to be that big piece of the puzzle where you're going to want to try and get those calm mines set up and then put the pressure on the opposing pieces on the opposite side of the field, and you've got the tools to be able to do that double and fake out there with the Incineroar or the Rillaboom to help slow down your opponent. And you can also combine that well with that Urshifu, the Rapid Strike there. It's got the Mystic Water item choice, so going to be boosting those water type attacks, that Surging Strike in particular, and boosted by that Water Terror. We've seen recently more defensive Terror types on Urshifu, but Tim leaning towards that more offensive and really kind of using that with that double fake out there to give their opponent a lot of issues.
On the opposing side, again, some familiar faces. No Fluttermane here, but we've got the Incineroar, the Rillaboom, the Urshifu Rapid Strike variant to recreate our Firewater Grass core, Raging Bolt, the Ogerpon Half Flame Mask again. But interestingly enough, we've got the Landorus here as well. Now, this is one of the big formidable Pokemon coming into this series, I believe. Yeah,
very, very strong Pokemon in particular. Very good against the opposing Raging Bolt that Tim is piloting. So going to be a key piece of the puzzle here for Victor, and got that substitute as well. A really nice option. When you're in that position and you're threatening your opponent, you've got the option to set that up, and then you can see there's some little differences around here. You've got that Ogerpon with the Half Flame on both sides of the field. Tim going for the focus energy rather than the Sword Stance that Victor's relying on, so that can become a little bit more powerful on Victor's side, something that they might lean into to set up. But the Urshifu here on Victor going with that offensive Terror type again with that Water, but the Choice Scarf held item, Lou.
Yeah, Choice Scarf giving it that little bit of built-in speed control, giving it potentially the edge on opposing Pokemon on the field. The Landorus, however, I think is going to be a key piece here for Victor, being able to hit super effectively into the Raging Bolt on the opposing side with the Earth Flower as well as the Incineroar. Ogerpon doesn't want to take that either, and Ogerpon doesn't necessarily want to take the Sludge Bomb, and nor does Rillaboom or Fluttermane. So there's a lot of potential for decent damage or super effective damage coming through from Landorus. And if Victor can get the substitute up on that Pokemon, then it just means that Tim really has has to narrow down on it to remove it from the field, or it's going to start clean sweeping through the team.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that Tim's probably got a little bit of an advantage of in this matchup is the fact that they've got Icy Wind support on that Fluttermane. It's the speed control there, where that's something that Victor's kind of lacking in that respect, where you'd say otherwise that Landorus can run free and just have a field day against Tim's team.
Well, trainers, if you're not excited, get excited. It's time to kick off Swiss Round 1 here at EUIC. And we have got the Raging Bolt and the Incineroar out on the field for Victor Medina, and for Tim Edwards, the Rillaboom and the Urshifu. Intimidate's coming down. That's something Tim does not want to see, but thankfully Urshifu has a trick up its sleeve with its ability.
Yeah, that's true. That Intimidate from the Incineroar from Victor's side, really useful onto these physical attackers. The Urshifu going to put a bit of pressure onto that Incineroar, especially when it's paired up with the Fake Out from that Rillaboom. So something that Victor might want to adjust here to take it out of harm's way and preserve that Intimidate for later. But the Raging Bolt in a nice position. It probably is a bit Fake Out fodder right now, but if it is left alone, it's got the opportunity to put pressure on that Urshifu or even get one of those really important Calm Mind set up.
Exactly, and the Surging Strikes potentially on that Urshifu, knowing that it has those guaranteed critical hits, is going to be able to negate the Intimidate it has taken through. Urshifu, however, switching out, maybe saying I need to come back in later and be able to unleash all of my extra power. Potentially needed something like the Close Combat instead, and now we're going to see the Raging Bolt come in here for Tim. Incineroar leaving the field as well critically, maybe didn't want to take those Surging Strikes, maybe thinking, hey, I can Intimidate and Fake Out later on. Let me bring Rillaboom to the field and make a little bit of a mirror match here for us.
Yeah, just a Fake Out here from the Rillaboom on Tim's side, quite rightly wanting to prevent any sort of setup or damage coming out. Gives that nice protection to the Raging Bolt that's come in on Tim's side of the field. So we've got an identical mirror on both sides of the field. The one thing that Victor's got in their back pocket is an active Fake Out now, so they can prevent that Raging Bolt on Tim's side from moving this turn, which then opens the door for your own Raging Bolt to potentially get that all-important Calm Mind off, or just a big, powerful Dragon-type attack into the opposing target. The one thing you have to watch out for is the Rillaboom on Tim's side. It has got access to that high horsepower, so will hit for super effective damage. But are you inclined to maybe go for that terrestrialization here, go for that Fairy Terror typing to get rid of that Dragon threat and that Ground threat?
Well, there goes the Fake Out on Victor's side as the Rillaboom on Tim's side decides to switch out here. This is what we see constantly from these pivoting pals, the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, leaving the field to come back in and keep that Fake Out pressure live on the board. We're going to see the Fluttermane join the field though, however. This is, I think, in a nice position to start threatening the opposing Raging Bolt with something like a Moonblast in this next turn, or start changing up the pace of speed with that Icy Wind that you mentioned earlier. Protosynthesis joining the field, so it will be this speed investment onto this Fluttermane as the Raging Bolt on the opposing side is now able to go for that Calm Mind. It couldn't do it in the first turn, but now Victor is able to utilize it, so it gets a boost to its special attack and critically its special defense. This could be huge in the face of this Fluttermane.
Yeah, it's nice for Victor to be able to get that off at the opportunity early on in this game, especially a good adjustment from Tim here to get that Fluttermane out on the board. It's a really good check most of the time too. That Raging Bolt is going to be able to threaten with those big powerful Moonblasts, and it's also got access to Taunt as well. Interestingly, Tim running that, so if you want to prevent the Raging Bolt from setting up even further, you've got the option there, and you also prevent it from protecting, which can maybe benefit your own Raging Bolt that's on the field now. It probably wants to try and catch up, but have you got the space to do that? I think Tim has the ability to maybe terrestrialize to get around a potential Dragon-type attack that could come in here, but committing to it so early on in this kind of really slow-paced game might not be something that Tim's comfortable to do right now.
Critically, the Fluttermane switches out, so it will lose its Protosynthesis boost here. It is naturally quite speedy anyway, so it may not be too instrumental into the next couple of turns, as that terrestrialization that you have mentioned, Lee, has come on. The sparks are already flying out there on the stage as it drops that Dragon weakness. It's now the Fairy type is going to be completely immune to anything the opposing Raging Bolt wants to throw its way in terms of a Dragon Pulse. But on the opposing side, it looks like Raging Bolt got the same memo, and it is also turning into a Fairy type here, Lee.
Yeah, it's if you're going to take a step, I'm coming with you. This is exactly what we're normally likely to see to get around those Dragon threats here. Rillaboom going for that Wood Hammer, suspecting a big damage into that Fluttermane that now switched out into the Rillaboom, taking that really comfortably here. And Tim playing catch-up. Here is that Calm Mind coming out. Can Victor capitalize, though, on their Calm Mind that they've already set up that turn before?
Now, this is where you really have to play detective. You have to be so cognizant of all the moves and counter moves on the field. Keep an eye on those Calm Minds. That's 2 now for Victor, 1 for Tim. So we know that that Raging Bolt is at +2 special defense. A lot of the special attacks that might come through from the Fluttermane in the back are going to be doing minimal damage, particularly now it's that Fairy type. It looks like Victor could be setting up this Raging Bolt for an end game sweep.
Yeah, it could be. And I think the one thing that you've got to look at with Victor is the fact that they do have an Incineroar on their side of the field with that parting shot. That is one way to kind of neutralize those Calm Mind boosts. You can reduce that special attack stat and kind of keep it in check, whereas for Tim, they don't really have the ability to do the same thing, which is maybe something that Victor can really lean into here. You've got to be careful with that. But the Rillaboom now has taken a little bit of damage on Tim's side, might be susceptible to going down to a +2 Dragon Pulse that Victor's Raging Bolt has got. You could go into that. It's risky though, because if you see it switch out here into that Flutter Mane, you kind of waste a turn. You don't want to do that.
That's a decent amount of damage down as well from the U-turn. That is something that Tim has to be cognizant of onto that Rillaboom. You know, next time it comes in, maybe takes a Wood Hammer or a U-turn, it is potentially going to be KO'd. Incineroar rejoins the fray. This could be the great opportunity for Rillaboom to get out of here, however, so it can reset some of these Intimidates. Incineroar obviously going to have the Fake Out in play on the next turn as well, so a wise adjustment here with a cheeky critical hit for a little bit of extra damage on Tim's side. So you can now readjust your ball position, but as you said, Lee, there's no Incineroar in the back for Tim, so he can't bring in a potential Fake Out. So why not bring in a Ghost type that cannot be hit by it?
Yeah, and we've already seen that Thunderclap hasn't been chosen here, so we know it's either going to be Calm Mind on both sides of the field or it's going to be a Dragon Pulse. Tim playing catch-up once again, going for that second Calm Mind now on +2, special attack, special defense, and Victor not stopping, saying, okay, well, here we go. We're just going to continue doing this. Now +3, like you say, Lou.
At +3 and +2 on Tim's side, so we've got to keep an eye on these. If one of these sits out, it's going to be wild, but I'm pretty sure our trainers want to keep them in play.
Yeah, and the nice thing about the Flutter Mane is now it can come in, it's got access to Thunder Wave, which it can really utilize. That might not be really important for the speed tiering here, because we've seen the Rillaboom outspeed the Raging Bolt anyway, which is pivotal to get it off the field and have that nice pivot. But the fact is that you can stop it in its tracks. The chance of it being fully paralyzed, if you can land Thunder Wave into it, could be a nice option here for Tim to lean into, especially because this Raging Bolt on Victor's side is starting to get really quite scary for things like the Rillaboom when it comes back in, or that Urshifu.
Exactly, and the Raging Bolt now is going to go for the Protect, changing things up a little bit, going a bit defensive, not wanting to take any unnecessary damage at this point as Flutter Mane comes through with the Thunder Wave. Now that it has lost its electric typing, it is going to be vulnerable to having its speed lowered and potential chance of paralysis. Raging Bolt, however, on Tim's side, blinks first, goes for the Dragon Pulse. It's not enough to get a KO as Incineroar can retaliate with the Flare Blitz. Flutter Mane put down into the orange zone, a little bit of recoil, I think will be able to KO that Incineroar. So Victor down a Pokemon, but honestly, that Raging Bolt in fine force right now.
Yeah, it is, and it was a nice survival there in the Incineroar, really clutch to be able to get that damage onto the Flutter Mane. I don't think Victor minds the Incineroar going down here because it opens the door for the Rillaboom to come onto the field. The Grassy Terrain's just ended, so it's a perfect time to set that up again. And then you've got access to Grassy Glide. Now, that might be enough to pick up the Flutter Mane from the range that it's in. It is pretty good defensively, though. We've seen it take that Flare Blitz pretty comfortably from the Incineroar. So whether or not the Grassy Glide's going to have enough in the tank to take it down, I don't know, because you want to remove it before it gets the opportunity to get that Thunder Wave that Tim's kind of going for onto the Raging Bolt on Victor's side. So if you can protect that with a Grassy Glide knockout, it means that you've got a bit of a freer time going forward.
And the thing with the Thunder Wave as well is because it's a status move, you can't fall victim to a potential Thunderclap coming through from the Raging Bolt either. So unless the Raging Bolt wants to try for a double protect, because you don't want to switch it out if you're Victor, you want to keep all of those precious boosts on it at the moment, Flutter Mane might indeed be able to find its mark down unless, as you said, Lee, the Rillaboom is going to be able to get in its way.
Yeah, that's it. And I think it's all going to come down to which Raging Bolt falls first. If if you lose your Raging Bolt, then you probably lost this match. So it's all about protecting that Pokemon as we go forward. And both trainers at the moment got the tools to be able to do that. We see Flutter Mane is feeling threatened, so Rillaboom doing its job from Victor's side and switching out this next turn.
I like this adjustment because Rillaboom may be in more prized position to take the Grassy Glide, but actually it's a Wood Hammer. And so that comes down, removes the Rillaboom from play. Tim now down a Pokemon. At least, however, you can bring potentially that Flutter Mane back in. Try and put it in a position to go for that Thunder Wave again as Raging Bolt goes for the Dragon Pulse. This is an Assault Vest Rillaboom.
Another huge survive.
Just able to hang on. But Lee, is that a fourth Calmed Mind?
That is a fourth Calm Mind, Lou, and that is +4 now, the Raging Bolt on Victor's side. It's deciding, you know, there is the opportunity there to go for those Thunderclaps maybe into the opposing Raging Bolt. but not going for it, saying, I'm really going to commit to this setup, and once it is at this stage, it's going to be able to hit pretty much most things. That Fluttermane, it comes back onto the field. If it does go for an attack, it's going to be susceptible to getting knocked out by that Thunderclap, and the Urshifu is not going to want to take that. It doesn't have the security of a Focus Sash either, so that coming onto the field is going to be very, very wary about what it does.
I'm starting to think towards the end game here as well, because if the Urshifu and Fluttermane and then the Rillaboom and whatever the fourth Pokemon on Victor's side there in the back is, goes down, then you're in a position where you've got Raging Bolt versus Raging Bolt. They can't touch each other with the Dragon Pulse either because they're Fairy types. It's going to come down to a lot of Thunderclaps going about.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? You would think maybe Victor has got that Landorus in the back. Maybe that is a Pokemon that can come in, but the more the Calm Minds get stacked up, the less effective that becomes. Now the Fluttermane kind of forced out into the field almost in this situation where the Rillaboom's so low health, but the Fluttermane has to kind of target that, because if it doesn't, it's going to take a Wood Hammer, it will get knocked out. And you're kind of trading 1 for 1 where you want the Fluttermane. Do you prioritize saying, okay, I'm going to ignore the Rillaboom here, I'll leave it on the field, let it get the knockout onto the Fluttermane, but after I get that all-important Thunder Wave? The problem is if Victor expects that and goes for a Protect here on the Raging Bolt, then you kind of waste your turn and lose your Fluttermane for nothing.
That's true. Fluttermane could try and remove the Rillaboom from play because, as you said, you don't want Rillaboom to go for a Grassy Glide into the Urshifu when it rejoins the field, and it looks like it's rejoining the field quicker than I was expecting. If this is going to be the Wood Hammer or the Grassy Glide coming down into what was the Fluttermane, Urshifu is not going to appreciate that at all.
No, but you've got the Thunderclap as well from Tim that could come out onto that Rillaboom, but it is a Grassy Glide, expecting that maybe, and a Thunderclap double up. Here we go.
Look how much damage that actually did. That was a huge chunk into the opposing Raging Bolt as the Dragon Pulse comes through to finally finish off that Rillaboom. So we now will be forced to see the final Pokemon for Victor. I agree with you. I think it could indeed be that Landorus, and it will be in a position where it can maybe pressure into that Raging Bolt with a Sludge Bomb. But at the same time, Landorus does not want to see an Urshifu on the field. So in a way, Tim has put this Pokemon into a great position. The issue is Thunderclap.
Yeah, the Thunderclap is an issue, but it's not the Landorus. So this changes the dynamics completely here. The Ogerpon is going to be susceptible to those Dragon Pulses in particular. Not so susceptible to the Thunderclaps, but puts on a lot of pressure on that Urshifu. And the nice thing that this Ogerpon has is got access to Grassy Glide. Now that Grassy Terrain's on the field, it is going to be hitting a lot harder than the Rillaboom in all respects. So that Urshifu now is going to be in a horrible position where it cannot really take advantage of the Aqua Jet to supersede the Thunderclap that's coming out of Victor's Raging Bolt. It is going to be susceptible to getting just picked off quite easily from this Ogerpon.
Yeah, Ogerpon, a great adjustment coming in here. Does give a few more options where you can potentially, have that spiky shield as well to maybe try and get some damage down from a physical attack coming through from the Urshifu. But critically, like you say, utilizing that grassy terrain that's still in play. I'm not surprised Urshifu's going for the Detect. That's possibly what I would want to do as well if I was in this position, as Raging Bolt just shows no fear and says, hey, I'm facing down against my opponent. That opposing Raging Bolt, I'm going to Thunderclap it. I'm going to follow up with the Ivy Cudgel. And hey, who wanted a Thunderclap mirror anyway? I certainly didn't, says Victor Medina, and he gets rid of that Raging Bolt.
Well, that is a great turn here from Victor, because expecting the Protect from the Urshifu, it's so heavily threatened, knowing that Tim knows that the Grassy Glide's there. I need to prioritize the Raging Bolt. That is going to attack, no doubt. And doubling up into it and getting the knockout is huge here. We said which Raging Bolt falls first is probably going to mean that the other player's going to win this match, and it's looking very likely now. Fluttermane coming back onto the field, going to be susceptible to an Ivy Cudgel, and the Urshifu still pressured from that priority Grassy Glide, and the Raging Bolt sitting in a pretty comfortable position, not really threatened it, +4 special defense from this Fluttermane. Victor doing everything right in this match, cool, calm, and collected.
He's truly set up a phenomenal endgame. With that Raging Bolt as well, the Thunderclaps were doing so much, because even though Tim was able to set up +3 special defense, Victor had +4 special attack, so constantly was getting the edge. Urshifu tries its valiant best to be able to go for a double Detect, but it's not to be. Grassy Glide finds its mark, and now it is Fluttermane against the 2 remaining Pokemon on Victor's side. And considering that Fluttermane doesn't really have the utility to get the KOs here with a Moonblast, it's not going to be able to, I think, find a way through. However, I guess this is one option. You could go for the Thunder Waves and try and stop your opponents from moving at all, but it's a tall order to take.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, the Raging Bolt is in that really awkward position against the Fluttermane. Why it's normally quite good against it is if the Fluttermane has got those non-attacking moves, it can kind of just keep going for those, and you can't utilize your Thunderclap then, and well, the Dragon Pulse, you're immune to that. So the Raging Bolt kind of sitting there. So if you can remove that Ogerpon, there is maybe a slight chance to come back into this, but it is very slight. But you can see here, I think Victor's done a remarkable job, and that Ogerpon in the end game was an extremely smart pick.
I think it could have been slightly different as well if the Landorus had indeed come to the fray a little bit. You wouldn't have been able to have that pressure of the Grassy Glide, and potentially if you were able to get the Paralysis down onto the Raging Bolt, then your Urshifu could breathe a little easier in the face of a Thunderclap. But a fantastic play by Victor, and Tim, you know, keeping him on his toes the whole way through with, you know, matching those Calm Minds. But Victor, I think, very early on, having that fake out pressure with the Rillaboom switched in from turn 1 meant that he was always one Calm Mind ahead.
Yeah, and that was the big turning point in the game so early on. Like you say, that dictated how the rest of the match went. Victor kind of identifying an opportunity before Tim did, and then getting that Calm Mind just put them that step ahead, which Tim almost felt like they were playing catch-up. Did really well with the way that he was able to dispatch of the Rillaboom, the Incineroar, but really inevitably it allowed the room for the Raging Bolt on Victor's side just to get into a position where it was really comfortable with. And then when that Ogerpon came in at the end, you kind of said, well, that's curtains here. Victor performing extremely well. So a lot to do with Tim, and I think coming into game 2, and if, you don't really want to be on the back foot in this one. What adjustments do you make? Do you go straight in with your Raging Bolt and start that setup early on? You can go for that, and I think if you kind of try and keep pace at least, you're in a better position than you might have been in that game 1.
It can be so difficult though, particularly with these balanced mirror style games. It is feeling a little bit like a detective mystery where you're looking at the end and thinking, right, where were all the pieces in play that I missed along the way? And as you said, pretty much that turn 1, making the switch, bringing in that Rillaboom, having the fake out advantage meant that Victor constantly was working towards that end game from his advantage. Tim was then playing on the back foot. So when his own Raging Bolt went down, you could see how Victor had set that up right from chapter 1.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the Fluttermane is really pivotal for Tim to lean into in this match. I think with the Thunder Wave, the Taunt in particular, you do have a way to stop that Raging Bolt. So I think you need to look at that as an option coming into this game, but completely different change-up from Victor Lou.
Exactly. I mean, one way to stop the Raging Bolt is that Landorus, so it is out in the leads with that Rillaboom. On the opposing side for Tim, however, Raging Bolt is back with Rillaboom by its side.
Yeah, now we've got the Landorus here. It is putting instant pressure onto that Raging Bolt on Tim's side, but you do have that fake out of your Tim to prevent it from attacking this turn, which is nice, but then do you contest with the fake out situation that you've got from both of the Rillabooms here? Maybe protect your non-attacking Pokemon and then pivot out your Rillaboom to have a little bit more preferable positioning going into game 2. But problem is doing that, leaving that Raging Bolt unchecked, it does give it the opportunity to get a Calm Mind, and Calm Minds are really valuable against something like Landorus that relies on that special attacking stat more than a physical attack.
And Raging Bolt doesn't want to fall victim to a fake out and then a potential Earth Power coming through as well. So I think a wise Protect could be coming through. An adaptation, though, on Tim's side, going to be bringing in the Incineroar. Not only do you then have the fake out on the next turn, but you do get to throw the Intimidate down against that Rillaboom. Raging Bolt does indeed go defensive here. Early doors in game 2, going for the Protect, as Rillaboom was actually going for the fake out into that partner slot, trying to go down into the opposing Rillaboom as Landorus sets up the substitute. This could potentially spell disaster in the end game, because now you have to worry. It's in a position where those Earth Powers are going to hit hard.
Showing why Victor is such a strong trainer, picking the opportunity, saying, yeah, well, I'm going to fake out your Rillaboom anyway, even though it's not probably the most optimal thing, because I'm going to have the substitute. I'm going to get it set up. If your Raging Bolt goes for an attack into me, then it'll just break the substitute and we'll be back in this same situation the next turn. But if you go for a switch and you protect, I'm going to catch you out. And Landorus now not going to be susceptible to that fake out that Tim's quite smartly brought onto the field to support that Raging Bolt in that situation now where the Landorus is pretty free to just go for a big attack. Go for a Sludge Bomb if you detect the Terastallization on the Raging Bolt or a big, powerful Earth Power. Enough to force that Raging Bolt off the field.
I mean, all of game 1, we saw the Raging Bolts being completely resilient on the field. They stayed there so stoic, whereas now it's been forced off because of that Landorus hiding behind the little substitute. Landorus is able to now go for this Earth Power Rillaboom, able to eat that up much, much better, but you still have to contend with the potential Sludge Bomb the next turn. Rillaboom adding insult to injury to the Rillaboom on Tim's side with that U-turn follow-up as well. So Victor not only in a dominant position, but switching up the board state as well.
Yeah, and it's really important for Tim here to get rid of that substitute on that Landorus, because you want it to be susceptible to attacks this next turn round. You can go for a parting shot here, which will bypass the substitute. A lot of the special attack, more importantly, making things not be as threatened as they currently are. And I think that's a good plan, but then if you go for that, then you're leaving that substitute intact, and it's having a bit of more of a free ride than you want it to.
I do like the adaptation by Tim to bring this Incineroar, though, to this game, because it does give you a lot more utility with Fake Out, and critically, as you've said, the parting shot can still be in play even when the substitute is on the field. So a nice adjustment here on Tim. You can now bring in a potential Pokemon like the Raging Bolt again, maybe start going for those Carmines and setting up if the Rillaboom can find a way to keep the Landorus in check. Yeah, and the interesting thing, even though you've taken that special attack drop, the one trump card that Victor's got in their back pocket now is going to be the Terastallization. Terra Poison will boost the power of Sludge Bomb, and a lot of things on Tim's team do not want to take a Sludge Bomb. In particular, if that Raging Ball feels forced to go for the Terastallization, becomes susceptible to that move. The Rillaboom is in a position now where a Sludge Bomb, even without the Terastallization, is probably in range to get knocked out, so that is heavily threatened here. And the Ogerpon in that position for Victor, where it could go for a Swords Dance now, expecting maybe an Incineroar switch in from that Rillaboom to kind of protect that, giving you the opportunity to boost those attacks and become a big threat from that side of things. Yeah, Tim's Rillaboom is rocking that Assault Vest, so it does give it a little bit of coverage into special attacking moves. However, as you said, the Terastallization could then give the extra offensive pressure to push it over into the KO range. So I think it's a wise adaptation here, bringing in the Incineroar that's going to be more poised to take the potential poison type attack. But if this is something Victor has predicted, then it could be getting very interesting. The Intimidate obviously not coming through the substitute on this occasion, and we're going to see some sparkles on the stage. It's just Terastallization time. Yeah, and it's back onto that Raging Bolt, wanting to get rid of that big threat from Earth Power on the Landorus, but again, at the same time, double-edged sword here, because yes, you remove the weakness of the Earth Power, but you become susceptible to the Sludge Bomb, and here it is, there's that Swords Dance. That's the thing, Ogerpon's like, it's not all about Landorus, guys, okay? I've got my Swords Dance, my attack is going to be raised. Landorus is going to go for that Earth Power, so a good Terastallization, but still so much damage coming through. Raging Bolt at least has the flexibility to go for this Calm Mind. Yeah, and the problem is as well now that the Landorus substitute is still set there.
up. It's still there. You are in that position where you are not able to fake it out. If you're Tim, you want to pivot in these fake out partner and Pokemon between the Rillaboom and the Incineroar, but you're not able to utilize that as long as that substitute is on the field. And now you saw the damage from the Earth Power. Yes, the Raging Bolt has got a Calm Mind, but it's going to be very, very susceptible to a Sludge Bomb here from that Landorus. We've already talked about it. If it goes for the Terastallization, boost that move even further. The Raging Bolt in a very uncomfortable position. You need to remove that substitute, but can you ignore the Ogerpon that's just got that Swords Dance set up? It's sitting on +1. The Intimidate came in, dropped it one stage, but you set yourself up 2 stages, so you're still hitting very hard, and now you don't have that Dragon typing to get around the Ivy Cudgel attack. That's very true. Both the Pokemon on Victor's side in formidable positions. Even though Tim has put in work to give some detrimental effects with the Parting Shot, with the Intimidate, there's still always an answer that Victor has for all of these questions. Well, looks like Terastallization is also going to come through on Victor's side now. It looks like it's going to be onto that Landorus as it popped out the substitute just before. It is taking on that Poison type. This not only gives us some defensive capabilities, but critically, Sludge Bomb is going to be boosted. Yeah, and that Parting Shot is not going to matter so much with that boost from the Poison Terastallization, but expecting an attack to come into that angle. The Protect coming out from the Raging Bolt, kind of preserving it for one more turn, but here we go. Expecting a switch in a passive play from Tim. Victor saying, yeah, if you go for that, I'm going to punish it even more. Swords Dance once again, +3 Ogerpon. Honestly, what a window of opportunity for this Ogerpon. Victor going, okay, maybe there's the Protect and the Sludge Bomb isn't going to really work, so how can I still get the most out of this turn? Oh, Ogerpon, go for another Swords Dance. Put yourself at +3. Yeah, it's scary, but the one thing the Landorus is going to be susceptible to now is that Thunderclap. So you have the ability to go Thunderclap, get rid of that substitute, but at the cost of taking a Sludge Bomb, have you got enough in the tank to take that Sludge Bomb? That's going to be the question. Not only that, you're going to be taking neutral damage from the Grassy Glide. The Grassy Terrain's still on the field. You're going to be taking huge damage from the Ivy Cudgel, +3. So that alone is going to be putting enough pressure on. You can't ignore one target on Victor's side. You kind of have to concentrate on both. And have you got the resources to do that right now? It feels very stretched for Tim in this situation. That's the thing. If you're Tim right now, who do you target? Which is the greater threat that you need to alleviate? And this is what we were saying about these
these balance games, you don't just have to think about the board staying now, you have to think about it towards the end game. All of these little pieces add up to such a good climax at the end of these matches. Rillaboom goes for the fake out into the Ogerpon, saying we're not going to mess around with all these swords dances. Instead, we're going to find our target on the Landorus. Now, who is it choosing? Because Landorus can do decent damage, amazing damage into both, but it chooses the Raging Bolt. It's not able to get the KO, meaning Raging Bolt is in a position where it can go for this Dragon Pulse. It can finally find a way to break through this substitute.
Yeah, we'll get rid of it eventually. That's great, but is it maybe one step too late now? Because now the Raging Bolt has survived. It's taken a lot of damage for its troubles, though, and now that Grassy Glide. It's all about this grassy terrain. Is it going to stay in effect? Because you do have the option to go for that priority attack into the Raging Bolt and just remove it quite easily. But like you've said, Lou, the Rillaboom not in a great position either. The Ivy Cudgel are going to be very, very strong into that. The grassy terrain does leave the field, so there'll be no recovery, no priority grassy glide, at least this turn. But the one thing that the Ogerpon's still got in its back pocket, along with that Landorus, is they have the natural speed advantage against both of these targets, and both of them from Victor's side threatening everything on Tim's side.
And now that Landorus has actually come out of the substitute, it could potentially even be a swap here for Victor. You could bring your own Rillaboom back in, set that grassy terrain, and allow Ogerpon to get the grassy glide priority onto that Raging Bolt before it's had a chance to move.
Yeah, and the other risk is that you see Tim going for a Thunderclap here, and then Victor suspecting that and setting up another substitute, so it's risky.
Well, it looks like it's a protect from Raging Bolt, so maybe there is an opening for another one of these substitutes. The Ivy Cudgel was going down into that Raging Bolt. Victor really trying to remove it from play, but to no avail in this particular turn, as Landorus does.
There it
Go
is.
for that substitute again. It's like, huh, did you miss me? I'm back behind my cozy little plush.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about that Rillaboom either, because you have all the poison terror type now, all of those attacks. I mean, the high horsepower is a bit of an issue, but you've got the substitute to kind of give you alleviation there. U-turn going out, now another pivot round. If the Faker comes back onto the field again, you're in that same situation. Just this time around, your Raging Bolt is in a way worse position than they were previously.
And the U-turn, not the strongest attack in the book anyway. Even with a critical hit, it was not able to get rid of that substitute, so it will be in play. Tim, however, does still have all 4 Pokemon remaining, so you can take a look at your backline, the Incineroar and the Fluttermane, and just think about which Pokemon is going to try and switch the momentum back to your board state. Which one would you go for, Hilly?
It is really tough. I feel like the Fluttermane does give you the option to Icy Wind, maybe break that substitute, lower the speed on the Ogerpon, but is it going to be enough of a speed drop to kind of put your leverage your Raging Bolt into a position where it is going to be able to pick up the knockouts that it needs to? In this situation, I feel probably not, whereas the Incineroar comes in, it drops the Intimidate. That's kind of important onto the Ogerpon, making it +2 now rather than +3. All importantly, you've got a Fake Out to stop that Ogerpon, but at the same time, the Raging Bolt in that position, you're trading a Thunderclap here for a knockout of your own, and it doesn't feel that great. Once the Raging Bolt falls, then all your reliance comes into the Fluttermane there, and everything leans into that Pokemon alongside the Incineroar and the Rillaboom to kind of clean up from this point on.
That's the thing, both Pokemon viable options. It looks like Tim has gone for that Incineroar. As you said, it's a good way to kind of keep the Ogerpon in check in the next turn. The Intimidate kind of helping out reduce some of its offensive pressure. You have the Fake Out, but the Landorus is just completely unchecked. Once again, behind the substitute, and the timer is running out. Tim has got to lock in quick. Yeah,
it's a really difficult situation here for Tim. Going for the Thunderclap into the Ogerpon, just not quite the damage that they needed. In return, Ivy Cudgel +2, more than enough.
Yeah, Raging Bolt has been felled once again by Victor Medina's team, so it will be returning into its Pokeball, and Tim has the utility to switch up the ball position in this next turn. The Incineroar, however, is going to have to take this Sludge Bomb. So Victor being able to utilize the Terrestrialization, throw it this way, doesn't quite do 50%, so Incineroar, I think, can easily take maybe another one of these. Maybe not so much after the Flare Blitz, because it's going to take that recoil. It does get a KO, though. This is really nice. Both these Pokemon trainers trading a Pokemon, but the issue is Landorus is still in a prime position.
Yeah, behind that substitute. And now when your big reliance is leaning into that Fluttermane, going up against the poison type that the Landorus now is, even though it's taken the parting shot from earlier in the game, it isn't hitting quite as hard as we normally likely to see it used to, but it's still doing enough. And you can see now probably an Earth Power into the Incineroar will be enough to take that down. Sludge Bomb, the Rillaboom looks about in range, and that Fluttermane hasn't really got the offensive tools to deal the damage needed to that Landorus like it would have if it was not terrestrialized.
That's the thing, Fluttermane only really running Moonblast as an offensive move. Yes, you have the Icy Wind, but that's only going to be a little bit of chip. And considering now it is a poison type as well, it really does not fear those fairy type moves. There is, however, still that Thunder Wave, and there is a world where you can potentially get a Thunder Wave down onto something like the Landorus, and then it just doesn't move.
there is that world, but
It's a slim chance, but it's there.
it's slim. And I think the thing that you're going to have to do really first is get rid of that substitute and the pressure that Victor's being able to apply with just finding those openings at the perfect time to just reset that substitute up, reset the situation exactly how it was before you kind of lost all of that ground that you'd made up, Tim. And it's a really difficult situation. The Lander is showing why it's one of the best Pokemon in this format, and Victor obviously so familiar with it and piloting it so well in this game.
I have to say as well, I love the way in Game 1, Victor really set up around the Raging Bolt, and now in Game 2, it's all about this Landorus that we've just seen out on the field since the leads being so incredibly dominant. Once again, the timer is playing against Tim. All these seconds count towards trying to find a way back into this Game 2 and force a Game 3 from Victor Medina. And Incineroar switching out, wants to maybe keep that Intimidate and Fake Out for the Rillaboom to keep it in check a little bit, as Rillaboom on Tim's side can now rejoin the field.
Yeah, hoping to scout out maybe an Earth Power into that slot, trying to get rid of that Pokemon. As we do see a Thunder Wave into the Rillaboom here, going to be useful, and that chance of being fully paralyzed is going to be a thing now, but there is the threat, there is the Earth Power there into the Rillaboom, so nice switch from Tim, but the Wood Hammer from the opposing Rillaboom into the Fluttermane could be an issue as well, but just seeing that U-turn and more than enough.
Yeah, the double up. Sometimes teamwork does indeed make the dream work, and that combination on Victor's side will take Tim down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon. So Rillaboom also being able to make the adaptation thanks to that U-turn. So now Victor can bring in and reveal that 4th and final Pokemon. It is going to be the Incineroar.
Yeah, it's a great Pokemon to have coming in, offering that fake out support as well. And Tim really back against the wall here. I mean, Fluttermane pretty healthy. It is really going to struggle, though, against that Landorus. You're relying on your damage output, the Icy Wind. Hope that breaks the substitute, and then if the Fluttermane is targeted, which you're kind of probably hoping Victor does here, then we don't see a fake out from Victor's Incineroar, which is so easy onto the opposing Incineroar, and then Tim's got to hope that the Flare Blitz is enough to take down the Landorus, and then maybe there's a way back into this game, but it is a very slim one. Victor just playing extremely well and making life very, very difficult for Tim to get any sort of momentum swing in this game too.
It's not often we see an Incineroar come so late into a match either. Normally it's kind of out front and center, switching and pivoting, but Rillaboom had that absolutely locked in for Victor and was able to fulfill that role successfully. So now Incineroar able to come in, like you say, has that fake out, can just shut down the Incineroar on Tim's side, forcing Fluttermane to have to do the heavy lifting. The Moonblast going down into that Landorus. Is it going to be enough to be able to break that substitute considering the U-turn went into earlier? Yes. So now you have the Landorus exposed, but it's still left to move. It can go for this Earth Power, and with the damage already dealt into that Incineroar, it's going to go right down. Yeah, all down and out for Incineroar here, and the Fluttermane, it's looking more difficult as every turn goes by here. You would say that Victor is going to be able to lock this up this next turn, but there is hope with that Thunder Wave. Maybe there's a way back into it. We've seen stranger things happen, Lou. No.
But not going to be the case here, as it does miss.
Landorus gets the last laugh. It's had the final word in every turn. Now it's able to even dodge out of the way. But take a look at that. That Sludge Bomb really not doing the damage into the Fluttermane, considering as well the follow-up from the Flare Blitz. Fluttermane might have a window of opportunity to go for that Thunder Wave again. If it had hit there and you got the fully paralysis, I think it might have been a different story, because we've seen the defensive capabilities of this Fluttermane. But even then, it's very long drawn out shot, isn't it? But there we go. There it is decided. Victor Medina, our winner of Swiss Round 1 here at the European International Championships. And so well deserved. Victor Medina really showcasing his expertise within this team. Game 1, setting up around the Raging Bolt. Game 2, setting up around that Landorus. And all the Pokemon, all of them, had a beautiful showcase throughout this set. So not only is Victor showing off his skills, but he's showing all the cool and flashy things his team can do as well. Yeah, I loved how you kind of emphasized the Game 1 and Game 2 game plans from Victor and how they alternated, you know, showing the comfort of the team and saying, well, I've got a few ways to deal with this kind of mirror matchup. I don't need to go down one route. That I have multiple answers, and it was really showcased so well there. I mean, how well he was able to kind of lead into the Raging Bolt early on with those Coal Mines in Game 1, and then the Landorus coming out, the substitute, and then that Ogerpon. You can't understate how pivotal that Pokemon was. It was distracting, taking away the attention from that substitute on the Landorus, because that stuck around for a long time. But getting to +3, double Swords Dance was just a marvelous move from Victor, and was able to kind of put the spell on Tim and take that win. that was the thing. The Ogerpon was so great. It kind of took a leaf out of the playbook that the Raging Bolt had previously, going for Calm Mind after Calm Mind. Seeing the double sword stance meant that it was then set up to be an offensive threat. And I think the only Pokemon we didn't see on Victor's team throughout the whole set was that Urshifu. We already know what Urshifu can do. It's incredibly powerful, but it was great to be able to see all the other pieces and how they all fit together beautifully on Victor's team.
Yeah, and what a great situation, right?
Yeah.
You've got Urshifu, you think, oh, save this for later. What a great
Take a
backup
rest.
Pokemon. Yeah, you save yourself for the later rounds. And yeah, remarkably well done. I think the way that Victor was able to position their board throughout that game just didn't give him any sort of opening to get into the match at all. And it was really, really difficult. I think at that stage, Tim was going to have to make some big haymaker swings and hope that they got them right, but they just the opportunities never provided themselves there in the first place. And I think that's testament to how well they set up their board and what an incredible player they are. And they're going to be a formidable opponent to come up against this weekend. And Victor looks like they're going for gold. And
oh, yeah.
you know, we talked about at the top of the show, they've been close a number of times. Maybe this is the weekend for Victor to claim that title.
This could indeed be their year. And obviously Tim Edwards as well, a runner-up previously from a European International Championship, played incredibly well. I love the adaptation in Game 2, being like, I'm bringing Rillaboom and Incineroar. And I'm going to do a little bit about what Victor did and made those switches and pivots, adjusting constantly. And it was really well played. But however, the issue was when those substitutes got set up on the Landorus, that really started to spell disaster not once, but twice.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like you say, I think hats off to Tim for the adjustments there, because you identified what could be good going into that Game 2 to pull things back for you. But yeah, Victor kind of seeing that and saying, well, you check me, I check you, and see if you can deal with a substitute, and it was just too much in the end.
Well, those are our thoughts on the matter, but let's go hear from the winner of Swiss Round himself. So, Victor Costa, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have got none other than Mr. Victor Medina, the winner of Swiss Round #1 here at EUIC 26. Victor, my friend, how are you feeling going up against the EUIC 24 finalist, Tim Edwards?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling very great. I'm feeling a bit nervous, of course. Tim is a great friend. Well, he's a great competitor. We faced 2 times when he made finals. It was also like almost the same matchup as we faced today. It was the same regulation, almost same matchup. I had Chempao, now I have Ogerpon. And well, it was really, really fun. And it was a really, really good game. We were 1-1, so I'm really happy to face Tim, and I think they were really, really nice games. Really well played by both ends.
Yeah, 100%, and I think everyone will agree with that as well, especially when you've got a particular matchup that's been quite popular in terms of, you know, whether it's great, whether it's not so, you know, like, let's say complicated. So what's your mindset going into that, especially because, like you mentioned, you've been up against each other not once, but twice with basically the same matchup-ish.
Yes. Honestly, my mind is completely blank when I started. But honestly, I wanted to play as well as possible, not make as many mistakes. I didn't know exactly what game plan I was going to use. I was battling between if I wanted to be a bit more offensive like in Game 2 or play a little more calm like Game 1. But I was sure I wanted to switch up the game plan a bit in the best of 3. He's a really great player, so I'm sure he expected it, and I think he did. But it was kind of my idea going into the best of 3.
Yeah, it definitely showed, and in that Game 1 in particular, sort of like the battle of, okay, I'm going to try to set up my Calm Mind Raging Bolt, you're probably going to do the same as well. You were able to reach +4 at some point, and then it was sort of, can you make the reads when it comes to who's going to Thunderclap, since you've both committed Terra Fairy, but also get rid of the partner Pokemon. So clearly that worked out for you, but it felt, I would say, you needed to identify a couple of aggressive turns and reads. So was that mainly the intro sort of adaptation when it comes to this matchup?
Yes, honestly, yes. It was those kind of reads were completely what decided this matchup. I was the slower Raging Bolt, so going for Thunderclap was very risky. So I felt like he's not going to go for Thunderclap because he's not thinking that I'm going to go for Thunderclap. But it was really fun. Yeah. I had to get that turn completely right. The turn when he had Urshifu and Raging Bolt on the field, I had to Thunderclap into the Raging Bolt, and that was game over in Game 1.
Yeah, and you're able to get such good damage onto the Urshifu with the Grassy Glide as well. But then going into Game 2, we saw adaptations from both sides. but in particular, the Landorus Incarnate. It's such a great bring, as we've seen, against the Raging Bolts, and were you trying to adapt to Tim's adaptation, I guess, and just go full aggressive offensive?
Yes, I wanted to go full offense. I was scared of like the position of Raging Bolt with a lot of Calm Mines and Fodder Main on the field at the same time. So I said like, okay, I'm not letting you do that, so I'm going all offense, and that's pretty much what I did, yeah.
Yeah, and we definitely saw it, and you were able to go ahead and wrap that up 2-0. Huge congrats. It's still Swiss round number 1, of course, but you've got a bit of history in terms of EUIC as well. If I'm not mistaken, it was your first ever EUIC in 2022, where you're actually able to go ahead and make a debut. Was it top 4? Top 4, yeah. So what does it mean to you so far, just being able to come back at this event with so much more experience under your belt?
Honestly, it means a lot. I've had already a lot of UICs, but also this venue means a lot. I've been in this venue, this is my 7th time in this venue. So I really, really want to make a good result in this venue, because I'm struggling a little bit, because that UIC was in Frankfurt, but not in London. So I'm struggling to make a very big result as a master in this venue. So I really want to make that top cut, because I made a couple top 16s and I made top cut in seniors, but not in masters. So I'm always, when I go to this venue, I'm like, okay, this is the time, and I'm going to break the curse.
That's it, and I know there's a lot of people that support you in that, of course. You're such a well-accomplished player, most notably LAIC finalist. You know, that was all sorts of emotions and build-up, and you did such a great job. So we are truly hoping for you to be able to just bring this momentum through, of course, this weekend. So at the moment, in terms of your season, you're currently on 999 championship points and around 8th or 7th in the EU leaderboard, or 9th actually?
Ninth, I think. I'm 9th in the EU. I, of course, want to finish top 16 in the EU category. I want that travel award. But I really want to finish better than last season. Last season, I think I finished 3rd or 4th. I want to finish even better. I'm not having the greatest season. I think my last season was a bit better right now at the moment, but I'm going to finish it even stronger this season. So let's see.
That's it. That's a fighting spirit and words from a champion in the making. So with that being said, Victor, we are going to go ahead and leave you to get in some rest before we go on to the next round. However, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give?
I do have a lot of shout-outs. I want to shout out, of course, my friends, all my international friends, also Antonio, Miguel, Sufi. Thank you for my Spanish friends. Thank you for my family. Thank you to everyone, and of course, thank you to my eSport team, Giant X. Thank you for the co-stream. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Shamork. Thank you, all of the staff. Thank you for this family. And this is a great opportunity. I'm having a very great time. This is the dream, and I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best to win, yeah.
We know you're going to be able to do such a great job. Super quick, because it's the 30th anniversary coming up. Who's your favorite Pokemon?
Lantern.
Enough said. Right, with that being said, thank you so much, Victor. We are going to go ahead and cut to a very short segment, and we'll be back with Swiss round number 2.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillos, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Siga.
Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
Luxray.
So, what's your favorite?
My name is Alex Aaron, and I'm from Oswego, Illinois. My favorite Pokemon's probably Zygarde. I'm looking forward to ideally using it in Champions when we get Legendaries again. My parents bought me a copy of Diamond. That's what started it all, was I saw a cool dragon on the box, and I was like, I'm sold. I started with TCG. I had a card tournament near my hometown that was in the newspaper, and I decided to go attend, but then I decided to pursue VGC just because I loved playing the games. I've been playing since 2017. I believe my first team I was confident bringing was a Zygarde team that I used in 2019. It was Zygarde, Incineroar, Tapu Fini. That was the first time I ever truly felt like in sync with the team. I did not do very well at Worlds when I was a senior. I was very frustrated, of course, but I kind of took a step back and realized something needs to change or else you're not going to improve at all. So I focused on my fundamentals and I just changed my work ethic, and then I treated the game as a hobby, and I'm here to have fun. I love the community and I love traveling. Being able to travel and meet people all over the world. I'm very grateful. I have many friends. I took a 3-week trip to Japan for Yokohama, and that was probably my favorite Worlds of all time. I'm not sure if that'll ever be beat until we come back there.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is if you want to get to the top 4 of a tournament, you talk to Alex Aaron.
I've top 4'd like 5 regionals, but I've never won. I think taking accountability was a very big thing I learned from competing. Before, I used to like blame everything on RNG, like, oh, I got crit, oh. Well, I could have avoided that, you know? I could have done a different play to lead up to that point and make sure that I'm not gonna get crit or lose to one, right? I think my strength comes in being sort of a tactician. I'm able to adjust my game plans on the fly, and I'm not scared to make risky plays.
Alex is going to take out Wolfglick and advance to the semifinals.
Leonard Kraft, I'd say he was the hardest opponent. Mouse for my team is very lead dependent. During Swiss, he hid his lead that I knew was off because I actually was considering his team before this event, and I kind of effectively flipped a coin between which one I was going to pick. I kind of realized, wait, this is a little suspicious, so I'm going to adjust and cover for a potential Goldingo Mousehold lead, and I did, and I got rewarded for it. So comparing the final set to this, I felt a little more comfortable because I played Lorcy before. Some people like to call me a robot because I don't really react. I always just try to like ignore the noise from the audience and just focus on the game. I wasn't really thinking any different than I would in the other set. Just one set at a time. A Shadow Ball going into my non-Terran Ursaluna.
From the Ursaluna, anticipating a switch, oh no!
Ursa just overextended, and I knew at that point like he didn't have enough resources to do everything I had.
And now in Milwaukee, for the first time, Alex Aaron gets to hear that he is a regional champion.
It's honestly insane. I figured like I'm probably gonna day 2. I've been pretty consistent about that, but I didn't think I was gonna win. It feels relieving because now I can play Legends Arceus in peace. I've worked for a long time to get here, and I'm very grateful for the friends and the experience that I was able to have playing this game. My new goal for the season after winning this is Top Cutting Nationals. I barely missed it in 2023. I was 1 win away. Actually, I lost to Leonard Kraft, who I beat in top 4 here. This event qualified me for Worlds, and I'm really, really excited to be able to compete in San Francisco. I think the stadium is pretty cool. It's much bigger than last year, and I think it'd be really cool to play in it. I met Giovanni Schiski a couple years ago before we won Worlds. I've seen him grow, and I think I'd love to have him as an opponent. I'm very proud of him for winning Worlds this year, and hopefully I can join him next year.
Well, we're back here at the European International Championships, getting ready to get into Swiss round 2 after an extremely hot start in round 1 here, featuring Victor Medina, who was our winner there, gunning for that championship title this weekend. Incredible scenes out in the audience, and they're all in amongst it. But we're going to take a quick look at players to watch before we get into this next round. You can see some fantastic players here, some familiar faces. We'll start off with Juan Solano, who has been incredible this season. Just a phenomenal player, starting out in the seniors division all those years ago and winning LAIC, one of their first breakout events, graduating up into Masters, and has not let us down, done time and time again. But this season in particular is the championship point global leader, which is an incredible position to be in coming into this event alone, but had some phenomenal results recently. More importantly, we can talk about a recent regional, Santiago last weekend, finishing 14-all record, undefeated in that tournament, taking the championship. And what a way to set yourself up coming into this event. Will they be playing a similar team linking into that Porygon 2, the Saluna, and obviously that tail room and trick room mod that they've been able to utilize to such good effect? Is that going to carry them to the championship this weekend? We'll have to wait and see. Gabriel Agati, what more can I say? Gabriel, a former finalist here at this event a couple of years ago, and just falling short to Paul Chua, but one of those players again that we see time and time again in that top cut position, if not in the finalist position. And Gabriel, I love watching. Great play style, very composed, very cool and collected, and just a player that you would expect to do well at these events. And I'm sure we'll see more from Gabriel this weekend as events and rounds unfold. And then we've got a bit more of a newcomer, Alexander Canseco, but what a phenomenal player Alexander is in their own right. They've been performing very well this season, very strong in not only the circuit that we've got going on at the minute, but grassroots as well. And another one of those Latin players that is on everyone's list coming into this event that you're going to have to watch out for, because they have got the capabilities to not only go deep into this tournament, but to the very top. And, you know, I think if we really look at LATAM as a region as well, and if you're wondering why Lou's not here, we've got Mike. Difficulties, we're just trying to sort out. So I'm soloing, so just stay with me, people, while we're doing this. We can also take a look at the Oceania players as well, players from Australia. I'm really looking forward to doing this because we've had some recent regionals over there where we've seen some real breakout Pokemon in particular, but we can talk about the players from this region. Nicholas Khan, one of those players. It has been, after graduating up to Masters, from seniors, having such a successful run in seniors, doing so well time and time again. Another one of those players that is consistently doing well. Finishing second recently at the Auckland Regional, had a top 16 finish at the Latin America International Championships, and top 4 at Brisbane Regionals. You know, at Perth, they've used in previous Regulation F tournaments similar teams that they've been having success with the second iteration of Regulation F. So we've seen things like that Raging Ball balance is something that they lean into. Chen Power is something that they really enjoy using. And a top 8 finish at Melbourne Regionals with that Glamora. So there's the unorthodox picks as well as the kind of more standard picks from Nicholas. You can look at players like Henry Rich as well. But Henry, interestingly, from the Australia region, has been playing more recently at NA Regionals. We had a very strong top 8 finish at Las Vegas recently, performing extremely well, and then Pittsburgh before that. So hasn't played in their own circuit more recently this season, but having success, and that'll only provide value for them coming into this international tournament. And we know Henry likes to pick those odd Pokemon, having that Hisuian Quillfish from a few years ago at this stage here, and performing extremely well. And then we'll move on to our third player to watch from OCIC is going to be Yohav Ruven, who has had an incredible breakout season, in particular this year, doing so well in that championship leaderboard as well, up there amongst the very best, but having some amazing results earlier this season, in particular in Regulation F, that Auckland special event championship as well, and piloting really unorthodox Pokemon like that Galarian Zapdos, in particular that Defiant ability that it's got in there, the Grassy Sea to take advantage of the Rillaboom's grassy terrain, and Ting Lu, one of those Pokemon that we don't see too commonly often, you'll have piloting it extremely well. And to round off our players to watch, we will talk about Japan, because where else can we go from all of the rest of the region, but Japan, one of the strongest, coming in, I think, this weekend. If we talk about Japan in particular and the players to watch from that region, because you've got the likes of Shohei Kimura, you've got Shoma Hanami, two previous world champions as well, and in particular, when the graphic switches over to Japan, we'll be able to take a look at those here. And we've got Ko Tsukude. And we've got Lou back. There we go.
To talk about Japan, maybe that's what we were just saving me for here. But as you mentioned, Ko Tsuke, an incredible Pokemon trainer, has actually previously won the World Championships in the Seniors Division in 2019, was top 8 at Worlds last year and top 32 at the European International Championships last year as well in the Masters Division. Like, that consistency, leveling up from, you know, juniors into seniors into Masters, does just show what an incredible Pokemon trainer he is indeed. In the middle there, however, speaking of world champions, we have got Shona Honami, a trainer who is also a world champion from 2015 and has also previously won the Japan Nationals. He's a trainer he's so charming when he's up on stage as well. Always an incredible Pokemon trainer to watch battle because he just has such a mastery of the game. I'm always interested to see which team he believes is the pick of the meta and how he's able to utilize it against some of the common cores. So definitely a trainer I hope we get to showcase a little bit later on. Lee, do you want to come in for Shohei?
Oh, definitely. I'd love the pleasure, because Shohei, another one of those players that is just phenomenal from this part of the world. And Shohei on a real tear recently, especially in Regulation F, making trips to Europe as well, regionals out in Europe and North America. So not being just sticking to their own region or grassroots, but you look at the past two big grassroots tournaments that we've had in Regulation F, and Shohei's won both of them with two different teams completely. So it'll be interesting to see what Shohei brings to this event, what they've decided on, what direction they feel is the strongest to get them that championship, because I'm sure Shohei themselves will believe that they are the player that can take this championship, and it won't be any surprise to see them progressing, getting to Championship Sunday and putting their name on that title at the end of the weekend. Of course, there are a lot of players out there that want to do the same, but Shohei in a tremendous form coming into this weekend. But you can't underestimate Shoma Hanami, previous world champion from 2015. And when you talk about Shoma in particular, if you look back to that season, the team coined Chalk, which was very formidable, but the best player of that team that everyone was jumping on was Shoma. Just piloted it so well. And there are similarities with the Raging Ball balance in this format. It is probably the strongest team in the format if we kind of have that discussion. And if you look at a player ability-wise that can take those standard teams that are the strongest, one player in particular that you would always say has the potential to pilot that better than anyone else could be Shoma Hanami.
Yeah, Shoma is also a trainer who works very closely with Yuma Kanugawa, who is our reigning Latin America international champion. So possibly coming into the next international of the season, these two might have been cooking up a very interesting storm. So possibly Shoma is going to be able to utilize some of those skills, some of that teamwork with a international champion as a teammate. I'm interested to see what Shoma's going to bring. Yeah, me too. And, you know, I think we can take a look at our notable matches for Swiss Round 2 now, so we can see who we're going to be featuring, which is going to be Shoma Hanami, who we've just been talking about, against Davide Carrero, which is one of Italy's finest. But looking at some of the other matches that we've got coming into, this is Swiss Round 2, Lou. Look at the face-offs we've got coming in across the board. I mean, Aaron Zhang versus Yuya Tada, that's another match I would love to be able to have kind of a bird's eye view on, to be able to see how that one unfolds, as well as Lorenzo Arce versus Ashton Cox. That's going to be a good one.
That is going to be incredible. And then you look at Justin Tang going up against Angelo Otero, and that one in itself is going to be an extremely fiery match. Be interesting to see who can overcome the other opponent and come out on top there. But you've got Yuta as well against Parker Allen. Another incredibly exciting game. And this is just a small sample size from the amount of games that we've got here this weekend. We've got over 14,000 Masters playing here this weekend in the Video Game Championships, which is just incredible to think. And this is why I say a small sample size here, but you can imagine as we get deeper into the tournament, things are just going to keep heating up. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Get yourself settled in, bunkered down, because we've got all the action to come.
the fact that we have Shoma versus Davide as our next match is a really interesting piece of history as well. Because round one, we got to feature Tim Edwards, who was the runner-up in the 2024 European International Championships. Well, Davide was the runner-up in 2019. In the previous year, he actually came top 8 at EUIC against Flaviel Del Pidio. They battled it out in top 8. And then the next year in 2019, who did he meet in grand finals? Flavio once again. So then Flavio in a position where he was able to take the title, Davide just falling short. But could this be the year of our second place previous finishers maybe trying to get the gold?
Well, we've seen the dominance of Italy so far this season in
yeah,
Europe
we have.
and globally, really. I think Italian players, I think the one thing you would say about Davide in particular is the fact that they are, and Flavio as well, they were the original kind of the old guard from Italy who were those big players that came in and put their mark on
and
the scene.
Simone's won it as well.
Yeah,
you know?
but they're still going strong and proving time and time again that they, don't forget about us guys as well, we might have been here a little bit longer, but we've got the talents to, me included, yeah, but these guys are actually talented. But they have got the talent to be able to hit and peak at the right time in these tournaments, familiar with these settings as well, and that goes a long way because these days are long. It's grueling, not only like physically, but mentally as well, especially in a format that has felt kind of almost figured out, where it is going to be kind of pitting player against player a lot of time rather than team against team because you're trying to outsmart, so that has its own effect as the day goes on. But these players know what to do, how to make sure that they get the most out of themselves before the tournament takes a break and we move into that next phase.
And I don't think it can be like overstated enough about Italian VGC at the moment, because within tournaments there are levels. You know, you have the World Championships, internationals, you then have your regionals. In Europe, we have had about 5 to 6 regionals so far this season in 2026. Italy has won every single one of them without fail.
And it's not just that Italians are the only ones turning up to these events. Everyone else is trying, but the Italians have really come out in full force this year, and yeah, really shown why. You know, they've always been one of the strongest regions, I think, that we've had since they were introduced to the format, and I just think this year is just different sauce altogether. So Costa made a brave prediction at the start of the weekend, said no Italians in top 8, which I cannot get behind. But that's Costa, isn't it? He likes to put these big things out because if they do pay off, then he looks...
Yeah, he looks great. But
maybe not to the Italians, but...
maybe not. I mean, I have to say, there was a North American International Championships last season. You know, there's a lot of rivalry at these events. You want to make sure that maybe if it's in your region that you want to take the trophy.
Claim it.
I seem to remember it was at the top 8 at North American International Championships. Didn't have a lot of Americans, but the Italians were then. It was an all-Italian final, actually, between Federico and Marco. So Italy have been doing very well, not only this season, but previous seasons. They've been doing well on the international stage. We've had, you know, 2 Italian world champions in the master division, Arasho Mart and Luca Cerabelli. So both of those trainers have also shown that Italy can compete at the world level.
Yeah, so it's for everyone else to do this weekend, to step up, and this next round is going to be an interesting one because you would say one region that is always generally very strong is Japan, and you know, former world champion up next. You're putting things in a safe place to maybe try and start to dethrone the Italians and maybe take away some of their glory, but it's not going to be easy, and it's going to be an incredible matchup coming into this early stage of the tournament.
And considering that Japan have already won 1 international of this season so far, it looks like possibly number 2, they're going to want to try and stack them up a little bit.
I had this thought before we started this morning, you know, when you look back at Yuma Kinigawa's kind of amazing run at the LAIC Championships, and you start to think and you look through the player list and you say, wow, there's some huge names at this tournament that made the trip for this event. And I think, could it happen? Could Japan have a clean sweep of international championships? If they get it this weekend, then there's only one more after that before Worlds, and then pressure is on for everyone else to make sure that that three-peat doesn't happen, you know, but it is so possible just because of the caliber of players that region provides year in, year out.
And we have seen, you know, Japan do sweeps before. I think it was the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. They won the juniors, seniors, and masters division. They were so consistent, particularly as well as we said, this kind of rivalry where you want to get it in your own region and things like that as well. At the Japan World, when we were in Japan, you know, being able to take it all, it was amazing. And so these trainers want to keep doing that.
And I think something for everyone outside of Japan to kind of, something that I always look at and really admire by the Japanese players, it's not only their ability to play the game, identify really niche picks and team building in general, which they're just phenomenal at, but I think the self-belief that these players have when Shohei won the World Championships, coming into that event, he was so confident. The confidence exuded onto the field, the battlefield, and it just helped carry them through to that championship. I'm not saying that that was the reason why, but I think having that self-belief in your ability is something that the Japanese players really portray very well. You know, they're very animated as well, and the way that they are invested in the game, and it's great to watch. But it's something maybe to look at our player base as well, to kind of take a little bit of inspiration, steal that, and be like, yes, I believe I can do it. It's not cocky, it's confidence, and there is a fine line, of course, but I think Japan do it so well.
They certainly do. And Shoma, as I said earlier, is one of these trainers that I absolutely love to watch, not only competitively, but is one of these trainers that, you know, you can look at and see that calm and collectedness, and you can too be inspired. But we've spoken about our trainers. Let's take a little look at the teams. Wow, Lee, I am seeing an Iron Crown apiece on both sides. Iron Crown, one of these key Pokemon that has incredible synergy with a little Pokemon called Indeedee. So no surprise to see both of them side by side on either team.
Yeah, some slight differences on both sides of the field. A little bit different with the Genie choice here. Davide going with the Tornadus and Shoma kind of going with that tried-tested Landorus that provides that real offensive output. They can put the stoppers on a lot of things if piloted right. So, yeah, interesting to see both players coming into this event. The Psy Spam, as it's coined, team that they're bringing with some slight iterations, and we'll get into the details of those changes in a moment. But going to be really interesting to see how both players position their pieces in this game, because obviously the Iron Crown versus Iron Crown can be a little bit awkward depending on Terra type and things like that, but we can take a quick look at Davide's team here.
Interesting as well, in the previous game we spoke a lot about the Fire, Water, Grass core, but here the only kind of actual Fire or Grass type Pokemon is the Ogerpon. Critically, where you're going to see that core potentially emerge can be through Terrestrialization, where they may be needed defensively or offensively. Ogerpon obviously would take on that Fire typing, but then Iron Crown and Indeedee have Water and Grass respectively to maybe give them defensive coverage that can be so useful within this meta. Urshifu, interesting enough, we're running the single strike variant here on Davide's side.
Yeah, I like that, and it kind of complements quite nicely with that Sunny Day that you're using with the Tornadus for weather disruption, but also to power up the Ogerpon. And you look at the Ogerpon here, the Hearth Flame, it's not got the Swords Dance, it's not got Focus Energy, it's got Follow Me, which is always going to be useful, but Stomping Tantrum as well, which is going to be really useful. And not only that, the Photosynthesis on the Fluttermane going to be really beneficial, especially because you look at the item choice there on the Fluttermane. Choice Specs. If you get a Helping Hand, Terra Fairy, Choice Specs boosted, Moonblast, even on the resisted Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, it's going to be doing enough damage to near pick up a knockout, if not picking a knockout.
Yeah, this Fluttermane truly knows what it is to have the life of a showgirl being center stage. It's that Terra Fairy, Choice Specs, Photosynthesis boosted. It is in a prime position to get a lot of damage on the board and shine for Davide. On Shoma's side, however, again, we have this Iron Crown Indeedee core, but a few things being changed up. Instead of having a Tornadus, you have a Whimsicott to give you that potential speed control option with the Tailwind. But I love being able to see the utility of Light Green and Encore on here as well.
Yeah, the Light Screen, the Encore, going to cause Davide quite a few issues if you get caught out trying to set anything up or getting yourself caught out with that Stray Protect in front of the Whimsicott. You've got to be careful. You don't want to get yourself locked down with the Encore. The one thing that you would say that both players have in their back pocket is a Psychic Train, which is going to prevent that a lot of the time. But what will be useful is that Light Screen, in particular, the Tailwind, instant access to speed control, and that protection from those big, powerful, special type attacks that are predominantly there across Davide's side of the field. But you've got your own special attackers as well. I think you would look to something like that Landorus to come in and just be able to disrupt quite well. The Iron Crown on the opposite side of the field, before Terrestrialize, going to take big damage from Earth Power, so you don't really want to put it in harm's way there, but you have all the tools to be able to kind of help it out with that redirection there. And the interesting thing here, no Stomping Tantrum on Shoma's Ogerpon. Got that Wood Hammer, really going to take advantage of those that big powerful attack along with that Ivy Cudgel, and will also benefit from the Sunny Day if we do see that come onto the field.
I like as well the fact you've got this Choice Band Urshifu. You know, on Davide's side we saw Choice Specs Fluttermane. Here we are seeing it on the Urshifu, meaning it's going to have more of a physical offensive defensive pressure, and that can go so strongly into opposing teams, particularly if you've got a Tailwind up. And I think looking at this match between these two esteemed trainers, speed control is going to be the increments that are going to sway momentum. So let's not wait around. Let's get into this match. Tornadus and Ogerpon out for Davide, and on Shoma's side, leading with that iconic duo of the Iron Crown and the Indeedee.
Yeah, well, the Iron Crown here for Shoma in a really strong position where it's got that Psychic Terrain set up, it's got the booster energy we're seeing activating now, which will give it a boost to its special attack, making that expanding force even stronger. Both Pokemon on Davide's side are going to be susceptible to that expanding force, and when you've got something like the Indeedee with the Follow Me that can pull in those attacks, keep it safe for at least one turn, or even help in hand boost that attack, it's making Davide have to react here, and exactly what we're seeing.
Yep, adjustments straight away here as Iron Crown joins the field. Says, thank you, my opponent, for setting up that Psychic Terrain. My Iron Crown can come in and benefit. It's going to have its Quark Dry activated by that booster energy, so its special attack is going to be strengthened as well. Terrestrialization also happening. This game is moving.
Yeah, well, the one thing that we might see from Davide might be a Terrestrialization on the Tornadus to get around the weakness of that Psychic type, but not seeing it here. Wanting to kind of keep the Powder Dry for later turns as we see the Indeedee go for that Terrestrialization into the Dragon type. Tornadus just protecting here, wants to keep itself as safe as possible, but we are going to see the Iron Crown getting an expanding force off. Nice switch in from the Iron Crown on Davide. So he's going to be able to take that a little bit better than probably some of the other options that they had out on the field.
Yeah, well, you're going to be able to see some speed control coming through from this Indeedee. The little dragon type indeed going for this Trick Room. So it is now going to be reversing the speed. So those slower Pokemon going to be moving first. I think it's nice then that the Protect went through onto that Tornadus instead of maybe changing up speed that way.
Yeah, definitely. I think preserve that for later. Now you've got the job if you want to take advantage of that Ogerpon and then the Tornadus. You've got to stall out these Trick Room turns before you're able to do that. And the best way to do that is by switching around, protecting, stalling out, and really reducing the damage. Another Pokemon that you can see Davide kind of hovering over whether or not to switch out the Tornadus for now, as their own Indeedee kind of setting up a similar bold position to what Shoma's got. But what Shoma has the advantage of now is being able to be in the position where I can just put damage out into the field constantly now. I don't need to worry about being threatened by a knockout immediately here with either of my two Pokemon from what you're presenting with.
Well, now we're in the mirror. The Indeedee and Iron Crown, a piece on the stage, as Indeedee on Shoma's side goes for this helping hand to boost up the Iron Crown next to it. But it's going to be the Iron Crown on Davide's side that blinks first. Big damage into the opposing Indeedee as the opposing one responds with that Tachyon Cutter.
Tachyon Cutter getting some big damage and picking up the knockout onto the Indeedee that's just switched in. This is not great for Davide because bringing that in is a supporting option here for this Trick Room that's now set up, but losing that pivotal piece of the puzzle, forcing something that probably isn't as comfortable out in the field into a situation where it is going to be susceptible to that expanding force if that is the option. The Indeedee obviously not loving the expanding force from Davide's side because of that Terrestrialization. So does Shoma want to preserve that here for later on in the game? The problem is you don't have Protect on it. So it's a bit of a sitting duck here. You can go for a helping hand though. That would be really beneficial to your own Iron Crown. Get some additional damage before it does eventually go down.
And that's what that Indeedee is doing here, going for a second helping hand on Shoma's side as Ogerpon just goes for that defensive passive play, getting up the spiky shield, not wanting to take any unnecessary damage in this turn as the Tachyon Cutter finds its mark onto the opposing Iron Crown. The second hit comes through, not going to be able to get a knockout this time, but still respectable damage despite not being very effective at all. Iron Crown on Davide's side can retaliate with that expanding force, going to be getting that spreader type damage. Will fell the Indeedee on the opposing side, but these Iron Crowns, even though they're going into each other, they're not getting those KOs.
Yeah, and you can see how beneficial that helping hand support was from the Indeedee on Shoma's side. That Tachyon Cutter, not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but probably putting the Iron Crown on Davide's side into range from an expanding force now. And then when you bring in the Urshifu, we've already talked about it, Lou, in the team overview. It's got that choice band. It's going to be hitting extremely hard. Got access to priority attacks. It's not really going to be able to utilize this turn with the Psychic Terrain in effect, but it will be able to lean into some of those other options that it's got here and potentially do some big damage. But has to be careful around maybe getting a little bit complacent in front of that Ogerpon that can provide big damage. So you've got to cover that with your expanding force before you launch one of those big wicked blows out into the field.
Well, no big damage coming through from the Ogerpon this time. Instead, going for that Follow Me, protecting the Iron Crown as the Surging Strikes will find its mark. 3 guaranteed critical hits. Is it going to be able to get enough for a knockout? I think that third one is going to remove the Ogerpon from play. And then Davide down 2 Pokemon early doors in this set.
What am I saying, Wicked Blow? I'm on about Surging Strike. The Urshifu spot ground, but huge, yeah. Really going to perform well under these Trick Room Room environment, and then the Tachyon Cutter coming out from the Iron Crown on Shoma's side. And really, I think one of the things that you would always look at with setting Trick Room up for yourself is taking advantage of those Trick Room turns.
Yes.
Shoma doing that perfectly in this game and leaving that Soul Tornadoes coming in to be able to deal with these two powerhouses on the opposite side of the field.
And I think as well, when you see a Tornadus, you do see the speed going faster mode operated, I guess. And so being able to have that utility to go for the Trick Room, considering as well that Davide didn't have Indeedee on the field yet, it is running that Imprison. It could potentially try and imprison the Trick Room and stop Shoma from getting the speed control in his play field. Then it just gave such a great opportunity for Shoma to be able to showcase that beautifully.
Yeah, exactly that. And I mean, just so well done there. It's a bit similar to Swiss Round 1 with Victor and how they were one step of the game along the whole way. But Shoma doing that against Davide, and you saw the adjustments that Davide instantly had to make at the start of the game, ending up with their own Iron Crown and Indeedee on the field. But in the process of doing that, took that huge Tachyon Cutter, which just removed the Indeedee quite easily and then set up the position where everything else that came in after that next to the Iron Crown for Davide was pressured, so they had to protect to stall out that Trick Room, which then opened the door for the ability to put the damage down that you needed to chip away at Davide's Iron Crown. Once that fell, the Trick Room still in effect, it was kind of curtains from there.
I think as well you make a great observation about the Tachyon Cutter being so pivotal, because sometimes in these situations when you've got the utility to go for that expanding force, not only does it hit both Pokemon, but you get the extra, damage from the Psychic Terrain being in play. It's got to be tempting to just go for damage on both Pokemon, keep chipping away at them, but then going for that single target attack with the Tachyon Cutter, being able to hit it double, even if it's not very effective, getting so much relentless damage on the board did show that Shoma was able to kind of pick his mark and go, this is where I'm going to target down, this is where I'm going to get the knockout. And Davide just had to adjust and unfortunately stumbled in the end game.
Yeah, and you've got to think coming into game 2, you're going to want to try and tie this up. Do you go with a bit more of a similar lead to what Shoma went for there and bring your own Indeedee and Iron Crown from the get-go and have your maybe big hitters in the back to come in to do the cleanup job, like Shoma probably kind of set up their game plan, copy that blueprint and kind of go toe-to-toe and say, well, if you're going to come at me with your big hitters to start with, even though we're not super effective against each other, we can do the same thing and then bring it down to 2 versus 2, which might suit Davide a bit better than what it does Shoma. So we'll see how the adjustments going into game 2.
Well, if Shoma predicts that, though, you can always adjust things on your side with your faster mode in the form of that adorable little Whimsicott, but looks can be deceiving. It's paired up with that Urshifu now. Potential something like a Tailwind coming through would be giving this Urshifu so much momentum. You'd be fast, you'd be furious, but Indeedee threatening that Trick Room on the other side.
Yeah, you can see Davide going for that Psychic Spam lead. It's going to be very threatening here. The Indeedee gives support, but the one thing that you've got up your sleeve for Shoma is a defensive terrestrialization on your choice band Urshifu. Going for that Steel Terror type, going to put you at a harm's way from those Psychic moves from the Tachyon Cutter, and you also have the Whimsicott. It might not be able to be that impactful here, and you probably don't want to click the Tailwind with the impending potential Trick Room from the opposite side of the field, but you do have Light Screen, and that is going to be so valuable for not only the rest of the team, but more importantly, protecting this Urshifu and allowing it to get the damage that it needs early in this game.
Well, Indeedee not going for a Trick Room hit, instead drawing in all of this potential damage as Whimsicott fearlessly just goes straight for that Tailwind here, as the Urshifu now in a prime position to adjust that ball position. Super effective U-turn. That's a choice band U-turn. Look how much damage that did. It does take a little bit of chip from the Rocky Helmet, but I think the trade was more than worth it, and it can nurse its wounds in the back now in that Pokeball, as Shoma has the potential to bring out another Pokemon to apply more pressure to this Iron Crown. It's going to be an Iron Crown together, and we saw how that went in game 1.
Yeah, and the Indeedee taking so much damage now, and I think Shoma kind of having a bit of a sigh of release there, seeing the Follow Me come out and not the Trick Room as an option there, because now your Tailwind is so valuable, right? Because now that Indeedee is going to be in the position where an Expanding Force will be enough to pick up the knockout onto that Pokemon, and Whimsicott's got that speed control set up, half of its job's done. It's going to be able to get that Light Screen in its next turn and leave the kind of the hard work, the muscle work to that Iron Crown on their side, making things for Davide again really difficult to get a foothold in this game.
I mean, Davide in a position now where there's no speed control utility. As you said, yes, there's a Trick Room, but it's going to go down to an Expanding Force. That U-turn put in so much work on Urshifu's side. And now with that Whimsicott as well, Whimsicott has to watch out. It can't go for its priority when Psychic Terrain is on the field. So things like Encore coming through, not going to be able to utilize that. Doesn't want to go for a second tail when there's no point. You could go for a Light Screen, try and boost up your special defense, but critically, you can even go for the Moonblast, just start chipping away.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that could be enough to then take the Expanding Force into a single target attack. But we're seeing a helping hand, last-ditch effort from the Ndidi on Davide's side as that light screen is set up from that Whimsicott.
Yeah, this is nice. Just means that you're not going to take as much damage from Expanding Force. One Tachyon Cutter is enough to be able to fell the Ndidi that in its last hurrah did go for that helping hand to help out the Iron Crown on Davide's side that retaliates with the Tachyon Cutter of its very own. Knowing it's going to hit twice, does a sizable amount of damage. Another one of those is going to be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, and I like this play from Davide because it's quite an easy option to go for the Expanding Force. It's just cheaper way at things, but I think if you do that, you get rid of the Whimsicott. That's something that Shoma probably wants to happen so they can get something like the Ogerpon onto the field and put that immediate pressure on. But Davide not out of this yet. Bringing in the Tornadoes, got access to their own Tailwind, so can set that up now. Then we'll have to be a little bit wary about the following turn if you don't remove the Whimsicott, because there is that encore. So you have to kind of take the turn, set your own Tailwind up, and make sure that you remove that piece of Shoma's puzzle. So you've got a bit of an easier route back into this game.
Yeah, as the Tornadoes is flying up in the sky, it doesn't fall victim to the Psychic Terrain, protecting it from those prankster moves. As well, actually, you know, on reflection, a second Tachyon Cutter may not be enough to get the opposing Iron Crown because there was the helping hand in play before. So possibly you have to be in a position to think, can I remove it with a double up some way from Tornadoes, or is the Tailwind match? Is that more important?
Well, we are going to see how things play out in this next turn, but before that, we do see the Terastallization committed from Davide's side, and it is going to be on the Tornadoes, taking away that Psychic weakness there, and the Moonblast as well, a really good defensive Terastallization.
Yeah, the Expanding Force coming through from the speedier side of Shoma's team here. Going to be doing a sizable amount of damage to Tornadoes, but it was not going for a Tailwind here. It can always go for it on the next terminal cross, and you've got rid of that pesky little Whimsicott. Don't have to worry about Encore. I mean, you wouldn't have to worry about it anyway now that you're a grounded Pokemon again with that Steel typing, but it puts, I think, a little bit more of momentum back into Davide's side, particularly as the Tachyon Cutter is going to come through. It's not enough to be able to get that KO, as it does not have the helping hand, but it looks like it's now in such a vulnerable position. Davide might have a way through it in the next turn.
Maybe. It depends on what Shoma brings in here. If the Urshifu comes onto the field, it's still going to have its own Tailwind setup. So it can then supersede the Tailwind setup from Davide's side on the Tornadoes, get an Aqua Jet into that Pokemon before it can attack. The problem is you're leaving the Iron Crown alone on Davide's side, which could put you in the position where an Expanding Force could just be hit out, and then you potentially, with the damage that you've already taken on your own Iron Crown, turn the table, flip it completely, and you lose 2 Pokemon at the cost of just being able to remove a Tailwind aspect on your opponent's team when yours is about to run out.
That's very true, and you can see our trainers as well utilizing every second they have for this window of adjustment to be able to think through how the turn is going to play ahead. Davide has a leg back into this match, but Shoma brings out that Ogerpon. How does this change things?
Well, now you've got access to the Tailwind immediately because there's no priority on that Ogerpon to really pick up the knockout onto the Tornadoes. But you are putting a lot of pressure immediately onto the Iron Crown now with your own Ogerpon because it can't Terastallize. It's going to have that fire weakness. So the Ivy Cudgel going to provide big damage there, potentially a knockout. And it is currently, even if Davide sets up their own Tailwind for this next turn at least, going to be outspeeded by that Ogerpon. So it is going to be threatened. Do you go for a Protect on your Iron Crown and kind of sacrifice the Tornadoes, get your Tailwind up, and then the next turn, whatever you've got waiting in the back can come in alongside the Iron Crown, take full advantage of that Tailwind for the next few turns.
That's the thing. He's played it very slow and cautiously with this Tailwind, wanting to unleash it at the right time. You've removed on Shoma's side the utility to set up a second Tailwind, so now you're in a position where yours can shine. Looks like it's just going to be a defensive play on the Iron Crown side of things, though, as Tornadoes does go right ahead and get that Tailwind set up. As you mentioned, Lee, it's not going to worry too much if it goes down, because then Davide can bring in a Pokemon from the back to utilize that greatly. However, Ogerpon not going into the Tornadoes, so it's not going to be able to get the knockout there as the Expanding Force comes through. But is this going to be enough?
That's the question, and I think if you're Shoma, you're probably hoping that it's not on the Tornadoes. You don't want to allow something to come in, but it is enough to take down the Tornadoes with such little health, even though that is a resisted attack. Now, this opens the door perfectly for Davide, where they can bring in that next 2 Pokemon, can take full advantage of the Tailwind. As you see the Tailwind just ending at probably the wrong time for Shoma.
Yeah, but the right time for Davide. You have the Tailwind up on your side now, time to take advantage of it. And look at that, Lee. We're once again in a mirror. It's an Ogerpon and an Iron Crown apiece. However, the Ogerpon on Davide's side looking so healthy, as well as the Iron Crown, compared to some damage that's been severely dealt out on Shoma's side.
Yeah, that's it. I think now Davide maybe started the game off not looking as good, like Shoma was getting their foot in and maybe getting that momentum building that they already got in game 1, but really not doing that. Davide having a game plan from the outset and saying, okay, let's get through these initial turns of Tailwind, let's get through this light screen that's going to fade in a couple of turns' time, and now start putting on the pressure, and now it's time to take advantage of the speed control I've got access to.
Well, first to move is going to be the spiky shield on Shoma's, which was a perfect call as the Ivy Cudgel was coming through on Davide's side. So not going to be able to get damage on the board here. The expanding force from the Iron Crown will come through and connect down onto Shoma's here. Now this expanding force is going to be enough to be able to get the knockout. So now on Davide's side, you don't have to worry too much about an expanding force coming back your way. I think Ogerpon got away with it there. You know, you going into a spiky shield and leaving yourself vulnerable to a potential expanding force could have been devastating.
Yeah, and now the one thing that you would say is going to make those expanding forces not as threatening as that psychic terrain disappearing, and it opens the door up now for the Urshifu. Now, it could have come in before and used the Aqua Jet on the Tornadus. It actually couldn't have because of the Terastallization, so it was grounded. But now that psychic terrain has been removed, it does have access to that priority attack. It is choice banded. Problem is, does it have enough in the tank to take down these pretty healthy Pokemon on Davide's side? Because it doesn't, I feel like it's going to be very close, but maybe not quite enough.
I'm trying to think, has Shoma used Terastallization in this game? It was the Dragon in DD in game 1.
Not this game, so they do have it in their back pocket here. So that's one thing that they could do. We talked about the defensive Terastallization that the Urshifu has. The problem is, if you go for that Steel Terra on the Urshifu, you become susceptible to the Ivy Cudgel on Davide's Ogerpon. But you do have this Follow Me for at least one turn to kind of help protect you, because the Expanding Force, not a double target attack now, is single target, so that all will be pulled into your Ogerpon. Can you take advantage of your Urshifu while you've got the opportunity to?
I mean, Ogerpon is really paving the way here for Urshifu to try and take game number 2 for Shoma. Everything is focused down, the spotlight on the Urshifu as it goes for that Surging Strikes. Guaranteed 3 critical hits will connect down into the Iron Crown and remove it from play. But as you said, you know, you still have to contend with this Ogerpon in the next turn.
The one problem in this situation that Davide's got is going to be that it doesn't have access to a grass type attack. Normally you would see the Ogerpon have either Grass Glide or the Wood Hammer, but it doesn't have either of those, relying on the Ivy Cudgel, which is not going to be effective at all, and then it is going to be susceptible to going down to the Surgeon Strike. 1, 2, 3, will it be enough? If it is, it's going to mean that Shoma is going to win this set.
And with that third Surging Strike, that's exactly how the story plays out, Lee. Shoma Honami wins Swiss round 2 in a 2-0 thriller against Davide Carret.
Amazing play from Shoma from start to finish. You know, I mean, against such a tough opponent as well, and in such a difficult matchup where there's, you know, a mirror again, where it's very similar. There's a few pieces that are different, few techs, few move decisions that are slightly different from each other, but knowing the game plan coming in against this sort of composition just shows that Shoma is very well prepared for this tournament, and coming in and putting on a display saying, I'm here, I'm back, I'm gonna do everything I can to take the championship this weekend.
Hey, there's a reason why he was one of our players to watch, and you can see coming into this game too as well, both trainers went for a little bit more of the same strategy with the Ndidi and the Iron Crown. However, it really was about the speed control setters next to them that changed up the tempo of the match. Whimsicott being able to get not only the Tailwind up there, but the light screen as well to give a little bit more defensive support on Shoma's side, just gave it the flexibility to stay in the game and get this retaliation on point. Tornadus goes down on David's side, and then in this, you know, mirror situation we saw again here, being able to have one Ogerpon drawing in all of those attacks, perfect timing with the Psychic Terrain going away, just kept Shoma in control.
Yeah, completely, and I think the preservation of the Urshifu was really, really good in this game, because it came in earlier on, and it was in that position where it could have attacked into the Tornadus. There was one turn of Tailwind left, but if you saw the Tailwind set up from the Tornadus and an Expanding Force coming out at that stage in the game, might have been really detrimental to Shoma's game plan. So I wanted to preserve it for later on where it came in, and it was really pivotal. And then picking the right piece on Davide's side to take down at the right time, taking down the Iron Crown, and then knowing that the Ogerpon had no grass type attack to threaten you with, made an easy win to just clinch the set.
That's part of the benefit of having this kind of open team sheet format that we have. You can take a look and think, right, Ogerpon, is it running? Is it a threat to me? Yes or no? And then plan accordingly. But the one thing I really loved about this set is, we've got a lot of the same Pokemon, there's a lot of the same strategies going on, but they played it so differently. In game one, it really was about Davide really trying to go for that speed control with the Tornadoes, but then Shoma was like, let's go slow mode, let's go Trick Room. And then in game two, they could have done a reverse of it, but then Shoma was like, actually, I'm going to match you, we're going to go Tailwind, and we're going to play the games about when we're setting this up. And it was so beautifully crafted about when that timing was to be initiated, about when the Tailwinds were going. It was a beautiful masterclass.
And it shows that, it puts a real emphasis on, and especially in these mirror matches, getting the leads right, because
definitely,
if you don't get your lead right and your opponent is in an advantageous situation, then you're playing catch up that whole time, and the amount of damage that you take trying to reposition can be detrimental to you being able to get the win or the loss in that situation. And I think it played out again in this Swiss round 2 exactly like that, where Davide was kind of playing catch up after turn 1 in game 1, where Shoma led, like you said, with that Trick Room, the slow mode. Davide led with the faster Tailwind mode in that one, didn't go for it, and it kind of didn't work out. And then Shoma was like, I'm going to do what you did in game 1 this time. See if you can keep up. And it looked close at times, and it was a lot closer than game 1, but just in the end, I think the experience of Shoma with this team kind of really shone through there, and they came out on top. And the preservation of the Urshifu, once again, that was just remarkably done, and going to be a tough opponent for anyone to get drawn up against this weekend.
I mean, both of them really formidable in their own right, and particularly after that last match, I think Shoma's another trainer that you just don't want to see on your pairings list if you're looking towards the next round. But before the next round, I think it's time to catch up with Shoma himself, the winner of Swiss round 2. Costa, take it away.
Thank you very much, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here with our 2015 Boston World Champ and Japanese Nationals. Shoma Honami is, of course, able to go 2-0 with Swiss round number 2s. So, Shoma, my friend, how are you feeling going up against Davide Carrero, such a very powerful trainer?
もう相手が強いって分かってたので、緊張したんですけど、強い人にはこうすればいいかなっていうのがなんかうまくいったかなっていう感じですかね。
So he knew he was up against a strong player, so he went into knowing that, prepared for a strong opponent, and he thinks it went very well this way.
Yeah, it definitely did, and it was quite interesting because it was sort of like a mirror match with 1 or 2 Pokemon and sets quite different. So you looked very comfortable, and there are some very strong aggressive leads that you did. So you initially went with the Iron Crown, female Ndidi. Did you expect a mirror or not, let's say, Iron Crown on the other side of the field?
いや、相手は同じの出してくるとはそんな思ってなかったんですけど、ちょっと僕側の方がちょっとポケモンの相性的には振りそうだったので、なんかトリックルームとかからそのアグレッシブに切り返していければなと思ってやってました。
So he wasn't expecting his opponent to go with Iron Crown and Ndidi, but he felt like the Pokemon difference was in his advantage, so he decided to go aggressive with the Trick Room.
Yeah, and we definitely saw that because Davide opted to go for the Tailwind mode with the Tornadoes first, but you're able to catch him off guard, like you said. And then it was just a really good handling of focusing with the follow me, redirect, go for full damage, like you said, with Iron Crown, which worked really well. But then game 2, you completely flipped the script, and we saw you not bring the size spam, so Iron Crown, but Davide did on the other side. But it was an interesting lead because you had Whimsicott and the banded Urshifu, so there was already a lot of mind games there. Were you scared that Davide was going to go for Trick Room straight away?
ゲーム2は全然違いましたね。で、ゲーム2はダビデがトリックルームになると恐れてましたか？
いや、多分、相手の鉄の頭の方が素早さが高かったので、相手がトリックルームしてしまうと僕の方が鉄の頭の素早さで有利になったりとかするので、相手はトリックルームはしづらいだろうなっていうのはあって、追い風でアグレッシブに。
So from game 1, he expected Davide's Iron Crown to be faster than his own Iron Crown. So he thought that for Davide it would not be a good choice to go for the Trick Room, so he felt comfortable going for the Tailwind route.
Yeah, and I mean, you were able to just get the calls so well. The U-turn dealt so much damage onto the Ndidi, and then you just had so much momentum that it felt like Davide just wasn't able to recover because he was just one step behind every time. But it must feel absolutely great for yourself being able to have the 2-0 record, undefeated. We've seen you actually attend some regionals over on the other side of the pond. I believe it was Las Vegas. What sort of goals, aside from, of course, becoming the world champ, do you have in terms of visiting other regions outside of Japan?
ワールドチャンピオンになりたい以外に他の海外の大会に出るゴールとかありますか？
この EUIC とかはトップ4に入ると世界大会のワールズの権利が手に入るので、今回はそれを獲得したいなと思ってきたので、頑張りたいなと思ってます。
So for this EUIC, getting top 4 will earn you the direct invite to the World Championships. So he came here to get this invite sealed up.
Yeah, and I mean, so far you are absolutely smashing it, my friend. So with that being said, would you like to go ahead and give any shout outs to anybody either in the venue or back at home or just watching online?
友達とかに挨拶したい人がありますか？ベニューの中にもストリーム見る人も。
親とか、なんか僕のことをすごい応援してくれてる友達も日本からいますし、一緒に戦ってる友達も日本から来てるんで、そういう友達によっしゃ勝ったぞって、勝ちましたって伝えたいですね。
So to his parents and to his friends supporting him in Japan, and also his friends who are also here today battling, he wants to say, I did it, I won.
That's it. That's the fighting spirit of a champion, of course. So, very, very quickly, because of course we've got the 30th anniversary. Who's your favorite Pokemon and why?
一番好きなことはなぜですか？
デデンネで、デデンネ。面白いからだ。見た目が面白いから。
He likes Dedenne because he thinks it looks funny. In a good way. Funny in a good way.
In fact, well, I mean, it is adorable, I'm not going to lie, and then it's got uniqueness to it, so I completely see what you mean. There you go. If you weren't aware of it, you are now. So, with that being said, we are going to wrap things up. Let Choma, of course, go ahead, get some rest before tackling Swiss round number 3 here at EUIC 2026. So, with that being said, we'll be catching you all very shortly after a quick little segment.
This is history. That is a 10th regional win. That is inconceivable.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C. I feel incredible, honestly. 10 regional championships is something that I set a goal ages ago, like maybe 6-7 years ago at this point, but I set the goal, but I didn't really ever think I would get there because, I mean, even winning one regional championship is really difficult, and so to win 10 is not something that I really thought was achievable, and so now to be sitting here and to be able to say, actually, I did it, it feels great. It's a real feeling of accomplishment, and to do it with my favorite strategy of all time, it's a really great feeling, and I feel very proud and just very lucky. The team that I brought to the Toronto Regional Championships is a team with a strategy known as Perish Trap. It involves the move Perish Song and the ability Shadow Tag. It's my favorite strategy of all time. It's extremely difficult to play, but I love it. I've loved it for many years. I've been playing it for over a decade. This is my 3rd regional championship win with the strategy, and I believe at the time of recording at least that I'm the only player to have ever won a tournament with a dedicated Perish Trap team, and so it's something of my signature strategy as well. If I had to pick one MVP Pokemon on the team, I would pick Politoed. It's the one Pokemon that I brought to literally every single game, and there was really no way to make the team work without bringing it.
Politoed can retaliate. The Weather Ball, again, consistent. A critical hit, bringing it down to 5 HP.
During Game 3 of the finals, I was able to pull off a technique that I knew was theoretically possible, but didn't think could actually ever work in practice. And in Game 3 of the finals, there was a moment where I was able to pressure my opponent to not switch out his most important Pokemon without actually technically trapping it on the field. It was something that was really memorable that I didn't think that I'd ever actually pull it off in a tournament, let alone in Game 3 of the finals. And so it felt like a moment where I surpassed my own limits and where I kind of improved in real time over the course of a match. And yeah, it was just like a really exciting and memorable moment for me.
So Weather Ball, the Politoed, the last little bit of damage. And with that, Wolf Click, a historic 10th regional win, taking down the Toronto Regional Championships.
I began competing back in 2011 when I was a freshman in high school, so quite a while now ago at this point. But yeah, there was a local tournament in Virginia near where I live. I was very lucky. I ended up winning the entire thing, and it kind of kickstarted my whole competitive journey. There's a couple different things that I love about Pokemon, and certainly the game itself is one of those things. I just think it's such a fascinating, interesting, complex, challenging game, and I really like how it pushes me and how it challenges me personally. And I think really the thread that has kept me tied to this game for so long is not the championship victories or the feeling of redemption after a bad tournament. It's the people, and it is the wonderful, wonderful people who I have met who have really changed my life and have shaped me into the person who I am today, a person who I can be proud of. I get asked, a decent bit about what's the big picture here, right? Like, what's the grand motivation? What's your master goal, right? The truth is that there isn't some grand motivation. I don't have this big master plan. I don't have this thing that I'm chasing that this thing that nobody else has ever done that I want to be the one to do. It's nothing like that. It's just the very simple fact that I like it. I like competing. I just think it's fun to play Pokemon, and I really enjoy it. What I really want to do is continue to learn more about myself, more about the game, and to continue to get better. And if that leads to more championships, then I won't complain, but if it doesn't, as long as I feel like I'm getting better and I'm learning more, then I also will be quite satisfied. When I envision myself winning Worlds, I don't think about a specific opponent because there's no one person who sits in that chair who I would be like, oh man, can I do this? Like, I have to believe that I could beat anybody who sits in that chair. Am I going to win Worlds this year? I would be, I think, foolish to sit here and tell you yes. But I will tell you that I will try, and I think that actually, to me, is more meaningful.
My name is Marco, and I'm a VGC player from Italy. It feels great because I haven't been winning an event since LAC of last year.
That could be the difference here as Flare Blitz now. 5 HP on the Ursaluna. However,
and the burn!
And the burn! We are got this time super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar, and all of a sudden, your little regional champion, Marco Silva!
I feel like one of the key decisions that I took was to play a really offensive team and play without having too many regrets. And if I wanted to make a call, I was just going for it. I feel like all the last 3 matches that I played were pretty difficult. In top 8, I got really lucky with the double protect, which without it, otherwise I would have just lost. In top 4, the matchup seems pretty bad, but after thinking about it a lot, I was able to figure out a decent plan. And then in finals also, I feel like the matchup wasn't great, but by figuring out which play to do and by making some great prediction, I was able to win. So I feel like in Game 3, when I saw Incineroar going for the Terra, I figured out that I just needed to connect a couple of scale shots and I was able to win. Also, the turn after was pretty key because my Dragonite was in range of Blood Moon and my Incineroar was still very healthy. So I took some time to calculate and I figured out that even if it goes for Blood Moon, I'm still able to win because I'm able to get 2 Fairy Blitz off and 1 scale shot. And I felt like that was enough for me to win. So there was also a pretty good chance that if I protect my Dragonite, he would go after my Incineroar. So I also made the call right. I attacked with Dragonite. He ended up not going for the Dragonite, and I was able to win also because of that. So going to the tournament, I wasn't really satisfied with how the season was going. I did attend the first regional, but I wasn't doing that great in local tournaments either. And in the Global Challenge, I got a top 64 and a top 32 in Europe, which is not that great for the results that I usually get. It feels great because I'm able to get the invite straight away. I wasn't too worried about not getting it But at the same time, it is great, of course, to win a tournament and know that I already earned it at the start of the season. So I want to thank, obviously, all my friends, because every time I come up with a team and I need to test the matchups, they always help me out. They give me ideas on how to fix particular matchups and how to play them. In this particular case, I want to shout out Deal, because we worked on this team for the last 2 months. And if they would not suggested to play the core of Ribombi with Ever Offense, I would have never picked it up myself, because myself, I'm not really a great team builder when it comes to thinking stuff outside of the box. When it comes to strictly picking 6 months, if I see something that's like a little bit weird, I kind of tend to not really want to pursue it. So I really have to thank them for the idea.
And welcome back to the Pokémon 2026 European International Championships here in London. I am Jamie Boyt, and I have the absolute privilege of being joined by Rosemary Kelly, and we're going to be kicking it into one of our feature matches that we've been able to have alongside our main match. We just saw Shoma Honami versus Davide Carrere, an absolutely fantastic showing, and what is this?
Who's
we have
that?
a Roadcaster Dynamos joining us as well. Hello.
Well, I was
Where
going
am I?
to say, the privilege is all mine. Jamie Boy, I'm so excited to be here alongside you as well as Costa to be able to call the action at this amazing event. We've already been treated to 2 amazing matches to be able to start our stream, and we're going to be rolling right into another one. Costa, I know you've had a chance to actually talk to these players as they've had their wins on stage, so kind of what are the vibes like out there?
Very positive and very energetic. I think given the fact that we've seen back-to-back Swiss round 1 and 2 2-0s individually within those sets, just sort of shows that even though the other trainers were absolutely stellar on impact and stuff in terms of, you know, like the performance, Victor and of course now Shoma, they're just absolutely running riot right now. So they're clearly primed and ready to be able to make that deep run.
Well, I think there's another player that we've definitely had our eyes on in this 2026 season. And what do you think about showing another match?
Oh, with that, being able to feature as many as we can during this International Championship, going to be absolutely brilliant. We've got the feature matches alongside the main stream, and now we're going to be able to catch up with one of those matches. It's absolutely fantastic.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's going to be amazing. Let's go ahead and dive right into it. Angel Otera versus Justin Tang. And Justin Tang is the player that over in North America we have really been impressed with. Justin can only get championship points if he gets a top 16 or better at this event. That is how well he has done. He has maxed out his BFLs, and he is here to just kind of see if he can take this run even further and get a win.
Yeah, that's crazy. Number 1 NA player at the moment, and clearly rocking a very interesting team, which might actually be an indication to his adaptation from the Toronto run with the Iron Crown and the female Ndidi. We just saw it on the main stage and clearly actually putting out a lot of pressure on the other side of the field.
Yeah, and it's not even the Golden Go that he seems to be known for at this point. He switched to Iron Crown and the Ndidi, which of course has just disappeared to a Moonblast and an Ivy Cudgel. Yeah. That's what it's there to do. It's there to keep the Iron Crown safe so that it can go on the offensive here. And the Tachyon Cutter, one of the nice things, it can one-shot a sturdy Ogerpon, as we are seeing right here.
It's so good.
Yeah, exactly. Just the fact that it can get that double hit from the move, it bypasses that 1 health that it would have otherwise been able to stand on. And so that's going to be an even Pokemon count here. But I love that maybe for Angel's side, he's going for something that's a bit more unique, I think, in the format. We actually do see this Torkoal that can come in and actually set the weather for the photosynthesis boost.
Yeah, it's based on those 4. It seems pretty similar to the team that Marco Silva was able to get top 8 at the Birmingham Regional Championships just a couple of weeks ago. Does have that option to go for the Trick Room with that photograph, and as we got the sneak peek, that Torkoal could be in the back as well.
Yeah, exactly. And not forget, this match is a round 2 match, given the fact that it's a side stream, so both of our trainers are 1-0 at the moment. And I do really like the photograph bringing here because you're able to essentially resist the expanding force from the other side of the field, but then you have to be a bit cautious for the Ogerpon if you want to try to get that Trick Room going.
I think that's the tricky part.
right? Is that I do believe that what Angel has in the back would be better suited if you were able to get that Trick Room active. But there's so much offensive pressure from Justin's team, and I think that's exactly what we've seen from him, as he's already been able to find success in the Regulation F format in the 2026 season. He has used these hyper-offensive teams to just overwhelm and suppress kind of the normal state of things that other players might want to go towards.
Well, getting a Protosynthesis boost, assumingly in your special attack, I'm not very good at Spanish, but I'm going to assume that especial means special.
Yeah.
So
correct.
now this Fluttermane is definitely going to be turning on the offense, especially so with this terrestrialization. It's got resisted hits. It's locked into the Moonblast as we saw in the previous turn, so it's going to be resisted by Ogerpon and Iron Crown, but in the sun, Fluttermane doesn't really have any resistances.
Well, that's the beauty of compounding multipliers when they stack in such a great way. And it was such an amazing bait there, having the Farigiraf sort of saying, hey, you know, I'm going to set up Trick Room. It's like, no, psych, I'm going to go and bring the Torkoal and just go for maximum damage, since it's probably going to be able to outspeed the Ogerpon too.
Yeah, but the fact that you set up this weather means you've also kind of done a favor to Justin. If this Moonblast is not going to be able to knock out this Ogerpon, then...
That was a lot, though.
Yeah, it was. Like, maybe a crit actually gets it there. But otherwise, this Ogerpon is able to actually kind of hit back with that own Ivy Cudgel, and it does take that Torkoal down quite low. So if we ended up seeing, like, even just a follow-up, wow, well then, you know, we're going to see just the extra hit from the Iron Crown finish it off. But I was just saying, like, what if it had clicked something like Eruption? It was already going to be so low HP.
Yeah, it wouldn't have done too much there. And we just saw the power of like a couple of Pokemon in these formats. Those were two resisted hits that we just had. The Moonblast into the Ogerpon still did 75%. The Ivy Cudgel is the resisted and very defensive Torkoal, still at about 70%. So yeah, really, really able to turn on the offense, but also support here with that Follow Me from the Ogerpon.
Yeah, I think just having roll compression is one of the big reasons why Ogerpon, aside from all the different types it has access to, it's just such a prominent Pokemon in any sort of meta it's allowed to be in. Although it does go down, but the Fluttermane just needs to be able to be allowed to just dish all the damage it can, and we've got an Iron Crown on the other side of the field, which is not what you want to see, and it just leaves this Farigiraf on its own. So, you know, Justin already having such a great advantage over Angel.
Yeah, Farigiraf's now going to be able to beat an Iron Crown, especially with the Hyper Voice and Psychic that it is carrying. At least you do get to see what the last Pokemon is waiting in the back for Justin. So there is still a bit of information, even though Justin has for sure taken this first game.
Yeah, I think that it can still be very valuable in terms of making those adjustments towards that game too. If you otherwise don't get that reveal, then, you know, maybe, I don't know, I guess it is twofold, isn't it? Like, you have that extra information, but then does it get in your head too much?
That's true, yeah, because you don't want to be sort of caught out in terms of where you are in the progression of the knowledge sharing element, and, you know, because it could lead you down a really bad path if you essentially focus too much on it and hyperfixate. But yeah, I'm sure Justin saying, okay, well, unfortunately I had to reveal the Regidrago. I'm still going to be able to pick up game one, and that is exactly what he's been able to do. So this sort of forces Angel to maybe consider trying to go for a sort of different strategy, maybe going for the Trick Room initially, enable the Torkoal, and once Trick Room's done, try to sweep with Fluttermane if Sun's still up.
Yeah, but that was a potential, wasn't it? The Farigiraf came in, and it could have been, well, I'll potentially sacrifice my Fluttermane while I set up Trick Room, and then Eruption might have been able to take care of the rest of the team. So I did like the bait. I did like getting the massive damage with the Fluttermane, but yeah, maybe it could have been a Trick Room on that turn.
Yeah, it is tough to say, but that is just going to be that very first game from our featured match stations. Make sure you are checking out all of our channels so that you can see all of the additional action that we have covered. We've got 2 featured match stations, so you know there's a lot of action. And even better, we've got a second game of this set. So let's go ahead and dive back in to this Swiss round number 2 match between Angel Otero and Justin Tang. And it does look a little bit different from that first game.
It does look like he's going for Trick Room now.
Tiny bit, yeah. Although there's a terrain on the field, right? So you're in an awkward spot where, okay, you can't go for Fake Out, which is such like a staple with the Farigiraf by its side, which means the Incineroar can always go for Fake Out and not sort of be deterred by the opposing side. But yeah, it's an interesting situation with what damage can be dealt, which is what Justin is trying to do with Farigiraf.
I mean, that's still very good damage, isn't it? It's going to activate the Citrus Berry that we've already seen is available on that Farigiraf. And the Indeedee probably won't be able to follow up with too much damage. Maybe we've got that turn 1 Trick Room reversal mind game going, given it didn't go for the Follow Me. And access to Imprison, yeah. We didn't even need to try and have that mind game. Just Trick Room is not going up.
Wow, I mean, I think that's also really fun to see that dynamic be able to play out here.
here, and that is going to be a bit of a switch up than what we saw from Justin in his Toronto run where he got top 4. He didn't actually use this Iron Crown and Ndidi, but he still had a very similar hyper-offensive team, including that Regidrago alongside the Golden Go. He just has those extra pieces, and I think, you know, Costa, you've been a huge proponent of the Iron Crown and Ndidi with the Psychic Spam, so do you feel like this was a really good choice for Justin to lock into for this event?
100%. I mean, no doubt about it. Yeah, and even you could go ahead and train it to be a bit faster than other female Ndidis to make sure that you can lock up any sort of follow me, trick rooms, or even helping hands. So it's such a great way to utilize that interaction, especially with such a hyper-offensive mode that you've got, and that's sort of what Regidrago allows you to do if you've got Tailwind support as well. And Iron Crown, it's probably going to be like modest, maybe max speed or something like that, because you want to get both the special attack booster from Boost Energy, but also hit certain speed benchmarks to outpace common Pokemon like Urshifus and Golden Goes, dependent on what nature they go for.
Well, it's going to be Incineroar switching in again, and that is one of the best switch-ins you could possibly have into Psy Spam. The Fluttermane can't safely go for a Shadow Ball either into this Ndidi, because obviously you can just redirect it with the Follow Me, and then you're stuck just going for those Fairy moves, which still, we saw, did very reasonable damage, and is going to do even more damage with this Terrestrialization. But Iron Crown's still going to be able to shrug it off pretty comfortably, and probably respond with a Tachyon Cutter KO.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the beauty of being able to not even utilize or need to utilize the Terrestrialization on your Iron Crown, because you're able to just resist with that Steel typing, all of these powerful Fairy type moves. Such a great bring, but obviously not going for the crown right now, trying to get rid of
it's a one-shot.
though. Oh.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, it's not very often you see that, right?
Yeah. Very impressed by that damage coming out from the Fluttermane. That is now gone. The Tachyon Cutter is now able to pick up that KO. Again, like we've had the debate. We've established that Surging Strikes is a one-hit knockout if it takes 3.
Yeah.
So Tachyon Cutter was a one-hit knockout there as well, right?
Yeah.
It's got to follow that logic.
Of course. I think so, because it's just a part of like using the move. I think that's how I would always classify it.
Yeah, you used a move and
like
got a...
yeah, like what? Like triple axle.
Are we going to change
triple
this to
axle.
OMKO, one move knockout?
Ooh.
Oh, okay. All right.
But that doesn't have the same ring to it, you know?
No,
you can't
Omko
like
doesn't sound very good.
You can try though. But and I think this sort of sets the board so nicely for Justin, because not only do you have Psychic Terrain, you've got Regidrago, which just goes for pure damage. So
especially with the Fluttermane gone.
Exactly, and the Farigiraf, it's not going to be able to Terra out, maybe into like a Terra Fairy if it had option to. So it's just going to have to take all of this damage, and this is sort of the pin that Justin was looking for.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is almost certainly just going to be a double knockout here. Well, not if the Farigiraf goes for protect. Maybe the Incineroar is going to be able to survive this, because based on the moveset it has, it's almost certainly got that Assault Vest available to it. But Dragon Energy at full HP, that's one of the strongest moves we have in the format.
Yeah, but it's not. It's just over a 2-shot, essentially, or just the halfway mark. And Terra Blast committed to the Incineroar. The Farigiraf absolutely ignored, because Justin's confident knowing that, okay, I can deal with that. I just need to make sure I get rid of that Incineroar, which is such a big threat.
This is looking a little tough out here for Angel to come back from. Justin, it looks like he'll be able to lock up this second game and keep that undefeated streak heading into Swiss round number 3. Maybe there's a last-ditch effort here, but I feel like Ursaluna kind of does get pinned down by that Terra Water, and that Terrestrialization is gone, so Ursaluna can't Terra away from the weakness.
Yeah, if the Regidrago had taken some damage, then this full HP, look, you can see how much damage that does.
Oh
when
my
it is at full
goodness.
HP, it does so much damage. Yeah, the Ursaluna did survive, but Iron Crown's just going to follow up with a KO, and Justin will very comfortably be able to take this round 2.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of having such a well-rounded, hyper-offensive strat going into this, and especially because you got the Invism, you don't need to focus on the slower elements anymore, you know, like the bad matchups against the Ursalunas, the Porygon 2s, Farigirafs, etc. And it's just a great way to be able to take a hyper-offensive team and still have redirection options and just speed control without needing to care for the other side of the speed spectrum, unless there's like a tailwind on the other side of the field that you want to capitalize and go for Trick Room on your end. So it's just great ways to allow more flexibility to yourself dependent on scenario.
Well, we've already seen Imprison on both Ndidis that were on our actual like main stage match as well. Shomen Army and Davide Crea both had Imprison on their Ndidis. So is that going to be one of the trends that we're going to be seeing pick up in this EUSC?
I think so. I know, Costa, you're so excited about this, but based on the recent results that we have had at the regionals over in Sydney and Santiago, I feel like when you see just how much Ursaluna with trick room setter has been around in the top tables and the top cuts of those events, I think it makes the smartest tech choice to really set yourself up, expecting that's going to be a dominant strategy heading into EUIC.
Yeah, well, you heard it here, folks. Any sort of non-believers of psychic spam, it may well be able to just bring all of the pressure to you if you disrespect the matchup, but it's just more common now than ever, I think, in regulation set F, and even like version 2 versus version 1 back in 24. So if you don't have a matchup against it, it sort of is a bit of a throw, in my opinion, because it's sort of like the respective Dondozo right now in terms of the prominent sweep potential if you don't have some sort of line into it.
Yeah, there are definitely teams in the format that you must be prepared for, else you just get completely rolled over. And Spam is definitely in that category. Usually when we said Spam in the past, it's been hard trick room Spam, but Iron Crown has really come out in this Regulation F. We saw it just at the tail end of the first round of Regulation F. It started to be popping off, and then we changed to another regulation. So we had to wait these extra 2 years to be able to come back, and it's really, really showing how strong it can be.
I love it. I think that means that we still get a chance to see some really exciting things with just a couple months left of regulations at F, and so I'm hopeful that we'll kind of keep that trend going as we get through the rest of our tournament. But this was such a treat. I can't wait to see what other players are going to be joining Justin Tang in that undefeated bracket so far. As a reminder, we do want to see our players actually hit a benchmark of 6 wins and 2 losses at minimum to be able to make it forward into our phase 2. We actually do play out a round of phase 2 today, so it could be a long day for some of those players that are going to make it.
Yeah, and you want to be starting your streak early, right? So a 2-win streak, we had a little bit of a debate as us casters. Is 1 win a streak, or do you need that second to start saying I've got that streak?
A streak implies an element of multipleness, right? Or pluralism.
At least that's the opinion that I'm on. Now that you've got 2, I believe that you started a streak.
That is true. You are at the start of your streak.
Yeah, I think it takes it's a multiple, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Although, without the first win, a streak cannot exist. Ooh.
Is that like Schrodinger's streak?
I mean, yes, it's coin.
Like, no, yes and no.
Yes and no. Oh my god, I love it.
Brilliant.
Okay, we gotta workshop that one, I think, as we gotta figure out how these players are going to move forward. But I think we've got an absolute amazing match coming up next, and it's going to feature Spain versus Italy. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Here we
I
go.
mean, this is just like an absolute gigabanger, because you look at Alex Gomez, who is an international champion, and you also look at Federico Camporesi, who is also an international champion, and Spain and Italy have consistently been considered 2 of the best regions in Europe when it comes to competitive Pokemon players.
And these are probably considered 2 of the best Spanish and Italian players respectively as well.
Exactly.
So just in round 3, like we're already going into international champion versus international champion. And that's not even commenting on the fact Alex Gomez, a top 8 world championship player back in 2019. Federico Camporesi, top 4 world championship player in 2022. So even just disregarding their international championship result that they've got, they've still got fantastic results behind them as well.
Oh yeah, and the fact that we've just seen them consistently compete at the highest of levels with the VGC competitive sort of scene and always being in tap with what sort of needs to be countered or handled in a better scenario is just another proof and evidence of how great trainers they are. So absolutely excited to be able to see them. We've got a couple of other notable names there as well. Joshua versus Michael Kelsch, our 2-time back-to-back, should I say, Stockholm regional champ, overall 3-time. He's got world's finalists, he's got world's semi-finalists, he's got world's quarter-finalists. He's
Although
on
he
fire.
keeps going backwards.
Yeah, it's top 16 this year.
I have had a chat with him and I've suggested to go the other way.
Yeah.
We shall see how
Okay,
that
so
goes.
like a little like wave.
Yeah.
So top.
It's a U-turn.
So second to top 4 to top 8, and so then this year has to be a top 4, right?
Right.
Otherwise,
Oh.
you're right. It might be a 16.
Fair.
If the trend continues. But I think just still having those results at the World Championships, I think the fact that if you make it to day 2, I think that's a huge accomplishment in itself. I think if you're able to make it to that next stage of the competition where you're in that top cut bracket, like that's even better.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But like we mentioned, there are two players that we're going to be able to feature have been able to succeed with that. We've got Alex. He made top 4 in the previous Regulation F EUIC that we did have 2 years ago. He was, I think, one of the first trainers that I saw have Calm Mind but also Booster Energy on their Raging Bolt. And that did come back to bite him just a little bit, facing down the leftovers when he faced Tim Edwards in that top 4. But we did get to feature as well on that round 1. We're being treated to people that have been successful so far in EUICs, and they're hopefully going to continue that trend.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much historical trends that kind of get started here at EUIC. When I take a look back at some of the players that have been able to reach those top cuts in the past, they have gone on to become some of the best players in the entire world. And especially when you take a look at the winners, I think it's just across the board, people that you will recognize to this day as players that are still playing the game, still getting top cuts, still getting regional wins. Like, it's just kind of phenomenal. And so I love this event for that very reason, and who's going to cement their legacy here this weekend.
Yeah, truly. It's sort of like the beauty of being able to have a sort of sneak peek into all the different historical branches as they start to spread out, and you get to be able to sort of look back, see the origins. And that's also such a beautiful thing, in my opinion, in terms of being able to know, as let's say, for example, you're a new trainer, a newcomer, or let's say you've been playing for quite a while and you haven't been able to hit certain achievement goals and stuff, to know that this could truly be your path as well. You can be shaping in this weekend, for example, for anyone out on the floor, everyone's got an equal opportunity to be able to just put their names into the history books, which is such a fantastic thing to be able to sort of look back on and see sort of the in-progress growth of it.
Well, we've seen that 2 years in a row in the previous EUICs. Tim Edwards got that finalist position, which was his first major result 2 years ago, and then Dill Yeomans last year. First major result, making finals of EUIC. So yeah, it absolutely can be. Anyone that's turning up to this tournament, everyone's in with a shot.
What about Patrick Connors that won NAIC? That was also such a huge breakout performance for him. And so I think it really is these international championships where we are hitting over 1,000 players. Okay, we were all around 10 years ago. Could you have imagined at that point that we would be where we are today? Because I can't. Yeah, I really can't imagine that we would have had tournaments where like TCG is breaking numbers across the board of all trading card games, and then VGC we're filling up multiple halls of a convention center. Like, it's just amazing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Like, breaking 1,000 is not something I expected to be able to do when I was back in my day all these years ago, but here we are. Back in our day, we had Alex Gomez, a very, very strong player, and still showing fantastic consistency, and going up against Federico Camporesi, like we've mentioned, 2 international champions in their own right. This is going to be a treat.
Who have also been around for 10 years. Like, it is just one of those things where Pokemon has been something that you get a chance to be able to love forever. And so I really am so excited to be able to feature both Alex Gomez, Berna, and Federico Camporesi as they do get ready to go for their match. And as we get a preview of what Pokemon to expect, both of these teams look very familiar. They are both parts of large team building groups that work hard to be able to bring out the very best with themselves as well as their group, and they all lock in very similar teams.
Yeah, and I believe that this was very, very similar to what Alex was running 2 years ago. I do remember that he had a clear Amulets Chempao back in that tournament, and now he's changed for the Focus Sash instead, with that adaptation that we saw in the Birmingham Regional Championship. It's got that Icy Wind that was able to take that win. That's an adaptation that Stefano Greppi was able to make and make a fantastic run, and Alex seems to be adapting that.
Basically the same 6, except outside of that item change as well, we are going to see that Landorus Incarnate instead of the Golden Go that Alex used to get top 4. But otherwise, I think it is the same principle of the team. It's just kind of what offensive coverage are you hoping to get out of that 6th slot? Yeah,
and like speaking of offensive coverage, we got the more offensive item on the Raging Bolt. Like we said, I believe he was one of the first to be able to put the Booster Energy paired with the Calm Mind. It had almost exclusively been leftovers back then. But now, with the Booster Energy, you're able to do some absolutely fantastic damage that the leftover set is not able to do. We saw in that round 1, there was a few Dragon Pulses coming out from the leftovers Raging Bolt that just missed the knockout on the Rillaboom and the Incineroar. They left it in the reds, but the Booster Energy would allow for those KOs.
Yeah, and especially on top of all of those additional boosts, if you can get them, because sometimes there might not be that wiggle room allowed for you to get those Calm Mind boosts up. And I think that's where we really need to see whether or not Alex can actually weave those in, make sure that this Raging Bolt can be the raid boss that we have seen these calm mindsets actually be. I do think that this Raging Bolt is supported by quite a few great partners. I think that's really where we see things like maybe the Icy Wind on the Qian Pao actually help to get that Raging Booster Bolt a little bit more speed.
Bolter energy is the item it's carrying. But no, we're seeing a very, very similar team as we saw in the feature game that Justin Tan was using. We've got the Regidrago paired with the Iron Crown. That is a very common pairing now in Regulation F. It started to pick up right at the tail end of round 1 of Regulation F and is really coming to the fore here because Iron Crown is able to cover the fairy types that Regidrago does not want to face very, very well with its Tachyon Cutter.
Federico has competed in both Toronto and Birmingham as we've taken our second step into Regulation F. But this team is just a bit different than what he used at both of those events because you talk about, you know, the Iron Crown and DD, that is something that he's had that experience with, but I think that Regidrago as well as the Ogerpon Hearthflame are the two things that stick out to me as maybe things that he did take out of Justin Tang's book or things that they actually did work on together for this event.
Well, we mentioned that potentially an innovation going forward on the Indeedee on-size spam variant had Imprison, and this one does not. It's got the psychic coverage instead. Obviously, you have to drop the offensive coverage on the Indeedee if you do want access to that Imprison, because you need to be able to imprison that Trick Room. That's mandatory on the moveset. And then Follow Me and Helping Hand are too good to pass up. So instead, not going to be slightly worse against potential Trick Room modes, but then Psychic just being able to do some extra chip damage will be very useful with that Indeedee. And it does extra chip damage with the Rocky Helmet as well.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty big factor in this game, especially when you consider something like the Urshifu Rapid Strike being able to be redirected with that Follow Me. You're going to be taking a lot of residual damage from each individual hit from the Surging Strikes into that Indeedee. And so that might be something that Federico gets a chance to bring to this match and throw a wrench into Alex's plans.
Yeah, I think the only other slight innovation, or maybe personal preference is a better way to say it, is the Icy Wind on the Tornadus. So it usually just goes for Tailwind, and that's it. That's the speed control it usually goes for, unless you get those Bleak Wind speed drops as well. But yeah, Icy Wind, being able to, I guess, match the Icy Wind that could be coming out from the Qian Pao as well. It just gives you that slight edge. If you're facing down an opposing Tornadus, for example, you match Tailwinds, but then you can also Icy Wind them slower as well, and that can be something that potentially could come into play here if Alex is going with that Qian Pao to start spamming his own Icy Winds.
Well, we got a chance to see the handshake across the table and the exchange of team sheets, so that is the signal that we are getting into team preview, and Alex and Federico are getting ready to pick their Pokemon for this first game in this best of 3. Swiss round number 3, both trainers 2-0, and they are hoping that this win in this match will continue that undefeated record so they can get closer to making it to phase 2 of Swiss today. But when you take a look at these teams, we know that there's speed control on the table for both sides, but what else are you looking at in terms of where that damage is going to come from?
Well, usually when it comes to what's considered balanced teams coming out from Alex, it's usually about positioning and being able to use those. Well, I go for Pivot Pals. Are you a Fake Out Bros person?
I think I'm a Fake Out Bros person.
I'm a Pivot Pals. I'm sticking with Pivot Pals. But yeah, you usually go for that positioning to be, out-position your opponent. But when you're facing down a team like Federico's, that is much more offensive. And even if you're defensively switching, there's so much damage that it's not really a defensive switch-in. In the face of something like a full HP Dragon Energy coming out from the Regidrago, a expanding force in the Psychic Terrain coming out from Iron Crown, there's not as many opportunities to get that pivoting around. So I think it's going to come down to like very early positioning coming out from Alex if he's want to be able to take care of Federico's team, or on Federico's side, whether he's able to break through quickly enough into the balance so that there's no more positioning available for Alex to be able to go for.
I think I'm getting kind of some flashbacks to the match that we had for Swiss round number 2 between Davide Carrere and Shoma Honami, where you can get it wrong in front of the offense that Federico is going to be bringing to the table. And if that happens, that is where those damage trades become very, very hurtful to Alex's game plan. So as we get into game number 1, we are going to see Federico lock into the Regidrago as well as the Indeedee, and we're going to have Alex with the Urshifu and the Qian Pao.
Yeah, I think that this would have been a very, very good lead for Federico if there wasn't Icy Wind available on the Qian Pao. That just gives you the option even though it's coming off the special attacker Chien-Pao, which is not particularly great, it will still do some extra damage to the Regidrago and be able to put a stop to full HP Dragon Energies coming out. And it will be able to put it slower than potentially whatever's waiting in the back for Alex. The Ndidi is going to be able to keep that Regidrago pretty safe on this turn, though. Apart from the Icy Wind that could come out, Regidrago, if the Ndidi goes for Follow Me, is completely safe here to go for that Dragon Energy. And I reckon because it's such a strong attack, it would still be able to KO the Urshifu, even if there was an Icy Wind, to get rid of some of the HP coming out from the Regidrago. And that's probably why we're seeing that defensive steel terrestrialization coming out on the turn 1.
Well, it's definitely better to be safe than sorry, because I think if you lose a Pokemon in this matchup, it does become a lot harder for Alex to try to claw his way back in. But if this Urshifu can actually get enough value out of its staying power on the field, then maybe it's not so bad that this attack is going to be redirected. If you can get rid of this Ndidi now, then that's going to be quite nice, but it is actually going to be a miss of the Icy Wind onto the Ndidi. At least you hit the important target in that Regidrago to be able to drop that speed, and then we are going to see the close combat connect into the Ndidi. I do have to wonder, though, how much extra damage the Icy Wind would have done to that Ndidi.
Probably not too much. I don't think the Ndidi would have been KO'd there, but the important thing was hitting the Regidrago, because as you see, that's still so much damage, but it would have still been a KO into that Urshifu with that defensive terrestrialization if it was still at full HP. The close combat drop, meaning it's going to be taking a lot more damage here, and you can still go for that Follow Me with the Ndidi. Yes, another Icy Wind could come out to be able to bypass that, but at this point, both Pokemon would be in range of Dragon Energy, so you might just need to ignore the Icy Wind so that you can get a KO into the Ndidi with your Chien-Pao, and now with the Icy Wind, your Urshifu is almost certainly faster than Regidrago, and with that Icy Wind drop and the Sword of Ruin helping, I reckon it's going to be in range of that close combat as well.
I think that would be amazing for that Chien-Pao to be able to try to follow things up first, but you can tell that Federico also kind of sees the writing on the wall. Maybe wants to preserve that Regidrago for later, also make sure that it can shed that speed drop, and so this Iron Crown is going to come in its place. If it's going to be the one that tanks something like that close combat, then it will be able to stick around. We do actually see the Icicle Crash into the Ndidi get that knockout, and so Federico can actually bring that Regidrago back in if he really wants to into that open spot, but with this close combat into the Iron Crown, it still does a lot, even though this Iron Crown had to switch into it.
I mean, that's why you pair Sword of Ruin with something like an Urshifu, right? That Sword of Ruin really turning on the offense for that close combat. Here comes the Ogerpon, though, so you do have redirection available once again. And you can't go for Expanding Force to pick up a double knockout here because you've got that Dark type on the Chien-Pao. Usually Iron Crown, if it's protected by redirection, is actually really nice into Chien-Pao because you've got that Tachyon Cutter that would bypass the Focus Sash and get that 1M KO. I'm going to stick with that now. That's going to be the thing. But yeah, now that you can't go for Expanding Force to the KO, and I think that's going to be quite crucial here. The Chien-Pao is still going to be faster than both Pokemon. You could still go for an Icy Wind, and that would drop the speed of the Ogerpon again, slower than the Urshifu, allowing another close combat to either pick up the KO on the Iron Crown or get pretty close into the Ogerpon. Yeah, there we go. There's the Icy Wind.
I mean, the Icy Wind isn't going to be enough to actually pick up the KO on the Iron Crown, but even just that little bit of chip might be able to put this over the edge for the Surging Strikes into the Ogerpon to actually take it out. And you didn't even need that additional Icy Wind damage to do it because of that Sword of Ruin. It's just so helpful there. That's going to be another knockout for Alex. 2 in a row here, and Federico certainly on the back foot.
Yeah, and he can only get 1 KO here. He can't go for Expanding Force to hit both because of that Dark typing on Chien-Pao. So he's going to prioritize getting rid of that Sword of Ruin and taking care of the Chien-Pao with that Tachyon Cutter. And it would have been able to KO even if it still had full HP. So now we're down to the last 2 Pokemon on Federico's side. The Iron Crown has taken an Icy Wind. It's definitely going to stay slower than the Urshifu and this Landorus that switched in on this turn. And the Landorus, you would assume it's going to outspeed the Regidrago as well. So yeah, this is a very, very solid position for Alex. I don't think there's too much stopping a KO with the Urshifu, especially with that Unseen Fist going to be able to bypass any Protect. And then the Landorus will be able to follow up with a KO of its own.
I think I love as well with the Landorus, you can go for either a Protect here or a Substitute. Pretty safe to do that to just make sure that this Landorus maintains its full HP. And then Urshifu still gets the ability to go for a knockout here. I think the problem is that Regidrago coming back in, Federico still has not utilized the Terrestrialization yet. So it is going to end up being a Terra onto the Iron Crown to give it that water typing. That would be one way that you could actually get through this Landorus, is just to hit it with a super effective Water Terra Blast, and that's why Alex is just going to go ahead and play it safe with that Protect.
Yeah, he's probably going to be quite confident that his Urshifu outspeeds, as we do see here. But without the Sword of Ruin, the close combat is not able to pick up that KO on the Regidrago here, so we're going to be able to see both attacks coming out from Federico's side.
Ooh, but it is the Earth Power. So a nice little tech move that is going to be revealed on the Regidrago here for Federico. And that is going to be plenty to pick up that Steel Terra. Now it is going to be down to a 2v2 as Alex is going to be forced to actually reveal that fourth and final Pokemon that he brought to this game 1, which may be very valuable information for Federico, but I think it works out even better in Alex's favor. He gets a chance to actually keep the terrain control now as the Rillaboom comes in to override that Psychic terrain, and now he also has a priority Grassy Glide available.
Yeah, there's nothing that can be done on Federico's side. Being able to preserve that Rillaboom to overwrite the Psychic terrain, as we can see there. We've got the forfeit coming up from Federico with Alex taking this first game. It was just going to be a Grassy Glide or even a Fake Out probably to pick up a KO and an Earth Power, and then that's a double KO. So very, very nicely done from Alex. Doesn't have the Flutter Mane that is very common on balanced teams, and that frees up the Regidrago completely. But the Chien-Pao and Urshifu did very well to be able to put a stop to that. The Icy Wind was necessary there to be able to stop the Dragon Energy from even KOing the resisted hit onto the Urshifu. So it's a really nice tech move that has picked up on the Chien-Paos.
But I wonder if that Icy Wind had missed the Regidrago, what does that look like, right? Because we actually did see the miss at the very beginning onto the Indeedee, exactly. And so I can't help but wonder if that had been flipped. What does this game actually look like for Federico?
You still get redirection available on the Indeedee, and you've got the full HP Regidrago. We saw it was Landorus and it was Rillaboom waiting in the back. The Rillaboom would have had to have come in to be able to get Fake Out pressure into the Regidrago as you then KO the Indeedee, but we've also seen that Ogerpon was waiting in the back for Federico, and you've got double redirection available. If you're in a position where you can protect that Regidrago safely by just keeping on going for Follow Me Dragon Energy, Follow Me Dragon Energy, that can sweep through this balance team because there is no Flutter Mane. But it was dealt with quickly enough on that first turn, so maybe the Regidrago needs to be preserved for Federico. It has the potential to sweep.
Yeah, the natural speed is so good.
There is the Terra Fairy available on the Raging Bolt as well, but that wasn't brought to this game. So given that wasn't brought, there's no resistance outside of that Terra Steel, and we saw what resistance meant. It still took 75% from the Dragon Energy. So yeah, Federico, I think, needs to just protect that Regidrago slightly better than he did in that first game.
The theme this weekend is just going to be a lot of damage from, I think, a lot of these Pokemon. But you're right. I wonder maybe then, do you think instead about bringing out something that's going to be a little bit faster? Like maybe you actually put the speeds in your favor. Maybe you lead Tornadus, actually set Tailwind, and then you don't have to worry as much about the Icy Wind speed drops as they come through.
Yeah, we'd definitely be able to mitigate that, especially because, well, as we see, Tornadus has joined the field for Federico and is potentially preserving that Regidrago waiting in the back, because it is Urshifu and Tornadus, a very classic pairing coming out from Federico, and I think that counters this Chien-Pao Urshifu a lot better, as we have seen Alex go for that once again. Usually, you've trained, especially Mystic Water Urshifus, to be able to one-move KO. One-move KO, that's what I'm going with. Be able to knock out the Chien-Pao, because you're able to do that with the Mystic Water. That slight extra boost allows you to be able to. So then you'd be able to KO this Chien-Pao with just a Tailwind and Surging Strikes. And then the Urshifu, yes, can respond with something on Alex's side of the field, and maybe it's be able to pick up a KO on the Tornadus, given it's got Mystic Water as well, and it's Focus Sash on the Tornadus, and they usually only train to survive just a regular old Surging Strikes. But actually, no, there's no Tailwind coming out at all. Federico switching out the Tornadus.
Okay, it's going to be the Indeedee that actually takes its place. So maybe he just wants to say that Tornadus for a little bit later on in the game. But with the Indeedee, it is going to set the Psychic terrain, so you can't actually shut off some of his priority attacks. It's not going to be what Alex has selected for this Chien-Pao, though, as he lands Icy Wind on both targets this time to be able to get that speed drop. But now the Rocky Helmet is going to help deal significant amounts of recoil to this Urshifu. And while this may end up being a knockout into the Indeedee, I mean, take a look at just how unhealthy this Urshifu is going to be at the end of this.
Yeah, it always takes basically half damage when it hits all three into a Rocky Helmet Pokemon. And the Urshifu on Federico's side is still able to move here and respond with some massive damage. The Urshifu's definitely in range of a close combat if he goes for that. And he can go for the Surging Strikes, as we see, into the Chien-Pao. And is usually, you can train it to KO a Chien-Pao, but that's taking way less damage than it should be.
That is very
interesting.
interesting.
That's a comfortable survival. That's really interesting.
Yeah, and I wonder how much investment Alex has actually put into the defensive capabilities of this Chien-Pao, but it's certainly going to help out in this scenario. I think being able to still have this Sword of Ruin active, if you're able to get this Urshifu to move, is great, but Federico got that free switch into the Tornadus, so he has priority Tailwind available.
Yeah, I think it depends on both the training offensively with the Urshifu. You need a lot. You need almost max attack investment to be able to get that one-hit knockout on regular old Chien-Paos, but there is nothing stopping you investing in your defenses while you still have a Focus Sash. We see it on Tornadus. It runs a tiny bit of HP to survive things like Surging Strikes and Tackling Cutter. being able to survive a surging strikes that would normally KO. Like, I think that Chien-Pao was probably being able to do that, given how comfortably it was able to survive that. And now Sword of Ruin still available for Alex on his side of the field. You can go for another Icy Wind if you did want to. And yes, that Tailwind is going to be able to mitigate that somewhat, but you've already taken one Icy Wind.
So it is going to actually allow this Urshifu on Federico's side to outspeed, since it did get an additional kind of stage increase thanks to that Tailwind. And the close combat is going to finish off Alex's Urshifu. A huge threat to Federico's game plan, and game 1 has now been avoided in this game 2. And whoa.
The 2-shot, wow.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah, I was going to say that had to be a crit clear, right?
Yeah.
I was probably too impressed by Chien-Pao's special attack prowess there. Yeah, that critical hit, being able to put that in range of another one if he does get that critical hit once again. But you've got the speed drop on the Urshifu twice now, so the Chien-Pao is going to be able to outspeed that Urshifu very, very comfortably. And we can see we've got the Raging Bolt and the Rillaboom waiting in the back for Alex. You can either go for the Rillaboom for fake-out pressure, and then you know you outspeed the opposing Urshifu, or you can go for that Raging Bolt that is so very comfortable against Urshifu and Tornadus, and that is what Alex has gone for here. Raging Bolt going to be able to get that boost to special attack like Alex was innovating all those 2 years ago.
But then I wondered, did Federico actually bring the Regidrago in the back? Because Alex did make this adjustment to the Raging Bolt for the second game, but we have not seen that fourth and final Pokemon for Federico be revealed yet.
I mean, you would assume it's going to be either Iron Crown to make use of what would have been the Psychic Terrain on the Indeedee, or the Regidrago to be able to put on the massive damage that it does have the capability to. But this is a very, very good position now for Alex, given that the Indeedee has been KO'd, and there is Rillaboom waiting in the back to be able to overwrite that. So now what offensive pressure do you have into this Raging Bolt? I guess it's got to be close combat coming out from Urshifu, but then that's going to be incredibly dangerous. It was something like a Rillaboom switching to overwrite, and that might be why Federico is playing it safe, and it is the Regidrago that was bought in the back that is replacing the Urshifu.
Wow, that is very risky business when you see that Raging Bolt on the other side, because either it could get a super effective hit into you, or you are going to give it a free Calm Mind boost. In fact, Federico is actually going to put 2 Dragon types on the field right now with the Regidrago and that Dragon
Raging Bolt of all things.
I know. I mean, you've got super effective hits from either of them, but I do believe that we ended up seeing this Bleak Wind actually miss the Raging Bolt, but it will pick up the Chien-Pao, and that is going to help at least finish it off. There was no priority damage that could come through from these Pokemon because of that Psychic Terrain, but the Dragon Pulse into the Regidrago is just a one-hit knockout. And so, unfortunately, Federico, that one Pokemon that he was hoping to preserve for the second game, just gets knocked out like that.
Yeah, now we're down to Tornadus Urshifu against Raging Bolt, and also Rillaboom supporting it now. The Psychic Terrain has been overwritten, and now we've got the Grassy Terrain. You've got Fake Out pressure available to you, so you can very easily go for Fake Out into this Urshifu. It's probably not quite in range of Grassy Glide just yet, and the Fake Out damage would probably put it in range of that, so there's nothing really stopping. Yeah, just Fake Out and go on the offensive, and Federico knows it, throws in the towel, and Alex Gomez is able to win round 3 here in the European International Championship.
Alex Gomez has been an international superstar in our competitive Pokemon circuit. After getting second at EUIC in 2018, he followed that up with a top 16 at EUIC the following year, and then eventually became an international champion over at NAIC in 2023. Since then, he has still put on amazing performances at the regional level, but I know for Alex, he's chasing another massive victory. So maybe it would be here at UIC to be able to join his compatriot Eric Rios over there for Spain.
Yeah, well, he is for sure starting his Schrodinger streak at this point with a 3-0 going forward. Very, very nicely done. As we said before, he had a very deep run 2 years ago in this format in Regulation F in 2024, and has already started to put on a really, really good showing. And I think the adaptation, like he was Clear Amulet back in 2 years ago on his Chien-Pao, and it didn't have Icy Wind, but Icy Wind was so important here. It was able to do actual respectable damage of all things, coming from a Chien-Pao that's known for its attack, not special attack, but also that speed control was really, really nice for him to be able to put things slower, like this Raging Bolt was able to just go on the offensive after all those Icy Winds, and catching the Regidrago on the switch in. Yeah, that was what sealed the game.
That really is the kind of that final nail in the coffin of that second game, because had that Reggie Drago actually kind of been given this space to operate, as you were talking about the support from the tailwind, just to make sure that you were mitigating those icy wind drops. And then if you actually still had something like the Ndidi to redirect away those attacks, I think maybe this Reggie Drago could have actually done a little bit more for Federico, but that is the balance expertise in the positioning game that Alex Gomez was able to showcase for us. Just showing, even though you've got this overwhelming amount of offense on Federico's side, if you're smart about it and you actually get the right Pokemon in at the right time, you can win those games.
Yeah, when the balanced teams don't have a Flutter main, then Reggie Drago should be very good. But Alex was able to outposition it very, very nicely. The Icy Wind chip damage on that first turn of the game one was necessary, otherwise the Urshifu would have been KO'd.
Right.
And then it did so much work in that the first game. Like Chen Pao and Urshifu were on the field for 4 turns in a row, just putting on the offense. So that was really, really nicely done. And yeah, I can't wait any longer. We need to throw it over to the stage with Costa to see how Alex was able to take this round 3 here in the European International Championship.
Thank you very much, both. It is my absolute pleasure to be on the stage here with none other than Alex Gomez, your winner of Swiss round number 3, currently undefeated. Alex, my friend, you have got so many accomplishments, but you are up against another IC champion. How are you feeling?
Feeling great. Fede is an amazing player. I think he has great chances to win the tournament, even if he's 2-1 right now. So yeah, so far so good. Let's see what I pull in the next rounds, because right now I have faced 2 P-Tour Saluna and 1 Side Spam, which I was expecting to face this, and I think I prepared well against these teams. But there is some stuff which I'm very afraid of. So yeah, let's see how the tournament keeps going.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of taking it 1 set at a time and 1 game at a time within those. So up against Fede, like you said, very notable player, having the Side Spam mode. You looked very comfortable in terms of being able to sort of handle it, really rely on like the Rillaboom, and then also the Ragey Bolt. So do you have, let's say for example, that matchup completely lined out in terms of, you know what you need to do and only slight optimizations?
Yes, I optimized the team a little bit to beat Side Spam and P-Tours more consistently. I think the team can beat this kind of teams as I just mentioned, but of course the players in this tournament, they are too strong. So even if I optimize my team, they can still beat me. I think this metagame in the end, it's a lot about 50-50s, and whoever is better will win. So yeah, let's see who I face next.
Yeah, exactly, and you were able to just find a way to sort of neutralize Fede's Side Spam mode, and he sort of felt forced to go for game 2 quick mode with the Tornadus and sort of like try to break through your lines and maybe have the Side Spam in the back. So in that scenario, did you feel still relatively comfortable? You led with Chen Pao, you have the Urshifu as well. Is that always like a set mode for you to be able to sort of handle the initial Pokemon and then get through to the Ndidi? Because I feel like that's a very crucial part of this matchup.
Yeah, as you said, I got rid of the Ndidi, for example, in game 2. And in game 2, I picked Raging Bolt. In the end, you can pick Raging Ball in game 1 or Lando in game 2. Like you can change around the matchup. In game 1, I got it right that he didn't pick Tornadus. So Landorus was clutch, because if there is Tornadus, Lando is not so strong. Instead, in game 2, he picked Tornadus and I picked Raging Ball. So that gave me the upper hand in the matchup. Yeah, as I said, in the end, you need to read, and I think I got it right this round, so yeah, happy.
Exactly, and it did show, of course, and I think it was such a great call, and you need to be able to sort of take the risks when you can, based off of the storyline of the match so far, the play style of your opponent and such. So you're currently undefeated, 3-0. You've got an IC title already under your belt, clearly looking for more right now. So what would it mean to yourself? And I know it's still early on in the tournament, but what would it mean for you if you were able to just reach the finals, Championship Sunday, maybe even win the title?
Well, it would mean a lot, because I won NIC in 2023. I got second at this IC a while ago, I think 10 years ago or 9 years ago. So yeah, I think I want to win this one, and then if possible next year try for LAIC, but it's too hard. So let's focus on each round and pray for the best.
100%. And like you said, always try to improve, but bring your best self to each game, and you've got this. And you absolutely showed it. You showed confidence, you showed passion, and you kind of knew what you were doing. So keep it up, of course. With that being said, I'm going to give you an opportunity to give any shout-outs you would like to anybody in the crowd or even at home.
Of course, my team, Movistar Koi, Canecro, Antonio, Sekiam, everyone at home who is cheering at me. Of course, girlfriend, my dad, my mom, all my friends. Yeah, just blessed to be here competing. So thank you so much, and thanks to you as well.
Oh, thank you to you for being such a star, of course. But yeah, so right before I let you go for the Swiss round number 4, I've got to ask you, 30th anniversary, it's mandatory. Who is your favorite Pokemon, and why is it not Raging Bolt Booster Energy? Sorry. Who is your favorite Pokemon?
The streets say that my favorite Pokemon is Liepard, but it's not. In fact, it's Hariyama. Yeah.
Hariyama. Okay, so not Iron Hands, the OG.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
All right, we take those right. That has been us. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to be coming to a very short break, and we'll be back with Swiss round number 4. Don't go anywhere. Catch you soon.
My name is Emanuele Briganti, and it feels amazing to be the winner of the event. I think in general, what helped me more was to try to risk a little bit when I felt like it. And as I did on the finals, the switching on 9-tails, for example, helped me win the game. No, there were so many because I faced so many great players. Actually, everyone I played didn't let me rest. So I had to think hard for every round. So if I had to tell you everything, it will take so much because everyone was so great. Key moments, I think not really, just because the level was so high until the final, and I'm gonna mention again that moment on 9-tails because it was like an hit or miss turn. If I get it, I'm pretty much win. If I don't, I have to play a game 3. Incredibly, it changed my whole life. Right now, my group of friends is just made of people who I met playing Pokemon, and I'm so glad for this. It gave me so many opportunities, even in real life. It even opened my view because, traveling and talking with people from different cultures teach me a lot on point of view from everyone. It just will help me remember that I have what it takes to achieve what I want. And I think it's the first step to start my journey into learning and hopefully become better and better. So I don't have a plan for the whole season. So I'll just be playing other tournaments based on my feelings. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be my last one. Also because, like I said, it's the first step to always get better and better. So if I just stop there, it's not gonna be a beginning or it's gonna be an end. So, like I said, since I want it to be a beginning, I will keep playing. One thing that helped me a lot is changing the approach on how we see the event. For example, I didn't have the expectation to win. I had the goal to win. But since I didn't have the expectation, I couldn't really feel bad if it went bad because I didn't have, that was not what I was thinking about. So for sure, always aim high, but don't let your result ruin your experience if it goes bad. Everyone has bad tournaments, so even the best.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament. Check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. Just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. And going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
My favorite Pokemon has to be Electivire. The reason being is the anime, they had a character named Paul. It was the antagonist to Ash. And ever since Paul just showed Electivire, I don't know, just something just gravitated to me, and I just truly love the Pokemon. My pre-game ritual has to be sleep. I like to sleep a lot before an event, get well rested. Playing Pokemon for like 8 to 9 hours is almost like a day job. So making sure that you're rested is the best way to, I think, to approach a tournament. If I have to pick the best player, it would have to be Wolf Glick. I'm not saying it because it's a friend, but it's just, to me, he's been playing for so long, the longevity of just being good, just the consistency, it's just amazing. What keeps me fueled to want to get better, just seeing him do well. So he's a good friend of mine, and I think that no matter what, he's always going to be my #1 player. So my overall goal playing this game, when I first started, honestly, it was the prizing that got me interested, and I thought that I could be one of the very best. Now it's so much more than just the prizing. I want to be somebody that people of color could look up to that play this game. There's a very few of us that play this game, and just coming out to these events and placing well brings other people of color to gravitate to play this game. So now it's bigger than the prizing. I love this game, so I want other people to see why this game is so fun and important to me. The only special talent or hobby, honestly, is playing this game. I don't know how I got this good. A lot of practice, but this is it for me. Pokemon is everything in terms of like all I do besides like work and other things. But my skills in this game have really transcended over the last couple years, I think. If I could create my own card or Pokemon, I would want it to have the ability that if it gets intimidated, instead of getting an attack boost, it'll get a special attack boost. But let's add on like maybe a speed boost as well. Let's give it a little bit more. So like a competitive speed boost. My favorite Pokemon event to attend was US Nationals 2016. That was my breakout tournament. I'd never been on stream before. My heart was racing. I was playing a regional champion, Patrick Smith, and I still can recall it to this day. I thought that I would lose, but something in me spoke to me, and I said I could make it into day 2. I ended up winning in a very close set, and from there, that's when everything blew up for me in terms of Pokemon. And that moment, no matter how much prizing, no matter how much regional championships, or even worlds, that event alone is the reason why I continued playing this game. My favorite type of music, I would have to say it would have to be hip hop and rap. Sometimes I add a little country in there just to get me in the mood, but hip hop and rap has been my go-to to kind of just get me in the zone for events, solo out all the noise, and just listen to the lyrics and get focused for the next round. I'm Team Charizard. Charizard is just so super iconic. Generation 1 favorite Pokemon right there. But I do like Blastoise, but Charizard is the man for me.
It is day number 1 of the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships, and we have just finished with our Swiss round number 3 on stage, but we still have so much more action to show you. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Jamie Boyt, and we also have another special guest that will be joining us again, and that is Costa Daidemos. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
How did you end up back here?
I don't know.
You were just on the stage.
I keep getting lost.
And you just teleported away last time. Like,
yeah.
What do you mean?
Go?
But I was never here. I was
you're
watching
here
you
now.
guys.
At least you're here now, so we can watch.
It was all an illusion. Whoa.
But yeah,
There's going to be a few Zoroarks this weekend.
Well,
surely, right?
Maybe.
Definitely some
I think so.
Zoroarks.
Surely at least one, since it won a regional recently.
Yeah, exactly.
It has. Well, we'll have to see how it fares with the EU sort of.
Well, you're
centric
either
meta.
a Zoroark or you're a Ditto.
Ditto.
Are those the only two options?
Ditto! Hey! Oh my goodness. Well,
Here we go.
We're going to have a great time, definitely, as we look forward to another featured match. We got a chance to actually record this one that was over at one of our featured match stations, and so we are excited to be able to show you one of Germany's absolute best competitors versus someone that I am a little bit less familiar with from the Netherlands, Joshua van Sandijk.
Yeah, going up against Michael Kausch here, who's going to be using that Red Drago once again. So we've been seeing that just pick up quite a lot already on this stream, and even in this feature match, it's able to put on some very, very good pressure. So the Ogerpon, I would assume, would want to be going for Follow Me to help the Trick Room go up with the Photograph, but Dragon Energy is going to be able to bypass that really, really nicely.
Yeah, and I guess the thing that you need to factor in is that this Farigiraf actually is Terra Fairy, so it may actually lead Michael to try to bring that Golden Go in, as he sort of has, hopefully for the Terra commit into Fairy, which means Golden Go is just going to be able to absolutely run riot, which is what we actually see, so well played, Michael.
That's usually the combination of Steel type, either Iron Crown or Golden Go, paired with Red Drago, because you force these Fairies to Terastallizations, but then suddenly they're going to be in range of a one-shot by the Make It Rains. And yeah, as we said, Ogerpon's going for that Follow Me to keep the Photograph safe from an Ivy Cudgel, but it didn't really need to do that because it would have survived pretty comfortably.
How do you all feel about the name Fantasy Core? You know how we've got Fire, Water, Grass Core? But like Fantasy Core is nice, right? Got a good ring to it for Fairy, Steel, and Dragon.
Yeah, it's got enough dazzle that's required and appropriate.
The Razzle Dazzle.
Razzle Dazzle.
Oh, the Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, hello.
Something, I don't know.
Which is not available to our trainers.
No.
So yeah, the Golden Go switching in is we only be able to threaten the Photograph now.
Yeah.
I think depending on the speed orders of Ogerpon, we can see that's a pretty bulky Ogerpon, so maybe not trained into its maximum speed, which could allow the Ogerpon to underspeed the opposing Water-type Ogerpon and get that Ivy Cudgel KO into the Golden Go. Because yes, you force the Fairy Terastallization, and now you're threatening a one-shot with the Make It Rain, and you're no longer threatening a one-shot with the Make It Rain because Farigiraf has switched out. But yeah, the Ogerpon, I would assume, would probably actually underspeed here and threaten a knockout with Ivy Cudgel into the Golden Go.
Yeah, and I do really like actually the switch out of the Farigiraf, bringing in the Urshifu, which means you're going to be able to immediately threaten a passive play from Michael's side in order to sort of delay or burn out the remaining turns of Trick Room while still having so much pressure. And depending on the training of the speeds with the Ogerpon and Urshifu, we may actually see an outright potential KO into Michael's Ogerpon, followed up maybe with the focus into the Golden Go.
Yeah, potentially.
But we saw the Protect from the Golden Go, and I wonder how much of a missed opportunity that might have been in terms of damage. Where are you thinking that this Golden Go might sit in speed tiers?
It depends. Like, it's naturally slower than both of these Pokemon, but it's usually run as fast as possible, and on the team that wants to prioritize Trick Room, maybe you don't invest in much end speed into your Urshifu or your Ogerpon, so could be able to benefit here quite nicely. And yeah, the Golden Go's going for its Terastallization. It's going to be Dragon, which is absolutely perfect when you're facing down the Ogerpon and Urshifu.
Yeah, exactly, and that's sort of the way that you want to be able to sort of pace the board, especially since Clot is just so powerful because you're able to resist the elemental damage from Joshua's side of the field, and Michael Kausch just sticking to their placement on the board. The Ogerpon just essentially going for the offense into, you know, actually reveal that it's underspeeding in normal or in Trick Room conditions Joshua's Ogerpon.
Yeah, that's quite surprising given how bulky this Ogerpon on Joshua's side seems to be. So Yeah, prioritizing some bulk on the Open on Michael's side as well. But yeah, you got that nasty plot, so you're going to be able to threaten some really, really good damage. And speaking of really good damage, here comes the Ursaluna that will have to wait a turn to be able to do that very good damage. It needs to get burned by its Flame Orb to be able to threaten those big KOs.
Thank you, Joshua, for showing us how many turns of Trick Room are left.
Yes.
Because when I look at that nasty plot that Michael actually went for, I kind of was thinking, how many turns of Trick Room are left? Because you could look at this next turn, really easy opportunity here to go for a Protect. But the fact that this Ursaluna switched in and it has not had that Guts activated yet, this may be an even better opportunity to actually let some of that damage rip.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you want to be able to do. And I feel like Joshua just wasn't in the point to be able to bring the Ursaluna in safely earlier on. And this is sort of the detriment when you don't get your modes initiated straight away.
Even the follow me here is actually going to be enough to actually keep this Golden Go safe. Look how pitiful amounts of damage that Facade actually does without that Guts boost activated.
Oh,
this is a double KO. Oh my goodness. Crit onto the Ursaluna though. I mean, at +2 for the Make It Rain, I wonder how much that actually contributes. But I mean, Michael's showing us the power of that Golden Go, especially when you get those special attack boosts.
Yeah, it's able to get a double knockout here and almost certainly secure this first game for Michael. Really, really nicely done there. The Ogerpon just took no damage from that Facade. It shows why you need to get that burn available on your Ursaluna as quickly as possible. And given that it was only 2 turns of Trick Room left, and now you can just go for that double protect to stall out the last one, the Ursaluna wasn't afforded the opportunity to go on the offense like it so likes to do.
And that's sort of the anticipation of being able to stall out Trick Room appropriately, but also not give your opponent leeway and take advantage of setup on your side. Because if there's nothing that directly threatens your Pokemon, you're very free to be able to guarantee the following turn a sweep, essentially. And that's exactly what we saw from Mishael. And, you know, wrapping up that game 1 quite convincingly, should I say, even though Joshua made some cool plays and trying to gain momentum, take advantage of like a passive turn from Michelle to sort of stall an additional turn or burn it out. But it just wasn't enough because you needed that to be the Ursaluna, but then that was threatened by the other side of the field, the Ogerpon Wellspring, right?
I mean, there were 2 double protect turns to stall out Trick Room, and then the turns in Trick Room were actually beneficial for Michael instead. So like just being able to get that Make It Rain off and get that double KO. Granted, there was the critical hit into the Ursaluna,
right?
But at that point, you just, even if it survives, you double protect, Trick Room stall out, and Make It Rain's a double KO regardless. So I don't think the critical hit into the Ursaluna mattered too much. It's just very impressive to be able to get that knockout.
Do you both think that since you're gonna make the commit of bringing the Urshifu in, anticipating a passive play from Michael's side, you actually bring that Ursaluna in? Because like, you want to be able to capitalize. If you're going to make the read, you might as well bring in the Pokemon that's actually going to like assist you with your strategy.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe there was a bit of a miss there on Joshua's side. I think either you get a chance to go for Protect on either of the Pokemon that are sitting in front of the Golden Go, because that Make It Rain is going to drop a special attack level, or you actually kind of hedge your bets. Like, if that crit does matter in the end, you could have maybe protected the partner Pokemon, get the special attack to drop, hope that your Ursaluna survives, or even protect it to get the Guts boost, and then you can actually go for a knockout on a subsequent turn. And so maybe there was just a couple of things that went amiss. Maybe like Joshua wasn't thinking about Michael doing things that he ended up doing. But let's see if there's any adjustments as we head into this game too.
There already is. That's the Whimsicott. It's
double
tailwind setters here coming out. But the Red Drago's surely in the better position facing down the Ursaluna, because you'll be able to match tailwinds very, very comfortably, and Red Drago will surely outspeed the Ursaluna. It won't be able to knock it out in one shot with the Dragon Energy, but it will be able to do so much damage on this first turn.
Yeah, and then even if you do get the Flame Orb activated, you've got the burn residual damage to have to contend with, so it's just going to essentially be a further timeout to just make sure that you need to try to take advantage as quickly as possible of the Pokemon.
Crystallization used so early here, and it's actually going to be for the Whimsicott. A little surprised about that because of the electric, but I am excited to see what this Pokemon is going to do.
I mean, you usually use Terra Electric on grass types because of flying moves. We're facing down a Tornadus that is also going for a defensive Terrestrialization. It's going to be Steel in the face of the Red Drago, and we saw the sneak peek that Josh showed us. There was no Dragon resistance on his team, so it has to be this Steel resistance coming out from the Tornadus.
Okay, yeah, and just the safe play of making sure you're not expending your resources on the Ursaluna, but you need to be able to maybe chip down this Regidrago, just go on the offensive and hopefully bring it within a range where it's not going to be able to guarantee a certain benchmark of damage onto the Ursaluna.
Now, I mean, with that defensive terror, this Tornadus actually does survive the Dragon Energy, and when you know that your own Ursaluna is going to get outsped by the Regidrago on the other side, you may as well protect it, let the Guts get activated by that Flame Orb, and then, yeah, exactly, see how much damage you really can do. I think the only thing that could have gone better for Joshua on that turn is that you would have been able to see a speed drop from the Bleak Windstorm double connect.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with you, that's not normal damage onto the Regidrago because I've run a lot of them, and it may be an actual indication that the Tornadus actually has a bit more special offensive investment.
And it did have a Sharp Beak as well.
Yeah.
It just showed us it's got Sharp Beak. That's why it's doing so much damage there. And we sometimes forget how strong Tornadus is. It's usually there to set up Tailwinds, maybe a Rain Dance for its partners, and then potentially spam the Bleak Windstorms, but it's got very respectable special attack. It can turn on the offense if it does choose to.
And I love that. I think this is where we get a chance to really see that innovation shine through, is just how much of these Pokemon that get a chance to spit in a bunch of these buckets actually do. But I mean, even though you can't go for the Dragon Energy anymore, a Draco Meteor is still a one-hit knockout into the Ursaluna. And that just shows you the power and the versatility of a Pokemon like this. You do have to take the trade of two really powerful Pokemon on either side, but you still have a couple of turns of Tailwind left for Michael. And so I feel like there's still something you can bring in that's good there.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, the trade, okay, fair enough. You've both actually traded the terrestrializations options as well in a sort of defensive way to enable your Prankster support Pokemon to allow and enable their sort of main damage dealers on the other side of the field. And actually the advantage, in my opinion, would be in Joshua's side because you've got the Ogerpon. It directly threatens the Golden Go. And you've got another Juggernaut, as we saw in the back. So it just needs to be able to handle the situation and not get his nerves to impact his decision-making.
I think the Whimsicott's not really offering too much at this point because it can go for its Moonblast and do very pitiful damage into this Terra Steel Tornadus and now this Ogerpon that's switched in. So yeah, that's the advantage has surely got to be in Josh's favor because that terrestrialization has already been spent. If you had that Terra Dragon still available, this would be a very good position for the Golden Go, but because that was committed early on onto that Whimsicott, it will have to stay as is Steel typing and potentially be knocked out by this Ogerpon.
Well, we do get a chance to see another one of those supportive options on this Whimsicott revealed. That's going to be the Fake Tears. And what a perfect Pokemon to have beside it. Whether it was going to be the special attacker of the Regidrago or the Golden Go, Ivy Cudgel actually goes to target the Whimsicott instead. And you talk about maybe something that's not going to be providing a whole lot of benefit to Michael's team. That might have just been a misdirection. And so Joshua actually does have to take quite a bit of damage there across the way from Michael's Golden Go.
Yeah, and we saw that, you know, there's a lot of damage dealt onto the Ogerpon. A Pokemon supposedly resisting the Steel type because of its Fire typing. And also, we thought maybe more bulky, but Fake Tears is such a great way to be able to bypass that. But now, the Wellspring is available for Michael's side, and you've got Redirection available, but a great way to be able to, depending on the speed tiering, outpace and pick up a quick KO as well.
Well, we did see that the Ogerpon undersped in Trick Room, the opposing Ogerpon, so we'll have to see if that's still going to be the case going forward here, because we've still got the Tailwind available on both sides.
But as Joshua so kindly showed us, there's only one turn left for Michael, and there are a couple turns left for Joshua. So what he's done here is he's gone for a double protect. He's hoping to stall out that final turn of Tailwind here for Michael, and then have his Pokemon outspeed. But Michael, the veteran that he is, I'm really hoping to see him actually go for a nasty plot here, because there are very few ways that we can actually see his kind of get punished. And so Michael does go for the safe option. He goes for the Follow Me to redirect away that pressure. Oh, and Golden Go actually goes for a Make It Rain. So instead of utilizing this kind of dead turn, Michael actually does just try to go for that all-out damage.
Yeah, it could be the scenario where the play is so obvious, you might as well just take that into consideration and just go straight forward with the damage, anticipating the offense coming from Josh's side. But like you said, staggered Tailwind is something so crucial that Josh has identified that may actually be able to run about, you know, the win condition for himself.
I will say, forgot how low the Tornadus and Ogerpon are, that it's possible that just going for the follow me here and damage is going to get that double knockout.
It's going to be close on the Ogerpon, though, because you took a special attack drop from that first Make It Rain that was able to do only just over half. And yeah, there's going to be some very good damage in the Ogerpon. That's Ivy Cudgel's surely going to be followed up by a sharp beat boosted Bleak Windstorm. And now we're just left with this Golden Go, so it needs to be able to pick up this knockout on this Ogerpon, or it's just going to be in range of that Ivy Cudgel on the next turn.
And it's speed getting dropped here. We saw a sneak preview of what Joshua actually had in the back. And I think he would have loved to actually be able to have the Ogerpon available, but Michael's decided to go for the Shadow Ball to actually get that guaranteed knockout onto the Ogerpon, but he's got to deal with 2 menaces now, not just 1.
Well, yeah, and the beautiful thing is we thought, okay, Ogerpon's such a, thorn in Michael's side. There's an Urshifu, 100% HP, that just wraps up this game 2 in favor of Josh, because you've essentially checkmated the Golden Go in that endgame, sort of preserved it for the right moment to be able to capitalize, and that sort of leans into the idea from Josh's side, saying, okay, I'm going to go defensive, I'm going to stall out an additional turn in order to be able to get rid of the Wellspring in the back, take advantage, make sure that my Urshifu can sweep as long as the Wellspring's gone.
Yeah, I would have definitely given the advantage to Michael on that first turn. Like Regidrago against an Ursaluna, that's surely got to have the advantage. But then when that was dealt with, suddenly this Golden Go against the Ogerpon, that just flipped completely. And then yeah, the Golden Go was not able to do the damage that it needed to. Yes, the Fake Tears really helped, but it wasn't enough.
That's where I would have liked to see on that double protect turn. I still go back to what if Michael had actually clicked Nasty Plot on the Golden Go instead. Then on the following turn, is that +2 Make It Rain now actually going to get a double knockout into the Hearthflame Ogerpon as well as the Tornadus that was at such low HP for Joshua? And then what does that matchup look like for the Urshifu? I think I'm in this scenario, I'm still thinking Michael needs the Bleak Windstorm to miss the Ogerpon because Tailwind would have expired. Joshua's Pokemon are faster, but if that Bleak Windstorm misses the Ogerpon, that could put him in a winning position instead because you have the Water Absorb there on the Ogerpon with the Follow Me to help make sure that that Golden Go can pick up.
But Josh had to go on the offensive.
Yeah.
Needed to take the risk.
Of
because
course.
then it guarantees that positioning that you're looking for, and actually a complete switch up from Michael's side. We've got the Chien Pao alongside the Golden Go. Sure, it's not the Golden Go is not going to be able to capitalize off like Sword of Ruin, but you've got the potential of setup, but then the Ogerpon once again on Josh's side with a potential Trick Room setup.
It is tough, but I feel like because Michael does have a Dragon Terra available on the Golden Go, I feel like that's something where maybe he can just kind of start hitting things. I feel like Joshua sees both of these Pokemon and goes, these are both amazing targets for the Ivy Cudgel. I actually don't know how much I really want to set up Trick Room here, if I can just do damage and maybe KO something. But it's up to kind of what he decides maybe is in the back that he might want to actually set up the Trick Room for.
Yeah, and I think, like we said, there's no reason not to go for this Terra Dragon. In the face of an Ogerpon, with Sword of Ruin helping, Ivy Cudgel would be able to knock it out in one hit. So yeah, Terra Dragon makes perfect sense here. And wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Nasty Plot coming out, making use of an even more passive turn from the Ogerpon, because it didn't go on the offensive, it just went for the Follow Me instead.
Ooh. And the Ice Spinner is going to get redirected, but it still does such a chunky amount of damage. That Ogerpon, though, does hang on quite well. But I love that Michael's kind of looking at this and going, if Joshua sets up Trick Room, it's actually probably pretty good that the Ogerpon is still actually alive so that the Ursaluna doesn't get a free switch, but also just try to like get out as much damage as possible.
I believe we saw in that first game that the Golden Go undersped the Ogerpon, so now theoretically we'll just be able to follow up with another Make It Rain KO because it's taking so much damage, it's going to be in range of that attack, and this could just be a double knockout. Yes, you'll have to take potentially a Hyper Voice on the way that would still be able to do some good damage and break the Focus Sash that we assume that the Chien Pao does have, but then that would be a double KO. And you can't really switch in one of your Trick Room sweepers to preserve one of these Pokemon because otherwise you're just going to take a Make It Rain on the way in.
Yeah, and it's sort of like the trade-off of certain diminishing returns in terms of being able to forward your board positioning. And, Focus Sash allows the Chien Pao in normal conditions to be able to take 2 hits, but the Ogerpon, unfortunately, is not going to be able to follow that up and does get KO'd from a -1 special attack Golden Go. It does have Metal Coat, so that additional multiplier may have been just enough to allow it to essentially hit that calc mark. And like you both were saying, we've just got 2 final Pokemon on Josh's side, but Trick Room set up. This may actually fall in his advantage. And Urshifu, we know, usual suspect, is able to bypass protects.
Yeah, so like it's not safe for Michael to actually just go for a protect on the Urshifu or the Chien-Pao. But if you do both, you have to pick. You know,
Yep.
Urshifu can't hit both Pokemon. Thank goodness it has like that little that little
Can you
saving
imagine?
grace.
Oh.
But I think it's still where we've hit kind of like that critical point. Can Joshua actually utilize these turns of Trick Room effectively with this Ursaluna, especially if Guts is activated? And how well can Michael actually stall it out? He still has 4 Pokemon, so he actually has quite a good bit of wiggle room to actually get through these final turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, but it's still 3 turns because we've only seen that first turn utilized. And yeah, we're seeing the Golden Ghost switch out. It would have probably still been in range of a Headlong Rush with Sword of Ruin helping it. So that's probably why it's a Whimsicott defensively switching in here. We don't usually see Whimsicott waiting in the back. It's almost always led so you can get Tailwind straight away, but it's going to work out very nicely as a defensive switch in here.
I do really love this because not only do you have such a great switching of the Ogerpon, you need to be able to get the slot correct there. But ground type, you know, both of Michael's Pokemon are going to be able to resist it because of the grass typing. But more crucially, the Urshifu doesn't even opt to go for the Surging Strikes, respecting the Wellspring, brilliant hit, but you've just got so much staying power from Michael's side. It is completely worth making the hard switch-ins because your end game is clearly going to be the Golden Go, you know, and the Chien-Pao in order to round things up once Trick Room's expired.
I think the problem is you still are at full HP with both of these Pokemon on Joshua's side, and you still have those turns of Trick Room remaining. Ursaluna's going to be able to secure a KO onto either of the Pokemon that Michael has. If he wants to try to make a sacrificial switch, I think he could do that, but then you really have to think about how are you actually going to get through this. If you're using close combat on this Urshifu, though, you are dropping your defenses. Oh, and an Encore. That is a big deal here.
Yeah, that's going to force it into Headlong Rush, and that probably won't be able to pick up the knockout on his own.
Oh my goodness!
It's a very slow Ogerpon, and surely to invest in its defenses, so very, very nicely done there from Michael. There's going to be the close combat to be able to KO the Ogerpon, but that would have been extra damage into the Whimsicott that it's now been able to survive through this second last turn in the Trick Room.
Absolutely calculated play there from Michael. Still being able to preserve the additional slot that would have been, you know, taken out there. And what is it? Is it 2 turns of Trick Room remaining or 1? I think it's 1, isn't it? So this is exactly what you want, and especially because of the Encore, the Urshifu is not going to be able to, or should I say the Ursaluna is not going to be able to find a way outside of, you know, just selecting another move, maybe a Protect or something like that. But, you know, at this point, Michael just needs to be able to preserve the danger.
I mean, one extra benefit of this Encore is you're forcing the Ursaluna to keep dropping its defenses. And it's going to be in range, as soon as Trick Room's over, it's going to be in range of any attack that the Chien-Pao would want to go for, or the Golden Go waiting in the back. It's going to surely be in range of those Make It Rains. I think just Michael needs to find a way through this Urshifu. It's still at full HP, and Chien-Pao is not good into Urshifus. And Golden Go is actually not that great into Urshifus. So it's got to be the Whimsicott of all things that's probably going to be able to take care of this Urshifu. But you've still got that last turn of Trick Room.
Oh, and Michael's actually just going to go ahead and make sure that the Whimsicott gets a chance to do something on this turn. And with the Sucker Punch available as well, it does do a lot. Sword of Ruin stacked up against those defense drops. And so, yeah, I think Whimsicott gets away with exactly what it wants. On this final turn of Trick Room, Michael has set up the Tailwind for himself once it expires. And I love that he's thought about that in terms of what happens next.
Yeah, but because now you've got a scenario. Trick Room's over. Okay, sure, your Chien-Pao's down. But you got Tailwind set up, your Golden Go in the back with a Metal Coat against -2 special defense of both Josh's side may well actually be enough to pick up the KO, especially because of that Sucker Punch.
Yeah, that was very, very good damage. And I think it's actually even -3 on the Ursaluna a bit after the Encore.
Right, the Whimsicott, yeah.
Ursaluna is definitely in range of the Make It Rain. It's just, is the Urshifu going to be? Because it's still a resisted hit, but the -2 drops coming out from the close combat has effectively cancelled that out. So, is the Urshifu able to survive this Make It Rain? That's all this match is going to come down to now, because a close combat might not pick up the knockout, but a close combat Acrojet definitely would.
There's still Terrestrialization, actually, for Joshua, so that Terra Steel might also be able to help out this Urshifu a little bit, but I wonder how much that will actually do.
I mean, it's still going to be resisted,
It would have been resisted regardless, so I don't think it makes too much difference. It's just, is this going to be able to pick up the knockout? And it is!
Wow, a double KO here. I was gonna say, is there something that the Ursaluna could have done with the Terra? That was gonna be my
I think
question.
based on just the color that was circling around, I think it was Terra Ghost. So that wouldn't have been able to save it
right,
from any
yeah,
of the make
no.
it range that would come out. So yeah,
So just for style points at the end there with the Terra. Yeah.
just all those drops, the close combat drops, the headlong rush drops, they came back to bite Joshua because they were doing some really good damage.
Oh yeah.
But then just just the foresight to set up the tailwind with the Whimsicott, so the Golden Go could then outspeed and get that make it rain double KO. Very, very nicely done.
Well, Michael Kelsch is going to maintain his undefeated record heading into Swiss round number 4 after we got a chance to feature that match. And what a crazy opponent, I think, for Joshua to have to face. But that's what happens at these international championships, as you could be facing up against a previous runner-up at a world championship like Michael Kelsch, alongside the rest of his accomplishments being a multi-time regional winner. But we love that. We love having that ability.
Honestly, and in order to be the best, you need to beat the best. And Josh, really did such a terrific job in forcing it literally down to the final turn of 3 games worth of a best of 3. It's incredible.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. I think the adaptations from both trainers made perfect sense going into their games. I think the reveal that the Ogerpon on Michael's side was slower than the Ogerpon on Josh's side, even though it was a really bulky one. That was really, really big. Like, almost always, you run your Ogerpons max speed because you want to outspeed opposing Landorus, for example. You want to at least speed tie with opposing Ogerpons. It seems like, at least from what we saw in this first game, it was a much more bulky approach to the Ogerpon. So, again, is that a potential trend that we could see going into this EUIC?
It will all be down to the training in terms of how our competitors are going to get an edge. Let's take a look at our overall standings so far, as we have finished up 3 rounds of Swiss so far, seeing Alex Gomez as well as Michael Kelsch maintain their undefeated record. I feel like there are also a couple of other familiar names here. We saw Victor Medina at the top of our day. Paul Chua, a previous EUIC champion, is also going to get started with a heater of a day.
Yeah, truly, and it's just so great. Like we said, there's so many various branch lines, timelines that we've been able to sort of follow already, and so many more to be developed, especially with some of our lesser known trainers, which I would say actually there's quite a bit, especially on that right-hand side of the bracket.
Yeah, it's really, really nice showing. And as we've established, this is going to be start of streaks for these trainers as they want to be progressing into that phase 2 with as good a record as possible.
I will say, though, there are 2 names on this list that I can remember being good at Trick Room or good at Psychic Terrain. One is Patrick Chang, who actually used a Psychic Seed on Burden Halucha with some really great success at a previous regional. I believe it was in kind of like Regulation B. But that was like, when we were first getting a chance to experience that Scarlet and Violet decks. But then Brian Collins, of course, is one of the trainers that I feel like has one of the best edges when it comes to using Psychic Terrain, like hard Trick Room. That's really his bread and butter. And so it's great to see both of them off to the races here.
Yeah, and I do need to give a special shout out as well to Brian Collins. He had like a whole document that he released with his very famous hard Trick Room team, where there's just so many great lines to it. And as well as Ben Grisma, which did an incredible job with not only having Healing Wish on the female Ndidi, but there was also that meta style fake out in terms of Covert Cloak being on the Hatterini to sort of say, oh, maybe I'm not susceptible to Parting Shot.
But Clear Amulets.
It's Clear Amulet.
Clear Amulets.
Yes, that's right.
Brian went for Covert Cloak, and it was Ben Grisma that went for the Clear Amulet fake out and tricked everyone in the tournament. It was really nicely done because, everyone assumed you can't Parting Shot a Clear Amulet Pokemon. So good. But if you try to Parting Shot the Clear Amulet Hatterene, Magic Bounce happens first before the Clear Amulet would stop the drops. So you do end up bouncing it instead. So, and we were able to see what match we're going to be able to feature here. It's going to be Ashton Cox versus our previous EUIC finalist, Indil Yeomans.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at the stardom across the board here when you look at everybody else that's paired up against each other for the Swiss round number 4. James Beck, LAIC champion, Nicholas Kahn, also a previous world champion, I believe, in the seniors division. And you also have multi-time of top 4 IC IC win. I was gonna say winner, but like top 4 standings at ICs in Joseph Ugarte, and then of course like Justin Tang versus Zachary Weed. Zachary just got a 2nd place at the regional championships in Vegas. Justin Tang, multi-time regional champion, and then Kerry Duartona is actually the Toronto regional champion from just a couple of months ago.
Yeah,
a couple weeks ago. Oh my God, it was weeks ago. Feels like months.
It does. There's been so many meta development points so far. But yeah, I mean, Justin absolutely stealing a previous season title that Joseph Ugarte, wore on his sleeve in terms of being the #1 NA player. So, and they've got a lot of chivalry between them. They work together in terms of team building, composition, and review. So it's great to be able to see such well-known players, as well as lesser-known players too, do an incredible job so far.
Yeah, and speaking of, Dill was very lesser known going into that previous EUIC we had last year and was made it all the way to the finals and is now doing a very good showing and facing a previous international champion, well, 2-time international champion this time in Ashton Cox. So yeah, it's going to be a fantastic match.
Yeah, Ashton Cox has found success at LAIC not once, but twice. That is definitely a favorite when we look at some of our top competitors in North America. But I feel like Dill has definitely started to put together a little bit of that legacy for themselves as well. After that 2nd place, I feel like Dill has already been able to show us, already a Lille top 32 appearance just this season, and even just a couple of weeks ago, got top 64 in Birmingham, and that was in this regulation too.
Yeah, and he was actually able to innovate with Marco Silva in his Robombi.
I was going to say that! Why'd you steal the point?
Yeah, they were team building partners, and Dill brought that same Robombi team to that little tournament, but Marco was able to pilot to that victory. So yeah, even showing, it was really cool animations and Iron Treads that we didn't really think would be that viable with the restricted legendaries, and was able to make the finals. So yeah, Dill, yeah, absolutely did. So can really make those innovations.
Yeah.
Make Iron Thorns happen.
Well, I'm not sure about that one, Rose.
Iron Treads.
Moving on.
We've seen Iron Bundle in Reg F already, even though it wasn't super popular either. The only one that hasn't really seen the spotlight is Iron Thorns.
And I think for good reason. No. Well, I mean, you're an expert at Iron Thorns, right?
No for good reason that it's got the stats, but it just
doesn't have the time.
It doesn't have the speed. It needs a bit more speed.
Yeah. There's we could go on the list. It's an amazing Pokemon visually.
Yes.
And like the typing is actually really cool as well. It's very niche. Rock Electric. There's not a lot of Pokemon that actually share the duality of that.
That is true, but that does make it very weak to some very powerful Pokemon in this format.
Ursaluna, Blood Moon and regular.
Landorus.
Iron Treads even. If you really wanted to go there.
I mean, Rillaboom will carry high horsepower and one-shot it as well. So
yes.
Oh
yeah.
no.
We've talked way too much about a Pokemon that's not viable. We should bring it back to something that probably is.
Well, how about Pikachu?
Oh, hello. We said viable,
right?
Well,
there's got to be one. Someone brought Pikachu, right?
Oh, hello, there's Pikachu! Hello! Where is it? There, hello! But no, being able to see all the lovely folks as well on the floor is amazing. You see them all focused right now, going into sort of next round, the current round that they have been going through. And, we've got a various accolade of course, all 4 of our games, not just VGC, even though, we get a bit biased sometimes, but that's okay. We've got the red here, right? It makes sense. And here too. But yeah.
It's actually really funny that I feel like when we were talking in the pre-show about the different games, we were all kind of bringing up, what are going to be the best Pokemon? I still feel like we take Incineroar. I don't think that I've seen Incineroar be nearly as viable or dominant in any of the other titles. But you look at a game like Pokemon Go, they get to use things that I don't think we'll ever see on our game. Like, they love the middle evolutions.
I believe Furret's supposed to be very strong in Go.
It is.
We'll never see that in VGC, unfortunately.
You know what?
We see Sentret more than we see Furret.
That is true, actually. Because Eviolite is a based item, and we do get a chance to actually see a lot of strategies for that. But yeah, in Go, just kind of the way that the stats work in that game, we see a lot of middle evolutions, or things that are kind of that can reach high levels. Yeah, Primate.
Really well.
Yeah. Shadow. They have Shadow Pokemon. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Like, big throwback to the Pokemon Coliseum days, which is an amazing game, by the way, and also the first taste that I got of Doubles Pokemon.
Did you?
Might be mine as well, actually, yeah. It might be a lot of people's first taste of doubles, right?
Is it? Well, not mine. I mean, I unfortunately, I really wanted it when it came out. I was like, oh my, what, like free form, you could travel wherever you want, 3D in like in a Pokemon game?
What's not to love about having Espeon and Umbreon as your first partner Pokemon?
Yeah, Umbreon disappeared pretty quick on my team, sorry to say.
Take the mic back.
Espeon was great. I loved using Espeon. But yeah, no, back then I didn't realize what support was. And Umbreon wasn't doing damage, it was supposed to support, and that wasn't doing damage, so I
That's true. Okay,
I didn't know what I was doing back then.
No, but I agree with you. Playing through a Pokemon game, to me, has always been more fun if I'm just doing damage. You know, who else has had that experience where it's like, oh, you take out all of the supportive moves, like who uses Fake Out? No, you're just gonna get, your Incineroar and give it Flare Blitz.
Do the damage button. Click it. Do the
exactly.
thing.
Throat Chop and Darkest Lariat.
Yeah.
Who needs Fake Out or, well, actually Intimidate's pretty good. Never mind.
Intimidate is pretty good.
Intimidate's really good.
Not against Ice Spam.
To be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Costa
Galarian
give us
Articuno
a
that
10
terrestrializes so it grounds itself. There you go. That's the Slice Spam that's going to be Incineroar.
Okay, all right.
No, just give it an Iron Ball.
Even that, yeah, that would work. But then you'd be slower than the Incineroar. But then you can go for Trick Room, and then you'd be faster.
Okay.
Yeah. There's
We're
a lot of steps
innovating
in this
here on the
process.
stream. We've got a team of Iron Thorns. We've got a Furret.
Okay. And this has been Jamie Boyd's class of innovation, clearly, when it comes to the video game championships.
Listen, I need the second course of this because I feel like I'm taking some good notes for future tournaments.
Yes. I mean, maybe not the Centret.
Well, Centret is good.
We saw it pair with Calyrex Ice Rider of all things.
Yeah, but
that makes sense.
Yes,
what
it
about
does.
Scraggy?
Not
Scraggy, yes.
Scraggy
okay
in a double restricted format was good.
I
because
respect
it got
Scraggy
Intimidate and it was really slow.
That's true. And Fake Out and coaching.
And Intimidate is a good ability.
It is very good. Yeah, that's true. What other things? I love that you bring up the Rabombi point because I think when we actually do think about kind of like the fun Pokemon, maybe we'll get a chance to see maybe some. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be the match that we do that, but maybe. Costa, thank you so much for bringing the good and the bad ideas.
Beautiful. Thank you.
We will get a chance to actually see you a little bit later, but let's go ahead and home back into our match that we are going to be featuring on the broadcast between Ashton Cox, 2 times LAIC International Champion, and Dill Yeomans, runner-up at EUIC in
just the previous season.
Yes,
was able
in
to get it.
2025.
So, yeah, our reigning EUAC finalists. Very, very, very nicely done. And using the team that Marco Silva was using in the Birmingham Regional Championship just a couple of weeks ago. And we did mention that they were a team building partner with Marco when they innovated that Rabombi team. So I wouldn't be surprised if Marco has been talking still once again to get that team going. But for Ashton, known for innovation in previous years, is going to be well, I was about to say using the wrong Landorus. And that's such a strange thing to say. If you go back 10 years, Landorus Therian was the most common Pokemon ever. But now it's Landorus Incarnate. But no, Ashton is going with the Therian form instead.
Well, it turns out that Intimidate is a pretty good ability.
Is a pretty good ability, yes. And of course, the Landorus Therian has access to that and is going for even bigger damage with that Choice Band as well. It doesn't have access to its own flying type attacks. That's why it's forced into Terra Blast with a flying typing to be able to get that coverage going. But it's paired with the Heatran, and that's been a very, very classic pairing in previous formats.
You talk about innovation, and I do think that Heatran fits in that bucket in terms of what we have seen so far in this particular rule set. And yeah, it does give a bit of a nod to the historical teams that we've seen in the past where Landorus Therian was at the top of the game as well as Heatran. But I feel like when you take a look at Heatran in this particular format, it is a rarer Pokemon to see.
It is, but I am of the opinion it is the best Pokemon in the format. And I know that people never believe me. And Ashton doesn't believe me because he's using Citrus Berry instead of the Zoom Lens Magma Storm that I did think was probably slightly preferable. But then I ended up missing a load when I played in Birmingham in the last region.
Well, Heatwave can miss too.
Heatwave can miss as well, but it's going to be able to miss both targets here and make it even worse when it misses. But yeah, the Citrus Berry going to be able to make it even bulkier because you can really, really bulk out a Heatran. It can survive some things that you really, really wouldn't expect it to.
But there are other ways that Ashton is able able to kind of find some of that extra damage. If you're investing in the bulk, you can see that, I think, also being reflected in something like the Raging Bolt as it's holding that Assault Vest. But then look at the kind of offensive Terras that actually exist. You already called out the Landorus Therian with the flying type. It's going to be great to have that flying type offensive coverage. But you've got Terra Electric for the Raging Bolt, Terra Dark for the single strike Urshifu for all of this powerful, wicked blows, and then Ogerpon can't change it, but the Terra Water can definitely help with those Ivy Cudgels too.
Yeah, it seems like quite a defensive team, but like you just mentioned, that is very offensive with the Terra types. And speaking of offense, Torkold and Ursaluna in Trick Room really does turn on that offense. We saw this, Marco Silva pilot its top 8 in the Birmingham Regional Championship just a couple of weekends ago, and it seems like Dill is going to be picking up on that as well.
The Torkold is great with that ability to help power up the Flutter Mane with the photosynthesis. You don't need to invest into a booster energy to actually give that Flutter Mane that extra damage. You can have that choice specs instead. However, this could be a bit of a detriment. If Dill gets this Torkoal in at the wrong time and the wrong place, you could find yourself in a predicament where the Flash Fire on the Heatran is going to negate all of that extra damage this Torkoal can do.
Well, I think that Heatran is going to be incredibly important for Ashton going into this game. It's completely immune to the Torkoal, and if you go for that Terra Grass, well then suddenly the ground type attacks that would be coming out from the Ursaluna are going to be resisted instead. And Heatran is able to survive a facade from Ursaluna if you train it into its defenses. So yeah, I think that, and look at the rest of the team. If the Heatran resists the Ferrograph completely, if the Flutter Mane wants to be going on full offense, it needs to go for fairy moves, and that's quad resisted by the Heatran. So yeah, Heatran going to be incredibly important here, and I think it might be a struggle for Dill to be able to break through that.
The one thing that I look at as maybe a saving grace is maybe something like the Ogerpon. Ogerpon Cornerstone is actually one of the least used forms. We don't really often see the Teal Mask variant as well, but I think Ogerpon Cornerstone on the right team can provide you a lot of benefit. Whether it is going to be next to something like the Ferrograph as Dill gets into this very first game to help kind of redirect away attacks so you can guarantee the Trick Room, or you force this Heatran to go for the Terastallization and try to hit it another way.
Yeah, and we got the Heatran and the Landorus leading out for Ashton, and this is just a complete throwback. I haven't seen this lead for years and years.
It makes me happy.
It used to be such a solid lead to be able to go for. They cover each other very well except for water types, and that's what the Wellspring Ogerpon is for on this team, but we've got it facing down the Cornerstone at the moment, and you've got the Intimidate into Ogerpon as well, and yeah, the Ferrograph could be able to set up Trick Room here, but there could be something just like a U-turn from the Landorus to reposition, while also actually doing really good damage to either of these Pokemon with that super effective hit, and the Heatran isn't as threatened, especially because the Ogerpon switching out. There's no threat into the Heatran at the moment, just going to be the Incineroar switching in instead.
Okay, so the Incineroar is going to help land an Intimidate drop onto this Choice Band Landorus. It will help to kind of put a little bit of the pressure off of that Pokemon, but you're still in a bit of danger. Protect here is actually going to stop this Landorus from being able to pivot out. And it gives Dill the opportunity to go for something like a Fake Out on the next turn. And Incineroar ends up being the perfect switch in for the Heat Wave that this Heatran is just unleashed, and in fact it's so good that it doesn't even take the attack.
I'm calling that a delayed commentator's curse from you when you mentioned about the fact that Heatwave can miss, but it would have done very little damage to the Assault Vest Incineroar, so probably won't be too impactful there. The Incineroar and switching in and Protect is very nice because you both get rid of the Intimidate on the Cornerstone Ogerpon while also seeing what the Landorus did lock into. Yes, it could have gone for a Stomping Tantrum into the Incineroar switch in, but now that you know it's gone for that U-turn, it's not threatening any damage into this Incineroar. It's going to be just pivoting out. And yes, it's still very respectable damage into that Ferrograph, but it's able to survive that very comfortably.
It does, but I mean, that is still going to be a lot, bringing that Ferrograph to basically about half, but just barely out of the range that it actually can't consume the Citrus Berry and get any of that additional HP recovery back. So is this follow-up attack from the Heatran actually going to be enough to knock it out? Heatran does go for it, but no, it is going to be safe for now. Ferrograph finally gets a chance to eat that berry, so that will be able to help give it a little bit more staying power as we see the U-turn from the Incineroar get a nice target with the Ogerpon Wellspring that's switched in.
Yeah, that's going to be some really nice chip damage into that, and you've got to assume this is the Ursaluna switching in the face of the Heatran. There. You can't bring Torkoal in this matchup against Heatran. Yep, there we go. There's the Ursaluna, and we saw the Incineroar moving before that Ferrograph. That has yet to move, and there is that Trick Room setup.
Trick Room is going to be great. Ursaluna also coming in off the U-turn means that it's going to get that Flame Orb activated immediately. So Guts on the table to boost up this Ursaluna's attack.
Yeah, now it's going to be able to threaten some really nice damage. It can go for the Earthquake in the face of the Heatran, which might force its defensive terrestrialization of grass. But if you do that, then suddenly you're not resisting Hyper Voice that could come out from Farigiraf anymore. You're not resisting the Facade, and if you get some Earthquake chip damage into that Heatran, I think that would probably still put it in range of a Facade afterwards. And the Ogerpon, after taking so much damage from that U-turn, might be in range of an Earthquake and a Hyper Voice. You could be going for a defensive terrestrialization of the flying on the Farigiraf so that you become immune to those Earthquakes. Then there wouldn't be too much stopping just a Hyper Voice and Earthquake. Yes, you'd have to go for that defensive terrestrialization with the Heatran, but instead, no, just Farigiraf switching out here instead, not going on the offensive. It's going to be Incineroar, and you definitely are not going for Earthquake this turn because of that.
No, you don't want to be getting that additional damage into the partner, especially because Incineroar has been able to be pretty effective already, even just being able to help drop the attack stat of this Ogerpon Wellspring. You can see Dale kind of like doing a little nod over there with that Protect from the Heatran. Ashton's definitely trying to stall out a couple of these turns of Trick Room, and with this Ursaluna being just as big of a threat as it is, we were seeing just Ashton hoping to kind of hedge his bets. Where is this Ursaluna going to target? Can I stall out more turns of Trick Room before I really have to hit full send on the Terra?
Yeah, well, you can't really stop a fake out into Heatran and Facade into that Ogerpon slot. Yes, you did get a tiny bit of chip damage with that Spiked Shield. That does always add up when Ursaluna is getting that extra damage from the burn. You can go for a switch in with the Landorus, and I would assume with the Intimidate that would be able to survive a Facade, but that would be a lot of damage on the way in. The Ogerpon is surely in range of even a -1 Facade, so even if the Landorus switched in for the Heatran instead, that would be in range. So it's probably got to be that Landorus switch in for that Ogerpon to try and stall out these last few turns of Trick Room.
I don't hate it though, because I'm kind of taking a look at the rest of what Dill has brought to this game, and I wonder how important this Landorus is going to be in terms of damage in the long run. Ogerpon, if it stays healthy and Trick Room expires, can still do the same type of super effective damage that you would hope for from the Landorus, if not better. And so Ashton sees this opportunity with the Intimidate drops onto both of these physical attackers to go ahead and use that terrestrialization, hoping to get the right call here for damage that Dill has used.
And that tiny bit of damage from U-turn might put the Landorus in range of a Facade. It will depend on how key Ashton has trained his Landorus. Maybe you go for full bulk to really benefit from that Intimidate that you can get as well, or maybe you're relying on Intimidate to be fine and then you just go for full on the offense. But no, oh wow, it was Earthquake. That's gone totally wrong for Dill. It's going to KO his own Farigiraf and not do too much damage to this now Grass Terra Heatran.
Okay then, well that was definitely not what I expected either, because you are sacrificing your own Pokemon, but Dill must see something that we don't. Unfortunately though, this Splash Cannon is able to find its mark in the critical hit, and you can see both of them kind of laughing about it, but at least Dill can be in a bit of good spirits with what has just happened on this turn. It was not very much in Dill's favor, the outcome that we just saw.
Yeah, the reason you would go for that is you predict the Heatran not to go for a Terra Grass, expecting a Facade to predict the Terra Grass. That would be the main reasoning by going for the Earthquake. And that would have also been calling that the Ogerpon is staying in, because a U-turn would have done very good damage, and that would have put the Ogerpon in range of an Earthquake. And yes, you're sacrificing your Farigiraf on the way in, but if there is no defensive Terra from the Heatran, and the Ogerpon and Heatran just stay in, then that would have been a double KO. But there were multiple ways that Ashton could have got around that. The defensive Terra of the Grass did make perfect sense, and by switching in the Landorus, it would have survived a Facade even if that Terra had been called. So overall, a very safe play from Ashton, and really punishing this really aggressive play that didn't work out for Dill on this turn.
But do we call that a coin flip, or do we call that a roll of a d20? Because there were a lot of different factors that went into that turn, but you're right, if Dill gets the call right, that is a game win for Dill. But unfortunately now, a bit of a back against the wall situation. Flare Blitz, though, is going to be a KO into that Wellspring Ogerpon, so Dill is able to get one Pokemon KO on the board. It is a 3v3 now, as we still see the final turn of Trick Room have to play out. Facade not able to hit its mark, but I feel like with this now, with kind of like lesser options here for Ashton to kind of play around with, Dill has a few more routes that they can actually take.
Yeah, we're Trick Room stalled out now. We're seeing the Urshifu join the field, and that means you can't go for any protects to try and pivot around and get around this. The Ursaluna is so low that it's in range of any attack that Ashton would want to go for. And we got the Ogerpon waiting in the back. And of course, Trick Room can't be set up. The Friggraph's already been KO'd. So Ashton is always going to have the speed advantage against these two Pokemon. Yes, the Cornerstone Ogerpon could be run max speed and outspeed everything that is available for Ashton's side of the field. But I think that given how disastrously wrong that previous turn went, and the fact that Ashton has now stalled out Trick Room, I don't think there's going to be too much stopping him if he just makes the right offensive plays here to be able to sweep through this first game.
One option here is we saw Ashton double target into the Ursaluna. So the way that that works is with Sucker Punch, you kind of hope that that's going to be the thing that actually gets the KO first. And then the attack from the Heatran is going to redirect into the partner that's going to be sitting next to it. So Sucker Punch, a KO. Incineroar is actually going to move first, and it's going to do a good chunk to this Urshifu, but still probably not enough to get Dill back into this game as Earth Power is going to almost clean up the rest of that.
Yeah, would have without the Assault Vest, but
Yeah.
the Assault Vest is keeping itself safe there. Don't think that particularly matters that too much there. Yeah, the last turn the Trick Room stalled out the Sucker Punch necessary to be able to pick up that last bit of damage on the opposing Ursaluna. And yeah, you've got the Ogerpon now. It's still got its sturdy intact, but the Incineroar's in range of any attack now that Ashton would want to go for. I don't think the Ogerpon's going to be able to take this 3v1, especially with the Landorus waiting in the back, ready to get an Intimidate down onto it.
And there aren't many ways that I think Dill would be able to do enough damage to this Heatran. You know, Flare Blitz is off the table. You do have Knockoff, and U-Turn would be doing super effective damage, but after a while, you are just going to have to find ways to deal with everything else. And you're right, that Landorus is that sneaky ace in the hole that Ashton has been able to hold onto for the remainder of this first game, and that's going to give him the edge to be able to close this out. So we see here, Dill kind of like taking their time. You do get the Power Whip KO into the Urshifu, so at least solves one of your problems. But you can use the rest of this time to start thinking about what's going to happen for this second game.
Yeah, we've seen the Earth Power come out from the Heatran. Nothing wrong with that at all. If the Ogerpon had gone for a Follow Me to keep it safe, then it would have dropped to an Earth Power and a close combat combination for sure. So I don't think there was particularly any way out for Dill at this point. I guess that because Ivy Cudgel has an increased critical hit rate, that's got to be the only thing that can happen now. And I don't think that we've seen the Terra come out from Dill just yet. So you could still go for that offensive rock terrestrialization on the Ogerpon, and I think it would still have to be 2 critical hits though to be able to pick up the KO. But then if you go for that, then you're making yourself lose your sturdy, and then potentially Flash Cannon would be able to pick up that KO either.
Exactly, and I think that no matter what, you're really hoping that you get 2 hits. Spiky Shield still buying some time. Landorus actually does get a little bit of recoil because that move that it selected ends up making contact, and that might help make something a little more comfortable. So I think you have to hope that this Ivy Cudgel does get the crit. You are able to knock out the Heatran, and there's one. So maybe this Ogerpon with the speed advantage against this Landorus can actually bring Dill back into this. But it comes down to what this Landorus is going to do. It is going to be the Stomping Tantrum. It is going to do a decent chunk to this Ogerpon, but maybe what it requires is another Spiky Shield to get a little bit more chip into the Landorus, and then you go for the Ivy Cudgel. But Dill says, no, I don't need the Sturdy anymore. I'm not at full HP. I'm going to go ahead and expend that Terrestrialization to get that increased boost of damage to my Ivy Cudgel, and maybe that is going to be what puts Dill's damage over the edge to get the KO onto the Landorus. Oh my goodness, fingers crossed, Ivy Cudgel comes out from the Ogerpon, and even when Dill has been so many turns behind, that doesn't get the crit, and so the game still goes Ashton's way.
Yeah, the fact that that could have been taken by Dill, if there would have been the second critical hit, is really, really impressive. After that absolutely disastrous Earthquake on their own for Farigiraf, that was just, I thought it was curtains for sure, but they got themselves back into the game very, very nicely done. Finding the win condition. It didn't come through, but being able to recognize it has to be a double critical hit, both into the Heatran and then into the Landorus. Very, very nicely recognized, and not quite putting through here, but that's just showing why they were able to make that finals in the previous EUIC.
Exactly. I mean, what a great display of comeback potential. And there we come back to that turn, right? That Farigiraf did have to be kind of that sacrificial giraffe as it comes back in. But I think, as you had so correctly called out, with the sequence of events that could have happened in that turn if Ashton had made a couple of different decisions. And that's what Dill was banking on. Dill could win that first game and not make it so close and come down to the wire at the end, needing a critical hit to get there.
Yeah, I think leaving the Cornerstone Ogerpon waiting in the back made perfect sense. It was led for Dill, and then was just switched out straight away into the Incineroar, and then was able to be preserved, and it outsped every single Pokemon that Ashton had available. Of course, it might speed up with the Ogerpon Wellspring that Ashton does have, but then it did have that option to be able to go for those Ivy Cudgels, and it really came down to the wire.
What a great match that we have upon us. Ashton Cox, two-time LAIC champion, is going to be leading this best-of-3 series with that first game win. But Dill, that runner-up in EUYC 2025, has a chance to come back into this. That's why we love having these best-of-3 matches. And what do you think might happen for this next one?
I'm just wondering if there's a space for the Flutter Mane coming out from Dill. I don't think you can bring Torkoal. Like, against Heatran always wins. It's got its Flash Fire. It's completely immune to the Torkoal. Maybe you only bring the Torkoal so that you can boost up the Flutter Mane with its Photosynthesis, and then that might allow a sweep through the Heatran. Like, it's two-shot by Shadow Ball very, very comfortably. And yeah, we are seeing that adaptation. It's going to be that Flutter Mane coming out paired with the Incineroar for Dill, and then there is still that Heatran, but it's going to be Urshifu-led instead for Ashton.
And if that Torkoal isn't back, I wonder if that's going to be a speed or special attack boost. I have to imagine that the Photosynthesis boost is going to give you the additional special attack, just kind of based on the trends that we have seen for Flutter Mane that are carrying choice specs. But you never know with these kinds of things. But as of right now, Flutter Mane is still a very naturally fast Pokemon. Doesn't need something like a booster speed or even a speed boost from Photosynthesis to get the edge over an Urshifu or Heatran.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing too much downsides to a double protect here. You both stall out a turn of Fake Out, and you get to see what the Flutter Mane would lock itself into. So yeah, we're seeing the Detect from the Urshifu, almost certainly going to be that follow-up from the Heatran, and just basically a dead turn coming out for Dill. But then Ashton gets that information of what has this Flutter Mane locked itself into.
The choice specs is going to make this Flutter Mane a little bit easier to play around. While it does dish out big damage, the downside of the choice specs is that you are locked into the first move that you choose. And so now Ashton has a lot of information to move forward with in this game too.
Yeah, and we saw it was locked into the Dazzling Gleam, so that's going to threaten the Urshifu rather than the Heatran. So this Heatran is incredibly safe on the field at the moment. Dazzling Gleam does very, very negligible damage to a Heatran with its quad resistance. And yes, you can go for a knockoff and get rid of the Citrus Berry, or you can go for a U-turn to get that repositioning ready for a Fake Out in the future. But now Ashton needs to make the decision. You may lose the Urshifu to a double up of a Dazzling Gleam and a U-turn, and that seems like what Ashton is comfortable with here, because of course that Dazzling Gleam bring the Urshifu down to its Focus Sash, so it's probably only going to be able to get one attack off in this game.
Yeah, 1 HP and a dream for this Urshifu, as it does get a chance to go for the close combat. That is so much, and we saw just how well this Incineroar was able to tank that Urge Power thanks to the Assault Vest in that first game. But the Heatran is going to outspeed it, and that is going to be a double up to get the knockout onto the Incineroar. So Dill doesn't get a follow-up on a KO onto this Urshifu. It can still be around this next turn to go for something like a Sucker Punch.
Yeah, absolutely can. And obviously Dazzling Gleam will for sure knock out this Urshifu. Now it's down to its Focus Sash, and it would have to be Sucker Punch to be able to get off some last-minute damage. But maybe it's the Frigoraph that's going to come in ready to set up the Trick Room with the Ursaluna, and if that's the case, then you can't Sucker Punch because of the Armor Tail, so then the Urshifu would for sure be KO'd. But if you bring in the Frigoraph, you are not threatening this Heatran in the slightest, and it will just be free to just go on the offense, assuming with the Heat Waves rather than the Flash Cannon, because Flash Cannon doesn't knock out a Flutter Mane in one shot, so you'd probably want the extra chip damage onto it instead. But no, it's not even the Frigoraph, it's going to be the Ogerpon instead, so that's actually going to be able to threaten some pretty good damage into this Heatran. You've got the Dazzling Gleam available, and then you can follow up with an Ivy Cudgel. That would do some very respectable damage. It does allow this Urshifu to get one last attack off with its Sucker Punch, though, if it does choose to do so.
Then does this Ogerpon actually try to go for some damage? With the Rock-type Ivy Cudgel, it may actually kind of force this Heatran's hand. Do you want to try to expand the Terrestrialization here? Maybe that helps this Flutter Mane get a bit more of a cleanup? Or is this something that Ashton says, you know what, my Heatran has actually already done quite a bit in this matchup. Maybe I want to save the Terrestrialization for something that I have in the back. But it starts in this game too, Dill getting back on the board with a KO. Sucker Punch is going to be good. It actually gets the crit. And even though it has the sturdy ability, it would have been knocked out. You take a look at this Ogerpon and you realize there is an attack coming out here. Ashton did not go for a terrestrialization. So I have to imagine this is going to be the Ivy Cudgel coming out from this Ogerpon. It's going to be a KO to the Urshifu, a nice chunk of damage into the Heatran to at least get it to expend the Citrus Berry. But it's going to still be a pretty uphill battle here as Heatran is going to follow up this Ogerpon with a Flash Cannon to knock it out.
Yeah, not risking the shaky actually. Another critical hit as well. That one was definitely not necessary. That Ogerpon was going down to the Flash Cannon. But yeah, not risking the accuracy. Like we've established, Heatran does not care about this Fluttermane in the slightest. It's okay to take another probably 10 Dazzling Gleams, so it doesn't need to get that extra chip damage necessarily straight away to be able to KO. It can deal with it whenever it wants in the future, so long as we just take care of this last Pokemon on Dill's side of the field, which of course had to be the Ursaluna. There's no way you're not bringing Ursaluna against a Heatran, but there's no Trick Room. And well, there was a potential of a Trick Room on the Fluttermane, of course, but it's locked into its Dazzling Gleam now instead. So yeah, it's Ursaluna, and it's been intimidated, and it's not got its Flame Orb, so it's just really not going to be able to do the damage. At least you've got the pin of, well, if you Terrestrialize to avoid an Earthquake or a Headlong Rush KO, then you're still going to be taking some very good damage from Dazzling Gleam. I think that's the only saving grace for Dill at this point. But the fact that you've been intimidated, you're not going to be able to do that much damage to the opposing Landorus. It's going to be able to survive a Dazzling Gleam and a Facade for sure this turn. And it's got its Choice Band. It might even be able to KO this Fluttermane. You do still have Terrestrialization available. Stomping Tantrum probably wouldn't do it, but the Flying Terror available on the Terra Blast with the Landorus, that would get the extra damage boost, and that probably would be able to pick up the knockout.
I'm here for it. I love Terraflying Terra Blast on Bandorus. It is one of my favorite combinations to see, but I'm still thinking about if there is a way, if there is an out that it might be able to start to work towards. That game one was very close, even when it looked like Dill was really in the back foot. But now that we've entered into this game two, we see this Terrestrialization expended. It is going to just be that Terra Fairy to boost up these Dazzling Gleams. It was a little bit of glitter the first time onto this Heatran, but it does look like a bit more powerful as the Stomping Tantrum is going to stop this Fluttermane in its tracks. That is going to be the last Dazzling Gleam it gets a chance to use in this game number two. It might be it for Dill in this game. Flash Cannon to follow it up from the Heatran is going to start to whittle away at this Ursaluna, but Ursaluna is going to start to whittle away at itself with these defense drops.
Yeah, I think that even if Ashton was down to just the Landorus, it would be able to take this game, because based on the fact that it did just one-shot the Fluttermane, not even with the Terra Blast that's even stronger than Stomping Tantrum would be, those drops that has come out from the Headlong Rush would have been able to do it. But there is, of course, the Ogerpon waiting in the back, so there is definitely nothing that Dill can do. This is just going to be an Ivy Cudgel and a Stomping Tantrum. Ursaluna cannot survive either of those attacks at this point, and Ashton is going to be able to take down our previous international finalist.
Ivy Cudgel is going to do it. And Dill is going to allow us to see that final KO. Another critical hit at the end there. Yeah, you know, we've just seen so many at this point, but it will not have mattered to be able to seal the deal. Congratulations to Ashton Cox, going to win Swiss round number 4 to keep a 4-0 record heading into the last half of our Phase 1 Swiss rounds.
It seems like they're coming back. The combination of Landorus, Therian, and Heatran was so dominant a decade ago. And they were like the top Pokemon in the format at that time, and they basically disappeared. Heatran has not been used by too many trainers at this point, and it's always been the incarnate form that trainers have been using in Regulation F. But no, Intimidate, as we've established, is a good ability, and it doesn't have to be on an Incineroar. You can absolutely use it on that Landorus Therian. Really, really nice showing there. I think that just, like Heatran in general, put in a load of work. You can see here, just picking up the KOs, not having to risk the Heat Waves either, getting some cheeky critical hits on top that didn't actually matter at that point. No. But yeah, it forced no Torkoal. Torkoal wants to boost up things like the Fluttermane and the Flare Blitz on the Incineroar, but it just couldn't come to the game because Heatran just patches that up very, very nicely.
Yeah, I mean, the only other option I would have seen for the Torkoal to come is maybe utilizing Helping Hand as well. We saw how uncomfortable some of those damage rolls might have been. If you have the extra special attack boost from the Sun, assuming that the Fluttermane is going to get a special attack boost from Photosynthesis, and then you throw a Helping Hand on top of it, maybe that does help to actually push some of that damage over the edge so that those Dazzling Gleams can really be more of one-hit knockouts instead of just having to kind of continue continue to stack up that damage over time.
Based on the damage it did to the Landorus Therian, a Helping Hand would have pushed that Dazzling Gleam KO over the edge, because you did have the Dazzling Gleam helped with the Terra Fairy, but then you didn't have a boost to your special attack, and I think maybe even without the Helping Hand, the special attack booster energy boost, or not booster energy, Photosynthesis, it's called Choice Specs, same thing, does the same thing, but Photosynthesis boost would have been able to pick up the knockout. But like we said, the Heatran just sat in front of the Flutter Mane and just didn't care at all. It was able to shrug off all those Dazzling Gleams the whole time. And yeah, you did finally get it with the Headlong Rush, but the damage had already been done at that point.
So maybe we should be listening to you about the Pokemon that are
My
good.
main caster pick this weekend is Heatran, and I'm feeling very, very validated. I think it's the best Pokemon in the format, and no one believes me, but Ashton believes me.
Ashton does believe you.
Yes, he's using the wrong Heatran, though. It should be Zoomlands. But it still put in a very, very nice showing. Yes.
Yeah, and it was a great example of how you can use maybe an underutilized Pokemon in the format and catch people off guard, especially because it did take that Torkoal completely off the table. And that is kind of what we are looking at when we see some of these more, I would say, niche picks, like a Roaring Moon, for example. I think that does force a couple of players to have to think twice about bringing something like an Indeedee or an Iron Crown to a matchup, or even something like the Regidrago could get checked by a Flutter Mane if that is available on the other side. So there are definitely a lot of ways that you can play around with this, and congratulations to Ashton for finding a way that he can play his own game. Let's go ahead and head over to the stage to hear from Ashton about how he's feeling after this Swiss round number 4.
Thank you very much, both. And we are here with your two-time LAIC champion, Ashton Cox, continuing your undefeated streak, my friend. How are you feeling?
Honestly, so good. I know you asked me right before this what my tournaments were looking like before this, and I got to admit, I only have top 128 at Latin American Internationals, and I have top 128 at Toronto. So we were off to a much better start here. I'm feeling great. This is the get-go right here for my season. I'm ready.
Beautiful. You clearly seen it, and going up against none other than Dill, EUIC finalist from just the last season, in what seemed to be a bit of a precarious matchup. But clearly, I think you had a lot of things scoped out, and you know we're going to talk about it. Heatran. At this point, I think we have to say basically a niche Pokemon in relation to the meta, but one that's so viable. So is that something that you've spotted as well?
Yeah, so pretty interesting. I ran something similar in concept at Toronto to this, where it was kind of get some speed control, have maybe 1 or 2 choice locked Pokemon where you can just go, and slow the board down in a weird way where your Pokemon might look like they're very offensive. Like Heatran, that did a lot of damage, but it can actually be really bulky. So I've kind of been tinkering with this idea. I've had a couple friends who helped me along the way. Heatran, kind of just honestly a big call, because my favorite part about it, it resists Regidrago and Psyspam, which when they're on the same team, that is killer. So yeah, really, really cool there. And it ends up helping out in Sun too. Honestly, not my intention whatsoever, but it pays off.
That's fair, and as a fellow Psyspam player, I do not like seeing Heatran on the other side of the field. And you raise such a good point, because you're able to not only just go full offensive, you have that sustainability with it, and its typing is so good. So let's talk a bit about game 1 then. Matchup-wise, it looked like, okay, it's not 100% clear-cut, but you obviously identified that Heatran could put in so much work, and you need to be able to find a way to whittle down, expire the Trick Room turns as much as possible, but take advantage of it. So was it more so trying to keep Ursaluna away, essentially?
Yeah, so it's a really interesting part that Heatran just existing made Torkoal just not a factor. And obviously, though I knew that, I still had to be bringing Heatran, as you saw. It still puts in work against everybody else. Now, if they did bring Torkoal, I mean, that's even better. So I was kind of being like, all right, if they bring the Torkoal Flutter is really threatening, so I have to be leading the Heatran. But the idea was, my favorite interaction here, and this comes up against some of those Porygon Trick Room teams as well, if you have the Heatran that can Terra away from an Earthquake and you can redirect, you get at least 2 turns with a double Protect, with a redirection and attack, and then another Protect. That's actually 3 turns out of that Trick Room. So I was pretty confident that, like, even if Trick Room goes up, if I'm able to either take a piece or do a bunch of chip damage like you saw in game 1, I was raring to get that for a giraffe, but barely missed the KO on the Heat Wave. It was enough damage where I felt like my Urshifu in the back could clean up. And as we saw, Urshifu actually was not the guy who cleaned up, but I was still able to clutch that one out.
100%, because such a clutch endgame as well against Dill with that Ogerpon Cornerstone, having the option of committing with a Terrestrialization, depending on what needed to be done, but obviously Dill had to try to hope for that critical hit into the Heatran. They did get it. I'm sure your heart palpitations started going through the roof. But then there was an interaction where, because the spiky shield had come out, the stomping tantrum doubled its power. So were you very nervous in that scenario and felt like, okay, there's a clear-cut thing or not to do now?
Yeah, I really felt like that was my end game in game 1 to lose, where there was a pretty funny interaction where if I'm like, oh, I'm so scared of the spiky shield, I should target my side slot. And then he actually just attacks. I think that's what that was going for there. Dill recognizing I have an option to throw. They also have an option to crit, so they are going to play to my either the crit or my throw. And I think they recognized that really well. And at the same time, I recognized, okay, if I don't target this Ogerpon, and I just got crit, and I really don't want to be down 0-1 in this set, I'm just going to target the Ogerpon.
It would be Ogre. But yeah, and we saw game 2 though. Flutter Mane came out from the crack, and in terms of wanting to be such a great Pokemon choice specs, so much damage, but there are a lot of cool interactions of, do you Sucker Punch, do you not, do you Terra, do you not? But it felt like it wasn't able to get as much momentum as perhaps Dill would have hoped.
Yeah, so for game 2, something I was thinking about was, okay, with my previous lead, as threatening as Heatran and Landorus were, if they did go something along the lines of Incineroar and Flutter Mane, they can fake out Fairy Terra Moonblast, and that takes a knockout. Like what do I switch in the Urshifu Dark, you know? So I identified, I said, hey, I really need 2 guys that can protect turn 1. And based on how passive their lead was with the Ogerpon and the Farigiraf, I said, hey, you know what, if they lead that again, I can actually probably opt into just clicking Heat Wave, as they might just click Follow Me Trick Room, and that would allow me to not take that knockout, thus stalling more Trick Room, thus ruining their game plan. So, you know, that was kind of the idea with switching up the lead there.
It's so interesting because you see, like, okay, this is just a lead of two Pokemon, but then, like, it breaks down into so many different 50-50 scenarios where you're just gonna have to hope to get the most optimal one in terms of, you know, like, play style and, you know, just reads, essentially, and vibes. But you are currently undefeated. Ashton, doing such a great job, my friend, and having really cool take on the meta at the moment. Let's say, obviously, one set at a time. You are 2-time IC champ. How happy would you be if you were able to not only make phase 2, not only top cut, but make it all the way through to Championship Sunday, and of course why?
Yeah, so little stats about myself. I do have the 2-time LAIC win. A lot of people forget about this. I actually have a top 4 at Australia and a top 8 at NAIC. I have nothing here. I've made one day 2, I think. I've been at every single EUIC since the start. I've made one day 2. So the bar's on the floor, and I'm really hoping that if I make day 2, that's enough. You know what? I'm feeling great.
That's a good goal to have, because then again, you take a bit more pressure off your shoulders, right? And you just want to go with certain expectations, but not too many. Exactly, it's just a balancing scale game, yes, thing. But generally speaking, right now we're at the point where we need you to go ahead and get a bit more rest going into the next round, because still basically the halfway mark so far, phase 1. Would you like to give any shout outs to anybody in the crowd, home, online, you name it?
Yeah, big general shout out to all my friends here and online who helped me with my preparations. No specific ones yet, that comes later, you know what I'm talking about. But, you know, yeah. No, a lot of people helped me with this team, a lot of people helped me with my preparations, just getting the Pokemon in game. I'm not too good at making Pokemon, I must admit, so I got a couple friends. I don't do Terra raids, man, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you mean like training as opposed to like innovative ideas? Because I remember your Pheromosa and Tapu Lele, and that was like peak back in the day.
Oh yes. No, I got some friends who helped me with the building, some friends who helped me with the building, but the different kind of building. So yeah, a lot of friends who've gotten me here, and my family back home who got me to the airport, got me here on time, all that. So yes, very appreciative for everyone who helped me get not only here, but here.
Well said, my friend. And final point, 30th anniversary. Who is your favorite Pokemon and why?
Hot take, Electros. I think he's really cool. I think he's got that amazing typing and ability. Super slept on. I tried using him in I think it was Regulation C or something back then, you know, before we had all the Flutter Manes and the other things. He was okay. He was all right, but he is my absolute favorite, even though he's just a silly guy. His sprite is also really small in game. I don't know if you've seen how tiny he is. He's really, really tiny.
Very petite, but you know, we've seen with the ZA, it could potentially evolve and develop further.
Yep, I used it on my Z18. It was awesome.
All right, well, it's been lovely to hear from you, my friend. Thank you so much for your time, and of course, good luck going into the remainder of phase 1. And with that being said, We're going to go ahead, cut to a very short segment break, and we'll be back with the next round.
You know what's coming. Woodhammer goes down into Rillaboom. That's a knockout. And Simone Sanvito with Rillaboom by his side with Alone and Ninetales in the team is your 2026 Gdansk Regional Champion.
Hello, my name is Simone Sanvito. I'm your 2025 Gdansk Regional Champions, and honestly, winning feels amazing. My biggest obstacle for this tournament was, if I had to pick one, it's probably my top 4 match, as I played my opponent in Swiss. I also won there, but the game was super close, and even after my win, I didn't feel as good about that win, because I think that if I had to play him again, I would have lost. So winning there in top 4 gave me a big confidence boost. To prepare for this tournament, I just tried different kind of teams, and when I landed on this one and when I was practicing, I felt like I could play this team better than the others. So I said, okay, this is gonna be my pick for the tournament, and I went with it. Oh, Ninetales, the Pokemon that helped me in every situation this tournament, despite not appearing in finals, was Ninetales. With Anchor, Disable, and Blizzard, if you get what I'm saying. She bailed me out of a lot of very difficult situations. I just played versus my friends and versus other people just to get a better feeling of the team. Learn how to approach different matchups, how to win them. Also, it's important how to lose them, so you don't repeat those mistakes or those positions in tournament. My advice to one day win a regional champion or even something bigger is to get out there, play, lose, learn from your mistakes, try harder next time. And if you still lose, then try harder the next time, and so on, until at one point you got it. The community is amazing, and Pokémon VGC is a beautiful game. Also the other, TCG and Go as well. But I've been a mainstay in the Italian community for VGC for a very long time. For more than 10 years, I saw the community be born and grow, and the community is amazing. I'm happy to be a part of it, and I'm very grateful for that.
This is his first year in the seniors division. One game away from being a world champion for the second time. Double KO!
Absolutely incredible!
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that my first game was Sword and Shield, because my brother didn't play for me. Not my first tournament. It was more of a family vacation. I got top 8, but it was a 7-player regional, and my only win was the bye. I put that experience on the side. Until 2022, tournaments were starting to pop up again. And my brother really wanted to go to Secaucus, and we made it a family trip. I actually made top 8, and it wasn't a 7-player regional this time. When my brother won NESC, that's when it really kicked in. I was like, wow, that's so cool. I want to be just like that. That World Championship, my parents convinced me to go. I ended up making it to top cut. I think that was the beginning of my Pokemon era. My brother helped me with every move. But after that, I started to practice on my own, and I kept pushing and pushing, and here I am today. During 2023, I put high expectations on myself. It didn't end up working out the way I expected. I got second at Orlando, which is really good. I was just so focused and tunnel visioned on just winning. I even threw my medal on the floor, which is really, really bad. In the moment, I was just so sad because I was so close. At Worlds that year, I didn't do very well. It was very tough for me. Seeing my brother so happy felt a little weird because I felt like I couldn't enjoy competitive Pokemon like others did. I talked with therapists and family members about it. They all told me to keep going. There's always next year. Try to put less pressure on yourself. And I did. The 2024 season was amazing for me. Don't overwork yourself. Don't force yourself to practice. You should really enjoy it. That gave me a new sense of fun and enjoyment from the game, and then that's what pushed me through. At UIC, NAIC, and even Worlds. I won them all, which is insane to me. My #1 goal this season, I thought was pretty ambitious, was to win a regional. After Atlanta, I was like, okay, I can enjoy my first year being a senior. My team has not an amazing matchup spread into most of the field, but it gives you a lot of options, and there's never an unwinnable matchup. You have Force Scarf Miraidon, which can make a sort of speed sandwich. You're faster with your Miraidon outside of Trick Room, and you're faster with your Calyrex Ice inside of Trick Room.
Kevin Hahn is undefeated and now just one match away. The energy here has just been electric.
My toughest match is probably finals. There's so much nerve up on the stage.
He was the junior world champion. So much pressure to come now into this new age group.
It's one of the matchups where playing safe doesn't get you anywhere, and it's the easiest way to lose. I had to get a lot of predictions right, and whenever I practiced it with my friends and my brother's friends, I got destroyed. The most memorable moment was when Calyrex picked up the 2 KOs at the end.
That is the Glacial Land!
Wow, flawless victory from Kevin.
So much noise, so much screaming. It felt unreal. I had done it. I had become a back-to-back world champion. It still hasn't sunk in, but I feel like I've done something amazing.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. The action is still rolling on here at the Pokemon European International Championships. We certainly hope you're having a good time. Behind the desk, it is Lou and Lee having an incredible tournament so far. I'm very excited to see what our next match is going to cook up.
Yeah, especially after that last round, round 4. I mean, two titans of the game coming together, and Ashton are just phenomenal. And
Titans of the game?
I think we've got...
Who have we got here? Wow, a wild trainer appears.
A wild gym leader, thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry, boss. How you doing, Costa?
Yes, I'm doing quite well, thank you very much. How are you two doing?
I feel like
you're very serious.
this isn't Costa.
Yeah, because...
Is it an imposter?
This...
Imposter
Costa, yes. This may well actually be a test for you two lovely folks, since we've got a bit of time.
Okay.
It's going to be a test of riddles. You have entered the Costa's Cinnabar Challenge. And you have been directly challenged in terms of your knowledge and your wordsmith play.
We made eye contact. That was the error. Trainer's eyes locked, challenge
that was it.
initiated.
That's how the cookie crumbles. So, with that being said, I'm going to have a little game for you. Poke Riddle Me This.
Okay.
And we're going to go through and see how well you both cope in terms of your answers. Are you
Do you
ready?
bring prizes?
We shall discuss this afterwards, dependent on your performance. So, are you both ready?
I think so, yeah? Yeah, we're ready.
Okay, we're ready.
Even
We're ready.
if you weren't, I
Let's
would
go.
still go through.
Are we as a team, or
Yeah.
are we as individuals?
Is it us
here?
challenge you, or?
Individuals.
Oh.
Oh.
I
And
like
you're
the
still
team.
against me as well.
Oh, what?
Oh, wow. Okay.
So.
I jest. You could go and, teamwork,
Okay.
brain build, whatever you
Teamworked up. We're ready, okay?
We got this.
So,
we got this.
riddle number 1.
Number 1.
I splash and flop both day and night. In battle, I'm a useless sight. Yet patience brings a great surprise. A raging serpent will arise.
Easy,
Who am I?
easy. Magikarp?
Magikarp.
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 Final answer?
Magikarp.
Final answer. Lock it in.
Magikarp.
Yeah, Magikarp.
Yeah.
It is, in fact, it's a Magikarp. It is indeed Magikarp. Okay, all right.
Got one, we got one. Good job.
Good
start.
Good start.
Yes.
Just warning, disclaimer, that was the easiest one I am willing to give you.
Well,
both.
don't take it easy on us,
Okay.
Costa. We're here for serious competition.
Yeah.
Very well. So,
Might regret that.
here we go.
Okay.
Number 2. I move before you even try. I change the speed of all nearby. With windy tail, I twist the field and let my slower allies deal. Who am I?
Can you repeat that just one more time?
I did try going slowly for you, but I will do it again.
Can you write it
Thank you.
down?
No.
Okay. It's got to be something to do with speed control,
Yeah,
trick
yeah,
room.
trick
Okay,
room.
that's what I'm thinking
Or the
already.
tail.
Right.
Okay,
Take
let's go.
2. I move before you even try. I change the speed of all nearby.
So tailwind or
Tailwind,
trick
trick
room?
room, because it's all.
Yeah.
With windy tail, I twist the field and let my slower allies deal.
So it's tailwind.
It's the tailwind trick room.
Prankster. I don't know if they're like the only thing that's saying trick room is the twisted.
That's what I mean, twisting for all and let my slower friends have a good
Yeah,
time, or whatever
yeah.
the last line was.
Mm.
But it's the
There's
tailwind.
something that gets trick room and tailwind,
Whimsicott?
and is a prankster. Yeah.
Does
Wimmy.
Whimsicott get trick room
Whimsy
as well?
gets
We
it.
just don't see it.
Yeah.
But
T minus 30 seconds.
I think that's a good shout.
Whimsicott is the only
Yeah.
thing I can think of that gets both.
Both, yeah. Yeah.
Are you
Kinda
locking
thing.
in?
I think we lock in with it.
Yeah,
I think we
it's
lock
the
in
best
with-
we've got.
Yeah.
All right, I wonder what the
Whimsicott.
viewers at home are thinking. Have you called the
Mhm.
same as us, or have you got something completely different? But Cinnabar Costa, it is going to be a Whimsicott for us.
Whimsicott is the final answer you have locked into. I am curious to see what you lovely folks have as well. And I can confirm it is Whimsicott.
Yes! Good
let's
job,
go.
team.
Well played, all
That was all
right.
you,
Okay,
Lou.
okay.
Okay, I'm a
You were
bit
surprised there,
impressed.
Costa, weren't you?
Yeah,
You were
I was.
doubting us.
Slightly.
Okay.
Moving on.
It's going to get harder now. Okay.
Riddle number 3.
Okay.
I bring the rain once I am seen, boosting waters fast and clean. Swift swimmers love when I arrive. Together we outspeed and thrive. Who am I?
It's kind of tricky because we've got a few drizzle users.
Yeah, and none of the other clues indicated
Don't know,
what that
well,
Pokemon
yeah.
is.
So it could be Politoed, it could be Pelipper,
Could be
could
Kyogre.
be Kyogre.
Oh.
But knowing who's creating the riddle,
What's the iconic Swift Swim duo?
Politoed.
I was going to say Politoed.
Kingdra, I would say.
Politoed, Kingdra.
Back in the day.
And Ludicolo.
Yeah, Ludicolo.
Ludicolo dance.
Yeah.
So, okay, can you do it one more time? We think we know, but let's double check. Let's run Politoed through our minds.
Yeah, yeah, I feel Politoed
This one's
is
a
where
mean
I'm
one.
leaning.
I'd like to call a judge on Costa, but okay, carry on.
You're not allowed to. I bring the rain once I am seen,
Drizzle you, surely.
boosting waters fast and clean.
Fast and clean.
Swift swimmers love when I arrive. Together we outspeed and thrive.
Together we outspeed.
Could be
Together we
Pelipper because it gets Tailwind as well.
Yes. And Pelipper sometimes. Oh, I'm thinking Choice Scarf. Sometimes it's Choice Scarf Politoed.
Kyogre, Choice
And
Scarf Kyogre.
Kyogre.
And then the Swift Swimmers, Kyogre with Choice Scarf. That could work.
That's what I'm bringing.
Politoed also could kind of run that Choice Scarf. They all could.
Yeah, they could.
Pelipper, I think
the scarf
this
is the clue because it's together, and it doesn't have Swift Swim.
30
has
seconds
Drizzle.
remain.
Oh, Kyogre? Oh, Politoed. What was the second line again? Waters fast and clean?
Boosting waters fast and clean.
Waters fast.
Huh.
Fast waters, I don't know. Origin-y? No.
15 seconds.
Kyogre?
Should we go Kyogre?
Yeah, I don't know.
kind of want to go Politoed, but I feel like Kyogre might be the answer.
I don't know.
6, 5,
Come-
4,
Let's go Politoed.
3.
Okay, Politoed, locking in.
Politoed.
Locking in?
Yeah.
All right, curious to see what you lovely folks have put as well. I
you thought
can
first.
confirm the answer is Pelipper! So close yet so far. But
That
good
was
effort.
a tough one.
It was.
That was
Can
really
you
tough
what
one.
was the definitive thing to make
Yeah.
it Pelipper out of that riddle? What was the clue that we missed?
Politoed doesn't have Tailwind.
Yeah, oh, so you said
Does
the
have
tail.
Icy Wind.
Kyogre doesn't have. It does have Icy Wind.
Not
They both have
Tailwind.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
was a
Tailwind.
mean one.
Different. Well, you
Okay.
did. I did one.
Yeah, okay.
That is on you.
But, okay. Yeah.
2 out of 3 is pretty good.
It's not bad.
66.6
We would have won
recurring
the
win rate.
set.
Yeah, that's
We
it's
would have
not
won
bad.
the set.
Okay, all right. Are you ready for more?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, let's go, let's go. Is this also harder or is it on the same level?
I shall not reveal.
Okay, all right. I hope you guys are doing well at home as well on this, or out in the audience, because this is this is intense. This is where the real battles begin.
That is the literal point. So, moving on to riddle number 4.
Okay.
I copy boosts you worked to gain.
Okay.
Your setup turns into your pain. With Scarf or Sash, I take control. Reverse your plan, that is my role. Who am I?
Who am I?
I was thinking Ditto.
Oh, that's a good one.
Either Ditto or a Psych Up user.
Psych Up. There's Marshadow as well with Spectral Thief. Because that's kind of interesting, because that steals the boost.
That does actually steal them.
And it's a priority as well, so it kind of can go before the Scarf and all of that stuff. So
Okay, okay.
Good knowledge sourcing.
I like this, I like this.
that's where I would lean to straight away. Can you repeat again
Yeah.
for
Of
us?
course.
Gym Master.
Not Blaine, but Costa. But yes,
Costa.
I copy boosts you worked to gain.
Yeah.
Your setup turns into your pain.
Because he steals it.
Yeah.
With Scarf or Sash, I take control. Reverse your plan. That is my role.
I think it is Marshadow because, yeah, it bypasses the Scarf for the priority. It doesn't
Yeah.
care about your Sash because it can pick you off if you're on it. And it steals your boosts and takes advantage
I
of
think
them.
this is genius. I'm
So-
literally seeing the cogs of wisdom turning in your brain, Lee, so I'm with you.
Okay, should we lock?
Yeah.
I think, like, I can't think of anything else. I like the Ditto because
30
it
seconds.
works as well.
Ditto's
Like,
okay, but Marshadow is like next level genius.
Yeah.
So we're going with Marshadow.
okay,
Why
okay.
not?
Lock it in,
Even if
Marshadow.
it's wrong, I think the showcase of your knowledge just then was spectacular.
That does not count as a point.
It does to me.
A bonus point.
No.
Oh.
In the
This is
hearts
it.
of the people, it does. Just
It is a challenge. That is the point. Okay. So, you've locked in with Marshadow.
Marshadow.
I can confirm it is Ditto.
No, you got it right. Oh.
Oh yeah.
I'm
We were
sorry,
thinking
Lou.
two
You got
big
it.
brain play.
You had it.
That was like over predicting in a match.
It definitely. Well, that's part of the mind game.
Yeah.
It's like Trick Room. Does it get set up? Does it not?
But it was cool. I liked it. I'm happy we went with it for sure.
No, it's
No,
all right.
I was gonna award you a bonus point, but you were too nice to me, so I'm gonna take it away.
Oh.
Too nice.
Yes.
So we have to be kind of mean to you.
No, neutral. Moving on.
Oh, neutral.
Riddle number 4. You've got
Okay.
a 50% winning rate so far.
Okay.
Started off amazingly, and as Mr. Jamie Boyd would say, you did have a winning streak, but no more.
Okay.
Riddle number 5. I redirect what was not mine. Powders fail, but spores work fine. I rarely knock a foe out cold, yet games revolve around my hold. Who am I?
What Pokemon gets an ability?
Overcoat.
Yeah. But you said spores
you-
work fine.
I can repeat.
Yes, please.
I
This is a tough one.
redirect what was not mine.
Okay.
Okay.
Powders fail, but spores work fine. I rarely knock a foe out cold, yet games revolve around my hold.
Cold makes me think of an ice-type Pokemon or move. But then that's every other clue completely cancels that out.
Yeah. It's the powders fail, but the spore works
Powders
just fine.
fail.
Which is kind of odd.
Is it maybe because it's a Pokemon that can use Spore? I read like Amoonguss Rage Powdering in avoids all powder. 'Cause
I
it-
will allow a hint
Yes, please.
because of the 50% win rate drop.
Oh.
Oh, were we neutrally nice? Okay, please,
Okay.
please.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
It is a very prominent video game competitive Pokemon in terms of meta usage.
Could be Amoonguss.
Mm-hmm.
Could be Amoonguss. Knock a Pokemon out cold, but Amoonguss doesn't do anything cold. You know?
But it's the phrase of knocking something out cold.
What
It
about
would never-
Ogopons? Ogopons can use Follow Me.
Yeah.
What if it's like Hearth Flame and then it terrestrializes, and then you can hit it with the spore. But when it's a ground, okay, maybe not.
I like your train of thought though, because you seem to be on the right track with most things, and it's my interference that's
Let's
leading
look
to
at the
wrong
usage
answer.
stats again. What Pokemon have we got that we can look at here?
Look at this brainstorming in action. 30 seconds.
I don't. It's not Fluttermane. I mean, Amoonguss is just who I think of. Oh no, God, no, it can't be Golden Go.
No.
Raging Bolt.
20
Dragonite.
seconds.
I'm just going through Pokemon in my brain. Landorus, Urshifu, Incineroar. No.
I would say Amoonguss. Ogerpon might
10
be the better one.
seconds.
I think maybe Amoonguss. Should we just go Amoonguss?
6.
Because it was our first
5.
thought.
Yeah.
Amoonguss.
Amoonguss.
Final answer?
It has to be.
Does it? I can confirm the final answer. The true one is indeed Amoonguss.
Yes!
There we
Show
go.
is not going to be cancelled. Yay!
Well played. You have been able to get a positive record, but
proud
it
of
could
us.
have been better.
That is true, oh wise one. But I still think it was pretty good, considering the last time at a previous European International Championships, we did a little segment with you with pronouncing Pokemon. We did abysmally. So we've improved.
That is true. And I think there was a particular Pokemon that you excelled at. You excelled at.
Oh.
Not you.
Always singled out, aren't I?
We did open up that area for criticism there, to be
Yes,
fair, my
yes.
bad.
But that has been Costa's Cinnabar Challenge. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. And we hope, of course, that you did do a much better job than these lovely two. Although, I'll give you credit, you did do good. But you didn't do the best you could. With that being said, we are going to go ahead and cut to a very short break. And we'll be back very shortly for the next round.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
All of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery, But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoals. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Doesn't hit this time around. It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team one by one. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the European International Championships here in London. You are joined on the desk by myself, Lee Provost, and the lovely, amazing Lou Actor-Scrommy. And we have departed ways with Costa.
Exactly. Costa was here, being an incredible role for us all. You know, I loved his outfit that he was rocking and bringing us some challenges, but it's nice to be able to just be behind the desk with good old Lee once again to get some matches going for you guys.
Yes, we are about to get into Swiss round 5, so we've hit that halfway point of this first phase of the tournament. We are getting into the kind of the harder round, really, and every single round that we get as we go forward is going to get tougher for our opponents and more important as we progress slowly and surely towards that phase 2 and then on to Championship Sunday.
And a lot of the goals on my tournament wish list have been completed. We've seen so many incredible veterans of the competition, as well as some awesome teams out there at the moment. Taking a little look at how the Masters Swiss rankings are going, Justin Tang is currently undefeated, so is Alberto Spader, Blake Mullins, and so many other names here at 4-0. To be able to have that consistency at this point in the tournament, you've got to be feeling confident.
Yeah, it's a great way to start the tournament for any of our players that are undefeated so far, and I want to keep that consistency going and momentum into this next round and on. Because if you can go into tomorrow undefeated, it makes it so much easier to progress even deeper into the tournament. And we talked about Justin in particular coming into this event, and this could be the one, this could be the big major event that they could come in and really stamp their mark on. And it's looking good so far for Justin, having a flawless record so far. Hopefully that continues, but like you say, Lee, there is just a flurry of names throughout here. Victor Medina, we featured earlier on, still going strong after that phenomenal start today. Eric Rios as well, a regional competitor from Spain, doing well, and we've seen Eric have such good success at this particular event in past seasons.
Yeah, Eric Rios has won the European International Championships in 2022 as well. And one of the contenders that we talked about as our players to watch was Paul Chua. And Paul, again, as you can see, you know, there's a reason why he was on the graphic. We do know what we're talking about from time to time. Paul is currently undefeated.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to Paul earlier, and I think he's just such a phenomenal player that we've had for a long time in the competitive scene of the video game. And I think it just goes to show how good Paul is, because season in, season out, he is always in and around those top circles of players and performing to the very highest levels, always in finals, if not winning things, and then at the regional stage, at the international stage, and at the world's level as well.
Well, our next Swiss round is ready to go, so let's have a look at the notable pairings. Oh my goodness, there are some incredible matches coming up here. I mean, let's start from the bottom and work our way up. Eric Rios versus Christopher Hahn. That is going to be a showdown of champions, and one that I would love to be able to have some insight of it, along with all of these games here. Again, you've got Ashton that we just saw be victorious. We've got Yuki Zanokovic here against Roberto Parente. That's going to be a good one as well if you can catch that out in the crowd.
Yeah, definitely. If you are here at the venue this weekend, these will be maybe splattered around on the side screens for you to enjoy as well. But the main event that we're going to be featuring for round 5, two phenomenal trainers here. Michael Kelsch going up against Jonathan Marston. So it will be Germany versus the UK coming into this Swiss round 5. And Michael, I mean, what more can we say? We kind of big up our players, but does Michael need the bigging up? I think the past few seasons, they've burst onto the scene. They've had remarkable finishes, regional wins, world finals, world top cuts. The list goes on. A phenomenal player and got a real unique style to how they approach the game and play it. And then on the other side, we've got Jonathan. And Jonathan, one of my favorite players from the UK. I love watching Jonathan play. I think, again, he's got a very unique approach to the game. He's very consistent at events.
That is true.
And he's coming off a good result at Birmingham recently, 15th place in top 16. So
very good.
Very respectable. Good run up into this event to kind of get your feelers out within this format and see how they can kind of carry on coming into this one.
And I think as well at Birmingham, that was one of the tournaments that a lot of trainers were using as their testing grounds for the European International Championships. It was a fantastic opportunity for particularly the Europeans to pit their skills, test their teams against potential opponents they're going to face down here at this weekend. So I'm going to be very interested when we get a closer look at the teams to see whether Jonathan has maybe adapted the team from Birmingham or kept that tried and tested combination.
Yeah, that'll be the big question coming into this match, and whether or not they've learned something from Birmingham and then made those adjustments to just improve the team and what they expect to see here this weekend. Maybe there was a few matchups in Birmingham that they thought, it's slightly weaker than I would like it to be. I'm going to make tweaks, and then that can be the difference between sometimes winning and losing a tournament, you know? So, yeah, Jonathan, the sort of player that really does look in depth at these sort of things, so I wouldn't expect it to be the same stamped team that we saw in Birmingham. There will be slight changes, I would imagine, if not a completely different 6 altogether. But it'll be interesting also to see what Michael brings as well. Obviously, has had a good track record of being quite innovative in terms of what they bring to these big events.
Exactly. Michael, also known for being innovative with Pokemon choices in previous seasons, was the one, I believe, who really pioneered onto our broadcast stage the Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider that then was so popular afterwards, and we often see him bring innovation. We all remember Dragapult getting 2nd place at the World Championships, but we are not at Worlds, we are here at EUIC. Jonathan, on your left-hand side, bringing a lot of Pokemon we're familiar with from today's broadcast. We've obviously got the Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Iron Crown, Indeedee, Urshifu, and that Tornadus. So lots of options for speed control and some good spread type damage with that Iron Crown.
Yeah, and this is the same 6 that Jonathan used in Birmingham to get that good top 16 finish. So there might be slight tweaks here or there, but the same 6, he's going to have that comfort level with these Pokemon and starting this tournament off in extremely good fashion, all to do for Michael, who is bringing a little bit of a different take with that Regidrago, the Goldingo, the Whimsicott, the Ogerpon, But we'll get into that in a minute, because here we go. We can take a look at the meat and bones, the details of Jonathan's team.
I mean, my eyes are immediately drawn to that Tornadus, that prime control for speed with the tailwind, as well as being able to utilize the covert cloak to stop potential fake outs on the opposing side from stopping it in its tracks. You know, then on that side of the field, you're really in a position to get your tailwind up. You can also go for the rain dance to really help out that Urshifu rapid strike that critically is that Terra Stella.
Yeah, that is, you know, taking advantage of all of the attacking options there. The Surging Strike will get a boost for one time plus combat. And I love the iteration of Taunt here. It really can cover a lot of things. It can complicate your game plan. Shut them down, stop spores, stop follow me's, rage powders, trick rooms in particular if you don't want to see that there and then. So a really good tech to have, and you can probably get away with not having the Aquajet as well, having that tailwind support from the Tornadus, which allows you then to just hit before everything else. And you've got the security of that Focus Sash as well.
Let's take a look as well at that Flutter Mane choice specs. Terra Fairy, we know that it means business when it comes to the Moonblast and the Dazzling Gleam if you want to have that spread option as well. And actually, it's been a really long time, Lee, since I've seen Dazzling Gleam on a Flutter Mane. So it's very interesting that Jonathan has opted to bring that into this medical for this tournament, as well as the utility Icy Wind that we're seeing on a lot of Flutter Mane at the moment. Some trainers are opting to run them a little bit bulkier to go for Icy Wind, the Thunder Wave Taunt, for example. But here, we're kind of seeing the hybrid Icy Wind with a very offensively pressured Flutter Mane with the choice specs and things as well.
Yeah, and when you pair that up with the Ndidi as well, that's a nice board position. You've got kind of immunity from those priority attacks that could potentially come in. Namely, in this game, the Chen Pao, if it does have access to Sucker Punch, it could come in useful there. And then it allows the Fluttermane to kind of just move a little bit freer, fire off those helping hand boosted fairy type attacks, especially if you go down that terrestrialization route.
Well, now that Michelle has got the plushies ready for action on the stage, we can take a look at the team, and there's some very interesting choices here. The familiar faces we're seeing of Ogerpon and the Golden Go as well, particularly that nasty plot variant to be able to be even more threatening if you can find a window to open up opportunity to get that activated, as well as the Entei and the Regidrago. Regidrago, one of my cast predictions. I think it's a really formidable Pokemon when paired up with a priority Tailwind user like that Whimsicott. And if Jonathan gives him opportunity to literally click Tailwind and Dragon Energy, that could spell devastation.
Yeah, it's a very threatening combination, that and the Whimsicott, especially when you look at the fake tears on the Whimsicott that can fire that off. It's going to have a hard time getting that move consistently off in this match as long as that Psychic Terrain is in effect, because it will be blocked by that as long as it's active. But you do have Ice Spinner on Chen Pao, which is one way to remove a terrain, and that is going to be crucial for Michelle in this game to just make sure that that Psychic spam that we see from the Iron Crown, it's supported by the Ndidi, is disrupted, and that might cause a few problems. I love Golingo here because I feel like it's got a pretty easy time into that Psychic Core that we see. It can resist the attacks, it's got a nice typing in the terrestrialization of the dragon, and it has the ability to just click that nasty plot at a drop of a hat, set that up, and then become a huge threat, especially when supported again by that fake tears, by that Tailwind. And then the Whimsicott on top of that, it's another layer of disruption with the Encore. You cannot get complacent when that move is on the field.
I love that catch about the Ice Spinner potentially removing the terrain. The Qian Pao as well can go for that Ice Spinner into the Tornadus and even remove it from play. But let's jump into this Swiss round 5. The trainers are ready for action, so let's get there as well. Iron Crown, Tornadus out front and center for Jonathan, whereas Michelle has gone for the Ogerpon and the Entei.
Yeah, there we go. We've got the Tailwind, which is an option for Jonathan straight out the bat. It will allow, if you go for it, that Iron Crown to get ahead of the Entei. And the one thing that you would say as well, it has got a preferable terrestrialization. It can go for that water and then fire off a Terra Blast, but it's quite dangerous at the moment with the Ogerpon on the field. It's got the water absorbability. If it goes for the Follow Me, pulls in that attack, there's no damage coming out, and the Entei going to be in a position where it can pretty freely just get some big damage onto the board. Obviously, Sacred Fire going to threaten the Iron Crown right now, and any sort of thing like Extreme Speed will be hitting that Tornadus super effective damage, but it'll be doing a lot of damage when boosted by that Choice Band.
Well, these trainers aren't missing a beat. We're going straight for the terrestrialization, lighting up the stage with this Ogerpon Wellspring. It's going to be dropping is Grass typing and becoming this beautiful water type. Going to be getting a boost as well, thanks to the in-body aspect. So going to be able to raise up its special defense, put it into a position against these special attackers. Iron Crown, however, just playing on the defensive, a nice protect, maybe trying to scout out what the Entei wants to lock into with its choice band. Tornadus critically not setting up that Tailwind, instead going straight for the Bleakwind Storms. Entei nimble, able to dodge out of the way, leaving Michelle free to still go for an attack.
That speed drop's pretty big here as we see a Sacred Fire from the Entei into that Iron Crown. Just protect this turn, so scouting out what it's locked into. Good knowledge for next turn.
Yeah, the Ivy Cudgel coming through as well from this Ogerpon. It's going to find its mark down onto that Tornadus. A big amount of damage, but Tornadus able to hang on, potentially in a position to go for a Tailwind on this turn.
Yeah, the Tailwind going to be useful going forward in this match just to give you that speed advantage. And I think now we know that the NTA is locked into that Sacred Fire. You kind of feel a little bit safer as well, terrestrializing the Iron Crown maybe. You've still got to be careful if you go for that water terrestrialization because of the power whip that is present on the Ogerpon. It has taken away its flying weakness, which is great, got that special defense boost. So it's sitting in a nice position because another Ivy Cudgel into that Tornadus will be enough to remove it. It's up to Jonathan now. Do you want to trade that Tailwind, that speed control for a few turns in sacrifice of that Tornadus?
Well, Tornadus utilizing this opportunity to go for the Rain Dance. In a way, this is going to help out the Ivy Cudgel on the opposing side, but critically lowering the offensive pressure of the Sacred Fire, and it just pays off. Iron Crown able to hang on. The Expanding Force able to come back in retaliation. Not enough, despite the critical hit, to get onto that Ogerpon that can go for that Power Whip, critically getting the KO onto the Iron Crown. Wow, so such last-minute hang-ons here.
Yeah, and I like this play because it's almost like indicating now that the Iron Crown isn't the main source of Jonathan's game plan. It is going to be the Urshifu. Getting that Tailwind set up now is going to enable that Surging Strikes to have that hitting harder in the rain as long as it's active on the field. And now with the Focus Sash, it can come in quite safely. It doesn't have to worry about getting knocked out, and there's no water absorb now on the Ogerpon, so you can quite freely click that, but especially when the Ogerpon is so low health as well, and the Pico and Storm going to be 100% accurate, so you can guarantee if it does land, it is going to be into that slot. Entei not in the best position as well. Those Sacred Fires aren't going to be hitting as hard as we just saw against the Iron Crown, barely hanging on.
Lee, you're calling all the moments here in this match. That Rain Dance was huge, being able to keep the Iron Crown in the game, and now the Urshifu in a prime position. It's going to be able to get a boost to its Surging Strikes in the rain, but right now, actually saying, I'm just going to go for Protect, maybe seeing if Michelle wants to switch things up, or allowing this Tornadus to deal with that Ogerpon. The Bleak Wind Storm, 100% accuracy this time, finds its mark on both the opposing Pokemon. Ogerpon goes down, and Michelle loses his Terrestrialization Pokemon, and now Entei, yes, it's in a position where it can go for damage, but it is that Sacred Fire. The rain is up. Even though it's going to be able to damage this Tornadus, it's not going to be able to get the KO.
No burn either, which is huge, because if the burn comes in there, then the Tornadus is down. It gives Jonathan another opportunity to get the Tailwind up this next turn, which is going to be pretty big. Really unfortunate the previous turn with that critical hit, putting the Ogerpon in range of getting knocked out. And now we do see the Whimsicott come onto the field. The Urshifu has to be careful because the Encore is active there, so that could be into the Urshifu, stop it in its tracks and lock it into that Protect. But the one thing that Jonathan has in the back is that Indeedee to bring onto the field to block any potential disruption through those attacks. But the Whimsicott also offers a little bit of support in the fact of Tailwind to help support that Entei. And maybe you do want to switch it off the field right now, or otherwise you might just want to keep it on. If you pick up a sneaky burn onto something like the Urshifu, it can be really useful in slowing that Pokemon down.
I'm sure the Tornadus was tempted to go for the Tailwind on that turn, but getting the Psychic Terrain in play to keep the Urshifu nice and safe was critical. Looks like the Whimsicott doesn't fall for it as the Surging Strikes are able to come through into this Entei. It only takes 2 to fell this formidable Pokemon right back into the Pokeball. Possibly Whimsicott now in a position where it could go for the Moonblast. We do know that the Urshifu is not going to appreciate taking that damage. It is running that Focus Sash, so it will be able to keep it in the game, but the Moonblast does indeed find its mark.
Yeah, not falling for the disruption, just going straight up for the attack, and a really good option there from Michelle. Losing the Entei isn't great, but in the situation that it was in, probably the best thing to do to allow this final piece of the puzzle to come onto the field.
But this is where things get interesting now, because although Indeedee's on the field, yes, it can go for the Follow Me, maybe draw an attack from the Whimsicott, but the Golden Go is in a prime position. It can go for that Make It Rain, hit both the Pokemon, so then Urshifu's going to go down. Indeedee's not going to appreciate it either. Or you could even try and utilize this as an opportunity to go for a Nasty Plot if you think you have the window for it.
You could do. It's risky, because I think if you go for the Tailwind with Whimsicott here to guarantee Golden or having that speed control, there is the possibility that Indeedee does click Trick Room here. You can see Jonathan kind of hovering over that as an option, because if you reverse that, then the Urshifu in a really strong position, although it's in a pretty strong position right now as well. But you're going to see a final Terrestrialization now coming out, and it will be into that Urshifu from Jonathan's side of the field.
Yep, locking in on this Urshifu, getting it into the Terra Stellar Terrestrialization, meaning that all of its fighting type attacks, the Surging Strikes and Close Combat, will get an additional boost, and to add an extra bit of power to the punch, we're going to see a helping hand with that Indeedee as well. The Surging Strikes in the rain, helping hand boosted. Terra Stellar is in a prime position to get this Golden Go off the board.
That is a huge play here, just removing that real important piece from Michelle. And now the Whimsicott left on its lonesome with an Indeedee might be able to pick up the Urshifu now, but then you've got the Tornadus in the back as well to come in, and it looks like things are slowly slipping away as that Moonblast is targeted into the Indeedee slot.
Yeah, Little Whimsicott doing its best, but it's not known as the formidable offensive Pokemon on this team. It played a fantastic supporting role, threatening that Tailwind, but as soon as that Indeedee came in for Jonathan, poor Whimsicott just was not in the terrain it wanted to be.
No, it wasn't. You can see how useful something like that Psychic Terrain was in that endgame, where normally the Whimsicott would be able to say, I'm going to punish your Protect on your Urshifu, just not really able to when that Psychic Terrain was in effect. And something like the Chen Pao wasn't brought to the game, so you don't have the option to remove that. Maybe that's something that Michelle thinks about coming into this next game. But I love the fact how Jonathan kept that Tornadus on the field and just utilized it for those Bleak Wind Storms.
Yes.
Getting the damage off when needed, getting the rain up when needed, knowing in the back of their mind that the Urshifu was really the end game Pokemon to bring in as soon as that Ogerpon went down.
I honestly haven't seen a player play so conservatively with a Tailwind Tornadus in a long time. Being able to preserve the moment for when Tailwind was maybe needed, as it turned out, wasn't necessarily to be the effect. It was all about those Bleak Wind Storms getting the damage, and critically the Rain Dance. The Rain Dance enabled the Bleak Wind Storms not to miss like we saw at the beginning of the game, and also set up that Urshifu for a lot of success. Critically as well, the Entei on Michelle's side, a fantastic Pokemon to deal with the Iron Crown, but as soon as that Sacred Fire was locked into the rain, it just was not dealing as much damage as it wanted to.
No, and I think you've got to get a bit more value out of it. It wasn't terrible in that match, but I think if you're looking at it on a whole, you'd probably say, I'd like to have got a bit more out of that Pokemon and maybe switched it out a little bit sooner, got something else in, and preserved that for the end game. I think you probably have to reevaluate how you're approaching this matchup here if you are Michelle. I don't think there was much wrong with the lead, because I think it put a lot of pressure on it, opened the door where the Water Absorb was in effect, so it made it difficult for the Iron Crown to Terastallize, click the Terra Blast button so easily, because if that Follow Me comes out, then you're kind of wasting the turn. And the critical hit onto the Ogerpon as well was very unfortunate. I think if that hadn't happened, it probably would have stuck around a little bit longer and things might have played out slightly differently there.
Yeah, it could have given it a bit more longevity in the game, particularly once the rain was up as well. I really wanted to see what power this Ogerpon with Ivy Cudgel could start dealing out. And as you said, you had the power with coverage as well into Pokemon like the Urshifu. So I think it was definitely a key piece for Michelle. Unfortunately, did go down a little sooner rather than intended. But coming into this game too, do you think you're going to see the same Pokemon, or are we going to see some switches, Lee?
Well, we're going to find out here. It looks like a little bit of a change-up from Jonathan, but not from Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle going, let's just run this back and let's make sure no critical hits come my way this time. Ogerpon, Entei out front and center. Tornadus and Ogerpon for Jonathan.
Yeah, here we go. We've got that Bleak Wind Storm. It is threatening the Ogerpon once again. Of course, the Entei as well does have access to the Sacred Fires. Without the rain up, it is going to be hitting both of these Pokemon on Jonathan's side of the field pretty hard for big damage, so they have to be careful not to overextend themselves too much here. Again, you've got the Tailwind if you are Jonathan, and you do have the ability to Terastallize Ivy Cudgel into the Ogerpon. As long as it doesn't Terastallize, you can hit it for neutral damage, and with that boost, you might be in a position after the Embody Aspect ability activates, you get that attack boost to pick up a nice knockout onto that really awkward Pokemon that you had a hard time dealing with in Game 1.
I mean, Jonathan has all the mind game control right now, so many options, and Michelle has to think, is the Rain Dance coming out? Do I want to lock into Sacred Fire, or is it going to be a Tailwind? Tornadus actually completely throwing the rulebook out the window and goes for this Protect. Again, scouting out what the Entei wants to lock into as Ogerpon just goes on the offensive with that Wood Hammer. A fantastic adaptation for Michelle, bringing in the Whimsicott, going to be able to eat that up much better than the Ogerpon would have been able to. And Entei using that Stone Edge to remove the Ogerpon from the field. Stone Edge as well as something Tornadus doesn't want to see. Wow, Michelle's not messing about.
Yeah, no messing around this time around. The Stone Edge, such a good call here, because like you say, now it threatens the Tornadus this next turn, and now there is no present ability here of a Trick Room. So you can, if you are Michelle, you can go for your own Tailwind here and know that the only way to match it is a Tailwind from the Tornadus. But there's also the fact that you can on-call that Tornadus that has just protected. Even if Indeedee comes in, you'd have to commit your Terastallization to ground it to have the effect of that Psychic Drain, and I think that's overcompensating way too much for the situation you're in. So really good play and start from Michelle.
Going to see some adaptations as well. The Surging Strikes would have done a formidable amount of damage into the Entei, so Michelle switching out, maybe then wanting the flexibility to go for a different move choice on that choiced Pokemon. As the Urshifu on Jonathan's side, let's pick up where we left off in game 1. I'm going for the Terrestrialization here, as Whimsicott does indeed go for the Encore. It is locking in that Tornadus to the Protect, so it's not going to be able to go for a Tailwind or anything here. It does get the double Protect though, a Null and Void considering there was a switch on the partner side, but nice for a little bit of style points as Urshifu goes for the close combat. So this is going to find its mark down onto the Ogerpon that switched in, going to be able to hang on, and in a way that double Protect is kind of dangerous, I think, for the Tornadus because it can't exactly go for another one reliably.
No, it's definitely a really good use of the Encore there. It does force Jonathan out, and that maybe opens the door for Michelle to kind of take advantage of this situation where you've only got one Pokemon on the field, and being the Urshifu that's threatening any sort of damage. Whimsicott doesn't really care about the Surging Strikes, all that close combat, and the close combat's eating that Terrestrialization boost now, which was really well called there by Jonathan, not wanting to commit to that Surging Strike in case the Wellspring came in, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, because Wellspring would have had that water absorbed, so it would have eaten up all of that water-type damage and regaining some health at the same time. Urshifu now going on the defensive Psychic Trains on the field, so you don't have to fear a potential Encore in the next turn, as Whimsicott was trying for that Moonblast. But defensive play from Jonathan really paying off, as well as being able to switch up your ball position. However, Indeedee might pay the price for this adjustment. Does take a critical hit Ivy Cudgel, but it's Natural Ball keeping it in the game for now.
Yeah, a big critical hit there onto the Indeedee, kind of put it in range now of another Ivy Cudgel. It might just have enough in the tank to be able to take a Moonblast, because it then can utilize that Follow Me and then give that Urshifu a little bit of protection. But you've got to really make sure that you are picking up the knockout, and probably more likely going for the close combat into the Ogerpon here. So it leaves the Whimsicott kind of free once again to do what it wants this next turn, whether that be a Moonblast, putting on pressure onto the Urshifu to catch out maybe and punish no Follow Me here, or whether I want to go for that Tailwind once again.
Well, we're going to see another switch on the board. Tornadus joins to take that Moonblast instead of that Urshifu, but Ogerpon following up with the Ivy Cudgel as well, but Tornadus able to hang on, no critical hit this time, as Indeedee can retaliate with that Psychic, utilizing the Psychic Terrain to give it the extra boost to be able to get the knockout on that Ogerpon.
Yeah, a really nice knockout there, not wanting to kind of mess around and just take advantage of the fact that Indeedee is out on the field. It does have an offensive pressure, and taking the opportunity when it was there to remove that Ogerpon. Now the Urshifu can perform a little bit easier if it comes back onto the field, if it's got that rain, which you could say that the Tornadus has the option to set up that rain dance now and really activate that Urshifu when it comes back onto the field. The Goldingo is in a position, it's not really heavily threatened right now, so it's a perfect opportunity for Michelle to go for a nasty plot, and if that happens, especially with some speed control, it can get very, very sketchy for Jonathan going forward.
Well, as the Dark Clouds get out on the stage, Whimsicott bringing a storm behind it as well with that Tailwind as Tornadus matches it. So both of these trainers getting ready to really kick up the heat, getting the speed in play as Goldingo makes it rain. It is going to rain on Tornadus' parade. It is now down, but Urshifu able to hang on.
Yeah, it hangs on. The Tornadus going down for its trouble, setting the Tailwind up, but Michelle in a much better position in this game too here, where the Indeedee is going to come back onto the field, but it's taken so much damage already. A really smart double target earlier on has put it into a position where it is going to be knocked out by probably another Make It Rain here, and if it is doubled into with that Moonblast, and the Urshifu really threatened by the Moonblast as well. So a nice predict there with the Tailwind, just keeping pace and putting yourself in a position where you can really make things very difficult for Jonathan to close this game out and take us to a game 3.
The Whimsicott's having a tough time as well in the sense Psychic Terrain's in play and it's got the Tailwind up, so the only move it can really utilize is that Moonblast.
I'm just thinking as well, back to game 2, because naturally you always assume that Whimsicott outspeeds the Urshifu, but I believe in game 1 the Urshifu was outspeeding the Whimsicott, so it might be a slower variant. So it'll be interesting to see who acts first in this turn, and that could really be a pivotal point in this game. The Urshifu is moving first because Tailwinds have been matched on each side. Then the Urshifu could maybe sneak something that we weren't maybe normally expecting in this sort of situation.
Well, we're going to see an adjustment straight away. The Terrestrialization coming through on that Goldengo, turning itself into a Dragon type here as Urshifu just goes for the Protect, knowing that the Whimsicott can only really go for Moonblast, and it is going to be the prime target to take that damage. Indeedee is going to have to take another one of these Make It Rains. We know that it does lower the special attack of the Goldengo if you success in succession, but Indeedee, it's just too much for you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, maybe fishing for a Trick Room there, but just not got enough in the tank to be able to take that, and now it is Urshifu all by itself, and it is going to be a matter of time before it does go down. Unfortunately, the Moonblast will be enough, and Michelle managing the board so much better in this game too. Still got the Entei in the back to come in and be able to close things up if things go wrong with these two out on the field right now, but but you've got to say a Goldengo in such a dominant position alongside its favoured partner, the Whimsicott.
Exactly, they really are a fantastic duo, being able to support each other with that Tailwind, giving Goldengo the extra bit of damage, and it's also carrying that Metal Coat, so we know that those Steel-type attacks like Make It Rain are going to be dealing an additional bit of damage well. The other thing that I really liked about the way Michelle adapted coming into this game too is by adjusting the move choice on that Entei. Going for the Stone Edge straight away was such a bold play. We know Stone Edge not always the most accurate of moves, but it was able to find its mark and I think put Jonathan on the back foot straight away.
Yeah, we do see a Protect here, a last-ditch attempt to kind of stall things out, but the Whimsicott got more than enough to pick up that knockout and tie us up and take us to a Game 3.
I mean, trainers, if you want to see more Pokemon action, a Game 3 is where it's at. Both of these trainers a match apiece. You can then see how equally versed they are, how their teams operate, and then it's just one game separating them from being a winner and being the loser of the set.
Yeah, and this is a really important point of the tournament as well. We were talking about coming into this match. This is the halfway point. You started well for the first half, and you want to start that second part of the tournament as well as you started. So it's all about who comes out on top here and who can take this momentum forward. Like you say, the adjustment from Michelle in this second game was pivotal. That Stone Edge, that connector onto the Ogerpon, just making such quick work of it. Getting no return from Jonathan made it very difficult to kind of get back into this match, because then all the reliance fell onto the Urshifu, which is always going to find it difficult to go up against the Whimsicott at the best of times.
And Michelle made some fantastic adjustments as well. You know, the close combat going down into, I think it was the Ogerpon in the end, just meant that that terrestrialization boost onto that powerful fighting type attack wasn't really getting the trade-off that Urshifu wanted. And then again, some other adaptations coming in, just meaning that constantly the damage was not rolling in Jonathan's favor. So Michelle being a fantastic mastermind of where the board was and which Pokemon he needed defensively and critically offensively in the end with that Goldengo to get the victory.
Yeah, Juice, it's hard to look at like adjustments going into this match. The players make too many changes. I think Jonathan, the ball is in their court right now, where I think they've got to make an adaptation from that game to try and tackle what Michelle's trying to do. But does Michelle just say, okay, well, I've led the same the last 2 games. I'm going to stay tried and tested with what I brought. I believe this is the best 4. I just need to play it maybe slightly differently than I did in that game 1, which they did in game 2, and then hope that that is going to be enough to get them through and take them over the line.
Well, I wonder if we're going to see Reggie Drago. That's the question I've got. But there's going to be straight away the Iron Crown and the Indeedee, this iconic duo for the Psychic Spam on the field against the Goldengo and the Ogerpon for Michelle. Goldengo right here in the lead.
Yeah, some big mix-ups here from both of our trainers. The Goldengo in a pretty strong position right now, where it isn't immediately threatened. It will still take a lot of damage from a Helping Hand boosted Expanding Force, especially with the Psychic Terrain in effect boosting that, and the Ogerpon not in a great position to take those attacks either, so maybe that does want to either protect this turn. But the Goldengo in that spot where it could potentially get a nasty plot. The problem is spending a turn doing that, you're then allowing maybe the Indeedee to get a Trick Room up, or maybe just support that Iron Crown with a Follow Me and pull in maybe an Ivy Cudgel to that direction. The Goldengo obviously has that spread attack, so it can hit both, but it's not going to be effective into that Iron Crown. That doesn't really matter about it too much. So Jonathan adjusting really well in this game 1.
And honestly, there's no fake out on the field, but the Goldengo certainly faked me out there. I thought it was going to go for that nasty plot or maybe on the offensive straight away, but it's a switch and we're seeing the beautiful Chi-Pao with its Sword of Ruin in the field. This is going to boost the physical attacks of Pokemon all around, like that Ogerpon.
Yeah, now this makes sense because you get that special defense boost from terrestrializing. You get rid of the grass typing. That could be a bit somewhat of a thorn if the Tornadus is in the back with that Blickwind Stone. You don't have that weakness anymore. And now you've got the Chi-Pao and brought that to the battle. So if Expanded Force comes out here, not going to be affected by it with that Dark typing. And you have a way to remove the terrain with the Ice Spinner.
Well, it is indeed that Expanding Force, so the only target is going to be that Ogerpon. It does have the special defense boost, so it's going to be able to take that reliably well. I think a second one's going to be a little bit icy for it, but the Ivy Cudgel, of course, going to be able to find its mark down onto the Indeedee, but even with Sword of Ruin activated, it's not enough to be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, that's a big, big attack there. And the Ogerpon takes that respectively well, but like you say, another one might, and Expanding Force might be enough to actually just pick that knockup out. And we know that the Iron Crown is outspeeding the Ogerpon. It's going to be able to attack first, and yes, you can get an Ice Spinner off, but if you do that, the Tachyon Cutter is threatening that Chi-Pao for super effective damage.
Yeah, the Helping Hand going to be able to give a little bit of an edge to the move coming through from the Iron Crown, particularly if it is going for that Expanding Force and the terrain is going to be out of here thanks to the Ice Spinner that the Chi-Pao has just put on the field. It does also remove the Indeedee from play, so we now know the the Psychic Terrain cannot come back in. Iron Crown, however, at least did single target down into that Ogerpon, and with the Helping Hand, who needs Terrain, it's able to get the knockout, Lee.
Yeah, that was a big play here. Thinking, okay, Jonathan, I'm going to lose my Psychic Terrain with the Ice Spinner. Well, that's fine. I'm going to make up with it with a Helping Hand, and at least Indeedee goes down with some return, and getting rid of the Ogerpon, the Terastallized Pokemon on Michelle's side of the field, is a huge play here. And now, the Iron Crown's still pretty healthy, right? It doesn't necessarily need to rely on that Psychic Terrain all that much. We saw the damage there. The Chen Pao has had its sash broken as well with that Rocky Helmet from the Indeedee, from getting rid of the terrain, right? So yes, if you've got the Whimsicott on the back, if you're Michelle, you can come in, you can disrupt with the Encore because the Psychic Terrain's not an issue anymore. But at the same time, have you got enough in the tank, especially when Jonathan's got a little bit more resource than they've had in previous games?
This could indeed be a turn that we reflect on at the end of the set, because both our trainers made that trade, but who's come out the better of it? Pao, yes, gets rid of the Indeedee and Psychic Terrain, but as you said, the Focus Sash is broken, and it's not exactly one of the bulkiest Pokemon out there. It's very vulnerable.
Yeah, it is very vulnerable, and the Chen Pao, if that goes down now, then you're leaving the Goldingo in front of this Ogerpon that can Terastallize as well. Remember that Jonathan still has their Terastallization, so that's got to be something that Michelle's thinking about. Do I go with the Ice Spinner into that Pokemon? Do I go for a Sucker Punch? Or do I just try and work around my ball position to get into a more preferable state where I can maybe get rid of that Pokemon, but all the time you've got to ignore that Iron Crown, and I don't think you can afford to here, as we do see Jonathan commit to the Terastallization on this Pokemon.
Yeah, I really like this. It gives you a bit of an easier time against the Pao. You don't have to worry about Sacred Sword so much, and also just allows you to not have to worry about a potential Shadow Ball coming through from that Golden Go, and you definitely don't have to worry about it considering it to protect. Ice Spinner finds its mark on the Ogerpon, does a huge amount of damage as well, as Ogerpon tries to retaliate with the Ivy Cudgel, but gets its target into the Protect instead. I mean, it really has its choice of who it wants to go for the Ivy Cudgel here, but Iron Crown's like, don't you worry, you go for Golden Go, I've got this Pao wrapped up.
Yeah, and that is what exactly has happened, wrapped up and sent back to its Pokeball. So leaving Michelle with 2 Pokemon, we know the Goldingo's out on the field active. It is still going to be currently threatened this next turn by the Ogerpon, but the one thing that you have available is the Tailwind. You can put that Goldingo ahead of everything else, but is it going to be, yes, it'll have enough to take down if you drop and make it rain now. It'll pick up the Ogerpon, but probably not going to pick up that Iron Crown, so that's going to be able to just sit on the field. It can threaten that Whimsicott with the Tachyon Cutter. It will pick up a knockout if it connects with that Pokemon and then just leaves the Goldingo against potentially 2 more Pokemon.
Yeah, Whimsicott not happy here against its choice of opponents either, so it goes for that Tailwind to make it rain. Ogerpon goes down, but Iron Crown able to hang on so incredibly well, particularly thanks to his Terastallization here. It's not going to have to worry so much about anything at the moment. It's really in just a prime position. It can go for that Tachyon Cutter, like you said, into the Whimsicott. Going to be able to hit twice, going to be able to get the knockout, and now Goldengo, having lowered its special attack as well, it's going to need a nasty plot to be able to get that back up, but I don't see if Jonathan's going to give it room to maneuver here.
Not if that last Pokemon is a Tornadus, and well-timed if it is. As you can see, it's going to come in now. It is going to have access to the Tailwind of its own, so matching speed. It'll instantly put the Iron Crown ahead of that Goldingo. It has got the Terra Blast, and that can also be boosted by a Rain Dance as well, so the Tornadus is in a predominant situation where it can just go for whatever supporting option it wants, leaving this Goldingo in a really, really bad position.
And I think talking back to that turn we saw earlier with the trade and the Rocky Helmet on the Indeedee, the fact that then you had such a vulnerable Pao, yes, Tachyon Cutter is able to hit twice, it does give you that coverage, but it just meant that suddenly Michelle didn't have that safety net.
Yeah, especially if you were thinking, I can concentrate a bit more on the Iron Crown here and go after the Ogerpon. But we are seeing here the end of the match coming around. It is the Tailwind to get that speed set up, and a Terra Blast doing big damage into that Goldingo.
Yeah, Goldingo switches things up and goes for the Shadow Ball. It's going to find its mark on the Iron Crown, but Iron Crown able to hang on so incredibly well. Tornadus at full HP as well. It's just a matter of time here. I think Jonathan really wanting to give Iron Crown a proper moment in the spotlight, goes for that Rain Dance to boost up that Terra Blast even further.
Yeah, and here we go. Terra Blast, boosted by the rain, boosted by the Terastallization. Here we go, into the Goldingo. We know the damage from previously, and is enough. Jonathan Marston is our winner of Swiss Round 5 here at the European International Championships.
Yeah, the little Goldingo was not able to ruin the friendship between the Tornadus or the Iron Crown there in the endgame. A phenomenal set from both these trainers, and Jonathan able to come out the victor.
Wow, what a match between both of these trainers. How well Jonathan piloted that Game 3 as well, especially after a really good start in Game 1, and then Michelle made really good adjustments game 2, coming out and making life very difficult for Jonathan to kind of get any sort of momentum swing. But Jonathan, we said the ball was in their court going into that final game, and they reacted and they came out on top.
I was so excited to see this chi and power adjustment from Michael, and I could see where the logic was. Having that iron, the ice spinner to be able to remove the terrain to help out that iron crown was a really good opportunity. But on Jonathan's side, you just had so much more momentum coming through with Pokemon like that Ogerpon, particularly the fire variant of the Hearthflame Mask allows you so much flexibility over a lot of the Pokemon on Michael's side. You know, Golden Goat, Chi and Power, Whimsicott, none of these Pokemon want to take a fire type Ivy Cudgel.
No, not at all, especially with, if it does have the potential to Terastallize like it did at the time, and you lock into that and then you get the attack boost, and then you're turning a powerful move into a devastating move. And yeah, the threat of that really deterred a lot of attention down onto that Pokemon. But the real attention should have been on the Iron Crown. It just wasn't dealt with effectively enough in that match. And I think that's because Jonathan split decision making a lot of the time. And that comes down to smart board positioning. So why Jonathan is such a strong player, and probably why they didn't make many adjustments from that Birmingham team into this event with having such a strong finish there, saying, well, this team, I believe in it. It works well. I think it's maybe more down to me as a player, getting used to it, more comfortable with it, which they would have done naturally after playing so many rounds at Birmingham, having a deep run into day 2, and then saying, okay, well, let's see how we get on at this event, which is testament to the player itself, because it's hard making that commit to not changing your team after you've not won an event but got claws to keep things going and have that confidence and belief in the team to do well.
Exactly, and particularly when we're in a very long day here on the first day at the European International Championships. After so many rounds, it can be hard to remember all these little tiny details from previous tournaments and all your calculations and theories you have in matchups. So Jonathan being able to keep all of that knowledge intact and using it to expert levels on the field. And I have to say as well, Iron Crown, it's one of these Pokemon that a lot of people are like Iron Crown believers, right? Some people just write it off and say, it's not my kind of Pokemon, or it's not that good. And then other people are like, Iron Crown is the best. It's an absolute legend, an awesome Pokemon. And I think after seeing it showcased so beautifully so far today, you know, we've had it on quite a few matches. Being able to see its versatility, not just its reliance, it doesn't have a reliance on Indeedee so much, because Tachyon Cutter by itself is putting in the work.
It's so strong, isn't it? And the fact that it has the ability to break Focus Ashes and double up, a potential to break substitutes as well, it's so useful in a format where we see a lot of reliance on those sort of moves and options from our players. So very powerful, and the fact that it's another option on the steel type spectrum, because
that's so true.
We don't have many. We've seen the steel types perform pretty well. We had Ashton playing the Heatran. That performed extremely well. We've got Gholdengo. That didn't really kind of hit the heights that we wanted to. Maybe that was not the matchup for it. But like you see, the Iron Crown, it has got a lot of options for it, especially when you've got the Trustalization into the mix. And I love the ability in this team Jonathan's running. You've got the Tornadoes with the Rain Dance, and you say automatically, well, that's for the Urshifu, right?
Yeah,
but, well,
surely.
You know, not necessarily, because it also protects the Steel typing on the Crown, and it boosts its Terra Blast once it does Terastallize.
Yeah, that's true. And I think you make a good call about these steel types, right? Because a lot of trainers have the steel types in Terastallization, let's say. We've seen it on Tornadus before. We've seen it on Pokemon like Iron Jugulus before as well, because it is just such a good defensive type. And a trainer who was able to use steel types in the form of Iron Crown to perfection was Jonathan. So let's hear a little bit from him and Costa on the stage.
Thank you very much, Lee and Lou. And I am here, of course, with none other than the, oh my lordy, Harrogate 2019 champ, of course, top 16 just
I couldn't understand
a couple of weeks ago. Mr. Jonathan Marston win this round number 5. So, Jono, there's a lot of emotions. How are you feeling? Please walk me through.
I'm feeling good. I don't remember much of that set, but being able to beat someone as good as Michael, it feels amazing. Big 5-0 as well, because I've never day 2'd an Internets before. So I'm hoping this is the first time. Still need to win one more, but yeah, I'm feeling really good.
You're one set away from potentially doing it. Obviously, as we've always said, one set at a time, right? So, like you said, going up against Michael, there's probably going to be a lot of emotions, you know, top player, world's finalist, semi-finalist, quarters, you name it. But then again, you brought a lot of pressure, momentum, and knowledge in sort of understanding what you need to do. So walk me through in terms of matchup. Where do we go? Are you feeling comfortable? Are you not, given the adaptations to his team?
I don't know, the matchup was a bit weird. So I've never seen something like that team before. I've seen similar stuff, but it felt like sort of two teams together. So I think a lot of my matchup felt like I needed to work out speeds, because there's a lot of ambiguous speeds. Like Entei can be faster than a lot of my team, so can Ogerpon, but it could also be slower. So I was sort of looking at it. I felt like Iron Crown was probably quite good, but like the Goldengo is a bit of an issue for it. So I wanted to like lead it, but not commit to the side spam in game 1 and 2. When I saw him not leading Goldengo, I thought, okay, I'm just going to lead Iron Crown in DD, see what he does, and go from there kind of thing.
Because it sort of gives you the initiative in terms of pressure that he has to kind of respect, right?
Yeah, so like, I think a lot of the time, my team's very offensive, so he's got to play, he can't just let me get a lot of damage off. And I think he's got to play quite carefully, but we can trade damage, but a lot of the time I think if we trade damage, whoever ends up being faster in the end game wins. So like in game 2, he ended up being faster in the end game, so he won that. In game 1, it came down to a 50-50 on if I trick room and not, and I didn't, and he called that I would, so yeah.
Exactly, and then also at the start of game 2, we saw the Stone Edge connect and be able to, like deal a big loss in terms of the resources that you had available, and understandably, like you said, led to the end game, got the game 2, you're going into game 3. What's first going through your mind because of all of the development from game 1 and game 2 in terms of, leads and strategies? Are you feeling like you want to change it up or just go for it?
I just thought with his lead that he went both games in DD, no, not in DD, Iron Crown, that's me.
Iron Crown's you, yes.
Yeah, Ogerpon and Entei, I felt like in DD Iron Crown was quite good into that. I was looking at his team as well, and his only spread moves are Make It Rain and Dragon Energy, both of which Iron Crown resists. So I was sort of thinking, this is a fairly safe lead. I knew that my Iron Crown outsped his Ogerpon, so I knew I could try and pick it up with like a Helping Hand Expanding Force. But yeah, I just thought like that seemed quite good, and then like an endgame of Torn Ogerpon seemed like it could cover a lot of his options. So I thought that was just quite good. Yeah.
And we did see the Terra commit as well of the Iron Crown. It is, of course, the water type. So do you feel like it just sits so well in certain matchups, and which matchups do you feel it's super necessary in?
Yeah, so like the biggest reason I think it's good, obviously it hits Incineroar. It's really good into Ursaluna teams that are meant to be popular, but I haven't faced any yet. No, I haven't faced a single one. But yeah, it's just quite good generally. Like water's such a good defensive type. Like I terrored that turn just so that I wasn't weak to Sucker Punch, because I thought like maybe there was a line where he Sucker Punches me and I lose based off of that. But it also lets me resist like Make It Rain, Ice Spinner, which I would anyway, but being able to have a Terra but still resist those is quite good.
Yeah, exactly. It sort of gives you a bit more flexibility, and your booster energy special attack, you're just going to be dealing a lot of damage, especially like you mentioned with the Helping Hand by the side. But then again, it was a close game 3. You were able to come out victorious, my friend. You are 5-0. And yeah, there must be a lot of emotions going through your mind right now overall. So did you have any sort of set goals in terms of the season overall, but also individually with this tournament?
With this season, not really. I mainly just have fun. I wanted a few top cuts. Last season I got 2 top cuts, and I kind of wanted to beat that, but I don't think I'm going to at this point. But
you never know.
Yeah, you never know. And for this tournament, it's just day 2. Like I said before, I've never dated an internet. This is my 8th one, and I've lost like 5 winning ins. And yeah, I just want a day 2 because I've never done it before. I'd love to top cut, but I don't think I will. But
never say never, my friend. You're already doing so much better than me. 8 around ICs I've done 2, but no. Honestly, you have been on fire, my friend. Clearly, the form is carrying on from Birmingham, where you were able to get top 16. So, with that being said, we're going to let you go ahead, get some rest. But before then, do you have any shout-outs for anybody in the venue, at home, wherever they are?
Just anyone I talk to about teams and stuff. Main ones are like Dill Yeomans, Jamie Keane, Scotty, Sam Taberner and Joe Russell. Just lots of people. Shout out, Jack Davis. Shout out to my parents for supporting me when I started doing VGC, because I was a senior back then. Yeah, I think that's loads of people. Shout out the Gatekeeper as well.
There you have it. Very heartwarming, my friend. And yeah, honestly, it just warms everybody's heart in terms of being able to have an opportunity to just go with the team and just work with so many people that share the same passion and love. So before I let you go, it's 30th anniversary coming up. who is your favorite Pokemon and why?
It's basic, but Charizard. Charmander was my first, and I've loved it ever since. It's Charizard.
Were you a Red gameplay? Have you started the Pokemon since Pokemon Red, or?
I was actually Fire Red because I'm not that old.
Still counts.
Yeah, Fire Red was my first game, and I specifically wanted that one because it had Charizard on it, and I wanted a Charizard. So yeah.
Enough said. Of course, we've seen not only Charizard being on fire, that is you as well, my friend. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and cut to a very short break before we are back for the next round. So make sure you do not go anywhere, or if you do, get some refreshments, because we've got a lot more VGC action for you.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordino EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordino EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordino EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordino EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordino EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm. Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves
and can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Si tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mischievous, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself.
It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Figa. Arcanine.
Gengar.
Jigglypuff.
So, what's your favorite?
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, side up.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Welcome back, trainers, to the European International Championships here in London. You're joined on the desk by myself, Lee Provost, and the lovely Lou Actos-Chromi, and we are about to head into Swiss round 6 here in the Phase 1, day 1 of the tournament.
So far, every single match we've been able to showcase here at EUIC has absolutely delivered. The quality of Pokemon play, the innovation of the teams as well. Even in a meta where a lot of trainers think they've solved it already, they know the 6, we're seeing tweaks and hidden dimensions and layers to every single team composition, and I can say I'm inspired.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing the trainers come out, and then, you know, we might have seen some familiar faces today, but we've seen some really high quality play and positional play as well, which is really making this event shaping up to one of the best EUICs that we've had. And we can take a look at the top 12 Pokemon from Phase 1 of the tournament. So that is today. And is there any surprises on there, Lou?
Honestly, there's not too many surprises. I would say for me it's the order that's a little bit surprising. The fact that Fluttermane and Incineroar have actually been dethroned in the #1 spot, they kind of dance about on that podium. The fact that Urshifu was #1 I think is a little bit interesting. The fact that you've got this Pokemon that's so versatile, we see people run it with Choice Band, Choice Scarf, Mystic Water. We even see it running a few other Rogue choices, and then the Terrestrialization choices are also varied. It does just show how flexible this Pokemon can be. Some other Pokemon I knew we were going to see here, the Raging Bolt, Tornadus, Rillaboom, but interestingly enough, it's like the little grouping of the grass types there. Rillaboom, Ogerpon, Amoonguss, another Ogerpon. Just shows again the consistency that these Pokemon have.
Yeah, it does, and it kind of shows that these these grass types are definitely pivotal to a lot of the functionality of each and every team, depending on what strategy you go with and what lines you want to lead into the battlefield. But of course, the one thing that I would say really stands out to me is how high Tornadus is on this usage stats. Now, we've seen recently definitely surge in usage of this Pokemon in particular. It offers a lot of support with its Tailwind, and it's got that offensive flying type Liquid Storm that if you kind of look a little bit further down the usage charts, it's super effective against all three of those grass types. And it might be an indicator why we're seeing kind of a rise of a Chien-Pao, because it can come in and it can threaten with those ice type attacks along with its buddy up in 4th place, the Raging Bolt, and put a bit of pressure onto that Pokemon. But the one thing that Chien-Pao does a little bit better than the Raging Bolt is it pressures that Landorus Incarnate as well.
That it does. And another Pokemon to talk about is this Ursaluna there in number 12 spot. It's a Pokemon that has had a lot of success in Regulation F, particularly at the European International Championships as well, paired up with its good buddy Porygon 2. But it's interesting to see it kind of here, still being in the usage, but right towards the end. Maybe a lot of trainers not opting for the same kind of caliber of Trick Room teams. A Pokemon I am missing, though, is Chi-Yu.
Yes, yeah, I felt like coming into this weekend, we've had many discussion about it leading up to this event, about especially you're very strong on the Chi-Yu being quite a strong Pokemon to bring in, and I 100% agreed with you. Stole it and put it on my caster predictions for this weekend.
I did, I got the edge.
I do think because it's so strong that Beads of Ruin is so potent, especially when you've got a lot of these big special attackers in the format already in the name of like the Fluttermane, the Raging Bolt, and there's others as we go down the list that we can't see on the screen here. But I think in general, Chi-Yu are very good Pokemon that you can't really give too much room to on the battlefield.
I think, I mean, you said it already, Chi-Yu and Fluttermane was such an iconic duo together, but then we've seen more recently how effective Chi-Yu can be in maybe even Dondozo teams, where Dondozo's gone in little Tatsugiri is there, a formidable special attacker by itself, paired up with the Chi-Yu does just give you a lot of utility on the field, and any other special attackers are going to benefit from that Beads of Ruin. And at the end of the day, if you can hit, I mean, it's an if, but if you can hit overheat after overheat, like the damage that you can deal, it's incredible.
Yeah, even on resisted hits, it's doing so much damage. It's a scary prospect to be in front of, and you cannot give it the room to operate like that. And we are seeing, I mean, Marcus Cole was one of the players that had the Dondozo and had a lot of success with that in Birmingham. The Chi-Yu we're seeing paired up with Dondozo Tatsugiri quite a lot recently in that kind of 2-2-2 team where you've got the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu, classic combination, then you've got the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri, and then either the Dragonite and Chien-Pao is another option, or you know, to make up the last remaining two there. But I think, yeah, it's one of those Pokemon when it's paired up in the right situation and the right position on the board, it can really overwhelm the opponent and just make it untenable to kind of come back in those games. Maybe though, well, early on in the tournament, we have got time to still see it, even though it wasn't in the top 12 of those usage stats. But that doesn't paint always a clear picture, does it?
Yeah, it could be a phase 2 option for sure. But the tournament is still going and the round is still going as well. So our feature matches are still being played out, so we can bring a little bit of action for you. We're jumping straight into this game here. This is the beginning of a match between Roberto Parente versus Yuki Zanikovic. So we got Dondozo, we were just speaking about it, Dondozo and Fluttermane out there, as well as the Ogerpon and the Tornadus.
Yeah, a really interesting team composition that Yuki's brought to this, with that Chi-Yu incorporated into the team here. Leaving out the Dondozo and the Fluttermane here, it's quite a nice lead because you're pulling in a lot of attention from the Fluttermane. Can you afford to ignore it? Well, if you tack into that slot and the Tatsugiri comes in, then the combination activates with that Dondozo Tatsugiri, and then it becomes an even bigger, formidable foe against the two Pokemon. One of them not too bad offensively against the Dondozo in that Ogerpon if it's got a grass-type attack, but the Tornado's not really in that great position where it's going to be able to offer that offensive threat that you need against such a powerhouse Pokemon.
And of course, whenever a Dondozo is out on the field, you have to worry if a Tatsugiri is going to switch in for that Fluttermane and then just get the Commander ability rolling. But we're not going to see any switches straight away. Just a simple protect there on the Tornadus, as Ogerpon also goes for the Spiky Shield.
Yeah, just want to scout out, see what Yuki is going to lock into and what their answers are for what Roberto has out in the field right now. We do see the Fluttermane looking like it's going to go for an Icy Wind here, which is blocked, so scouted out. The Dondozo not acting at all other than attack into that Tornadus, doubling up into that slot and not getting any leverage there. So again, we're going to go into this turn a bit of an information gathering turn for Roberto. So can they take that, move into this next turn and maybe get some advantage in this match as we go forward here with these two big threats on Yuki's side?
I think Yuki as well maybe biding some time to go for the synergy between Dondozo and Tatsugiri. Now in a position, though, as you said, Tornadus could easily go for the tailwind here, so that if Dondozo wants to come onto the field with Tatsugiri and get the +2 speed boost, then Roberto is not going to be in a position where he's going to fall behind.
Yeah, and the one option, I think if you are Roberto, you've got to kind of try and preserve this Ogerpon as best possible. So we might see it switch off the field now because it does have access to Woodhammer, and it is one of the better tools to put enough damage onto the opposite side of the field if we do see this combination. And this is exactly what we're going to see right here, right now.
Yeah, the protective father figure of that Dondozo taking the Tatsugiri in nice and safe, and the synergy amongst them, using that commander ability to get a +2 boost to all of those stats, putting it into a formidable position, something that the Ogerpon definitely has to watch out for. The Tornadus, again, in a position where it can try and get some damage off, but Ogerpon also going to make a switch here. So Roberto able to take advantage of this, go for the Indeedee, set that psychic terrain up on the field.
Yeah, and it's nice because you look at the item choice on the Indeedee here. It's probably the optimal switch in if that is the target from Yuki, but we'll see where it goes. Is it into that Indeedee? It is, and it's a huge, huge attack. Picking up a clean knockout. I was going to say an optimal switch because of the Rocky Helmet, but when you're losing a Pokemon for the trouble, it is unfortunate. Maybe not the best of switches, but it does burn through a turn while you're turning this. Can get some damage off, and that is a huge critical hit. Massive.
Yeah, the Dondozo just able to hang on. I mean, that was devastating damage coming through from the Wave Crash there, taking the recoil and then being able to hang on following the move from the Tornadus. So now the option, though, for Roberto, you have lost your Indeedee, but the Psychic Terrain's still in play. You can maybe bring in a Pokemon from the back that could, utilize that well. I'm not seeing necessarily anything that's going to benefit too much, though.
No, I think the one thing that you could say right now, Regidrago can come onto the field. You can set your Tailwind up with your Tornadus and then drop a Dragon Energy onto the field. And you're in a pretty dominant position after that because the Dondozo are taking so much damage from that critical hit. Now in a really awkward position where it's not really effective. The other option here is to protect the Regidrago. You say, I'm going to get my Tailwind up with my Tornadus, and then the next turn you go Bleak Wind Storm. You get rid of the Dondozo and then drop a Dragon Energy onto the Tatsugiri when it inevitably breaks that transformation with the Dondozo.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see the Bleakwind Storm come through. Obviously not going to hit that Tatsugiri nice and safe, or at least it was. With Dondozo, it's now unleashed on the field to maybe face the wrath of this Regidrago that Roberto has brought in. Capitalizing on the speed here, the Dragon Energy just completely removes this Tatsugiri from play.
Yeah, that's a big play, and I think the speed drop there was maybe something that Roberto was comfortable going for there. Just the Bleakwind Storm, knowing that the fact that the speed drop had been enough to allow the Tornadus to then outspeed the Dondozo after those boosts. So there it was the opportunity to go for the Bleakwind Storm, get rid of it, and then pick up that huge knockout with that Dragon Energy.
I mean, these were two Pokemon we were talking about, and it's actually romantic how good these Pokemon are together. They are a dynamic duo. They are ready to try and get Yuki back into this game. But Regidrago in a position where it cannot go for that Dragon Energy successfully into the Fairy type of the Fluttermane on the opposing side. The Chi-Yu, however, yes, it can get some damage on board, but it's not going to be a huge amount.
It's not going to be a huge amount either, and I think the Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, we talked about this before coming into this game, they're a really formidable partnership, and now you have to look at this, and the Fluttermane in a really strong position. The Regidrago just not in that spot where it's going to be able to do that much damage, but you do have a way out of this. You do have the Tornadus with that Prankster Tailwind, as we see it set up here. The Regidrago just protecting to get around any damage, because the Chi-Yu does have the Sash, I believe, but it will be susceptible to damage from the Earth Power that the Regidrago has access to as well.
Yep, Fluttermane just going for the Dazzling Gleam here, trying to get as much damage spread across the board, but not able to connect down into the Protect on that Regidrago. Of course, not being able to be followed up by the Chi-Yu either. So now, once again, turn of pay slowed down.
Yeah, and now you've got the option as well. Regidrago, I believe, could still Terastallize here.
Oh, that's true.
So it's got that Steel Terastallization. It's a pretty double-edged sword, though, because if you go for that and then the Fire-type attack comes up from the Chi-Yu, well, that probably will kind of spell the end of time for your Regidrago. So you've got to be very careful when you time it, because in one side of this, it's extremely good against the Fluttermane, but at the other side, you've got a little fish that knows what it can do against you if that is what you choose to to go down and do.
Well, I think there's still terrestrialization to be utilized on either side of the field, but first of all, looks like the Earth Power coming through, not going to be able to deal a KO to this Flutter Mane, but does put it in a little bit of a vulnerable position to a potential follow-up in the next turns. Obviously, you can't hit it with those Dragon-type moves, so you have to find a way to get the damage out there on the board.
Yeah, and targeting into the Tornadoes to try and remove that from the field, but it is a Heat Wave. Smartly, Roberto is not went for that terrestrialization this time around. So it can resist that attack and then not take too much damage here. Now you do have the option as well of the Dragon Energy. You can kind of think, well, if I've got one more Pokemon in the back to come in and maybe deal with that Flutter Mane, my priority is just getting rid of that Chi-Yu. So you could go Dragon Energy even though you're not doing any damage to the Flutter Mane, and then double up with your Tornadoes here to just remove that, and then the game becomes a lot easier to kind of close out.
I'm intrigued to see as well when the Earth Powers might start switching towards that Chi-Yu. You can't really go for Dragon Energy anyway. Your health is being depleted and Dragon Energy boosts up from the amount of HP you have remaining, and Draco Meteor would lower your special attack so formidably, but you can use the Beads of Ruin as well, maybe to try and deal with the opposing Flutter Mane, but Earth Power putting it into a good position to do damage to the little fish.
Well, here is the time. Terrestrialization coming out from our trainers now, and it will be the Flutter Mane that goes first, and it will be that Fairy Terrestrialization boosting the power of those threatening Fairy type attacks. The Moonblast, it's also boosted by the Terrestrialization and that Beads of Ruin.
It is one of the Pokemon from the ancient past, almost like the eldest daughter out here on the field, being able to take that Earth Power thanks to its naturally good special defense, but it cannot take a double up coming through from this Tornadus. It is going to be able to get the knockout. Yuki unable to utilize the beautiful terrestrialization of this Flutter Mane in play.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Yuki. A smart target there from Roberto saying, okay, well, you've got the Beads of Ruin active on the field. I'm going to take advantage of that while I've got this speed control and attack with the Tailwind. Double up into that, and it was enough. The Blue Windstorm does connect, and now this Chi-Yu knocking in really not the most comfortable spots.
Yeah, Chi-Yu, I think, going to have a bit of a difficult time with that Flutter Mane there to give it a helping hand, particularly as Roberto is able to bring the Ogerpon back in play. Ogerpon's not going to worry too much about what the Chi-Yu can send its way. Heat Waves, Overheats, Dark Pulses, is going to be able to eat those up.
Yeah, now it's a pretty much a close game here where the Ogerpon can come in and it can just, you know, put on a bit of offensive pressure. You've got the Earth Power as well while this Tailwind's still in effect. So I think we're probably just going to see Yuki kind of make adjustments there, but it gives us a snapshot into some of the other games that are going on out in the field while we have our feature matches taking main center stage.
Yeah, so it looks like Roberto was able to take that game one of the feature match. How the game actually went, we'll have to find out maybe a little bit later. We'll try and get you an update in case you're curious as one of our viewers, but the Swiss round has ended, so we have our next matches coming up shortly, so we're going to have to start jumping into that action very soon.
Yeah, well, we can kick off with our standings after that last Swiss round. We're Swiss round on 5, we're going into Swiss round on 6 soon, and you can see that Alberto Spada is out in front from Italy, just tying up there with Justin Tang, Matteo, Alexander, and Victor as we go down. There's still a lot of 5-0s, pretty much all of them on this page are, Lou.
Yeah, exactly, and I am getting some insight as well that it looks like it went to game 3 in that feature match, but Roberto was able to come out the victor. So if you're maybe out there in the crowd able to catch that, I'm sure it was a thriller of a set. But some of our remaining undefeated matches, like you said, Victor Medina, who kicked off our tournament in absolute style, set the tone for how competitive our potential champions are going to be, as well as being able to see trainers like Nicholas Khan, Paul Chua, Alex Gomez-Berner that we got to feature earlier, as well as Ashton Cox. These names and faces that you're getting familiar with on our broadcast here are showing exactly why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, and these players as well, they're guaranteeing a place. If they can win one more game from this point, they're guaranteeing a place in that phase 2.
Very true.
Every record that's 6-2 all will guarantee to be moving on to the next part of this tournament. So very close to progressing here, so the pressure on for them the next turn. But I think at this stage you can kind of relax a little bit as well and kind of breathe a bit easier, knowing that I've come into this, I'm performing extremely well, and things are going exactly how I planned at this stage, going undefeated over halfway through this tournament on the phase 1 of it. I think, yeah, you've got to be feeling good about it.
Exactly, and you saw Justin Tang's name there as well. A trainer we talked about at the beginning of the show has won 3 regional championships, but has yet to be able to take home an international crown. So maybe another trainer to keep an eye on to be able to go all the way 5-0. An incredible start. Got to be feeling confident.
Definitely got to be feeling confident. I think on the performances they've had throughout the season so far, they've probably been I mean, it's hard because there's been a lot of consistent players, but Justin consistently up there. When we were talking about our players to watch at the start of the broadcast today, I think we talked about all the accolades that Justin's had this season, and it is just top cut, top cut, top cut finish after another. So, yeah, got to feel good coming into this event, and yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see them at the top of the pile come the end of this event.
But I think you make a good call as well. You know, moving into Swiss round 6, if our trainers are able to go 5-0 to 6-0, they've locked in that phase 2. Obviously, the more wins you get going into that, the better your phase 2 chances of success to make it through to top cut. But you already have made it through to the next stage of the competition. And for a lot of our trainers, that could be their first time in many ways. You know, we're talking about a lot of our veterans, but a lot of our trainers here maybe are competing for one of the very first times, and who knows, maybe they could make a phase 2.
And it's also stories that are great and exciting to follow as well. But we've got our trainers getting ready on the stage right now, and this is going to be another exciting game. 2 extremely good trainers getting ready to get into things here in Swiss round 6, and some interesting team choices as well. Some that we haven't been able to feature so far on the broadcast today.
Yeah, we were just talking when we looked a little earlier at the top 12 usage stats for phase 1, and we talked about how Ursaluna was tucked away in 12th spot. And guess what? Gabrielle is bringing it, but critically, not bringing it with the partners I was expecting. I normally see the Ursaluna paired up with some very dominated Trick Room teams, particularly with a Pokemon like Porygon 2, for example. But taking a look here, I'm not seeing dedicated Trick Room. I'm seeing a little bit more balance, plus Ursaluna.
Yeah, balance versus Ursaluna, and I think it kind of goes testament in hand with those usage stats. We see the Tornadus, and when you looked at those top 12, there wasn't a Trick Room setter among them, which made it a bit more leaning towards Tailwind being that obvious speed control method for a lot of our trainers. We can start off with Gabrielle's team though. We can see here the Tornadus, the Incineroar, Goldingo, Fluttermane, and like you said, that Ursaluna pairing up with that Ogerpon Hearthflame.
I think there's sometimes when we see Ursaluna and it's not in Trick Room, we often do see Goldingo being close behind it, because these two have a nice range of synergy. They can cover a lot of options together and possibly give flexibility to their trainer on the special and physical offensive side too.
Yeah, and we've also got, and something I want to just quickly note on is the Sunny Day again on that Tornadus. We've seen it in previous games from other players, but it supports not only the Incineroar with the Flare Blitz there, the Fluttermane with that Photosynthesis, and the Ogerpon with its Ivy Cudgel. So powering up all 3 of those Pokemon there in slightly different ways, but it's such a good supporting option that you can bring, and you don't need to use that Sunny Day option. You can use the Tailwind option for that Goldingo that's really going to love that speed control, and also that Ursaluna as well. It probably is more on the speedier side of the bears that we like what we normally see.
Yeah, a little bit of a triple threat there when the sun is in the sky. There's a lot of options that Gabrielle can utilize, and that is something that Christopher has to be cognizant of when you're looking in team preview, particularly as soon as you get that team list. I mean, let's have a little bit of a recap. We've got Fluttermane, Landorus, Goldingo, Roaring Moon, very interesting choice coming in, Ogerpon and the Incineroar. And again, Roaring Moon, a Pokemon, it's got that boost to energy, but let's say it switches out and the sun's in the sky, it's going to be able to get the sun boost from that, as well as Christopher's very own Fluttermane wanting to benefit from the sun as well.
Yeah, I like the iteration of this team. I think there's some nice aspects on there, in particular the Roaring Moon. We've not seen a lot of that this weekend so far. It was something that Kerry had a lot of success with in an earlier region this season, which I think is a very strong Pokemon, especially because it gives you not the Prankster Tailwind, but it gives you the Tailwind, and you've got a lot of offensive pressure with that Pokemon as well to put pressure onto things like Fluttermane that might not be as speedy as they once were, because the speed maybe didn't feel as necessary and it was more worthwhile putting in the bulk. So then the Roaring Moon gets a little bit of an advantage that way, so it can pressure in a slightly different way. But we all know Christopher is a very good player with kind of balanced teams, and this is exactly what this is. There's a lot of options here. You've got the Follow Me, redirection, support from the Ogerpon. The key things that you're wanting to do in this match are going to be getting that Goldingo into a position where you can set up that nasty plot and then start dropping those Make It Rain, supported by that Choice Specs Fluttermane as well. Like you said, Lou, the Sunny Day is set up, that Photosynthesis activates. If you Terastallize on top of that and you've got the Choice Specs, those stacking of power boosts is just, it's going to take it to obscene levels, and that Moonblast will be just removing things from the opposite side of the field. So something that Gabrielle's going to have to really keep in mind and not let get out of too control, and make sure that that board positioning from Christopher is kept in check.
Well, it looks like we got a little bit of a winner in here because, as we said, the winner of this will be guaranteed locked in for Phase 2. So, jumping straight out of the blocks here, we have got the Fluttermane and the Tornadus and the Golden Go and the Ogerpon out on the field.
Yeah, well, you've got the Tailwind option here from the Tornadus. Not that it's super necessary here because the Fluttermane already going to be outspeeding the Ogerpon and the Goldingo on the opposite side of the field. The Fluttermane is putting a bit of pressure onto that Goldingo. Maybe there is the consideration that you might want to terrestrialize it, but you've got the perfect partner if you're Christopher in the Ogerpon where you can just go for that redirection. You are going to be a little bit susceptible to super effective damage from the Bleak Wind Storm from the Tornadus, so that is something that you're going to have to worry about. But the Goldingo doesn't worry about that too much. So you could say, in hindsight, there is a potential of getting a free nasty plot here if you're brave enough to go for that this turn.
Well, Fluttermane does switch out, doesn't want to have to face the potential wrath of a Make It Rain, and as you said, Lee, this could be a window of opportunity for that Goldingo to go for a nasty plot. Incineroar gets the Intimidate down, only really going to be valid against that opposing Ogerpon, but Ogerpon also can potentially retaliate with a Water-type Ivy Cudgel. Terrestrialization takes the stage, so Christopher going to be really banking on the extra damage you can get through here. It's going to get the special defense boost as well. That's going to really help it out against the Tornadus and potentially that Fluttermane in the back, but it looks like Christopher in a position where if he's called this turn correctly, if he's identified that the Incineroar is coming into that slot, the Ivy Cudgel could be devastating.
Yeah, and here we go. There is the Ivy Cudgel. It isn't into the Tornadus. It is into what was the Fluttermane. Now the Incineroar taking super effective damage in a massive amount as well as the Goldingo. Christopher taking the opportunity, calling it perfectly and getting that all-important nasty plot set up.
You could see Christopher looking up to the sky then, knowing that that turn was critical. Even if the Incineroar didn't switch in, we know the Fluttermane wouldn't want to take the Ivy Cudgel either, but Incineroar just able to hang on and play.
Yeah, and now what do you do if you're Gabrielle, you're in a really tough situation? Yes, you've got the Tailwind. Is it going to be enough, though, with such a low health Incineroar? You do have Fake Out for this turn, so you can slow down maybe the Ogerpon, but that's only for one turn. That leaves the Goldingo still in the position. If it drops to Make It Rain, it's going to be enough to pick up the Incineroar. It's going to be enough to pick up the Tornadus, and then you're in a really awkward spot with that Ogerpon still in effect, still being able to support with the Follow Me. You need to start making some moves and getting rid of these supporting options, as well as trying to get rid of this Goldingo at the same time.
Yeah, and at least you know that the Goldingo on the opposing side can't go for that terrestrialization because the Ogerpon has wrapped it up. So maybe you can utilize your Incineroar to be able to get something like a Flare Blitz off into the Goldingo while it's still in play. Tornadus, however, is going to lock in that terrestrialization, becomes a Steel type to be able to not take as much damage from the Make It Rain. However, the Ogerpon's like, I feel like Goldingo's sitting vulnerable. I'm going to draw in all of these attacks. Tornadus not even going for damage, setting up that Tailwind like you mentioned in order to try and get the Incineroar to have the advantage. It goes for the knockoff, but it's not going to knock off anything. The mask is completely solid on that Ogerpon as the Shadow Ball follow up into the Tornadus. Oh my goodness, that is a big KO.
That's a great play here from Christopher. Not wanting to commit. It was so easy to click the Make It Rain button where you say, okay, I can take both these down in one fell swoop. But no, I'm actually going to just go for the Shadow Ball and preserve this +2 to my special attack that I've got to keep this intact for these following turns, which is so crucial. And now pulling in that knockoff didn't take too much damage because of the mask there. It doesn't get the double power boost. It's in a prime position now in front of what's come onto the field and the Ogerpon to pull in more of those attacks this next turn. Both of these Pokemon on Gabrielle's side rely on the single target attacks, which is not something you want to be relying on so much when there's a Follow Me user pretty healthy on the opposite side of the field.
What a beautiful play, and particularly seeing that terrestrialization come through, going for the Shadow Ball was absolutely the right move. And as you said, you preserve that nasty plus boost that you've got. You're going to stay at +2, and the Fluttermane waiting in the wings on Gabrielle's side is going to be quaking on its little ghost boots.
Yeah, and you can see Gabrielle kind of choosing, do they want to make a switch here, thinking Make It Rain might not come out this turn, but the Pokemon that you're bringing in from the back, it's quite risky. Yes, you get the Fluttermane in, the Tailwind's up, and you can potentially put a bit of more pressure on offensively than you are at the moment, but it is risky as well. If Christopher does go for the Shadow Ball into that Ogerpon slot, or just to Make It Rain here, then that is going to be an immediate end to this game. But the pressure there from the Ogerpon was enough. So Christopher saying, I don't want to contend with this. I'm taking it out of the fray. I'll keep it for later on.
Well, Bold and the Brave coming forward with that Fluttermane joins the field as the Goldingo gets out of there, but Roaring Moon has come to the forefront now. Spiky Shield just coming up on the Ogerpon. Christopher wanting to adjust this ball position nice and safely, not leave the Ogerpon being vulnerable, as Incineroar actually catches that Roaring Moon, does some really good, super effective damage into it, meaning that it has not come in as freely as Christopher would have liked, also enabling Gabrielle the opportunity to bring this Ogerpon back in from the back. That now means that you have the Incineroar in the back to intimidate this Roaring Moon on the next turn if you so wishes.
Yeah, and you can look at at that previous turn there and you think, well, why did he switch out the Goldengo? Well, I think the threat of the Woodhammer that's actually present on the Ogerpon on Gabriel's side is enough to maybe make Christopher readjust things there, because if you pull in the Woodhammer, the Tailwind's still in effect, you've got to remember, and then that might put the Incineroar into a position where it can get that knockoff off into the Goldengo, or more importantly, a Flare Blitz, which could pick up the knockout. And Christopher wants to preserve the pieces as best as possible, so why we saw the switch there. And now Gabriel's starting to make those momentum swings himself, get himself back into those good positions, but needs to really take control of this Tailwind and make the most of it while it's still in effect.
And Fluttermane has the potential to do that. It's rocking the choice specs, it's got that dazzling gleam. That's something that the Roaring Moon does not want to take at all. It might have to go for a protect. It's going to be 4 times super effective. So Christopher, once again, adjusting up this ball position, takes the Ogerpon out, protects the partner Pokemon, and brings a Goldengo in. A Goldengo, being the Steel type, isn't going to worry about taking this Dazzling Gleam, but also critically for Christopher, it's information about what this Fluttermane has locked into.
Yeah, the Dazzling Gleam going to be eaten up, soaked up so well by that Goldengo, despite the critical hit, so that does a little bit more. But the Woodhammer following up as well, going to be resisted, so a really nice switch from Christopher. And I think at this stage, if you're Christopher, you're stalling out these Tailwind turns. Can you stall them out long enough for you to enable that Roaring Moon to be in a position to get your own Tailwind in effect now that the Tornadus is out of play?
And nice to see the Citrus Berry that Goldengo looks to have borrowed from partner Pokemon that we're more used to seeing it on, like an Incineroar, for example, just giving it a little bit of health recovery, because that turn could have gone differently. If Gabrielle had maybe gone for the Ivy Cudgel on that Ogerpon, it would have spelled disaster for the Goldengo.
Yeah, it would have, and I think it's a really key item in certain scenarios where it probably is just enough to allow you to take a doubler from certain Pokemon in different situations, which then allows you to get the Tailwind up that you would always try and aim for after a nasty plot to get in those positions where you can pick things up and knock Pokemon out and really start to make waves on your side of the field.
But critically, if you're going for these Ivy Cudgels, are you worried you're going to potentially catch the Ogerpon in the back? You know, it has gone for that Terrestrialization. It's just the water type. It's going to be able to take those attacks much, much better. And it looks like Christopher is kind of in control of how he's making these adaptations, hoping to be able to catch Gabrielle off guard.
Yeah, and here we go. We get that special defense boost here as the Ogerpon comes onto the field. Another Dazzling Gleam, no Protect here as a Woodhammer. Where is it into, though? It is into the Ogerpon.
Oh, there we go. Ogerpon goes down. Just as I was saying, Christopher seems in control. Gabrielle's like, nope, wait a second. I'm actually the one in the driving seat. That Woodhammer easily able to find its mark.
Yeah, and it has done. I mean, it forced out the Roaring Moon there, but at the same time, you left the Goldengo open, and it does get to make it rain off, but this Fluttermane does just survive.
Wow, that is not what I was expecting to see. Fluttermane definitely has some bulk behind his Brawl as well, so it's going to be able to hang on from that Make It Rain.
Yeah, now the problem with the Roaring Moon coming in now, it has used up that booster energy that it activated earlier on, so it doesn't have that speed boost like it had once upon a time to kind of get the jump on what the Fluttermane is. So you can't Terrestrialize. That's been eaten up from the Ogerpon as well. So you've got that 4 times weakness to a Fairy type attack from the Fluttermane, so it's still sitting in a pretty strong position to be able to knock out the Roaring Moon if it's left unattended. And if that happens, then the Ogerpon can easily deal with that Goldengo as well. So not easy sailing here for Chris, a lot to do still, and Gabrielle really making the most out of the tools they've got left in this match.
Exactly, and now this Goldengo, it can go for another Make It Rain, try and get the KO onto that Fluttermane, but with every Make It Rain, its special attack is being lowered and lowered, and at the same time, Roaring Moon, it's just going to drop to a Dazzling Gleam that comes through, so a very wise Protect here on Christopher's side. Coming down to where our speed interactions happen as well can be detrimental here. The Dazzling Gleam obviously not going to be able to find its mark on the intended target, but Goldengo going to be able to take this as well.
Yeah, we'll be able to take this. The other big question is,
there
won't be able to take the Ivy Cudgel though, and it will go down. The survival of that Fluttermane is so crucial for Gabrielle to be able to close this game out and make things difficult for Christopher, because if the Fluttermane goes down, then the Roaring Moon can just deal with that Ogerpon way more effectively. But the one thing that you do have in your back pocket if you are Christopher is your own Fluttermane. Comes down to speed ties to how both of these trainers train these Pokemon. Which one is going to be faster? And this is going to be a real key piece of the puzzle here, because if Christopher's outspeeds Gabrielle's, it can remove the threat of that Fluttermane, making the Roaring Moon in a much safer position going into this next one, and it does!
It is the faster, so it's going to be able to go for that Dazzling Gleam, lock in the KO against the Fluttermane on Gabrielle's side. Not happy to see that indeed, as the trainer trainer. Ogerpon able to take it really well, but the follow-up acrobatics going to be able to get the knockout. And now you just have the Incineroar in the back, but Christopher has such a formidable force with such a healthy Flutter Mane as well in play. It is locked into that Dazzling Gleam. Incineroar is running the Assault Vest, but it's already in the red zone.
Yeah, and I mean, that was such a pivotal turn there because, like you say, if you lose your Roaring Moon there, then the Ogerpon becomes a lot more difficult to deal with, and it probably does remove the Flutterman on Christopher's side as a result. But thankfully for Christopher, there's Outsped, and they are the victor there. But you can see how close the margins were. Both players played exceptionally well in that first game, and it really did come down to the wire.
Yeah, Christopher's Incineroar has fallen over with excitement there on the stage because that end game was so intense. As you said, really came down to the interaction of these Flutter Manes, but what a game one these trainers have given us. Nice to see as well the way Christopher was able to protect that Roaring Moon throughout the set, even in the face constantly of the Flutter Mane on Gabriel's side.
Yeah, and he really played that Goldingo Ogerpon lead extremely well, getting that nasty plot set up. I mean, taking advantage of the protect on the turn one. I think that the problem was when he switched out the Goldingo, and there was the threat from the Woodhammer, but I think at that stage you'd probably say, I make the most of my Make It Rain. I've got the +2 set up. If I lose my Ogerpon as part and parcel of this attack, I'm going to get some big return, and it's worth losing my Ogerpon rather than switching up and repositioning to try and stall out that Tailwind. I think there was the opportunity maybe there to close the matchup a little bit quicker, but Gabriel, full credit to them, putting the pressure on when they could and then making use of the tools that they had available after what was a little bit of a slow and not conventional start that they probably would have liked to have seen.
Yeah, I think Christopher's Goldingo gave us two critical moments in that match. First of all, that Shadow Ball we just saw on the replay going into the Terra Steel Tornadoes. Fantastic way of preserving those nasty plot boosts. But then critically as well, when it was unable to get the knockout onto that Flutter Mane, meant that Gabriel had such a firm foot in the door that was trying to be closed on that game one. And it gave a lot of momentum back into the game. But Christopher still able to edge out. But trainers, this is why we play a best-of-3 set. Gabriel is still in it.
Yeah, definitely still in it. And I think there are ways for Gabriel to really utilize the tools that they've got and make things very difficult for Christopher to kind of get that foothold that they had. I think the big thing that you want to try and do is get that Flutter Mane into a position where it can be dominant like it was in the middle section of that first game where, you know, the Goldingo was forced off the field. Everything else was kind of struggling against the Flutter Mane. The Roaring Moon couldn't get that position in front of it because of the Tailwind already set. So I think there are a few things to kind of take care of. If you can remove the Goldingo, it frees up the Flutter Mane to have a much easier time in this match.
Well, some very interesting leads coming forward here. The Incineroar and the Goldingo out there for Christopher, matching against the Tornadoes and the Flutter Mane for Gabriel.
Yeah, well, here we go. We've got an active Fake Out that can kind of come into the Tornadoes, but is it going to really help out with the cover clock? Not too much here. The Ghost type not affected by that. So Incineroar in that position where it probably will prefer to opt to go for damage and get that damage onto the Flutter Mane. So that's something that Gabriel will have to think about. Do they reposition themselves? Maybe switch out the Flutter Mane, get the Tailwind set up, and get your own Incineroar onto the field where it can then pressure the opposing Goldingo and also in turn get an Intimidate down on to the Incineroar on Christopher's side of the field. At the same time, if that does happen, it gives the Goldingo room to get that nasty plot up again and become a big threat going into turn 2.
Well, straight away, we're going to see the sparkles on the stage as the Flutter Mane drops its Ghost typing and just becomes a full-on ferocious fairy-type Pokemon with those choice specs as well. It's going to be able to unleash a huge amount of damage. Goldingo just going straight for the Protect, and what a bold Flutter Mane being able to stay in against a potential Make It Rain as Tornadoes locks in that Sunny Day. So not only is this Flutter Mane terrestrialized, running the choice specs, but it's also going to have its Photosynthesis boost activated. Its special attack is sky high.
And it is into the Incineroar. Is it going to be enough with that choice specs item? It is more than enough. A critical hit.
Oh my goodness, this Flutter Mane means business here at the European International Championships. That's a way to get a knockout.
That's a huge, huge turn there, getting rid of a really big piece of the puzzle here for Christopher. And so early on in this game now, the Ogerpon can come onto the field. Yes, it's got that redirection, and the Flutter Mane is going to be susceptible to a Make It Rain here. But I think just taking the turn there to try and get that nasty plot setup would have paid off a lot better here. Now Christopher's playing catch up this game, particular, where they are just a bit overwhelmed by what's out on the field. But you know that the Fluttermane is not really threatening the Goldinger, so you do have that in your arsenal where you can say, okay, well, the Moonblast will do a good amount of damage, but it won't do enough. And if you go for it, I can always redirect it as well with Follow Me, so that opens the door for that nasty plot. And once you get that set up, can you then position your Roaring Moon in the match to get the Tailwind that could come out from the Tornadus to kind of keep pace with the other things on the field?
Well, after Fluttermane gave us such a spectacular opening, it's going to take a little rest in the wings and allow the Incineroar to come into play. A Pokemon that can apply the Fake Out into that Ogerpon in the next turn, maybe stop a potential Follow Me from coming through and being disruptive, and at the same time throwing down that Intimidate to neutralize some of the Ivy Cudgel potential. Once again, however, Terrestrialization is going to come down onto that Ogerpon. It's going to be using its Embody aspect to get a special defense boost, and this will help it out against the Tornadus, against the Fluttermane in the back as it goes for the Horn Leech. So trying to just get more damage down on what was the Fluttermane, but Incineroar able to take this so well.
Yeah, got Bleak Wind Storm coming out. It is into the Ogerpon. It does avoid the Goldengo. Probably not the one you wanted to see, but there it is. There's the nasty plot. The Terrestrialization really good once again to get rid of that flying type weakness. And, you know, the problem is now you've got no Terrestrialization for your Goldengo to get around what is the Incineroar now in the sun with that Flare Blitz that can put on a lot of pressure. But you can, for a set amount of time, start to pull it away with those Follow Me's.
That's the thing, you can go for the Fake Out, but then Incineroar can't use 2 moves in the same turn. It can't go for a Flare Blitz of its very own. It is running the Assault Vest, so it is going to have a little bit more flexibility against the special attacks that Goldengo can deal out. But at the end of the day, the Assault Vest can only take you so far. I think a relentless onslaught of things like Make It Rain is just going to keep stacking up.
Yeah, and if you do target into that Goldengo, there's every chance that it can just protect and you could take an Ivy Cudgel for your trouble. But not seeing that this turn, we want to see maybe some advantage taken from that nasty plot from the previous turn as the Tailwind is set up from that Tornadus.
Yeah, Tornadus setting up the speed of success, going for that Tailwind on the field as Incineroar actually just goes for the knockoff, does a respectable amount of damage. Ooh. But this is the thing, the Follow Me has enabled this Goldengo to shine bright on the stage once more. It's a null and nasty plot, Lee.
That's +4 now, and that is going to be extremely hitting so hard. I mean, the Incineroar with its Assault Vest, he would like to think it does take +4, Make It Rain, but I don't know. It's going to be very, well, we might find out this next turn. And Christopher's in a good position where he can go for the Make It Rain and still have the protection from the Ogerpon. It's not going to go down from a knockoff Bleak Wind Storm combination, but there is a chance that the Flare Blitz boosted by the Sun and the Bleak Wind could be enough, and maybe why we're seeing a Spiky Shield come out this turn.
Is this the moment we're going to see the hard work pay off as the Spiky Shield comes through? And no, biding their time a little bit. Goldengo also going for the defensive option here, burning through one of those Tailwind turns, as the Bleak Wind Storm is not going to be able to find its mark. It also means that if you're on that Incineroar, you're not going to be able to even go for something like a potential U-turn and switch up any board position. We're just going to keep things exactly how they are.
Yeah, and it's a nice way to stall out what the Sun that's only got a few turns left, and also the Tailwind as well that will be expiring soon enough, where you can say, okay, well, I can remove the Tornadus at the right time so that Tailwind kind of expires a turn after it goes down, so then it's not an option anymore. So when the Roaring Moon comes out onto the field, it's got that booster energy, you can take advantage of the speed boost and then be in that really stronger position that it wasn't really finding itself in that game 1. Now you're going to have to really go for that Follow Me, probably sacrifice the Ogerpon and then use that Make It Rain. But you can afford to do that. You're +4, so you take the special attack drop. But that's not really a bad thing here, especially if you're removing 1 or even better 2 targets on the opposite side of the field.
Oh my goodness, Gabrielle using every second of opportunity to think through these next turns, because when is Goldengo going to blink and go on the offensive? Looks like we were seeing a double protect come through, but it has failed. Tornadus able to go for the Bleak Wind Storm, going to be able to get that little bit of additional damage on the board and critically get the speed drop on that Ogerpon as well. Incineroar follows up with a knockoff. Goldengo able to hang on in play. Oh, loses its Citrus Berry, though. It can't even use that to recover.
No, going for the double protect there didn't really pay off for Christopher, as they do go for an Ivy Cudgel into that Incineroar, and that is really valuable. Now you're in range of a Make It Rain picking up the knockout, but it's taking so much damage. Is it going to have enough in the tank to be able to take Bleak Wind Storm from the Tornadus? Yes, you've got the Follow Me. The Ogerpon will probably be able to take that as well, but you're going to have to use that now to get that Make It Rain off and make sure when you do, it takes down both these targets. That Ivy Cudgel into the Incineroar will be enough at this point.
That was a very risky turn, however, though, you know, the Golden Go trying to go for the double protect and failing, that can often spell disaster. Tornadus maybe taking a leaf out of the book and going for a protect of its very own. Once again, however, Ogerpon saying, Golden Go, I've got your back, I'm drawing in this Incineroar. It's not going to be able to get a KO on you, it may get one on me, but you're now in a position to try and get revenge for me.
Yeah, and there we go. It is finally going down after that Follow Me pulled into that slot, but it does leave the door open for the Goldingo to get that Make It Rain off. Unfortunately, not going to connect with the Tornadus here. Really smart protect from Gabrielle, but it is going to be... Oh, it's still not enough to take down this Incineroar with the Assault Vest, and showing how well defensively it is to take this not very effective attack despite the boosts.
It looked a little bit like Golden Go was trying to do what Fluttermane on the opposing side did at the beginning of the game and just get a formidable KO, but it was not enough to be able to fell the Incineroar in this turn.
Yeah, and now you've got the ability that Protect there allows the Tornadus now to get another Tailwind set up and then keep that pressure applied, and that is the problem here. The Fluttermane coming in for Christopher is great. Yeah, you're going to have a little bit of a different offensive outlet, but now the Tailwind is set up. The Incineroar, probably if it doesn't go down here, which is likely not. Oh, it does go down, so there is the protection there from that Fluttermane, now in a bit more of a better position than they were at the start of the turn.
Yeah, critically, despite the Tailwind being able to move nice and speedily on that Fluttermane side, did just give it the edge, and the Make It Rain being able to come through and really add insult to injury with a double knockout on Gabrielle's side of the field here.
Yeah, a big knockout there, I think, onto the Incineroar. If you weren't outspeeding it there with that Tailwind in effect, then I think it would have turned out a little bit differently, but there's still some big threats from Gabrielle's side of the field. You're seeing now Terastallized Fluttermane that's come onto the field. It is naturally going to be the fastest thing on the field. It can pressure a knockout onto the opposing Fluttermane with a Shadow Ball. Can choose to go for a Dazzling Gleam. I think with the Terra Boost, it's probably got enough to be able to take down that Goldingo and do a good sizable chunk to the Fluttermane. And then that would lead the Ogerpon open just to go for an Ivy Cudgel and pick up a clean knockout and tie this game up. So is there a position where Christopher can get back into this game? I think it's looking pretty slim with that last-ditch Tailwind that was set up from Gabrielle, despite losing the two Pokemon that they previously had on the field.
Yeah, there you go. The battle has been cancelled. We're going to a Game 3 again, trainers. Always exciting to be able to get as much Pokemon action as we can, particularly here at the European International Championships. Gabrielle, I mean, that turn one, that's already my MVP moment of the tournament so far. That Fluttermane was just unstoppable, and then it even came in at the end. Christopher didn't even want to fight it anymore, just locked in the forfeit and said, let's go to Game 3, please.
Let's go, yeah, let's just not mess around. Let's get straight into it. I think, how well was Gabrielle's adjustment there? And I think targeting down the Incineroar with that Sunny Day, with that Moonblast and the Terastallization, all of those multipliers kind of stacking up, and just too much for the Incineroar. I know it was a critical hit there, but I think it would have been pretty close if the critical hit hadn't been there, picking Knockup up anyway, because it isn't an Assault Vest on Christopher's side like Gabrielle is using, and we saw how valuable that was in that game, taking the +4, Make It Rain, even after taking half health from an Ivy Cudgel earlier in the game.
Exactly, and you know, all of the pieces that Gabrielle had just worked out so beautifully, making sure that that Tailwind was active, making sure that you had the support with that Fluttermane in the back to come through ferociously at the end as well, just meant that there was constantly offensive pressure on the board, and Christopher just couldn't get the momentum needed to close this one out. So, we've got our Game 3.
We have, and I think if you're Christopher, you've got to look at some different options here, because it didn't quite work out. I think the Goldingo's great, it puts in a lot of pressure, but you've got to get it into those positions where it can apply the attacks, where Christopher never really was convinced that, or I wasn't convinced that Christopher felt super comfortable after getting set up with a Goldingo that it was happy to launch out the attacks.
Even at
those times.
+4.
Yeah, +4. So I think maybe the Landorus is something that you could look at. You're going to have to commit the Terastallization there, but it does put a lot of pressure onto that Fluttermane that has been such a thorn in their side.
Well, I wonder if Landorus is tucked away in the back. Right now, it's Fluttermane and Ogerpon versus Fluttermane and Tornadus out there on the field for this Game 3. Remember, this is our winning in to be able to secure Phase 2 as soon as possible.
Well, you would say here the advantage is with Gabrielle, because they have got the Prankster Tailwind, so they can automatically put their Fluttermane ahead of the opposition one, and then put on maybe Terastallize that, put a Sunny Day up as well, which is an option here, power up and do some huge damage. The Ogerpon on the opposite side of the field does give you the ability to pull in those dangerous Shadow Balls and Moonblast, a single target attack, so your own Fluttermane on Christopher's side does have a little bit of coverage there, and then can retaliate back and potentially pick up a knockout if we don't see any terrestrialization. All comes down to what these players decide to do this exact turn.
Every single second utilized there on Gabriel's side, building up the anticipation even further for how Game 3 is going to unfold. It's going to be a terrestrialization on Christopher's Flutter Mane here as the Tornadus just goes for a simple tailwind on Gabriel's side. This means that the Shadow Ball is going to be the first to move here. It is going to go down into the opposing Flutter Mane, but as it's dropped its Ghost typing, it's not going to be able to get the knockout. Does get the special defense drop, that could be critical in the next turn, but the Moonblast coming through here into the Tornadus is enough for the clean one-hit KO.
Yeah, it's a big knockout here and a brave decision from Christopher saying, okay, well, I'm just going to terrestrialize and hope they go for the Shadow Ball, and that's exactly what happened.
Ooh.
Following up with the Ogerpon, going for that all-important Horn Leech and getting some useful damage onto the board. Yes, Gabriel has a Tailwind setup, but that Flutter Mane nowhere near as in a good a position as they were in that game too.
And honestly, I'm taking a look at the backline here on Gabriel's side, and I'm worried in the face of that Ogerpon on Christopher's side. Yes, it can't go for the terrestrialization. It's going to have to keep its grass typing in tow, but the fact that you've got that water type Ivy Cudgel can be devastating into Pokemon like the Incineroar, and as Ogerpons go toe-to-toe, it can be difficult to navigate with as well.
Yeah, well, I think one thing that you would look back at Game 1 and Game 2 is that Christopher has the capabilities of stalling out at least one cycle of Tailwind, but not 2 cycles of Tailwind. So you remove the Tornadus as soon as possible, like they've done here, at the sacrifice of maybe taking over 50% damage on your Flutter Mane. Well, that's fine, because I got 2 Pokemon in the back. I can still bring in one of them, hopefully, maybe is that Incineroar, which can come in right now, and it isn't going to be as threatened. Some of the other pieces, like his own Flutter Mane that's out right now in the Tailwind situation, the Ogerpon going to be outspeeding it, the Flutter Mane going to be outspeeding it, and then you have that reliance on the Follow Me rather than anything else.
I think that's a great observation. 1 Tailwind you can manage, 2 makes things a bit tricky, so removing it could be the way that Christopher is setting up to win this game. Incineroar joins the fray, the Intimidate only really going to be paying off against the Ogerpon, but now that it's no longer a Ghost, it has its pick of the litter when it wants to go for the Fake Out in the next turn. We're not going to face down against the Flutter Mane, however, it's going to switch out as Christopher reveals the Incineroar in the back. So an Incineroar a piece and an Ogerpon a piece, Lee.
Yeah, 1 Wellspring, 1 Half Flame. Which one is going to come out victorious? Well, we are going to see a terrestrialization here, and this is going to be from Gabriel's side. It will be that Half Flame getting the attack boost, but that is kind of been undone by that really smart pivot to Incineroar, which has dropped the Intimidate onto the field, and doing that, but the Embody Aspect ability will activate, and the Ivy Cudgel will be hitting hard, but Spiky Shield coming out from Christopher, just kind of covering that option.
Yes, looks like Ogerpon on Gabriel's side has dodged Disaster, but isn't able to connect through here. We've got the Protect on the Ogerpon on Christopher's side, so a little bit of a null and void turn.
Yeah, and now we go into this turn where Christopher has got the active Fake Out, so that's going to be really beneficial to slow down that Ogerpon for 1 more turn and also get closer to the point where that Tailwind isn't an option now for Gabriel to really lean into and use and try and get that momentum swing. And if you can do that cycle out, maybe Protect 1 more time and then get something onto the field that can start putting pressure onto the opposing Ogerpon. Now is a pure Fire type like your own Ogerpon with its own Ivy Cudgel, then you could start really putting pressure on that way, and cycling the Intimidate is going to be really important against this opposing Ogerpon as well.
I think you're right. Looking at the way the Incineroars are going to dance about on the field could be the way to set up success for that end game. Every second ticking down once again. Ogerpon's actually going to be the first to blink here, switching out for Christopher's side, as the adaptation means that now you can bring the Roaring Moon onto the field, bringing back that Pokemon from Game 1. It brought him success. Is it going to do it again in Game 3?
It could do, and this is a really good switch here where it comes onto the board when you've got that active Fake Out. We see because of that, we see the Spiky Shield from the Ogerpon. But now if you can keep that Roaring Moon on the field, it's going to have that booster energy activated, meaning it's going to have the ability to outspeed the Ogerpon, and it hasn't got the item anymore, so that Acrobatics is doubled in power. It hasn't been intimidated. It's got the ability to kind of set up the Tailwind for the rest of the partnering Pokemon and then put on the damage, the offensive presence that you need to close this game up with the 3 remaining Pokemon that Gabriel has.
That would certainly be a change of pace. You've got rid of the Tailwind loser on Gabriel's side, and now on Christopher's side, you have the utility to go for one of your very own with the Roaring Moon. You do need to set up a little bit of scope to be able to enable it safely, and that's why you have your own Incineroar on the field.
Yeah, that is, it's so right, and I think there is a possibility here where you just protect the Roaring Moon and maybe just utilize the Incineroar if you are Christopher, take advantage of that parting shot, because you know that Ogerpon has just used the Spiky Shield that can't really confidently use it consecutively here, and there's no reason for it to do that. Where we've seen the Ivy Cudgel is the option chosen. It is into the Incineroar, maybe expecting a switch there. Not very effective, but the door's open now for that parting shot after a tailwind. More importantly, set up by that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, Roaring Moon gets up the tailwind nice and freely as the parting shot that you mentioned is going to come through from Incineroar on Christopher's side. This is going to lower the attack and the special attack of the Incineroar on Gabrielle's side, but critically allow Christopher the option to switch up that ball position. You could now bring in your Ogerpon once again, threatening those water-type Ivy Cudgels into both the fire types on Gabrielle's side.
Yeah, and now you don't have to worry about Intimidate coming out onto the field, although you do, because a great play here from Gabrielle to kind of cover this option where you are keeping your Incineroar in the back, making sure that you've got it as an option to bring back in, drop an Intimidate onto that Ogerpon. But now you're not in the best of situations where the Tailwind's active on the opposite side of the field for Christopher, and everything on your side, if you're Gabrielle, is a sitting target for either the acrobatics and then the double up from that Ogerpon with its water-type Ivy Cudgel.
Particularly as Gabrielle's Tailwind has just expired while Christopher was able in the same turn to get it set up on his side. So you know that Christopher is going to have the speed advantage. The acrobatics is going to be able to have that same type of attack. It's just going to be able to do a huge amount of damage into potential Pokemon on the other side, enough to be able to get some good damage and possibly some knockouts, Lee.
Yeah, definitely. I think knockouts are definitely on the horizon here, depending on where the target's coming into. The one thing that Gabrielle can lean into a bit is the Incineroar in that Intimidate. Both physical attackers on Christopher's side, so they're not going to appreciate having their attack drop, and it could be enough just to allow their own Ogerpon, maybe if we don't see a spiky shield here, to get through this turn and get some crucial damage onto the opposite side of the field.
I like this as well, removing the Assault Vest from the Incineroar, maybe leaving it a bit more vulnerable to the Flutter Mane in the back, as Ogerpon does manage to take, respectively, the Ivy Cudgel from the opposing Ogerpon, and now it can retaliate with an Ivy Cudgel of its own. Not a scene you see every day. It's like they're scrapping away out there on the battlefield, but both of them still able to hang on. No critical hits in sight.
No, and I'm a little bit surprised to not see the Wood Hammer there from the Ogerpon on Gabrielle's side, but maybe expecting a switch out as well, maybe thinking, oh, the Fluttermane could come in because I naturally have been so pressured from that Wellspring Ogerpon, but Christopher stayed tried and true and going for that Ivy Cudgel. Now the Ogerpon in a position where it is going to be knocked up by the acrobatics from the Roaring Moon or the Ivy Cudgel, and you have got your Incineroar there, but it can only fake out and stop one of the targets, not both of them.
Exactly, and we've seen a few times here Gabrielle taking every single available second because this is the win in, wants to make sure that he can already lock in phase 2 of the competition, but is it going to be able to be enough with the Pokemon in play? Makes a quick adaptation. Fluttermane is going to join the fray.
It is. You're going to get that Incineroar out of there, so that Intimidate once again is going to be able to be cycled in that following turn, and we do see a Protect from the Roaring Moon here to get around that potential threat of the Fake Out that was present there, but just a double Protect, so a bit of a dead turn. But a good news for Gabrielle, as that is a turn wasted in Tailwind, where Christopher isn't taking advantage of it, and time is ticking for that before it does disappear.
That's true, and although you may have evaded the Fake Out, you have to contend with the Fluttermane on the field now, as well as that Roaring Moon. Terrestrialization has already been used out there on the field. You're not going to be able to necessarily have that protective measure yourself on the Roaring Moon.
No, and you've got the option as well where you can just switch the Incineroar back in now and drop another Intimidate onto the field, and that is going to lower the defensive presence of both of these physical attackers even more and give protection to whatever you have, 2 remaining Pokemon when that Tailwind ends, which could give you the edge.
I think that's the thing. You have to be so self-aware of where Tailwind is at, because if you can stall them out like Gabrielle is trying desperately to do, and doing quite successfully, I might add, that's when you can then start playing the advantage again. Ogerpon goes for the Follow Me, though, wants to draw in all of the attacks and protect up this Fluttermane, trying to land its mark down onto the Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon not able to get the KO on the Ogerpon, so it's also going to take in this Ivy Cudgel. It does go down, but critically it's taken both attacks, meaning Fluttermane is in the prime position to shine. If it's going to be able to go for the Dazzling Gleam, it's going to be able to get a knockout on that Roaring Moon, and the Ogerpon is not going to appreciate it either.
No, definitely not. And there it is. Dazzling Gleam, 4 times super effective, and a clean sweep from this Fluttermane, taking down 2 key pieces of the puzzle there on Christopher's side of the field. Has he got enough with the remainder of Pokemon to clean this matchup, take it, and it all comes down to the wire here?
I have to say, though, I'd be worried seeing the Fluttermane on Christopher's side come back in. We did see in that previous game that it has the edge over the Fluttermane with or without Tailwind. It has that terrestrialization. If it wants to go possibly into something like the Shadow Ball, that's going to get rid of the Fluttermane on Gabriel's side.
Yeah, this is such a tricky situation here where you've got the kind of the fake out active there.
You do.
You've got the Intimidate that has dropped a lot. The opposing Incineroar's attack, but both Fluttermanes in that same situation where you're going to have any attack coming out into either of them from the opposing Fluttermane will be enough to take it down. Doesn't matter what you choose there. You're going to have the Moonblast into either. It's probably the best option because you have to lock into a move, and if you get rid of one of the Fluttermanes, you want to have at least a good attacking option into the opposing Incineroar that is remaining on the field.
And Gabriel has no choice. He has to go for the Dazzling Gleam on his own Fluttermane. Is it going to be able to be enough? Fake out comes through there on Christopher's side, so the Incineroar is not going to be able to go for a fake out into the opposing Fluttermane. We know it's fast. It's going to be able to go for that Moonblast and get the KO on the opposing Fluttermane here. Christopher looks to be in a dominant position.
Yeah, that's a huge turn here, and Christopher making all the strides in the right direction here as that fake out is enough to prevent that Incineroar from attacking. And now you've just got a Moonblast, double up, and hopefully this is enough to clinch the set.
Looks like that late game Tailwind really did pay off for Christopher. Incineroar still hanging in here on the game, but the Flare Blitz follow-up is going to be able to get the knockout. And Christopher Hahn able to take this 2-1 thriller. He's in phase 2.
What an incredible matchup there from Christopher. Just massively done against what is such a tough opponent in Gabriel, and did not let up at all any turn throughout that match. Applied the pressure, made really smart calls with repositioning their board time and time again, but Christopher just was relentless and just picked the moments and key positions. Getting the Tailwind up late game was really pivotal, and then taking advantage of the Fluttermane that you terrestrialized so early on in the game, but preserved it so well, and it came in clutch right at the end.
Yeah, you saw it at the beginning getting that KO into the Tornadus, and then it was able to be revealed once again in the lineup next to this Roaring Moon. The Roaring Moon have been able to get that Tailwind up, but thankfully, even though Roaring Moon went down, Fluttermane was like, I'm back, Christopher. I'm here to get the KOs. I'm here to get you into phase 2.
Did that just as you said, Lou. And you know, I think really because it was so many opportunities there for both of our players to really pick their moment where they could have been the one to advance over the opposite side of the field. But yeah, you just got to take your hat off to Chris, how they adjusted, adapted, and were brave in that kind of game 3 where they just identified, okay, well, the Fluttermane, it was terrestrialized against me in game 2, and it was so effective, right?
So good.
I'm going to use the same strategy going into game 3, and it really paid off. But I think the emphasis of Christopher knowing how valuable that Pokemon was, and then switching it out when they did, preserving it right till the end, really made all the difference.
And I liked your observation as well in game 2, the fact that the Tornadus was able to set up Tailwind twice. That spelled a little bit of disaster towards the end game for Christopher, and it gave Gabriel a lot of momentum. So then coming into game 3, not only did he go, hey, this Fluttermane thing is really, really good when you have it terrestrialized. It can get these one-hit KOs, but also I can get it critically into that Tornadus and deny a second Tailwind. You know, with the priority of the Prankster, it's going to be able to get 1, but if it can't get 2, and then my Roaring Moon can get 1 instead, then you almost completely flip the script and can enable your own endgame win.
Yeah, without the Tornadus there, it really made things so much more difficult for Gabriel, because not only losing that instant speed control as an option when it did end on the field, you kind of limited yourself on your switching capabilities as well, and made it a bit more obvious if something was pressured out on the field. It gave Christopher the opportunity to say, well, that is pressured. You're probably likely going to switch something in there, and you've only got one Pokemon in the back, so it makes it very easy for then to wear down that kind of cycling motion and edge closer and closer each and every turn towards that win. And it's inevitably what happened, even though it was still very, very close right at the end there.
And honestly, whether it was the +4 Golden Go, that formidable Fluttermane, or even the really unique choice of the Roaring Moon, I want to hear from the trainer that piloted them to great success. So Christopher and Costa, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Lou. Indeed, we do have the victor of Swiss round number 6, none other than Mr. Christopher Hahn. What a way to go about it, my friend. You've got a lot of achievements under your belt. 2022 NAIC champion in the seniors division. You have been on an absolute tear, my friend. How are you feeling?
I mean, I feel great. Like, you know, Las Vegas, Toronto, I didn't end up making it to day 2. So just the fact that I'm 6-0, you know, I get the chance to play tomorrow, it's really huge to me. Gabriel, he was such a good opponent. like game 2, he called me on like his turn 1, he called me out a lot of turns. Game 3, that turn 1 went pretty good for me, but he was finding all the correct plays to like kind of gain tempo back. So just to know that, be able to close it out, it feels really good.
100%. And I mean, going up against Gabriel, I've had the experience myself. He's a very methodical, strategic player that sort of wants to scan your playstyle out first, so he might go a bit passive in the beginning. We saw you take absolute advantage of that in game 1. So were you feeling like, okay, game 1, locked in, all good, it's going to be straightforward, but then you saw the rebuttal from himself. So please tell me, what were your thoughts during the sort of initial game 2?
Yeah, so I mean, that game 2, my idea was, you lead gold instant. I kind of went for like a really risky play game 1, and I was like, I'm not sure it's gonna work again. I'm gonna try to go for some more consistency. Ended up backfiring, the Moonblast and Sunny Day ended up killing me.
It's a critical hit as well, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It was a critical hit, and I knew I was on the back foot from then. I was kind of playing at the turns. I figured double protect and double Nazi block was like my win con, but also, Gabriel also probably would have had the throne, and obviously he didn't. He played game 2 amazingly. So I knew I was on the back foot. I was like, okay, I'm just going to mentally prep for game 3. I feel like this Golden Go lead, I feel like it's not that great into his team, like what he's been leading, and I went from there.
Yeah, and I mean, it paid off completely. So is this sort of like a matchup you feel considerably comfortable in, or is it purely around like playstyle vibes as well as certain pieces being removed from the board?
I think his team is similar to something we saw at Toronto. I mean, I kind of looked at it. I actually didn't really know how to beat this form flutter lead until game 3. So yeah, it was something I was a little unexperienced with, I would say.
That's fair enough. It's sort of like sometimes you're forced to experience it on the go, but it's also how quickly you're able to adapt with all of the pressures going on. So that being said, so far 6-0, huge congratulations for making it through to phase 2. You've got 2 more Swiss rounds of phase 1, of course. Naturally, you want to be able to do the best that you can in order to increase your chances. So how does it feel being able to get in a Masters Division phase 2?
I mean, there's, for lack of a better word, there's a lot of pressure on me today. I'm actually finding out about a college decision tonight. So yeah,
no pressure.
Exactly. I was kind of like, if I day 2 and if one of them goes my way, I'll be happy. So I'm really glad to have locked the 6-0. I played a lot of great opponents today, and yeah, I mean, it's just nice to know that I'll be playing tomorrow.
I mean, exactly. It sort of like gives you a bit more ease, right? And you're able to slow down. But then, naturally, we're all competitors. We want to be able to do the best that we can. But of course, at least you've got that good cushion, apologies. So, with that being said, I would probably go ahead and start with the favorites because it is the 30th anniversary, and I do want to check out to see, generally, what is your favorite Pokemon and why?
My favorite Pokemon's been Mimikyu since Gen 7. I'm just a big fan. I think it's a fun gimmick. I actually never used it in tournament, but it's still one of my favorites.
I mean, it was on an absolute 10 in the Sun and Moon era, no doubt about it. But with that being said, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody here in the venue or even at home or wherever they are tuning in from?
Well, of course, I have to shout out my mom and my dad, but, my mom brought me to the tournament. She flew the red-eye flight with us. She takes us to all these, so I'm really grateful for her. I feel like I'm so lucky to have, just have such supportive parents. I also have to thank the people I worked with. So I did a lot of replays. I did a lot of practice with Justin Tang, Louis Fonteville, Carlos Cabal. They're all amazing people, and they're just there for me. We run matchups. We kind of say, oh, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, and I feel like it worked out really well. I feel like all the matches today, I kind of knew them in and out, and it felt like relatively easy to me. So I feel that I got to thank them for that.
100%. It is very heartwarming to be able to just feel all of your energy and your passion and, just absolutely getting rewarded for it. So huge congrats once again, Christopher. Thank you so much for your time and for the amazing display that you had in terms of what was a close set against Gabriel. With that said, we're going to let you go ahead, get some rest going into the next round. So give one final applause, please, to Christopher Hahn getting through to phase 2. We're going to go ahead, cut to a short break, and we'll be back very shortly for the next segment.
Hey Pokemon trainers, Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
We go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
So coming out of a losing position is really difficult, but sometimes you have to play towards your most improbable win conditions, like angling towards your opponent making a mistake that they otherwise might have not been making if they were playing optimally, like using a charge move on improper timing, or maybe throwing energy when they shouldn't be throwing energy.
In TCG, to come out of a losing position, you want to make sure that you have your bench full, and you can sacrifice a single card up front just to be able to build up your bench and then bring that up and then change the tide of the match. It's a wonderful tactic to use.
Honestly, it's good to kind of take a step back, just take a few seconds, reset, look at your team sheet, look at the Pokemon you have left, and kind of see what options you have given the pieces you still have in play. And that's really all you can hope for in a battle.
Don't continue the way you are going. You're stuck in a position where the current path is losing, so let's try a new idea. Let's swap back out, try and make a catch. Do something unexpected. Maybe try and do more baiting if you're not someone who's used to baiting. Have a just different play up your sleeve. That way you can just throw your opponent off. And the other thing is, it may seem like a losing position, but a lot of times, by playing a game out fully and being fully invested the entire way, you end up winning in the end in a very close match. So the game is never over until you finally see the win or loss screen.
To come out of a losing position, I think you should always think positively and think about, what can I do to improve my position? You shouldn't be thinking about what your opponent has, and you should be thinking about what you have and how to better yourself.
If you're already losing, you just gotta go for broke, just make a hard read and try to get back into it. And then just have fun and try to win.
Quaxley, we are all done up and ready to go again for the Pokemon European International Championships here for 2026. Still underway with day number 1, and we are just about halfway through what we are going to show you on the main broadcast, but we still have so much more in store. That's why myself, Rosemary Kelly, and JB Boy, and Costa?
Hello.
Hello. Costa, what are you doing here?
Who's No, I am Costa. Hello.
Is that Costa?
Well, what I'm doing here, Rose and Jamie, is you guys have actually entered my domain now. Because this is a segment of Costa's Cinnabar Challenge, where we do have a couple of fun games for not only you victims, but also the lovely folks at home, where we're just going to be trying to test everybody's knowledge as well as the sort of level of wordsmithness, if that is a word, which it definitely isn't. But regardless, get ready for some fun if you were not prepared and already have been so before, as well as you, folks, where you can also participate. Make sure that you go ahead and put your guesses in chat. Now, with that being said, we are going to play a game of Poke Riddle Me This.
Okay.
I like puzzles.
Yeah, same.
We shall see if you feel the same way at the end of this.
I probably won't after you said that.
I will feel exactly the same regardless.
I was confident of that. So, we are going to go ahead and kick off with a riddle, and of course, the goal of the game is for you to be able to figure out which Pokemon I am referring to. And there will be a couple of twists and turns to throw you off. So, are you both ready?
No. So when I get it within 2 seconds, do I just have to wait and pretend I don't know?
Good luck, have fun.
Okay.
Is what I will say. So, let's see if you can beat Lee and Lou's record of 3 out of 5.
Okay.
Pretty good.
You can do that.
No, it was not pretty good.
Oh, okay.
But it was okay.
It was above average.
That is true.
Average is good.
I cannot argue against that.
Mhm.
So, with that being said, riddle number 1 is I cannot flinch and cannot sleep. Your tricks and spores I never keep. My armor blocks what status brings. My pot of gold, the envy of kings.
So yeah,
Golden
I've got
Go.
it and I have to wait, right?
Who am I?
Golden Go.
Yeah, right? Golden Go.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah,
Say it again.
right?
Here
You
we go.
had like
Here we go.
6 sentences.
Well, I've already
and
locked in my
brain
final
broke.
answer because I've said yes, but if you want to change,
I
they had to.
cannot flinch. Is what I lost the line of. I cannot flinch and
Oh,
cannot
no,
sleep.
technically it can flinch to things like rock slide.
Your tricks and spores I never keep. My armor blocks what status brings. My pot of gold, the envy of kings.
Yeah, Golden Go. Locked.
It's got to be Golden
Lock,
Go.
lock, lock.
But,
Lock,
then
lock.
it can flinch if you go for something like Air Slash or Rock Slide. It's just immune to Fake Out.
But that is assuming that
Hmm.
Costa has thought this far ahead.
Yeah, and that would be a massive Fake Out on us if that was the case.
We'll have to see. Depends on if there's terrestrialization involved as well, right?
True, true.
Ooh,
Well,
hello.
no, well, I'm still locking Golden Go.
Yeah,
All right,
Golden Go.
so
Final answer.
Let's see if you folks got it correct. And I can confirm it is indeed Golden Go.
So he didn't think about Rock Slide.
No.
I did. It's just got a covert cloak.
Oh, of course. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. Okay.
You thought I was simple
Cover.
playing.
Okay, good.
How dare you? All right, cool. So I thought I'd start you all off with an easy one,
Mm-hmm.
just like I did with Lee and Lou.
Excellent.
So, on to riddle number 2. I boost the field with psychic force. Priority attacks lose their course. Protect my ally, let them strike. My terrain stops moves you'd like. Who am I?
Indeedy, female.
Yeah, indeed, female.
I'm just Indeedy, actually, because they both do that.
But male doesn't have access to follow me, and it was
That's
said about
true.
keeping the other partner safe. So
Alright,
it's got to be the female version of Indeedy.
You're right.
So that's
Indeedy,
a
female.
That's a
Lock
lock in.
it.
Lock in.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So let's give a moment for chat.
Yeah, again, like we said, we need to still.
High five!
That's
we need
not confirmed correct just yet.
I asked at the beginning, should I wait when I get it within 2 seconds? And I've got it within 2 seconds both times, and you didn't
I
confirm
said
or
good
deny.
luck, have fun.
Yes, exactly that. So next time, let's give chat a little bit of time.
All right. We shall see. So I can confirm the answer is Indeedy female.
Very good, very good.
Gave you a freebie 2 times in a row, but that will not be the case moving onwards.
Okay. Bring it.
All right, cool. Are you ready? Riddle number 3. My power grows with every fall. Defeat my foes and I will stall. Each knockout makes me stronger still. A boosting beast that sweeps at will.
It's either an
and
Ultra
then-
Beast or it has Moxie.
I thought of something else instead, but again, I'm going to let chat have a little bit of time first. Because I think it's something that doesn't usually use the ability that he's referring to when we have it in actual VGC. Because I'm thinking of Supreme Overlord King Gambit.
Ooh. Can you say it again?
Of course. My power grows with every fall. Defeat my
Supreme
foes and I will stall. Each knockout makes me stronger still. A boosting beast that sweeps at will.
See, it's the boosting beast that throws me
Yeah,
off.
beast,
and
I
it
guess.
makes me feel like it's either an Ultra Beast or it is some type of beast that has the Moxie ability. Like, because it looks like
Okay.
a beast. So I love the Supreme Overlord answer because I do
Yeah,
agree with
because then it's knockout foes that makes it stronger, but it's when
Yeah.
your partners are KO'd that Supreme Overlord actually activates. So yeah, that's the wrong way round. So it would be, it couldn't be Last Respects either, because that's what, no, that doesn't work. No, so yeah,
No.
Ultra Beast probably makes more sense, but then what Ultra Beast would make sense in that case then?
Kartana. But it said something about the third line that Costa said was something about a stall.
Yeah.
So I
30 seconds left.
Oh, we have a timer. Oh
Okay.
my god. Oh, now I'm panicking. Maybe it's Stakataka.
I mean, I guess so if we're going for an Ultra Beast. I mean, Sablei's the Pokemon with the ability stall. So
15 seconds.
should we just go with Stack Attacker?
I
think so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lock in Stack Attack.
Yeah, let's go with Stack Attack if I want.
Locked in?
Yeah.
All right. Everybody ready?
No.
Beautiful. I can confirm the Pokemon is Celesteela.
I will.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay. Obviously, because of its capabilities of stall, which was very notorious.
Yes.
Yeah,
back in the day.
Celesteela stall.
Yeah, blanked on that one. That was the stalling Ultra Beast. Yep.
There we go. Now they're starting to appreciate. Here we go. All right. It's okay. 2 out of 3.
I think it was.
Doing really well.
I give us half a point because.
No.
Because we make the rules, of course.
You do not. That is not factual.
I take 2 of Lee and Lou's points, and now they're only 1 and 5.
You are
and now we're
currently
4 and
2
5.
and 3, 66.6 recurring winning rates, just like Lee and Lou were at this stage.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
are you both ready for riddle number 4?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Now let's have riddle 5 and then go back to 4.
No.
Okay.
Are you ready?
You just asked that. Yes, go for it.
I'm trying to throw you off. All right. So, I poison foes who dare remain.
Monkey Dory.
Recovery offsets my pain.
Okay, not Monkey Dory.
I stall the clock and wear you thin. Endgames are where I win.
Poison Heal.
Who am I?
It has to be a Pokemon with Poison Heal.
Well, that would
I
be
think.
that would be Gliscor then. That's the
Yeah.
like we don't really see it in VGC, but that's the main Poison Heal Pokemon because the other one's Breloom, isn't it? And
Yeah.
that doesn't do that. So
I think that is the first Pokemon that
Yeah.
comes to my head. But Costa, can you repeat
Of course.
it again?
So, I poison foes who dare remain. Recovery offsets my pain. I stall the clock and wear you thin. Endgames are where I win.
Or can it be Toxapex? Can it be a Pokemon that has a toxic ability that has recovery? The move recovery.
well, yeah, you'd Baneful Bunker get poisons on with the Toxapex. That would be the
Yeah.
main way you would do it.
And then you can stall, poison stall. Or is there something else that I'm missing? But I think it has to be, I do not think that the answer is Gliscor. Because I think Poison Heal doesn't fit.
I mean,
the
I
second
used Eviolo Golbat back in the day because that was able to stall because it was actually really bulky,
You're
but it's
an
not going to be
exception.
that. It's not going to be
I
that.
do think it's Toxapex.
Toxapex probably, I think, makes the most sense given what we've heard
Or
so
would
far.
it be like Glamour? But
But that doesn't
Glamour.
recover. Glamour doesn't recover. There's not many poison Pokemon that actually recover.
Yeah, so I think Toxapex.
Mm.
I'm going to lock in Toxapex.
Yeah, let's go with Toxapex.
Okay, final answer then. Right. Let's see if you folks also got it right or not. We shall find out soon.
The fake out.
Naturally. Now, the correct answer is indeed Toxapex!
There we go. So we are no worse than Lee and Lou, at least. So.
Yes!
You have been able to outbeat them at
Yep.
the current moment.
Yes. And we'll stop there. So we have a
We
75% win rate
not
rather than a
stop
60%.
there at all. We are going to go onto a 5th and final.
I love these. Keep them
These are
coming.
great, yeah, yeah.
Beautiful. Right. I did not ask for your feedback just yet, but it is not appreciated. So, riddle number 5. Get yourselves ready as we have got a doozy. So, I eat my berry when I drop my guard. Then suddenly I hit twice as hard. My jet of water strikes with speed. Priority fulfills my need. Who am I?
Well, it must be
Very
an ability that is like Berserk,
Mm.
where you drop below half, and then you're able to
Well,
get an attack.
There's not many
of
Pokemon.
some
It's
kind.
like that. That's got to be Aqua Jet. And there's very few non-water Pokemon that get Aqua Jet. And you'd want one that still eats a berry as well. So it'd be very strange if it didn't usually eat a berry, and if it didn't have like Gluttony or something. We are allowed one more reading of the riddle,
I shall allow it.
as you have previously.
Don't tempt me, boy.
Be rude to change the rules right now.
Don't tempt me, boy.
I will shut up now.
Good. I eat my berry when I drop my guard. Then suddenly I hit twice as hard. My jet of water strikes with speed. Priority fulfills my need.
Need.
Who am I?
Priority need.
It's a berry and then hits twice as hard. So is that like ripen and it eats a lychee berry? There's not many Pokemon that get ripen. Not any water types, at least.
Really? It's not like... What other abilities act like Berserk? What am I thinking?
Anger Shell, but not
30
really.
seconds.
Oh my gosh, is there anything that has like Torrent?
I guess.
A water Pokemon that has Aqua Jet and it can...
20 seconds.
Torrent? Oh my god.
I'm going to lock in the word that you say after I can confirm that the answer is...
No. 14
Oh, well.
seconds.
That's very specific. I don't think we have anything, do we? I've got nothing. I don't know, Veluza, because it hits twice as hard.
7.
Veluza?
Yeah.
6.
I don't know, just came to me.
4.
Aqua
3.
Yeah. I got nothing, Veluza.
1.
Palafin!
Ooh.
Which will you lock in with?
Well, I guess I'm locking... I don't know.
No, you're a team. Veluza?
No, we're not.
Yes, you are.
We are a team. I trust in my teammates. We are
No.
going Palafin, final answer.
Oh god, why me?
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
What a development last second as well.
Because then I can't be blamed.
Wow. That says a lot, but then also not so much.
But then I'm going to feel really bad if it is actually Veluza.
So, the correct answer is Azumarill.
Oh, of course it is.
Oh,
That's so obvious now that
right?
you've said that. So obvious.
Belly drum.
Yeah, belly drum. Get the
Huge
citrus
power.
berry.
Citrus berry, aqua jet. The list goes on.
Oh, but if you belly drum, you hit 4 times as hard, not twice as hard. So I guess it was a error in the questioning. Oh, well.
Individual circumstance is what generates this riddle.
I guess huge power does just already hit twice as hard, doesn't it? So, yeah.
There it is.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, that was a good one. That was a stumper.
That is the plan. So, you guys did really well.
But you just said that Lian Lu didn't do
Is
really
what
well, and we
Lian
did
Lu
exactly the
would
same as
say.
them, so...
You didn't let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Is what anyone except of me would say it was not good enough, but it was still a positive record. So, I hope you both enjoyed it. I hope you lovely folks at home also enjoyed it, and compared to these two and the other two, actually got 4 or more, which is the acceptable threshold. But
You should still get half a point for getting the Ultra Beast thing correct.
And I'm pretty sure I said, whatever he says after, I can confirm the answer is, and he said the answer, so I got it right. Like, I don't know why he's debating.
you did not. Did you call out Celesteela?
No, I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to Azumarill.
You didn't even call out Azumarill.
Yeah, I said, I lock in the word you say after the correct
With that
answer
being
is...
said, folks, we are going to go ahead and give yourselves an opportunity to try to rebel in your defeat against Costa's Cinnabar challenge, because
Do
you
you
were
have another
not.
one?
Ooh.
You have more?
Oh, okay.
I want more.
You want an extra. This is
Yeah, but,
cheating, Rose.
No, we want to not tie with Lian Lu.
Yeah,
we
you
will
have to give
either
us
win or
an
lose.
So
with
you
good
want
grace.
to do worse.
But if we
If
get
you
the
get
next
the
one,
next one incorrect, you will no longer be tied up with
correct.
Lian Lu.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
we can't just be tied. We need a winner.
Yeah.
Come on.
I need to evaluate this decision,
That just means he's coming up with one on the fly.
potentially. All right. I shall grant the request.
Okay.
Are you ready? Here you go. You got a bonus one.
All right,
Good or
my
not?
brain's on.
Good. That would be useful. So, let's see. Okay, I shall go with this one then. I never sleep, though I should tire. My orb inflicts a burning fire. Instead of weakening my might, it doubles power in the fight. Who am I?
That sounded like Ursaluna getting his Flame Orb activating its Gust.
It's a Guts Pokemon, though.
But it could be any Guts Pokemon, and so it's got to be the first line, and it said it couldn't sleep.
Can't sleep.
So what Guts Pokemon... Like, well, if you're burned, you can't sleep anyway.
Yeah.
So,
But I'm thinking it could be Hariyama.
I mean, that's also got Guts.
Yeah.
There's Heracross that's got Guts.
Yeah.
There's probably a couple of other things that I'm forgetting that get Guts because they're not relevant. So... Yeah, like almost all of that just implied a Guts Pokemon.
Yeah.
And Ursaluna is just the most common Guts Pokemon that we have in the formats. Are we allowed a reading one more time?
Yes. Is what I would say if I allowed you the opportunity, because you got a bonus point riddle there.
Then merely the first line.
Very well. I eat is not the right riddle. Compose. I never sleep, though I should tire.
Should tire.
I shall allow more lines. My orb inflicts a burning fire. Instead of awakening my might, it doubles power in the fight.
Guts is only a 1.5 times boost, so again, if that's referring to Flame Orb, that's an error in the questioning again.
There was never an error in any of the riddles. We confirmed.
Of course, of course.
But it does, like, it orb inflicts a burning desire. Feels like it has to be Flame Orb.
It has to be Flame Orb because then it activates Guts.
Power would be referring to Guts.
It could
But-
technically be Drifblim with Flare Boost.
Ooh. Now that's an interesting choice.
Oh, I don't know.
But it's
He's
like-
been
but
hyping up Drifblim this weekend.
But the first
But-
the first line says, I cannot sleep, but I tire.
I never sleep, though I should tire.
So it's Cyclozar because that's got tires.
Your analysis is not helping.
Wait, okay, so but I cannot wait. I cannot. No, I don't have it right.
But it can't sleep because it's got burn, right?
Yeah.
Like if you just get burned by a Flame Orb, you can't get any
Even
status.
though I tire.
Hmm.
So what would be like a?
I should tire.
I should tire. So you're thinking like there might be a Pokemon that needs to rest. Or it's working so hard that it's tired.
Interesting. 30 seconds!
I think it's just we are overcomplicating this.
We just got to
It's
go with
Ursaluna.
Ursaluna, right?
Yeah. Lock it.
Are we
Ship it.
sure? Ship?
Yeah.
Ursaluna, not Blood Moon.
Yeah, like the normal one.
So the Hisui.
Yes.
What? Wait.
Yeah,
Yes.
not Blood Moon.
Yes.
Just regular Ursaluna.
I don't even need to try to trip them. Okay?
The four-legged bear.
The other one has
Technically,
legs,
the other
but
one
it's
is as
just-
well.
It just stands on two.
Yeah, so the two-legged bear.
But what would you refer to? Like, given that Ursaluna has
You are
four,
digging a hole.
and
Fours,
it's just standing on two,
You are digging
would
a
these
hole you
be-
may not recover
would these now be legs or arms?
No, so it's
Like,
all-wheel drive.
10 seconds!
We've already locked it in.
Okay, enough deliberation.
Hisui and
So,
Ursaluna.
the correct answer is Conkeldor.
Why?
What? Oh, that is a Guts Pokemon.
It is, but why?
Because it's a fighting type.
Yeah, but why would it tire?
It's hard at construction work.
Who was a hard worker? Oh my gosh.
There it is.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
got like half of the reason. Aw, I miss Conkeldor.
I miss Conkeldor. It used to be so relevant and it just disappeared, didn't it?
Oh, but it was good in Sword and Shield too.
Yeah, it was. Well, it won an international, like back in
Yeah.
OCIC, where like Marcus Silva won with Conkeldor. Yeah. He
That's
did.
an international champion.
Yeah, he did.
That's
He
how
did
hard
the
it's
awesome play where he
working.
drain punched his own Sylveon. That was
Yeah,
really cool.
It was so
Yeah.
hype.
I do have to let you both know that you are now losing the race against Lee and Lou.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
we do lose.
Yeah.
That
No.
you know what, that-
Like I'm sure we
but
get
we
get
lose
other opportunities
together.
maybe tomorrow.
Wow,
Who
you
would've
just
thought?
left her hanging there, Jamie. That's
Sorry.
He didn't see it, but
I didn't see it.
But see, look, that's a real partner right there. We're like we are both losers.
Yeah.
Here you go, Rose. Up top.
Yeah.
Predictable.
And he's going to ignore me the whole time. Okay,
No
fine.
chance. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cut to a short break, and we'll be back with the next round. So get ready, get your refreshments, is what I would say before we go ahead and check the rankings
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
next round.
We've got a round to be able to do, right? We're into the point where we've got some trainers that have guaranteed their way into phase number 2, and we'll be able to see which trainers at the 5-1 record are able to get there. But obviously, there's all the trainers that we can see on screen have got that 6-0 record, and they have guaranteed their place in Phase 2 of this international tournament.
Yeah, what a way to go about it, especially because there's so much on the line at this prestige event, especially to the build-up of later on this season, North America International Championships. And already a couple of notable names, both with balance, let's say, more reliant cores, as well as some innovations on the field.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see what the trainers have been bringing to this tournament, and there's been some small innovations that we've been seeing going forward. Like we saw the Icy win, Chempao win Birmingham Regionals, and then it was able to have a really good showing on stream. We've seen Imprison Indeedee a couple of times as well. Some trainers are still opting for the Psychic as the coverage, but Imprison has been really nice at shutting down the Trick Room as well. And we have already seen a Heatran on stream, and I'm going to keep going for that because people don't believe me when I say these Pokemon are good, but at least Ashton Cox does.
No, that's fair. And Ashton Cox is actually a great trainer as well.
And a 6-0 is guaranteed his place in Phase 2. So
yeah, I mean, yeah. I think it really takes a great trainer to be able to make Heatran work.
Oh, yeah, it absolutely does. And I believe that Evar is also using a Heatran.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, that's going to be very, very nice. Like, I'm feeling slightly validated. If I can't help prove that Heatran's very good, at least other trainers can help me out.
That is true.
Because we confirm we're losers now. Like, confirmed now, according to Costa Cinema Challenge, we're just losers.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. I'm losing my words because I'm so overwhelmed.
Right. You're a different kind of loser.
The best. So, moving on. Christopher Hahn, we saw as well, had a great opportunity to be able to feature him on stream on main stage, Phase 2, and we've already got our first, or should I say, the stream match for the main stage, Shohei Kimura versus Alfredo Tamayo.
Yeah, in some grassroots tournaments recently, Shohei Kimura has been on an absolute tear and is, I think, most people's favorites coming into this tournament, given how well he's been able to do. Obviously, the previous world champion in 2023, currently at the 5-1 record, so this is going to be a win-in match, as we are able to feature in the last round. As soon as you get that 6th win, you have guaranteed your place into Phase 2.
Yeah.
And for Shohei, this is definitely an important tournament. He is one of those players that can heavily benefit from making it to a top 4 of an international championship. It would secure a direct invite for him to go to the World Championships this year in San Francisco. And that was something we also got a chance to actually talk to a couple of our other Japanese players about too, right, Costa?
Yeah, exactly. And it's just such a great way to be able to see what kind of innovation these trainers are able to bring to the fore, especially because we've got regional differences between all of the various meta iterations. And obviously being able to have a chat with Shoma Honami earlier on, it was just great to be able to see him go ahead and bring that sort of hyper-offensive style of team, accompanied with, I would say, his very aggressive and amazing identification of board state comprehension.
Yeah, I'm going to be really excited to see what he's going to be able to bring here. Because like we said, he's been really, really consistent. He came to Birmingham as well to be able to compete there, and I think got top 16 at that tournament as well.
Some would argue he's basically a European competitor at this point. Yeah, he actually frequents quite a few of our events, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 just this season, which is incredible.
Yeah, I think there has definitely started to be a group of Japanese players that have extended their reach beyond just competing at nationals and at the international level. But for example, we saw Japanese player Kaito Ari, who notoriously won Japan Nats with a Talonflame that actually didn't have an item.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Which was so cool. But it's like that. Players like Kaito who were going to these other regionals, securing those direct qualifications to the World Championships from winning, and of course in the international championship case, actually being able like Yuma Kinagawa actually winning LAIC, go to Worlds that way. And I love that we're getting a chance to see this international competition. I think it's leveled everybody up, being able to play against these incredible players.
Yeah, and sort of why not try, especially when it comes to the international level, where if you get at least top 4, you're able to get that automatic invite into the World Championship.
Yeah, for sure. And whoa, what's this? Costa's using teleport again. I'm going to use Taunt on him to stop him, but unfortunately Costa is oblivious, so he's immune to that and has disappeared once again. So yeah, we can jump into the game very, very shortly. We've been hyping up a little bit of Porygon to Ursaluna, given the fact that Nils Dunlop was able to win the European International Championship 2 years ago when we were back in the Regulation F format there as well. And it seems like Alfredo has done a very, very good job here, has got 1 win away to be able to secure his place in that Phase 2 with that combination.
Yeah, and I'm really excited that we get a chance to feature somebody that we haven't really had a chance to before. This is a player that has competed in the North American circuit, got top 64 at the Atlanta Regional Championships in 2025, and while who's currently outside of the required placement to make it to the World Championships and doesn't have the top 75 in the North American leaderboard in terms of championship points, this is another opportunity for players that don't have that championship point accumulation to be able to find their way through from an international championship top 4 placement.
And he's already had a very, very good start here with that 5-1 and has to take down a world champion this round if he wants to be able to secure his place in that phase 2. Like we mentioned, this team, minus the Tornadus that was a Flutter main when Nils Dunlop ended up winning the European International, these are the same other 5 Pokemon that was able to take that. Yes, there's some small innovations there, but it's still going to be the Terra Blast with the Flying Terra on the Porygon 2 to pair with the Ursaluna, so you can Earthquake next to yourself. It was Choice Scarf on Nils' Urshifu, but I think that's less necessary when you've got that Tornadus to be able to get that Prankster Tailwind, and that's why we've got the very, very offensive item with the Life Orb on the Urshifu. So if you've got that Tailwind going, you've got the Rain Dance, those Surging Strikes are going to hurt.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of people are looking at the Life Orb versus something like the Mystic Water, is because those close combats are also going to be doing a lot of damage with additional damage modifier. And so I love Alfredo's team being able to play in both the Tailwind as well as the Trick Room and the Speed Control, but you also have multiple ways that you may not need to rely on that in order to actually find success. We'll get a chance to look at Shohei Kimura's team very briefly as well, our 2023 world champion, and he is going to be bringing another balanced team. This is something that players of his caliber have been so good at. We already saw the positioning game coming through earlier today from players like Alex Gomez, and Eric Rios is also another player that is able to showcase the skill of teams like this at such a high level. But Shohei, of course, is also going to be able to give us a great show in terms of the balanced team that he has put together.
Yeah, showing very, very strong consistency. Shohei is a player that tends to gravitate towards the stronger teams in the format and then master them. He's obviously got his personal preferences, as is the case with every single trainer that has opted to go for balance. The main thing is the Chien-Pao. Yet we mentioned the Icy Wind and the Icicle Crash before, but look at that, that's Terra de Grass on the Chien-Pao. That's not a very common Terra. It's usually either Ghost to be immune to fake outs or an offensive Terra, but no, going for the Grass.
And it's really great in this matchup because if we end up seeing Alfredo maybe lean a little bit more into the Trick Room mode, you do have an additional defensive Terra to deal with the Amoonguss. So Terra Grass Chien-Pao, Rillaboom will make a great answer to that Pokemon that can usually be a huge thorn in the side of a lot of these balance teams if you don't have an answer like a Safety Goggles.
Yeah, so just quite a nice tech, and probably not one that many trainers are going to be prepared for, but we'll see if Alfredo is going to be prepared for that, as he's going to be leading with the Incineroar and Urshifu into the Incineroar and Raging Bolt. I think we've seen these leads quite a few times before, but then the advantage just surely got to go to the Raging Bolt, right, when you're in face of that Urshifu. It's been intimidated, so yeah, you got the Life Orb close combat that would be able to do good damage, but with that Intimidate, that's going to put a stop to that.
Shohei could use this position to maybe even go for a Protect. Of course, Urshifu can still hit through that thanks to its Unseen Fist ability, but it still would kind of block a move from the Incineroar.
Yeah, absolutely would. Like, you got a reasonable opportunity to get at least one of those Calm Minds going. Like, the close combat won't be doing too much damage into the Raging Bolt, and it's got the booster energy as well. And it's not a Focus Sash on the opposing Urshifu, and given that it's Life Orb, it's almost certainly just completely trained an attack, so it could be in range of a Thunderclap. So you do need to keep that in mind. Shohei just repositioning on this first and getting that Incineroar out of there.
We're going to see the Incineroar changed out for the Rillaboom, and so that's going to set up this grassy terrain, giving Shohei two different options to be able to hit this Urshifu with priority damage. Grassy Glide from the Rillaboom, as well as Thunderclap from this Raging Bolt. One of the reasons why Alfredo has not decided to switch this Urshifu off the field, even in the threat of that Raging Bolt's damage, is because he does have this Terra Steel at his disposal. So you got the Fake Out into the Rillaboom instead. That's going to keep this Incineroar safe, and then the Thunderclap, even with this Terra Steel, is still going to do about 70% damage. In close combat, I mean, that is a bulky Raging Bolt. Even with a Life Orb, you are barely getting to the halfway point.
Yeah, it's one of the downsides of having to go for close combat instead of Surging Strikes. The Surging Strikes obviously getting those guaranteed critical hits. Ignores the Intimidate that would have come onto the Urshifu from the Incineroar. But yeah, that's going to be a very comfortable 3-shot onto that Raging Bolt. And it did go for the Thunderclap. It was respecting that Urshifu and did kind of force the defensive Terra straight away. But it's in range of any other attack that Shohei would want to go for. And now the Urshifu, it just because it survived that first Thunderclap, it's in range of another one, and it's forced to switch out.
So Amoonguss is going to take its place instead. That's certainly a Pokemon that will be able to withstand either of the attacks from Shohei's current Pokemon on the field, or it will be able to just negate the Thunderclap entirely since it isn't going to be using an attacking move this turn. But for now, Shohei gets to see the reveal of the Amoonguss, use the U-turn, and find something else that's going to be better suited to deal with the current Pokemon on Alfredo's side.
Incineroar on Shohei's side does have the safety goggles, so that would be able to ignore it pretty nicely. If you go for something like a Dragon Pulse this turn, then you could consider just switching into the Rillaboom with the Raging Bolt, and then you'd be completely immune to the spores. Granted, you would have to sacrifice your booster energy boost to be able to do that, but if you just go on the offensive, or maybe even get a Calm Mind, then that could be very nice for Shohei, but it's going to be Landorus joining the field, not that safety goggles Incineroar.
The Landorus is going to prove to be just a little bit of a problem, especially when you know that there's going to be that Incineroar at low HP. Even with the Assault Vest, that item might not be enough to actually tank an Earth Power from this Landorus. And you also have the ability to hit things with neutral damage with the Sludge Bombs. Either the Tornadus or the Urshifu wouldn't be on the receiving end of that either.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. And we're seeing the debate for Alfredo here. It's actually going to be bringing in the Tornadus in front of the Raging Bolt. Tornadus does not do very well against Raging Bolt at all, and it's going to have to take a Dragon Pulse on the way in.
Wow, it's going to put it into the red. And so that is going to be an easy cleanup for either of these Pokemon. I feel like at this point, Alfredo kind of only has the ability to go for something supportive with this Tornadus if he wants to get any value out of it.
I mean, the only real offensive pressure that Alfredo brought to this match was that Urshifu. Given that the Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Tornadus, you consider them supportive Pokemon. Yes, the Tornadus can turn on the offense with its Bleak Wind Storms, but yeah, now that the Urshifu's just in range of Thunderclap, how are you breaking through this Raging Bolt? Yes, you can put it to sleep with a Spore, and it's got Pollen Puff, so that wouldn't even get any Sludge Bomb poisons. Like, this Sludge Bomb's going to be able to take care of the Tornadus, but where's the damage into the Raging Bolt now?
Yeah, it's going to be uncontested as this Raging Bolt still has so much HP left to work with. Another Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss. That critical hit is going to make that hurt even more. And so poor Amoonguss here is also going to be on its last legless legs.
Yeah, but it is able to spore the Raging Bolt at least, so yeah, there was a lot of damage coming out there, especially with that critical hit. That's got to put the Amoonguss in range of an Earth Power from the Landorus now. And you can bring in the Urshifu again, and you are kind of forced to, otherwise you'd be still with supportive Pokemon. So yeah, that is the Pokemon of choice coming out for Alfredo. And you can go for a Surging Strikes KO into that opposing Landorus, and I would suspect, given the Life Orb, even something like a Defensive Terror might not save the Landorus, given how strong the Life Orb Surging Strikes would be. And without the Intimidate, we saw it do about 40% to the Raging Bolt, so it probably isn't in range of a close combat, even if the Incineroar doesn't decide to switch in. You can ignore it just for now, because it is going to be asleep, so ideally, you'd want to be able to maybe Pollen Puff your Urshifu, but if the Landorus is trained as fast as possible, it's guaranteed to outspeed the Urshifu, so I think this turn might just come down to the training of Landorus, because if it's a Life Orb Urshifu, that's got to be probably run as fast as possible.
I think Shohei doesn't want to risk this Landorus' attack being redirected. And so that's why we see the Rillaboom come in again. A great defensive switch here to be able to take the Surging Strikes, and that is going to be an easy deal to accomplish here from this Rillaboom. Doesn't even get to that half HP benchmark, even though it is going to take those 3 hits. And with this Amoonguss, it's also not going to have a nice target either unless it has gone for an attacking move, but you can't put the Rillaboom to sleep, and this Raging Bolt is going to take its mandatory turn of sleep. Thankfully for this Amoonguss, it's not going to be offensive Pollen Puff, it's going to be a healing one. And so Urshifu is actually able to get back quite a bit of HP recovery.
Like we said, Urshifu is the damage dealer that is on Alfredo's side of the field. By getting that Pollen Puff, it's actually freed itself up quite a lot. We saw the Thunderclap as a Steel type was not able to pick up the KO. And now with the Pollen Puff, even if the Raging Bolt wakes up this turn, this Urshifu should be able to survive the turn. You've got the Rillaboom available for Fake Out pressure, so maybe if you go for Fake Out into the Urshifu and the Raging Bolt does wake up, that does allow you to get a Dragon Pulse KO into the opposing Amoonguss, and that's probably what Shohei is going for here.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Fake Out at least to stop this Urshifu for 1 turn, but the Raging Bolt gets that 1-turn wake up. So it goes for the Dragon Pulse. It's able to get the knockout onto the Amoonguss, and that is going to be a saving grace for this Raging Bolt to stay awake for the rest of this game. Now, I think this is hard mode here for Alfredo. You've got the Incineroar that gets to come back out, has that Fake Out that's going to be reignited, but you've got 4 pretty healthy Pokemon here on Shohei's side.
Yeah, and you've only got this last turn of Fake Out, and you've got the Incineroar waiting in the back on Shohei's side of the field. Close combat's the best way of dealing with this Raging Bolt, but if you bring in the Incineroar, that gets the Intimidate, and you can't crit your way through those Intimidate drops guaranteed. Otherwise, if you're going for the Surging Strikes, that's going to be resisted by the Raging Bolt. So it's still an incredibly strong position coming out for Shohei here. The Landorus is still waiting in the back to just be able to one-shot this Incineroar whenever he wants. If he can get into a position where he has Fake Out active and the Landorus, then he can go for a Fake Out into the Urshifu and get a substitute. At the moment, you've still got the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt that can be faked out, and you can't go for a Protect in front of the Urshifu. And that's why we're seeing Jin just go on the offense. But yeah, not enough to KO that Raging Bolt, even without an Intimidate.
We saw that close combat actually do about half, but thanks to all of that grassy terrain recovery that the Rillaboom laid out over the last couple of turns, this Raging Bolt is able to take that close combat no problem. And we see Shohei continue to play it safe as he softens up these final two Pokemon on Alfredo's side. It's going to be the Incineroar pivoting back in. There's the Intimidate drop that you would want if you are Shohei in front of this physical and Urshifu and Incineroar. And so the Flare Blitz doesn't hurt at all.
No, and so it's going to do a tiny bit of recall to the Incineroar that's probably going to put it in range of 2 Dragon Pulses, because here's the first one, and yeah, that's going to be pretty much sealed up for Shohei here. All you need to do is go for that Fake Out into the Urshifu, Dragon Pulse into the Incineroar. That will be a KO based on the damage that we've just seen. And then it's a 4v1, and you can easily take care of the Urshifu. Even though it can get a KO into this Incineroar, it can't get a KO into that Rillaboom. You'll have Fake Out pressure in the future. This is just going to be going through the motions at this point for this first game for Shohei.
But I do think that that's important, right? Even though you are pretty confident you have locked the game up, it's still good for you to make sure that you have solid fundamentals throughout the entire day.
Yep.
Because at the end of all of this, if Shohei wins this match in the next game, then he is guaranteed to play in Phase 2 of our Swiss rounds that will kick off tonight. And so he wants to maintain his A game throughout the rest of today.
Yeah, and he's taken this first game. Alfredo has clicked the forfeit button, and yep, Shohei is able to very comfortably win this first game. I don't think that Alfredo brought the Pokemon that could deal the damage to the Raging Bolt, and that Pokemon is the Ursaluna, right? With the 3 supported Pokemon again around the Urshifu, well, that's usually beaten by Raging Bolt. So if that's the Pokemon that you're relying on to pick up all the knockouts, but you can't actually get the knockouts, as we saw, the close combat, it didn't even get close to being able to KO the Raging Bolt. So I think we do need to see a switch up from Alfredo, and it's got to be that Ursaluna potentially with that Trick Room mode at the Porygon 2.
I think you're right about that one. I think it would also help to solve a lot of the problems of the Pokemon that Shohei brought being naturally faster. Even with the priority damage, I think that you can still give yourself that advantage of, well, Ursaluna also has a great type matchup into the Raging Bolt, as you're saying, not just offensively, but you can't Thunderclap it because of that ground typing, since it would be immune. So that's just another way that you can deal with that. And I think better preservation of that Amoonguss. There were a couple of times I felt like Alfredo made a decision to switch in something that just took a tremendous amount of damage, and that's kind of what some of these balanced teams can be about. If you just have the wrong position, did that show a Miraidon? I was like, is that his team?
That might have just been a throwback to the previous regulation that we had. But of course, we're still in regulation. Now, they're going to stick with the same teams that they've got at the bottom of the screen, as you can see. And we'll have to see if there is going to be a switch. Like we were just saying, Ursaluna kind of has to be brought to take care of the Raging Bolt quicker than Alfredo was trying to do in that first game. But at the same time, if you're expecting that, then Shohei could easily switch it up himself. And I feel like it's kind of got to be the Ursaluna based on how that first game went. So the Pokemon that's going to be very nice against that Ursaluna, well, that Urshifu. The Urshifu didn't come to the game, neither did the Champo, and both of those would be able to threaten some really good damage into that Ursaluna. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a switch up coming out from Shohei. Or if he's comfortable sticking with that Raging Bolt, you can get the Intimidates with the Incineroar still and keep it reasonably safe from that Ursaluna.
And even if there isn't the adjustment to the Ursaluna, I really don't mind the Champo coming anyway. It's got that super effective damage into the Tornadus, into the Amoonguss, both Pokemon that Alfredo decided to bring to that very first game. And you also just have the added benefit of that Sword of Ruin being able to help boost up some of your own physical damage on your side. But look at this. Alfredo actually doesn't bring the Porygon 2. In fact, brings that Ursaluna as the adjustment as you were hoping to see, but next to the Tornadus.
Yeah, you usually run the Ursaluna with some speed to be able to benefit from the tailwind coming out from the Tornadus, and it's definitely going to be faster than the Raging Bolt if you didn't run minimum speed on the Ursaluna. That's the only caveat. But on these kind of teams, you don't tend to. You did get intimidated, though, and you don't have your Flame Orb on this turn, so that's kind of a free Calm Mind if you do want it on that Raging Bolt. Yes, you could go for a Headlong Rush on this turn, but that's really not going to be doing as much damage as you would want without that Gust boost. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see that free Calm Mind coming out from this Raging Bolt.
It could be a Calm Mind, and then it could also be a parting shot from this Incineroar to be able to pivot out and bring in something like the Rillaboom so that you have Fake Out active for the next turn. I feel like the Protector from the Ursaluna is quite safe. You want to give yourself that guaranteed momentum to be able to at least get that Flame Orb activated, but Shohei, instead of going for the parting shot, does try to fake out that Pokemon instead. So if you wanted to end up seeing some type of fake out present, you would have to bring in that Rillaboom manually on the next turn to help give this Raging Bolt with a Calm Mind boost a bit of support.
Yeah, now do you consider the Terrestrialization on the Raging Bolt just to get rid of that weakness to the Headlong Rush? Granted, it is intimidated, but the Guts is kind of cancelling that out, and Ursaluna should still be able to pick up the knockout on the Raging Bolt with a Headlong Rush. And then you've got the awkward mind game of, well, is it going to be just a switch out of Incineroar to Rillaboom and protect the Raging Bolt ready for a fake out afterwards? And then if that's going to be the case, then you can go for a Facade into that Incineroar instead. So there is a slight mind game on this turn. Do you Terrestrialize the Raging Bolt? And if you don't, and it doesn't protect, then Headlong Rush is the correct play. But if it does Terrestrialize, or it goes for the Protect, then Facade instead will be what Freddy would need to go for.
Well, I feel like maybe it was a little bit of those mind games. I love Shohei's just kind of jamming out. He's really feeling it. But it's going to be a switch of the Landorus. And so we were talking about Rillaboom being a great defensive switch, but what if you just neutralize the damage entirely and you are immune because you are a flying type? Shohei called this perfectly with the ability to bring in this Landorus in the face of the Headlong Rush.
Yeah, that's a very, very nicely done, because that could have been a Facade. And granted, it was intimidated, so it would have been really close if it had picked up the knockout on the Landorus, but it probably would have just fallen short. And now you've got two really offensive Pokemon available on Shohei's side that will outspeed the Ursaluna. Well, I say will outspeed. Potentially will for the Raging Bolt. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case. But yeah, now that you're outspeeding both Pokemon, then the Earth Power from the Landorus is threatening a huge amount of damage to the Incineroar. Usually Assault Vest 1s are able to survive that, but if you go for the double up into the Ursaluna with the Earth Power and the Dragon Pulse, that should be able to pick up the knockout as well. But a Porygon 2, that should be able to survive.
Porygon 2 might be exactly what the doctor ordered, as it will be able to provide a lot of natural bulk in this matchup that Fredo can use to his advantage, make sure that he can actually get some good switches in. He's also going to invest into the Incineroar. This is going to be a grass terrestrialization, and so something that will be able to keep this Incineroar safe in the face of these Landorus's ground type attacks. But what about the Sludge Bombs? That is something that can still be a huge threat as Shohei decides to invest that terrestrialization as well onto this Raging Bolt. And isn't that a little interesting though? We actually saw the Incineroar get the terrestrialization first, and it is going to take the Earth Power, but now the knockoff is going to connect onto the Landorus to remove the Life Orb.
Yeah, that's either very slow Raging Bolt or very speedy Incineroar. And yeah, look at that Dragon Pulse. It's two-shotting the Porygon 2. I know that's only like with a Calm Mind and the booster energy, but that's still very impressive.
You don't see that every day.
You don't see that every day, no. But I think the call-out of the Incineroar terrestrializing before the Raging Bolt, that is the most interesting thing. Given that we've got Porygon 2 with Trick Room available to it, you have Tailwind as well, and if Incineroar is run very speedy, then it's going to be able to outspeed a lot of Pokemon in that Tailwind. So yeah, that's I think the most interesting thing that happened that turn. But given there is still no Trick Room on the field, obviously Porygon 2 has just joined the field, the Incineroar is open to a potential Sludge Bomb. That's probably why it's switching into the Tornadus.
Yeah, so the Tornadus is going to have to take that hit instead. But will this Porygon 2 actually get enough time or even longevity to be able to set up something like the Trick Room? It doesn't even want to. Landorus is going to take advantage of this opportunity to set up a substitute while Raging Bolt finishes the job. So this Porygon 2 doesn't get a chance to do anything in this game.
Yeah, not at all. And that substitute is really going to help out this Landorus because you need to invest at least one attack to be able to break that substitute. Ideally, it's a Bleak Wind Storm, but then that's not clicking Tailwind on this turn, and that, again, will probably keep this Ursaluna... Well, we saw the Incineroar outspeed the Raging Bolt. I wouldn't actually be surprised at this point if the Ursaluna is trained a lot in speed to be able to outspeed this Raging Bolt as well. But the Landorus still will for sure outspeed it, and like we said, you need to connect with a Bleak Wind Storm if you want to break the substitute and then follow up with a Facade KO. But then if you do that, the Raging Bolt has been ignored, and then you'll be able to fire off, again, one of those massive Dragon Pulses. We've been seeing it do so much damage. It's really impressive, even with only one Calm Mind. Of course, you've got that Incineroar that is waiting back to Intimidate. I don't think you want to do it just yet. You want to use your substitute, and you want to keep your Calm Mind for the massive damage.
And you really probably want to keep that Incineroar for whatever Shohei has in the back, because that's probably going to be the powerful physical attacker you are saving that ability for. Shohei is going to play it safe, though, decides to protect the Raging Bolt, and is going to go for an Earth Power into the Ursaluna, and that's going to bring it to below half HP. Dragon Pulse will pick it off. Another Earth Power is going to do the same thing, and now it's on this Tornadus to be able to break this substitute, and it avoids the attack. It's almost like the substitute made itself too small to actually be in the Blakewind Storm.
Yeah, and the Facade follow-up was not into that Landorus, so they still got the substitute because the Facade whiffed into the Protect instead. So Shohei just got a huge benefit from that turn, because that Earth Power, the damage it did, is going to be able to knock out this Ursaluna now that it's down into the yellow. So yeah, really, really nice for Shohei, but actually not even just going the offensive, the Landorus, sacrificing the substitute and getting a switch in instead.
I think the Incineroar would just guarantee the survival of the Raging Bolt, bar a critical hit. So I think that's why Shohei is using the opportunity here. And I think he's going to get away with it, because Tailwind gets set up from the Tornadus. You are not going to see a second attack into the Raging Bolt. And a -1 Facade, this Raging Bolt is going to be plenty healthy to deliver a one-hit knockout Dragon Pulse into the Tornadus.
Yeah, that's so much damage there. Who needs the Thunderclap to get the super effective hit? That's still a knockout. You do have Tailwind available on Alfredo's side of the field for the next 3 turns, though. But here comes the Incineroar, and is probably going to be able to put a stop to Shohei, at least on this turn. But what's stopping just a Protect and Switch out at this point? You should be able to stall out the Tailwind turns pretty comfortably on Shohei's side of the field, given that he still has all 4 Pokemon available. If it's going to be the Rillaboom as the unrevealed Pokemon, then that is the Pivot Pals, and I'm sticking with Pivot Pals, to be able to get that revolving Fake Out, to be able to put a stop to the turns of Tailwinds. And even if not, the Rillaboom waiting in the back would just mean you can Grassy Glide the Ursaluna for the KO.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that Shohei can wrap up this game and finish this set to move forward into phase 2 of our competition. At a 6-1 record, that would be good enough, but he's making sure that he's not going to put any brakes on the gas. He's got the Protect to make sure that this Raging Bolt can get through this next turn. It would be even better if I think this Ursaluna either attacked into the Protect, or it does attack into the Landorus, and then Shohei takes no damage. You can see he does lose the substitute for the switch out there, but at this point, I don't think that he cares. He just knows that he needs to have these kind of pieces so he can get that Incineroar back in for free, maybe go for a Fake Out to help keep stalling through these turns.
Yeah, it's a very, very comfortable position for Shohei now. You can potentially just go for a Thunderclap as a last-ditch damage into the Incineroar, and granted, it won't do that much damage, but who knows? The Raging Bolt's been doing so much damage with its Dragon Pulses. Yeah, it was always going to be a Protect coming out from this Landorus, so you've only got to stall out 1 more turn of Tailwind after this, and if the Landorus makes it through that Tailwind, then it's going to be able to outspeed everything.
Yeah, I think this is a great call here from Shohei. Incineroar does go for the Flare Blitz into this Landorus, but hopefully this Ursaluna is going to pick up the final HP from this Raging Bolt. Sometimes we take a look at this Pokemon as the big gray boss, and it is finally defeated, but is the level up going to be enough here for Alfredo, give him the experience needed to get through these final 3 Pokemon? Ursaluna is on a timer. It's not going to have too many more opportunities to actually weave in this damage, and it's going to be the Rillaboom, 4th and final revealed here for Shohei, the perfect Pokemon to bring in the final couple of turns.
Yeah, probably the safest way for Shohei to guarantee that he has this would be to switch out that Landorus into the Incineroar, go for a Grassy Glide into the Ursaluna, and even if it's a Flare Blitz into the opposing Rillaboom, then it would be kept safe by that Intimidate. Unless there's a critical hit, but I don't think even that would save Alfredo at this point, because then you just get the switch back into the Landorus. You'd be able to go for Fake Out into Ursaluna and Sludge Bomb into the Incineroar, and then you go for Earth Power. So I think, again, we are once again going through the motions, and it seems like Alfredo knows it. There was no Protect there. The Grassy Glide is going to be able to pick up the knockout on this Ursaluna, and I don't think Incineroar is going to be able to do it.
No, I mean, Incineroar can still go for the Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom, but take a look at how much recoil it's going to take from the damage it dished out, and that is just going to make it even easier for Shohei to finish it off. It is just going to be a couple of turns more. Tailwind is gone, and I think Alfredo, though, being a good sport, he's going to play out the rest of this, and I love that, because Alfredo, with a loss here, is still not out of it yet. He is going to be at a 5-2 record, but you can still win this final one to find yourself in the phase 2 of our European International Championships. But in this moment, congratulations to Shohei Kimura, our world champion from 2023, moving on to phase 2.
Yeah, still showing his absolutely amazing consistency, especially in this Regulation F format, using the team, or at least a version of the team that we expect to bring, and people should be ready for it. But when there's that much experience behind the team that has been shown to be as consistent as it is, then it's no surprise to see it make its way once again into that phase 2, and with such a strong trainer behind it.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't know, I think, Shohei Kimura at this point, after winning the 2023 World Championships, especially when they were in Japan in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, hometown advantage, and he got it.
Yeah, and he's gone on an international tour since then, going to all of these international championships, so many regionals, both in North America as well as Europe. And I remember I was actually at a regional and I was sitting next to him at a table, and I went, whoa, like that's like such star power. And he's shown us time and time again why he is considered one of the best in the world, not just as a world champion, but with all of the accomplishments that he's gotten in the international regional circuit.
Yeah, and I think he would be a lot of trainers' favorite going into this tournament, just given how he's been doing. Like a few grassroots tournaments over the last few weekends, he's been able to win very comfortably.
They were huge too, like several hundred competitors.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive. He was able to come over to Birmingham just a couple of weeks ago and be able to get that top 16. So just, yeah, the consistency is still being shown. As we saw there were lots of plays that were just safe, and there wasn't really much that Alfredo could do. I think the adjustment was the correct one, going for that Ursaluna to be able to try and break through the Raging Bolt, but it was still just outpositioned very, very nicely from Shohei.
Yeah, what a fantastic job. But I'm really excited to see these newer players get a chance to break out.
Yes,
you know,
definitely.
I think before this, and especially when we look at just how big these tournaments have gotten at the international level.
And Hannah's now got to the biggest.
Right? I mean, what an amazing opportunity, I think, for Alfredo to test himself versus one of the best in the entire world. It is going to be Shohei Kimura that comes out on top in this Swiss round. So let's go ahead and hear from him about how he's feeling moving on to phase 2.
Thank you very much, and it is an absolute honor to be able to present the winner of Swiss round number 7 and 2023 World Champion, Shohei Kimura! What a way to be able to do it, my friend Shohei. Please talk to us a bit. How are you feeling? It looked to be a very intense set, but you did such a great job in getting your phase 2 progression into the next phase of the tournament.
すごい試合でしたね。で、Day2 進みなので、今の気持ちを聞かせてください。
Day2 嬉しいですけど、今日は優勝しに来てるので、まだ頑張ります。
So he's feeling real great now, but he came here to win it all, so the job is not done.
Yeah, that is the talk of a true champion, of course. So let's just dive a bit into the game itself. Alfredo, in terms of his plays, he did a really good job, but the matchup looked to be a bit precarious for him. So what I want to ask you is, when it comes to the matchup, are you very familiar with it? Because you looked very confident in how to handle the different turns.
で、ゲームについてなんですけど、対ポリゴン2がチグマという構築で経験が多いですか？で、戦い方がとてもまあやりたいことが分かっているようなんですか？
いっぱい出し方、選出はあるんですけど、レイジングボルトがすごい刺さっている。レイジングボルトがすごいいいポイントなので、それをうまく使えば勝てると思ってやってました。
So there's a lot of different options to play this matchup, but he felt like Raging Bolt is really the strongest and has a lot of threatening potential, so he decided to go with that.
And it makes sense. It is one of the best Pokemon of the format for a very good reason, if not many reasons. So we saw game 1, you were able to do such a good job. Game 2, there was sort of some situations where you had to prioritize getting, let's say, there was a substitute, if I'm not mistaken, as well. There were some reads that you needed to do. So when you're ahead game 1, did you feel a bit cautious and worried if Alfredo changed his lead going into game 2?
ゲーム1勝ってからゲーム2はアルフレードさんが何かサプライズを出すかって心配しましたか？
のあんまり考えてなかったです。でもシフがウルシフが出てこなかったので、こちらとしては少し楽な対戦運びができました。
He wasn't very worried, but when he saw that Urshifu wasn't there, he was very happy to see that, and it relaxed him a bit.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of Raging Bolt trainers feel naturally when they see the Urshifu there, so that's a good shout. So with that being said, you have been going to a lot of events this season so far. In NA, you had here in Europe, we've seen you actually go ahead and get the top 4, if I'm not mistaken. It was Frankfurt, the first regional. So, like you mentioned, you're trying to win it all, but what would it mean for you to be able to make it and get into Championship Sunday?
で全部優勝したいと言いましたねって、海外の大会とかもいろいろ出ましたんで、今週末全優勝したら自分的にどういう意味？
ワールズは取ったんですけど、インターナショナルはまだ取っていないので優勝したいです。
So he has a world's title, but he doesn't have an international champions titles yet. So that's what he's here for this weekend.
That's a great motivator, of course. So before we let you go, my friend, so you could go ahead, relax, and also celebrate for getting the Phase 2, I wanted to ask you, what is your favorite Pokemon as we do have the 30th anniversary, and perhaps why?
ポケモンの30年なんで、一番好きなポケモンとなぜそれが一番好きなのか教えてください。
ピュレットが一番好きです。で、対戦ではあまり強くはないんですけど、まあ可愛いです。
I heard the kawaii part.
His favorite is Furret. It's not extremely strong in VGC, but it is very cute.
There is no doubt about that. It gets follow me as well. It's got some great stuff going for it too, if it was a Sentret. But with that being said, that was amazing to hear from yourself. Very quickly, do you have any shout outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or at home watching?
ここにいる人、ストリーム見る人に何か挨拶したい人いますか？
挨拶したい人？ここにいる人？いないかな。挨拶。見てないかも。応援してきた人とか。応援してきた人。いや、ファミリー。
His family.
And that's all that is needed. Shohei, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. Congrats, of course, for getting into Phase 2. Give one more loud round of applause to Shohei Kimura. Thank you very much, everybody. We have got another round remaining of Phase 1. So with that being said, make sure to get your refreshments. You will not want to miss any of the action coming up. And we'll be back very shortly.
In the air, and the journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show the world how to get
don't want to be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You gotta trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while, so if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game, and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with, and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
Two things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your guts. Also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
I think the toughest opponent I've ever faced is probably Wolf Glick at Hartford 2023. I already didn't have a great matchup and he demolished me. My favorite Pokemon is Slurpuff. I really love all the food design Pokemon like Slurpuff, Vanillux, Sinistra, and I just find it really fun. I think honestly Magmar. I brought it to today's tournament. I'm currently 6-1. And I think it's just been carrying every single game I've played. It's incredible right now. Back in 2019 when I was a senior, I had won 2 cups with a Joltik, and it was really good at dealing with Groudon. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to just try and get as close to perfection as possible. I really enjoy the idea of trying to be as perfect in my games and as consistent as possible, and I want to see how far a human being can go in this game. Outside Pokemon, I love to cook, and I love to work with special needs children. I think my favorite Pokemon event I've ever been to is probably Worlds 2025. I really enjoyed the whole event, and while I didn't do the best, I had a great time with all my friends, and I really enjoyed the atmosphere. My favorite type of food is probably just homemade, really anything. Could be stir fries, steaks, salads, just anything from home. I'm probably Team Blastoise. I prefer Venusaur of the 3, but I think Blastoise is really fun. If I could create a Pokemon, it would probably be a regional form of Gothitelle. I really like the dress and the whole aesthetic of the Pokemon, and I think as a ice type, it'd be a really nice winter type of Pokemon where you have a nice like coat, nice earmuffs, instead of the branching out hair. I think it'd be very cute.
And we're back here at the Pokémon 2026 European International Championships. And we're back with some more Round 7 action. One of them wasn't enough. We've got yet another match from Round 7 to be able to feature here. My name is Jamie Boyd. I'm joined once again by Rosemary and for some reason Costa. And yeah, like we said, we've got another feature match to be able to go through for this Round 7.
You can't get rid of me, mate. I'm sorry.
I know. Tried my best. Even tried to taunt you to keep you from that teleport, but no. Too oblivious.
I just stroke back. That's kind of what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anywho, yes, so we get to show more matches, and obviously we're not on to Swiss round number 8 just yet, but the fact that we've got such quality class in terms of Marcus Coe versus Lorenzo Silvestrini is hype.
It absolutely is. Marcus Coe, of course, was able to reach the finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships just a couple of weekends ago. And Lorenzo Silvestrini is already a regional champion in his own right.
Yeah, Stuttgart 2024. And that is going to be back when we actually had this Regulation F format. So you know that Lorenzo is coming in here with a lot of previous and tried and true success. So I can't wait to see what both of them have brought. But for Marcus, is this similar to the Birmingham team that you saw?
I think it might be identical.
I think so. Yeah, it does seem to be the case.
Oh,
a lot of moves that can miss.
2-2-2.
Yeah.
That's a lot. What we referred to, this kind of team, quite a lot. Although, I guess the wheezing isn't quite a 2 because it's not paired with something that would obviously be it. But, you know, it's going to be that Dondozo Tatsugiri mode. You've got some really offensive Pokemon around it. We've got the Dragonite there. We can see an immediate switch in of the Tatsugiri, so it's Dondozo straight away coming out here for Marcus in the face of that Fluttermane and Urshifu.
Yeah, it sort of pays to the confidence that Marcus has in terms of being able to maybe try to initiate an immediate sweep potential, but Lorenzo trying to essentially get one step ahead, brings the Rillaboom in. Not only do you have grass terrain, you're able to take a wave crash essentially to the face, you've got Fake Out available for the next turn. So great foresight from Lorenzo, really.
But I feel like with this Dondozo, I'm kind of wondering when I look at how it has been put together. You've got Rocky Helmet. Usually when you're getting these commander boosts as well, it takes a lot to actually be able to get this Dondozo out of commission. And so where do you feel like Lorenzo is set up to deal with this, or is this going to be like the level 6 raid boss that we've got?
Well, I was about to say that we've got the supportive Fluttermane here, and it's going to be paralyzing the Dondozo straight away, so those speed boosts have been completely mitigated. Of course, it's still got all its bulk available, but it hasn't got its offense this turn because there is that full paralysis immediately coming out for the Dondozo.
Well, that's sort of what you want to do when you are anticipating the Tatsugiri switch in. Just absolutely slow down the momentum, or quite literally any move coming out. And Thunder Wave, sure, it's not 100% accurate, but you need to essentially commit. And that could have easily have been a wave crash into the Fluttermane, just trying to get a quick KO, which would be my prediction from Marcus.
It would have got the KO as well.
Exactly,
like we've seen somewhat of a trend for very bulky Fluttermanes on the defensive side, but I don't think even the max defense ones have been able to survive a +2 wave crash. So that was a bit unfortunate there for the Dondozo, and now it has to determine whether it wants to be going for that terrestrialization in the fake of a potential Wood Hammer. But no, it's just to fake out this first turn, get some Rocky Helmet chip damage, but then you also get this chip damage from the Moonblast as well.
Is where I feel like Lorenzo has definitely started to get into a better position. I mean, look at this. Like, you've got the Grassy Glide, I think, as well, if you were worried about the speed being a factor between these two Pokemon. But the Fluttermane is, of course, going to be faster now that that Thunder Wave has hit. So I think you're very free and clear to go for things like the Moonblast. Just see if you can hit really hard and get the most mileage out of this Fluttermane before you get knocked out.
And that's sort of the trick that you may find yourself falling into if you're a Dondozo player, where it's a bit blueprinted and telegraphed in terms of what you kind of want to do. And in this situation, Marcus, even though the Dondozo didn't get knocked out there, is stuck in such an awkward spot where it can't switch out, and you're forced to essentially stay on the field, hope you can move.
I mean, he might actually KO itself
Oh,
here
it will,
with
yeah.
Wave Crash Recoil, right? So
that was too much damage.
Is that trade good? You got rid of the Fluttermane, but I feel like Lorenzo's perfectly happy to be able to bring in something else in this position, like the Raging Bolt maybe, especially if you know that that Dragonite is going to be on the field. Is that going to be something that you're like, okay, that might work?
Well, the Dragonite has been freed up here. If it wants to be going for those Terra Normal extreme speeds, then the Fluttermane's gone and the Ghost type is taken care of. So it's actually it might be a worthwhile trade if that Dragonite is able to put on the offensive pressure. Of course, the Rillaboom's not really going to be threatening the Dragonite too much at all. Unless it does go for that Terra Normal, because then it would actually go back to neutral, especially in the face of an Urshifu. That might be not the best idea to go for.
Well, yeah, and the Tatsugiri is actually safety goggles, right? So it doesn't have Scarf, it doesn't have a Focus Sash to be able to maybe stay on the field for past this point if there's a double up in its slot, which Lorenzo may well try to take advantage of, but it does have Protect, and this is sort of mind games that we've seen Marcus go ahead and conduct in Birmingham. You've got the helping hand scenario where you can just bolster the damage output of the Dragonite and potentially even pick up a very quick and powerful KO, as the Urshifu is a Mystic Water variant. It's not a Focus Sash.
Yeah, and if you just stay as your Dragon and Flying typing, then you're going to be able to resist all the attacks coming out from the Urshifu. So if we do see the Helping Hand Extreme Speed, that's probably enough multipliers to be able to pick up the knockout on the Rillaboom. It wouldn't be able to on the Urshifu, but it might get close if you do go for the Terra Normal. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case, because we are seeing a Terrestrialization, but no, it's not the Dragonite. At least, maybe not even, well, it still might be, but we've got the Urshifu going for the Terra Steel first.
I mean, that's going to be a good defensive resist, though. So I think that's something that this Urshifu can really take good advantage of. But the Helping Hand from the Dragonite is one way you can actually get through the resists. The Extreme Speed comes through onto the Rillaboom, though, and so that Helping Hand just makes sure that you're going to be able to pick up the KO. And I actually think that that's one of the coolest ways I've seen Tatsugiri get run. Yep. You know that Tatsugiri is an important part of the Dondozo combination and what we often see from these 2-2-2 teams, where you're expecting to have these very distinguished duos. But I think with the Tatsugiri being able to provide a benefit in an additional way, and it's not just a Dondozo bot, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, truly, and that's the benefit, I guess, of being able to have that utility, since you're not a Choice Scarf, so you may not be able to offer speed control, but then again, this is safety goggles, let's not forget. So it may actually be trained to be quite bulky in order to be able to withstand a couple more, more popular moves, such as, let's say, this Ogerpon Half Flame, where it can try to lash out in terms of Grassy Glide, but surely at this range may only have to get KO'd from a double up of a close combat as well.
Yeah, it's surely got to be able to survive a close combat if it has been trained any defensive at all. Like, if it hasn't, Tatsugiri is actually quite frail. But then, like you said, safety goggles usually invest in their defenses to be able to survive some of these attacks. And then if it is able to, then it's able to fire off, go on the offensive as well. Muddy Water would be able to threaten some reasonable damage here, especially after doing some very respectable damage with that extreme speed.
Ooh, and the Ivy Cudgel, actually, to follow up onto the Dragonite. This poor Dragonite is getting bullied.
It's got to be close, though.
Is it 7? Yes, 3 Surging
Strikes.
Strikes.
Do it.
The Ivy Cudgel, and another set of 3 Surging Strikes to knock this poor thing out.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, it did a really good job. It sort of forced a 2-shot onto the Ogerpon, and we saw that Tatsugiri hasn't moved just yet, so if it double connects, this might be enough range.
I got another? No,
I got that as well. Accuracy dropping, like, okay, sure, like Urshifu can bypass Protects, but it sort of is a bit stuck against the wall if it can't hit what it targets.
Yeah, I mean, like, that Urshifu might need some glasses. I'm not sure. But it is something that I feel like could actually really benefit Marcus in this situation. I mean, partially why we see Muddy Water on these Pokemon is, like, you can play for the paralysis for Thunder Wave, but you can also play for the accuracy drops on Muddy Water.
I mean, Tatsugiri's forced to run Muddy Water as its offensive move. It does have access to Hydro Pump, I guess, but there's no real consistent options yet. It kind of has to be that Muddy Water.
Oh, pretty.
Very pretty.
My favorite shiny.
It is
shiny
so
is the
good.
best. Love it so
The blue
much.
flame is so good.
Well, it's like it's the blue and the black that do it for me. It's
Yep.
like the combination of the two together is just so pretty. I think Wo-Chan also has a great shiny.
Yeah, and it's about to be knocked out by an Aqua Jet and an Ivy Cudgel. But that's a shame.
Well, you say that. It depends on the speed tiering as well, I would say, of the Urshifu in terms of the training, but also if it can connect with an Aqua Jet, because it is a -1 of accuracy, right?
Yeah, that's true. That is the same in Grace, but it's just a Spiky Shield from Ogerpon. Are we going to see like 3 Protects here trying to scout for this Chi Protect, which did actually go for it. So if Urshifu protects here, you've burned it out. Yep, there we go. Very nice done from Lorenzo.
Well, I was going to say, but hang on, like, what if that Urshifu would actually gone for something like a Surging Strikes into the Chi-Yu? Maybe that was something you could get away with, but I feel like with such a moot turn like this, it does come back to just the neutral of where do these Pokemon fit in the speed tier.
You know what that sort of says to me indirectly? That Lorenzo doesn't feel like his Urshifu can outspeed the Chi-Yu. Because why would you go on the defensive there? if, you know, you need to try to guarantee the outspeed. And Chi-Yu is clearly the Pokemon that could seal this game up if it gets to connect both as Heat Wave and at this point just be able to round out the game, really.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think just whether Ogerpon outspeeds or not is probably going to be the decider here if we're not seeing a double protect attempt. The Chi-Yu is helping out the Tatsugiri, and it would be able to do some pretty good damage with this Muddy Waters. And yeah, the Terra Ghost is at least going to help the Chi-Yu, but that probably won't save it from a double up of Aqua Jet and Ivy Cudgel.
You know what I think? I think that if you're using Shiny Chi-Yu, that all of your fire type attacks should have
I
blue
missed!
flames.
Yes, it missed!
Oh, hello!
Okay, well then the ghost typing actually made it just completely disappear from the Urshifu's line of sight. But yeah, look how cool that would be if it was actually blue flames. You get the double knockout with blue flames.
That would be pretty sweet, yeah.
You need to put a petition in, Rose. I think that's the play, clearly.
It's just so cool. No, but I mean, congratulations to Marcus for this first game. I think really showcasing how even if you're running a combination team, right? We often call the 2-2-2s, just like you've got these two Pokemon you expect to see on the field next to each other. I think really does show that you have to find other ways to be able to use those pieces, especially when you're missing the Qianpao, which I think would be the Pokemon that takes the slot of the Galarian Weezing, just so you have that additional physical damage that can get through. Like, he has definitely shown us a way that all these different pieces can work together outside of what you just think will happen.
Yeah, and I think the sort of point that you've made right there, no sort of ruin, but then again, you've got a Tatsugiri that can assist with the helping hand, right? So maybe that's sort of the trade offset that you're thinking and valuing in that scenario. But then again, you know, you can also rely on Heat Wave, which seemed to work there. Aqua Jet did not.
Well, I mean, the Chi-Yu had really big glasses, if you think about it.
Well, yes.
Urshifu needs to borrow
Not
your
choice
glasses,
specs
right?
glasses.
Like, you've got some glasses.
No, because it has
why
like
don't
the
you get
beads,
some,
like the
yours to
beads
the
around its eyes are like glasses.
Kind of.
I don't know what glasses you're talking about.
All right, let's go to game 2.
Well, then I don't know about losing anything then. So, yeah, going into this game 2, we are seeing a slight adjustment coming out from Lorenzo. It's going to be the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt, but the same leads coming out from Marcus, potentially wanting to go with that Dondozo immediately, but do you do that in the face of the Rillaboom and the Raging Bolt?
It's a bit awkward, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, because this would be the big adjustment that we saw from that first game, is this Raging Bolt is going to provide a lot of extra offensive pressure. And when the Dondozo does have that Grass Terra, maybe that is something that can help you kind of get away from that. But yeah, I like the little sneak preview we got of that final Pokemon that might be in the back here for Marcus.
Yeah, we've got the Inner Focus available on the Dragonite, so it can't be faked out to be able to stop it from moving here. So, yeah, if it does want to go on the offensive with the extreme speed, there's not too much stopping that. And it would do very, very respectable damage to the Raging Bolt, while also dropping its weakness to the Dragon-type attacks that would come out. Yes, it is Draco Meteor, and it's going to be doing a lot of damage, but at least it should be able to survive that.
And you know, I really like the switching because why would you ever think about faking out a Dragonite that has Inner Focus?
I mean, technically it's fake outable now.
Well, now it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. So
no,
it's such a nice bait.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, it looks so obvious from that position that it is kind of a safer play to go for just an attack on the Dragonite. But we will see Lorenzo actually go for the fake out, but it was the Wheezing. Oh my goodness. I had a moment there where I really did think that Lorenzo had caught that correct. That would have been absolutely bonkers.
That's so much damage.
That was a lot.
And this is also so much damage. Let's see.
Wait for it. Oh, not enough though.
Yeah, and it's able to out-prioritize both the Grassy Glide and the Thunderclap now. So, yeah, if you do want to be able to pick up the knockout on that Raging Bolt, you easily can. Yes, it can go for a Protect to keep itself safe, and then you can follow up with a Grassy Glide into the Rillaboom. And especially so, like the Rillaboom is still completely healthy here. It's going to be able to survive an extreme speed that could be coming out from the Dragonite.
Yeah, and this could actually be a setup play of Toxic Spikes from the Wheezing in order to be able to sort of negate or at least de-incentivize the switch-in, switch-out scenario of the Rillabooms. And this could truly be a scenario where you can capitalize off of it. And sure, Lorenzo does bring in the Flutter Mane, however, goes for Protect. So this could easily be a Toxic Spikes.
Yeah, that's potentially a free one. Obviously, Extreme Speed's going to go into nothing here. It could have been into the Protect the Raging Bolt, but it was into the Ghost type and the Flutter Mane. But yeah, like you said, the Toxic Spikes do go up for free here.
That is a goofy animation.
So rude, bro.
No, it's good because like you think about Galarian Weezing as like the smokestack Pokemon, right? And then like to see the spikes like.
It wants to spread its love in an entertaining way.
Love? What?
Well, yeah, poison type love. What are you talking about?
No, that's true, actually. So funny.
Right, Valentine's Day's tomorrow. Hold on.
Oh, okay, sorry, my bad.
Oh my goodness, yeah, I mean, but regardless, those toxic spikes actually do set up a pretty big hazard here that Lorenzo is going to have to deal with. This poor Rillaboom didn't want to see this.
And I think this is sort of the great way to be able to, like we said, take advantage of any sort of passive or direct switch outs here. And Extreme Speed dealing so much damage, clearly not needing the sort of ruin from the GM power, but finally able to be felled from the Flutter Mane, which of course was immune to the extreme speeds, hence why Lorenzo brought it in, and hence why Marcus recognized that scenario and went for the toxic spikes. Not quite enough to pick up a KO, I would say, at least with the 2-shot, but we've got the poison that may be able to start chipping it a bit once the grass terrain does expire.
Yeah, now everything's going to be poisoned on Lorenzo's side of the field. You did have the opportunity to avoid that if the gunshot hadn't got the poison on the Flutter Mane, but now everything will be on a timer. We already know the Dondozo has joined the game, and that also implies, as we can see here, that the Tatsugiri will be waiting in the back, so there's probably not too much stopping the Dondozo switching in here, and then that Tatsugiri coming in, and then attempting to stall out the rest of this game. The poison will add up every single turn that you can't break through the Dondozo.
I feel like that is also sort of where we get to see some of that missing sort of ruin damage kind of come out, is with these toxic spikes. But yeah, I mean, both the Flutter Mane and the Rillaboom are so low at this point that I think the Dondozo can stall out either of these Pokemon.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool to be having, like we've already mentioned a couple of times, 2-2-2, but positive synergy between a couple of those components. Because Weezing, okay, sure, you're like, okay, why would you have a Weezing when you've got Dondozo, Commander, and all that stuff? It's because you need to have Dondozo and Tatsugiri on the field at the same time. Weezing needs to be in the back, but it sort of acts as support with the toxic spikes, with the poison, and especially with hitting Pokemon and putting them within the right range to be able to allow Dondozo to sweep afterwards.
Well, it's just a fake out here into the Weezing. The Dondozo went for the Protect. No Tatsugiri switch in on this turn, but basically nothing achieved here apart from stalling out that turn of fake out. The Thunder Wave did go into the Protect, and I guess as well, the poison is going to start racking up. That was just an extra turn that the Dondozo didn't get Thunder Wave, forcing the Flutter Mane to go for another Thunder Wave on this turn as well. And that would just been another round of poison.
Yeah, and do you think then that this may incentivize the Rillaboom to switch out because the grass terrain's about to expire shortly and then be brought back in once it's gone? Or not?
I don't know.
Does it have room to do that?
Surely you got to make use of the Wood Hammer while you can, because if you go for Thunder Wave and Wood Hammer, that will connect into the Dondozo, and it's going to sacrifice itself as soon as it hits the Dondozo regardless because of that Rocky Helmet. Even if it was Grassy Glide, it would KO itself thanks to that. So yeah, I think you probably need to, and especially because the Terrestrialization has already been used in the Dragonite, you can't Terra Grass out of that weakness. So yeah, the Tatsugiri is going to be switching in here. So this is surely got to be Thunder Wave and then follow up with the Wood Hammer.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think the biggest problem is like if you don't. Oh yeah, because we saw the speed interaction in that first game. So Rillaboom is guaranteed to outspeed with the Thunder Wave on the Dondozo. So the Thunder Wave has to hit.
Yeah.
And that has to be what Lorenzo actually locked into.
What Rose is trying to do here? Like
what commentator's curse? Is that what you're doing?
I know what commentator's. Look what she's trying to do.
No,
She
the
knows
Thunder
what
Wave's
she's
gonna
doing.
miss, isn't it? Oh my gosh,
it's
no.
going to miss
no,
now.
I'm
It's
gonna look
entirely
away.
your fault.
We see your bias, Rose.
I know, right?
It wasn't bias. It was just theory crafting.
Oh, okay, you're fine.
I get to okay, I get to stay here. No, but so at this point then, right, the Thunder Wave does limit this Dondozo's speed, and so there you go, like the final little bit of...
that was a lot of damage.
Final little bit, a final extra,
a little bit of over half your health.
No, but like you said...
paralysis.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Here we go again. I mean, that's sort of like, you have to accept positive and negative RNG if you're running a team like Marcus's, just generally, because obviously, like we said, there's so many non-100% accurate moves, but then also, if you're put in an awkward spot where you can't essentially get the switch outs and Dondozos are sitting fish, duck, you take it, name it, whatever, then you're susceptible to the paralysis and, being whittled down over time.
I think along the same vein, you're looking at these Pokemon that are built to be bulky. You have to expect that they can also be crit. Just the longer that the games play out, it just opens you up to more and more variants. So it isn't just the Thunder Wave. I think it's just the timing of the game. But you get some and you lose some. And unfortunately for Lorenzo, I do think that with how low a lot of his Pokemon are starting to get, this is looking like it's swinging more into Marcus's favor.
I mean, you still got to go for just the Protect to stall out the poison, at least on this turn. I don't know, is the Dondozo going to be in range of a Thunderclap given its Life Orb on the Raging Bolts? Well, I guess it doesn't actually matter on this turn because it's not even on the field anymore. It has switched out for Lorenzo, and it's going to be Urshifu joining the field. That's not really what you want to see when it's just Dondozo facing you down.
No, exactly, and especially because it's got Rocky Helmet, at least this Dondozo, and if it were able to move, we'd be able to find out what was locked in, but also maybe get any sort of damage that needs to be done. And the Dondozo, the fact that it's essentially being susceptible multiple turns in a row by not getting anything done is, you'd think, really bad for Marcus, but then we've also got on the other side of the field all of the poison status whittling down the remaining resource on Lorenzo's side.
At this point, the Dondozo's surely got to be in range of Moonblast and Close Combat, and granted you won't be able to do the nice thing where you can KO the Dondozo and then hit the Tatsugiri. It's not going to be in range of that, and well, it's another paralysis here, so that is going to be just a double up. We've already seen the Moonblast not be able to pick up the knockout, but this Close Combat surely will.
Yeah, I mean, I think we expected that Dondozo might have been going for something like the Protect. But, of course, not able to get it, and that wouldn't have saved it from the Urshifu either.
Well, it would have meant that now you can Moonblast, get the KO, and Close Combat hits the Tatsugiri, so I think I'd have preferred not to actually get that Protect from the Dondozo.
I guess that makes sense, because in the end of the day, you need to make sure that you're getting as much damage as you can on all of the remaining components from Marcus' side, and we already know the Galarian Weezing's in the back. So as long as you're being put in a scenario where either you try to go for a final T-Wave onto the Weezing, slow it down, or at least get a cheeky little paralysis, you're just able to withstand for enough turns before the poison gets rid of all of your remaining Pokemon from Lorenzo's side.
Yeah, and actually stalling out the poison to bulky one, but it's a special attack drop as well. The Draco Meteor's not going to hit into that Protect, so that actually worked out pretty nicely for the Urshifu.
Now, the Urshifu is going to be able to stay around, but I think this Buttermane is not. That is going to be a Gunk Shot that does finish off its final little bit of HP. I believe that's going to bring Lorenzo down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, just the Raging Bolt waiting in the back. Because it switched in and then just switched out. It's kind of like a Bates. But now it's able to turn on the offense now that Dondozo's no longer on the field.
How awkward is it to have to rely on Gunk Shot when you need to deal essentially, 5-10% worth
that
of
feels
damage?
horrible.
Truly.
Because Gunk Shot can miss.
Well, why don't you just run Zoom Lens? I don't know.
Who would ever?
I'm the
Jamie
only
and the
person that
Zoom
runs
Lens
this item.
propaganda.
I know, right? But Zoom Lens would make it 96% accurate, and that's very good.
As long as it underspeeds its target.
Which it does. Weezing's very slow.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
But what do I know? Like, Citrus Berry Weezing is 5-1 currently, so...
Yeah, it is.
You know.
And I mean, with doing such a great job, and on the verge of being able to potentially lock up a Phase 2 qualifications, but we're actually...
this time.
Oh, exactly, and the terrestrialization right now will allow Urshifu to actually no longer be susceptible to Gunshot focus onto its target, as well as a Draco Meteor focus.
Protect in front of an Urshifu, that's always a scary thing to go for. That could have been the target. It's probably expecting the Thunderclap instead. Double Protect in front... Oh, wait. This is the thing.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that just Unseen Fist being turned off does not compute in my head. Like,
when neutralizing gas is available,
you can with Weezing, you can protect in front of Urshifu, and like, I always forget that. That's just the main thing that just does not compute.
It is weird because you look at the Urshifu and you're always like, I can't protect in front of you. But
it's such a staple.
It explains like a couple of turns ago as well.
Yeah.
And it's sort of to the point where now Marcus just essentially needs to go for multiple consecutive protects in a row and should surely be able to win this one out because you need to be...
got to be able to do it, right?
It should, unless there's any sort of weirdness.
This is Gunk Shot.
Well, even then, like, should you not just commit with multiple protects? I think Lorenzo's out is Marcus misplaying and not just going for consecutive protects.
There's a double protect on the Tatsugiri at least. Are we going to see a double-double? Here we go.
You get the double-double.
Oh,
double-double.
Double-double. That seals it, surely.
Yeah, that's got to seal it, right?
That is wild.
We're going to see the triple-triple.
Oh my gosh, the
Let's do
triple
the
triple. What are
come
the
on.
odds of the triple triple?
Come on.
Maths.
It's what? For a triple, it's a 1 in 27, so it's a 1 in 729 to be able to get the triple triple.
Translate that into human language, please.
Really hard.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I like it.
Really hard and really rare.
Yep.
Very fair.
Go on, triple triple. No, don't attack.
No, don't
Try the triple.
You commit to the double double. Go for the triple triple at least. Come on.
Wait, he's thinking about it. No, I'm just kidding. This already happened. We're getting a chance to show you this after it has played out.
Yes.
No, we are
you-
seeing this for the first time.
Go
But
for the gong shot into the steel type. Go for the triple triple at least.
It's
Come
going to be
on.
okay, Jamie.
Oh.
It's going to be fine.
But we never see the triple triple.
true. Well, close combat comes first, and that is going
Actually,
to finish
it made
off
some
with
thunderclappable as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
as we do finally, obviously, get the KO there, but the problem is this Weezing, it's most likely not even going to be able to get KO'd here. It can't, not even a crit, I think, will be able to, surely.
Wow,
Oh,
actually,
okay,
it
what?
does look like the crit would have matched.
Yeah, definitely would have done.
Oopsie.
Yeah, it looks like the Weezing's going to be able to potentially stall this one out. It's got the Citrus Berry keeping itself a little bit healthier. I don't know, is that in range of 2 poisons? Like, because obviously the Gunk Shot's going to do nothing into the steel typing. Was it 2 poisons left? Yeah, it's,
It's
so
not.
Close.
It's
Oh,
one.
no, I think it is. I think it
is
might
it?
be. Yeah,
Yeah, it
that's
is.
got
Okay,
that's
it
got
is.
that's
Yeah,
got to
yeah,
be
yeah.
right.
Okay, cool.
Although I kind of hope it's not, so we can see another double attempt.
Yeah, it's going to be one more. Double double.
A double double. No, it would be a triple double at
yeah,
that
a
point,
triple
because
double.
we've already got the double double.
Wow, I
Stop
cannot
doing
believe
this.
I've seen a Pokemon protect in front of an Urshifu and get away with it. And it is
Oh, it
going
was
to
enough.
faint
Alright.
to
Okay.
poison. That was a really fun set. And congratulations to Marcus Coe for moving on to phase 2 of our Swiss rounds. This is going to do it for the action that we are going to show you for Swiss round number 7. But we have one more round of Swiss, and this is who is currently undefeated at 7-0. We do have a couple of players to showcase for you at 6-1, but essentially everyone that is at has 6 wins. You need 6 wins at the end of these 8 rounds of Swiss, and you will make it forward to play in phase 2.
Yeah, and 7's obviously what you're looking for, and we can see every single trainer that is still currently undefeated, and that is exactly where you want to be going into that final round. We've got a couple of names there that it's no surprise to be able to see them with their consistency. We've got Paul Chua, a previous international champion at UIC, still with that 7-0 record.
Yeah, an amazing representation as well from multiple regions, actually. It hits, I think, pretty much every single region from the looks of it, although I think we may be missing, in this graphic, a Japanese player, but we've seen them be on absolute riot so far. And what do you know? Ashton Cox is 6-1 with the Heatran, Jamie.
Yeah, I'm always very happy to see that, so we'll have to see if he's able to convert that final win to give himself a slight advantage, because of course 7 wins and 1 loss is much more preferable than that 6-2 record, although that will still guarantee your place in that phase 2.
I'm just really impressed with Italy.
I mean,
There were so many Italians
Speaking
on
of-
that page. And yes, that's a great segue. We do have Francesco Piopero versus Joao Felipe Lecce, who we will be featuring on stream. A win here will give them a completely flawless record heading into our second phase of Swiss. And the benefit of that is that you get more room for error when trying to reach that next checkpoint, which is going to be making it into the single elimination top cut bracket. So that is what is on the line for our trainers that are sitting at 7-0 so far. But of course, for everybody else on this page, at 5-2, it's a win and you're into phase 2 of the competition, but the road is a lot harder from there.
Yeah, and look, one of the trainers that we always have our own, Marco Silva at 5-2 on the winning end, is only going to be either Brandon Zeng or Marco Silva advancing into that phase 2. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one as well. That's because Marco's done so well at OCIC being able to take his first title. He's done incredible at LAIC, done very, very well at NAIC, and then just EUIC seems to be his Achilles heel here. So if he does take that final loss, he won't make it to that phase 2, and he'll just continue to, well, EUIC just won't be the one for him.
Yeah, but knowing Marco, I mean, he's so used to being able to put all of the pressure that's on his shoulders when he's at that X2 record and just push it all the way back through as momentum with progression.
But on the flip side of things, Brendan Zhang is a world champion in the juniors division. And I know, yes, it does sound like a long time ago, but he has still consistently shown up at regional events. He's always come with a very unique flavor and unique approach in terms of the teams that he's brought. I remember Iron Jugulus just from last season, which I thought was just such a cool innovation when we were within those formats. And so I'm really excited to see how the results will play out from the matches that we showcased on the stage. Costa, thank you so much for joining us and going through that featured match on stream. We are looking forward to seeing you later.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Well, now we're going into our main round here in round 8. Going to be able to see which one of these trainers is able to get that flawless record in the phase 1. And we're seeing some really cool Pokemon coming out from both of these trainers. We have seen the Pokemon come out like Moltres and Sneasler. It was able to pop off in a grassroots tournament that was right at the beginning of the Regulation A4. And I think it might have been even the same 6 Pokemon that was able to take that grassroots tournament and really innovated, well, let's all run bold on our Fluttermane at this point. But I think a Pokemon that kind of fell off was Gouging Fire. It was really, really strong at the end of the round 1 of Regulation F 2 years ago, but then I think most people have been disregarding it, but it seems like Francesco is definitely still believing it, and clearly for good reason.
Yeah, I think we will definitely get a chance to look at the sets a little bit more, but I'd love to just give a brief shout out to our players. Joao is coming into this round, of course, undefeated. He is the only loss on Wolf Glick's record in phase 1
That's
of this
impressive.
tournament in EUIC. And with such a cool team, you already called out some of the unique Pokemon, which feels funny to say since Sneasler was public enemy number
It
1
was,
in
yeah.
our last format. But I think with a super unique take, you talk about Gouging Fire falling off a little bit, and one of the big benefits that it had was like Howl. In this case, we're looking at Sneasler with something like Coaching. And while we look at a lot of these Pokemon like Raging Bolt, having Calm Mind to be able to boost up your special defense, Coaching gives you the benefit of getting the attack boost as well as a physical defense boost. And so that's a really great way, I think, to help kind of pick up for some of the sort of ruin things or like Life Orb extra damage or photosynthesis boost that you're going to see these Pokemon getting.
Yeah, I think the main thing I'm curious when it comes to that coaching is how fast is the Ogerpon? Because we've usually seen Ogerpon run max speed, and then if you're a White Herb on the Sneasler, do you run any extra bulk, or do you just go with max speed? Because Sneasler naturally outspeeds Ogerpon, but if you go with max speed, then you're going to be knocked out from pretty much anything, especially like you need a Focus Sash if you've got no bulk at all. But we'll have to see. Like, the White Herb is going to obviously get rid of those intimidates that can be happening. It can be self-activated if you go for a close combat, and then that can activate the Unburden, and then it won't actually matter. It's going to outspeed pretty much everything in the format, even
That's
something
true.
like a Gouging Fire that could be boosting its speed here.
Yep, and it does have the Howl tech on it that we've seen Gouging Fire just be so well known for. It also comes packing Breaking Swipe and Key Crash as different forms of damage that are going to get the same type attack bonus. But I think the thing that sticks out to me the most about this team is the Thunderous Incarnate. What is it doing here?
This is really strange, where we've just got, like, Heatran and Landorus Therian. Used to be amazing, and then just disappeared and now back with Ash and Cox. Thunderous Incarnate was on the team that established that Landorus and Heatran were amazing. Thunderous himself was amazing in his own right.
What year are we in?
Why are we surprised to see Thunderous? But we are surprised to see Thunderous here. But it's able to get some really, really nice support. It's obviously the only special attacker on Francesco's side of the field. Everything else wants to make use of the Howl and the Sword of Ruin that the Chiempo goes for. But Thunderous can do its support in its own right. You can't just rely on Gouging Fire to do the support, because all the support is boost up your offense. There's no disruption to the opponent, and that's where the Thunderous will come into play. You can go for the Thunder Waves to get the speed control. You can go for the Eerie Impulses at priority as well, because it's got its Prankster, so that you can put a stop to all the special attackers. So if you've got something like a Fluttermane that would just be outspeeding everything and throwing off some massive Choice Specs, Dazzling Gleams, well, it won't be as massive once you've got that Eerie Impulse off.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really good benefit when you look at a couple of these Pokemon. But as a reminder, because it is a Prankster move, it won't affect Galarian Moltres because it's a Duck type. So that is going to be interaction we might see play out here. Or, of course, Francesco is going to need to be aware of looking across the way from this Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, who had on their bingo card Thunderous and Ting-Lu as a lead coming out in this tournament? I certainly
Not
didn't.
me.
So, yeah, and it's quite interesting seeing the Fluttermane, that, like, obviously very bulky Fluttermane on this team. At least that's how it was run previously. facing down the premier Thunderwave Pokemon, like the one that we've always relied on in the past formats. Granted, it was Grimmsnarl in the previous generation and a little bit this generation, but it used to be Thundurus. It used to be, let's just spread all those Thunder Waves, but now loads of trainers have opted to go for, well, Fluttermane is not unfake-outable, you can just go for the Thunder Waves that, but that's what the Covert Cloak is available on the Thundurus for. Thundurus will out-prioritize the Thunder Wave into the opposing Fluttermane, and that can put a stop to it going on the offensive end. Speaking of going on the offensive, that's a Terra Dark on the Choice Specs Galarian Moltres immediately.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to boost up everything on the Dark Pulse and the Fiery Wrath. And one of the things I love the most about Fiery Wrath is the fact that you get a chance to deal same type of attack bonus damage with the additional modifier, but also you can get a chance to flinch. Might not be super impactful here, but the Galarian Moltres at the very least does actually outspeed the Ting-Lu. I do see that but yeah, I mean, that is going to be no flinch there, and we are just going to end up seeing a little bit of additional damage come through from the Ting-Lu.
Yeah, that's not even Assault Vest on the Ting-Lu that we've so commonly seen. Got Clear Rammet as well, so its special defense is slightly weaker than it would be otherwise, but that was... It's still in the green. Like, what? that was no damage at all. I know it was Eerie Impulsed, and we've got the Vessel of Ruin helping it out as well. But yeah, that's really, really impressive from the Ting-Lu. The damage from the Throat Chop was fine. It's a 3-shot into the Fluttermane, and that's almost certainly confirming it is going to be that bulky Fluttermane, because the Clear Rammet that Ting-Lus are run quite offensive to benefit from Howls and actually do some serious damage here. And like I've mentioned, Thunder Wave coming out from the Thundurus is going to be faster than that Fluttermane thanks to that Prankster.
Yeah, and that is going to put a little bit of a risky situation here for this Fluttermane to kind of get another Moonblast off before there is additional damage follow-up from this Galarian Moltres. This Ting-Lu is still going to hold on like a champ, as well as the Thundurus. So Thundurus can go for something else. One nice benefit of having the Thundurus next to it is that it is not going to get hit from the Earthquake, but Moltres does. It's no longer a flying type.
Yeah, it's landed on the ground to be able to do some extra damage here, and like the first turn didn't seem like too much, but now both Pokemon are in the red on Francesco's side of the field, so the Thundurus has got to be in range of another Fiery Wrath, and I think you would need a Moonblast at least to be able to KO the Ting-Lu, but we'll have to see if the Thundurus is able to outspeed this Fluttermane, because if it's one of the bulky ones, it's not going to be as fast and might be outspeeding with the Thundurus here, which it is.
The Wild Bolt Storm is not going to actually pick up the knockout onto the Fluttermane, but maybe it's going to be saved because the Fluttermane gets fully paralyzed. Moltres still gets to go for the Fiery Wrath. It's going to miss the Ting-Lu because it did protect itself, but the Thundurus is finally felled, and now we see what Francesco has decided to lock in for the rest of this game, at least another decision. There are a couple of really cool Pokemon that I think Francesco could bring out here.
Yeah, there definitely is, especially with the Fluttermane paralyzed now. A lot of Pokemon on Francesco's side of the field would be able to outspeed it, even with its booster speed energy. I think you can see there why you tend to load up on physical attackers when you have a Ting-Lu on your side of the field, because it was the Ting-Lu itself that stopped the Fluttermane from being KO'd there, thanks to the Vessel of Ruin, reducing the damage output from the Wild Bolt Storm. It just really wasn't doing the damage. I would have fully expected it to KO the Fluttermane, even with the Vessel of Ruin, but no, still able to survive here. But I think that might be a good thing, depending on what Francesco brings in, because it's taken so much damage and is probably going to be outsped by a lot of Pokemon on Francesco's side of the field. So then you really just get your pick of KO. If it's something like the Urshifu, then you can just guarantee that you're going to be able to hit into that Fluttermane, and it would resist the Fiery Wrath coming out. It's going to be the Dragonite instead, though, so that's going to be a bit more awkward if it actually outspeeds the Fluttermane, because you tend to make use of the Scale Shot to increase your speed, and that means you tend to run max speed, but it's going to be very close if the Dragonite's able to actually outspeed this Fluttermane.
The Dragonite can't hit it with the extreme speed, but it at least has Iron Head as an additional source of damage that would be able to get a KO onto the Fluttermane. Of course, Fluttermane going to be immune to that Scale Shot as well, so maybe you will be able to go through with the Iron Head here, but only one way to find out, and that's to see what's going to happen on this turn.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Fluttermane's going to be retreating, so going to keep itself safe from the potential KO of that Iron Head. I guess that's technically opened up the potential of going for that Scale Shot into the Moltres to be able to try and pick up the KO, because this is the multi-scale on the Dragonite, not the inner focus. The Ting-Lu wasn't intimidated, and what was the Scale Shot? But that's not going to be enough thanks to the Intimidate.
Yeah, the Intimidate comes in at the perfect time, but it's actually quite close. It's going to be 4 hits. It's a potential for a 5. But yeah, it's
Do
going to
it.
barely
didn't do
hang
it.
on. This Moltres has been absolutely pivotal in this match so far for Joao. Even though Dragonite does get to give some good damage,
Berserk might do it.
actually is going to activate the Berserk on this Moltres. Nice little special attack boost here to increase
Oh, it did.
damage output. And Ting Lu goes down.
Ting Lu's just been KO'd to multiple fiery rats from a Moltres. That shouldn't happen, and yet it did. Like, wow.
Very abnormal for sure.
I know, right? Like, granted, it's not an Assault Vest on the Ting Lu, and now we do have the Gouging Fire joining the field. That's going to be able to get its booster energy. That's got to be the speed boost. That is what it goes for when we are run on these kind of teams, because then you'll be able to start going for those howls and outspeed everything and get some massive damage. The Arcanine being on the field means that you can potentially just go for something like a Breaking Swipe, get the KO on the Moltres while also reducing the damage output on the Arcanine. But both Pokemon here are weak to Rock Slide, and the Arcanine has yet to choose its move, and only one of these Pokemon can defensively Terastallize out of that.
It's either going to be a Fairy from the Gouging Fire, or it could be a Steel from the Dragonite. But I think both of these end up actually coming with some really huge downsides. Either one is going to end up getting sort of matchup checked by whatever Joao has brought in the back. From now, it is going to be the Dragonite that gets that Terra Steel, but all of a sudden, you are vulnerable to something like a Flare Blitz from this Hisuian Arcanine that has now switched out and can make that choice later. A Howl, though, is going to increase the attack stat of this Dragonite as it goes for the Iron Head, and it is finally going to hit the knockout onto the Moltres. Another benefit of this Howl is that you get to keep those attack stacks as you go through the rest of this game. Since Francesco is locked into this Gouging Fire and this Dragonite, you kind of know what you're going to get here if you're Joao.
Yeah, but you get the Intimidate once again coming out from the Arcanine, and we've already seen it's a multi-scale on the Dragonite, so it will be intimidated. So it effectively cancels out that Howl. Now, the Gouging Fire can't go for the Breaking Swipe for the KO into the low HP Fluttermane, obviously, because it is that Fairy type, which is what you would want to go for into the Arcanine to keep the Dragonite safe from the Flare Blitz, because it's got its reduced defense now that it's gone for the Scale Shot. At least it will, for sure, outspeed both the Arcanine and the Fluttermane. But the Arcanine, I don't think, can be dealt with on this turn. The damage is not going to be coming from the Gouging Fire because it's only got its supported Breaking Swipe. Heat Crash will do nothing because of the quad resistance. And then the Dragonite, yeah, it can do some pretty reasonable damage here, but I don't think you're going to be able to deal with this Arcanine quick enough.
Yeah, because aren't you at neutral now with the Dragonite,
Yeah.
right? So we're actually going to see a Protect. One way out of this, maybe for Francesco, is you can actually Howl through the Protect. Because this Gouging Fire is so fast, you get to protect this Dragonite on this turn, give it an attack boost, actually give it a +1, and then you get to see what this Arcanine has locked into. So it's going to be Flare Blitz was the target to the Dragonite, but it's going to be the Thunder Wave from this Fluttermane to connect onto the Gouging Fire. Now all of a sudden, that booster speed is gone. There is actually no way now for Francesco to remove this Fluttermane. I think I was going to say the Heat Crash would probably have made the best choice there with the Gouging Fire being so fast, and that would free up the Dragonite to go for additional damage into the Arcanine.
Yeah, it would, but now you've got that Howl boost. You can do some pretty impressive damage with the Iron Head, especially with the Steel Terastallization. I wasn't expecting this Fluttermane to be able to get off another attack, and the fact that it was able to get that Thunder Wave into the Gouging Fire could be quite crucial here, because Joao still has an entirely unrevealed Pokemon waiting in the back that could be quite crucial to be able to swing this. But we'll have to see if this Iron Head is able to pick up this knockout on the Iron Head on the Arcanine, or is it going to get the flinch?
No.
It's definitely not enough. It does need to get that flinch, but
Oh,
it does get the
so
flinch.
pivotal, and you also just see the Thunder Wave paralysis, though, on the Gouging Fire, so it kind of balances out those karmic scales. But at this point, with how much damage that Dragonite actually did to the Arcanine, that's going to be a 2-hit KO, and Joao might have to rely on that final Pokemon to soak up some damage.
Yeah, I think you'd prefer to get the flinch in exchange for the paralysis on that turn. The fact that it does two-shot the Arcanine is incredibly important here. That's why we're seeing the Arcanine be preserved. It can get another Intimidate to stop that Iron Head being a KO, and we are going to get the reveal that it is the Ogerpon. So if it is another Iron Head into that slot, then it would resist that very nicely. But really, really nice call coming from Francesco here. Scale shot into that Ogerpon. Will 5 do it?
It doesn't look like
not
it's
quite.
going to be, but it's going to put it into a position where Heat Crash from the Gouging Fire will be plenty. Or the Dragonite can follow up with something like an Extreme Speed, and that would also be a huge benefit. This Dragonite is going to drop its defense just because that is what Scale Shot is going to give and take for, but it's not going to matter in front of this Flutter Mane, and it's going to be paralyses across the board here for the Flutter Mane and the Gouging Fire.
Yeah, that's what Thunderwave can do, right? It's just, we haven't seen Thunderwave on Thunderous for ages, and here we go. It's paying off very, very nicely for both of these trainers. The Dragonite, I think, is still in a pretty reasonable position after getting that Scale Shot. The Ogerpon might even just be in range of regular old Extreme Speed, and you don't need to risk the accuracy. It'd be pretty close if it is able to. And you can go for a Spiky Shield, I guess, to be able to get some extra chip damage onto that Dragonite. The Flutter Mane, it surely can't get off another attack, right? Because the Gouging Fire, it's got paralyzed twice that it could have been able to get the knockout. It's surely got to be able to on this turn, right?
You would think so, but I am not going to speak that into existence because I've definitely spoken too many misses in at this point.
Yeah, I can guarantee it's not getting the KO on the Flutter Mane this turn because it's now an Arcanine.
That is true. We do see the Intimidate drop onto both of these physical attackers, so that might help to keep at least Joao in this with the Arcanine. But with a Spiky Shield that can also mitigate something here, is going to be the Scale Shot into the Spiky Shield, since that actually doesn't end up dealing contact damage. You will not actually see the Spiky Shield deal residual, but it's going to be a perfect time here for Francesco to go for Howl. In the face of this Arcanine, you offset that Intimidate.
Yeah, we're calling the Arcanine switching in there very nicely. That could have been a Heat Crash into the Flutter Mane slot, and that would have been kind of negligible. So yeah, the Howl like Breaking Swipe would have been reasonable as well, but Howl I think is quite nice here because we've already seen the Iron Head is a 2-shot into the Arcanine, and it wouldn't have been if the Intimidate was able to stick. So getting it back up to a position where it will still 2-shot. But of course you can't safely go for that Iron Head on this turn because you've got the redirection available on the Ogerpon. And yeah, you can go for a Breaking Swipe, I guess, into the Arcanine, but then if you go for Follow Me here, you have the potential to Flare Blitz knock out that opposing Dragonite. It's definitely going to be in range of it. It's got -2 defenses, so it'll be easily able to pick up the KO there. Or do you go for something like the Rock Slide, given that you've got those -2 drops on the defense, and actually will do some respectable damage?
Ooh, it's just an Extreme Speed though. And so that is going to be a knockout onto the Ogerpon and leave Joao down to just the Flutter Mane. Such low HP
it was Rock Slide
next to that Arcanine, as the Rock Slide is going to be selected. Now this Dragonite has actually lost quite a few stages of its defense, but it's still going to be able to hang on through that. And with those Scale Shot speed boosts that it's received, it will be able to outspeed this Arcanine. Arcanine can no longer, with that Choice Band, actually select something like the Extreme Speed to kind of get the upper hand. So Francesco, I think, might be able to take this away.
Well, assuming this Iron Head is still able to do as much damage as previous, it will be able to pick up the KO like it is, and this is very likely to be the win. And I say very likely because there is a paralyzed Gouging Fire currently that still is not able to move with that full paralysis. Is the Moonblast able to pick up the knockout on the Dragonite? Let's see. It is. So now we have to break through paralysis.
Yeah, we do, and so this is a little bit dangerous, right? I mean, the Gouging Fire is going to be taking neutral damage here.
Is it range of 2? Probably.
I would think so as well,
it doesn't matter.
But the Heat Crash is going to be just fine. And so there you go. Gouging Fire is able to deal the finishing blow to the Flutter Mane, and that's going to be game number 1 to Francesco Piobero.
Yeah, even after all those paralyses, there were multiple opportunities for Francesco to have definitely taken the game at that point, but then able to still break through. So I think being able to go for things like the Howl on the turns to cancel out the Intimidate was very good, because if you'd gone for, say, for example, the Heat Crash into the Arcanine switch in, that would have been a wasted turn, but the Howl was necessary. If the Howl didn't happen, I reckon that Arcanine does survive and then could potentially respond with that final Rock Slide for the KO.
This is the type of game that certainly tests your patience, whether it is just continuing to think through the turns of when is the right time to howl versus, you know, making sure you are as strong in your mental as possible for the full paralyses that come through, and also just with that patient waiting game of when you actually throw out your damage. I think Francesco Piobero did that beautifully, and now it really is on Joao to figure out how you are going to approach this game number 2. I feel like this does get very, very close when you consider how many full paralyses actually did come through for both the Flutter Mane and the Gouging Fire. And if that had gone any different way, we might have seen a different game win.
But the trainers did opt into that, given the fact that they led with both Pokemon that did have access to the Thunder Wave. The Thunderous, it did all right. Like the air impulse
Give
was
it,
actually,
take it.
yeah. Like the Thunder Wave did actually help on the Flutter Mane, but I think the Flutter Mane should have been dealt with probably a little bit sooner because it was in range of any attack at that point. Well, not Breaking Swipe, but any other attack it would have been in range of, and I guess not the extreme speed either, but any other. Actually, not the scale
Really,
shot
just
either.
the Iron Head.
Just the Iron Head
And the Heat Crash.
Yes, so actually, fewer attacks than otherwise. But yeah, it was left on the field for a long time, and that allowed all the full paralyses that could have happened. But it is a little bit of a switch up here. Francesco's stuck with the same thing. It's going to be the Thunderous and Ting Lu still, but it's Ogerpon and the Moltres coming out for Joao instead.
Yeah, but it's still going to be kind of a similar story, maybe. If you really want to try to full send this damage, we actually saw how much got stacked up over time from this Galarian Moltres, like that Ting Lu. I couldn't believe how quickly it was going down.
Yeah, well, boy, it was 3 Fiery Wraths to be able to KO. Granted, with a -2 Moonblast to help, but that was still very, very impressive, especially when it got that Berserk to be able to do extra damage as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Terra Dark once again, because yes, it does get the extra damage, but it also removes the weakness to the Wildbot Storm that could be coming out from the Thunderous. Granted, it does ground the Moltres, and then that just frees up the Ting Lu to be able to go for the Earthquakes that it did like to go for in that previous game. But it is still threatened here by the Ogerpon. You don't need to necessarily go for any follow-me's here. You can go on the offensive into that opposing Ting Lu. It might be forced into a defensive translation in the face of that, or it can just go for a Protect to keep itself safe on this turn instead.
Yeah, I think the Protect does make a lot of sense, and maybe you allow your own Thundurus to try to kind of chip away at both of these Pokemon. You actually get the paralysis onto the Galarian Moltres, and we've already seen just how much RNG can play a role in this match when both trainers are opting into those particular roles. This Galarian Moltres is going to break through though and be able to actually dish out a Fiery Wrath into the Thundurus. And so that is going to be a huge amount of damage, a 3-hit knockout. If this Ogerpon is also able to get some damage down into it, that Thundurus actually could get knocked down on this next turn too.
Yeah, and you've still got to contend with the Ting Lu as well. I don't know, the Ting Lu doesn't seem too threatening at this point. Yeah, you can go for the Earthquake, but that won't do too much to the Ogerpon, and it'll do okay damage to the opposing Moltres. Do you consider at this point going for a Thunder Wave into the opposing Ogerpon, just because then you've got both Pokemon paralyzed, and then you're obviously being able to potentially get those turns where they don't move when they get fully paralyzed? That could potentially free up the Ting Lu. If it's double targeted again by the Ivy Cudgel and the Fiery Wrath, it'll be close if it's KO'd, but if it is able to get one of those paralyses, that will obviously allow it to get through the turn and get off one of its attacks here. And going for the defensive terrestrialization in the face of the Ogerpon still makes perfect sense here, but granted, it does open up a neutrality now to the Fiery Wrath.
I do like just kind of making sure that you are playing this as safe as possible. So I think spending the terrestrialization makes sense. I didn't really feel like there was an amazing additional choice for it, especially in that first game when you were heavily relying on the Terra Steel on the Dragonite. Go ahead and expend it here and hope that you can actually make it through. Ting Lu does use Earthquake, and so with this Protect here that will keep this Ogerpon safe, you still get the chance to deal out some damage to this Moltres. And Moltres can fire it just back with this Wrath. It's going to be a double target here, and Thundurus, it's got to start thinking about the last things it can contribute to this game.
Yeah, once again, it's just Fiery Wrath after Fiery Wrath, and we've already seen it's a 3-shot into the Thundurus, so if it does break through its potential full paralysis once again, that Thundurus will be taken care of. Do you consider switching out the Thundurus just to keep those Thunder Waves for the future here? Apparently not. The Ting Lu is going to protect itself, but the Thundurus is probably going to be doing its last attack, and that's taunting the Ogerpon to stop any spiky shields or follow me's.
I do wonder if maybe Francesco was thinking that there could be a switch-in of the Flutter Mane into
stop those
that
Thunder
spot,
Waves.
and then you would be able to kind of use this Thundurus in that regard. But unfortunately, this Thundurus is going to go down to this third and final Fiery Wrath here from this Galarian Moltres. But I liked your train of thought. I think if you wanted to, you have the pranks through Thunder Wave to be able to deal with the Flutter Mane, and it ended up being an amazing answer in that first game. But now that that's not at your disposal for the second one, I want to see how Francesco ends up adjusting.
Well, we've still got the Dragonite. They're probably going to be the same Pokemon brought into this game, and the Dragonite did put in a lot of work for Francesco. I don't think either, well, maybe the Moltres would be in range of Scale Shot, but the Ogerpon, it looks like it would be just out of that range, and that's assuming it gets a 5 hit with the Scale Shot. If it gets 4, then it might not even knock out the Moltres. I think it would probably need that 5 to be able to get it. And if you go for the Scale Shot into the Moltres, then you're kind of forced into the Follow Me with the Ogerpon, and that allows the Ting Lu to stay safer. But no, just going for the Iron Head instead, activating Berserk, but potentially going for that Power Flinch.
Yeah, you've got two different options here to stop this Galarian Moltres with the Iron Head having that secondary attempt of the flinch, and then of course the paralysis that was given over by the Thunderous. Doesn't matter for either of those though, because the Earthquake is enough to be able to pick up the KO onto the Galarian Moltres before we get a chance to see how that would have played out. Dragonite, another great partner to have next to this Ting Lu because of that flying typing.
Yeah, granted that could have been a Scale Shot. Of course, you do risk the accuracy of Scale Shots, so going for the consistent Iron Head, and given that was enough to pick up the knockout in combination with the Earthquake, then that did make it extra safe because it also covered for a Flutter Mane switching in the face of a potential Scale Shot. So very nicely done there for Francesco. But here comes the Arcanine. Obviously can't intimidate the Ting Lu, but does get the Intimidate again onto that Dragonite. So it really won't be doing too much damage here. The Scale Shot won't be able to knock out this Ogerpon anymore, and that just allows the Arcanine essentially free reign here. Like, the Terrestrialization is being used, you can't go for that Terra Steel anymore, so what's stopping Rock Slides for the rest of this game, especially if that Gouging Fire is once again waiting in the back?
Yeah, that is going to be a really big risk that Francesco is going to have to play around, but the Scale Shot is able to connect this time around. So let's say Joao does not actually get the KO onto this Dragonite. We do still have multi-scale intact, so this Dragonite is going to be able to take a little bit of mitigated damage on that first hit, but you're kind of having hope if you're Francesco that this Dragonite gets to stick around for the next turn and utilize this beautiful speed boost that it just got from that Scale Shot. Well, there's one attack that the Ting Lu is going to protect itself from in the Ivy Cudgel and the Rock Slide. Maybe it's just going to miss this Dragonite entirely, but even if it doesn't, it still has that multi-scale to keep it safe. But look at how much damage it takes because you did have that defense drop from the Scale Shot.
Yeah, there's always the debate on Dragonite of do you go Inner Focus or do you go multi-scale, and the benefit of that turn for multi-scale is obviously is able to survive. If it was Inner Focus, it would have knocked out the Ogerpon because it wouldn't have been intimidated. And I think on this turn, multi-scale was probably preferable because now you can threaten the knockout into that Ogerpon with another Scale Shot. Granted, you'll then be KO'd to Rock Slide, but Ting Lu probably should be able to survive that attack and then respond with an Earthquake for the definite KO. And then, assuming there's Flutter Mane and Gouging Fire waiting in the back as the same Pokemon in the previous game, then Gouging Fire should probably come out on top of that. I guess there's still Thunder Wave potential for that, but, no, actually, no, there's not even a Rock Slide on this turn. Arcanine's switching out instead.
Okay, so Arcanine switching out does give it the opportunity to change to a new move with that Choice Band. And that's going to be after we might see a KO. Joao does need to try to KO something, I think, on this turn, or just hope that this Flutter Mane can survive to be able to do something on the next one. And it's going to be a great Spiky Shield here from this Ogerpon again. So Scale Shot not going to be able to hit its mark. Earthquake, though, from this Ting Lu. I mean, Flutter Mane is not the bulkiest of Pokemon on the physically defensive side, but this is going to be spread out across 4 Pokemon. So Flutter Mane is okay to take this Earthquake on the switch in.
Yeah, I think that was really, really smart from Joao there. The Scale Shot would have completely whiffed regardless of the target it went for, because the Spiky Shield was able to stop that, and the Flutter Mane is the Fairy typing, and there's only been one Scale Shot here, so the Flutter Mane will be able to outspeed this Dragonite that can't Terrestrialize into the Steel typing anymore, so is definitely going to be in range of Moonblast, and is still probably in range of Icy Wind as well, even with the Vessel of Ruin because of that quad weakness. And I reckon you do need that tiny bit of extra chip with Icy Wind to be able to pick up the knockout on the Ting Lu, because it's a very defensively bulky Pokemon, and of course the Vessel of Ruin is helping it out on the special side, but yeah, it's got to be super close, whether that's a KO onto the Ting Lu, and the added benefit of going for an Icy Wind instead of a Moonblast here is you're going to be able to reduce the speed of this Gouging Fire that's switched in and offensively cancel out its boost of speed that it's just getting.
Yeah, so interesting to have to, and it just doesn't feel very good to have to give up the Scale Shot speed boost that this Dragonite got. But when you know that you're staring down this Flutter Mane that's going to be faster than you, I think you just kind of have to toss a coin. Is it going to be better to keep that Dragonite for later, or give up this speed on the Gouging Fire as it does switch in? Ivy Cudgel is going to try to touch this Ting Lu, but with that Protect, it keeps itself in the game. And now this Gouging Fire, like, it actually can still be a threat here, right?
I mean, both Pokemon are quite likely in range of Heat Wave. I say quite likely. Every other Flutter Mane before we've had this innovation of the bold ones, I would have strongly expected it to be able to pick up the knockout with Heat Crash. So, yeah, like, you should be able to knock... Well, I was going to say, that you would be able to, but you've got the Icy Wind drop on the Gouging Fire now, so Ogerpon itself could actually still outspeed Gouging Fire because it is naturally faster. So you could be able to just do some extra damage with that Moonblast into Gouging Fire. Maybe you go for the Thunder Wave to guarantee that it's going to be slower than the Arcanine waiting in the back. And then do you get that extra damage available with the Ivy Cudgel onto the Ting Lu for the KO?
If one is a question mark, Icy Wind number 2 will not be. Francesco is going to hedge his bets again by switching out the Ting Lu to save it and bringing in this Dragonite. If you expect another Icy Wind to come out here, then you are almost certainly actually going to knock out the Dragonite, but the Dragonite doesn't get KO'd on this turn, and it is going to dodge away from the Icy Wind. Now is going to have to take this Ivy Cudgel, and it actually survives it! What an absolute turn here, because a Heat Crash in response takes out the Ogerpon and this Dragonite. This is a pretty big turn here for Francesco.
Yeah, that would have been a KO Dragonite for sure. And then extra damage into the Gouging Fire with the Ivy Cudgel. I guess it's still okay for Joao because of that Arcanine, because you've got the Icy Winds. You got 2 of them onto the Gouging Fire now, so it's definitely going to be slower than the Arcanine. You're going to be able to go for a Moonblast into the Gouging Fire to put it in range of Rock Slide. I don't think Icy Wind will do it. Gouging Fire's got very good defenses. It'll be very close if Rock Slide with Icy Wind would be able to KO. So I think you probably have to rely on... Yeah, that is another option. I've always just considered Rock Slide. Yes, Head Smash is also available. That's even more risky, but would for sure pick up the knockout. So it just depends on what Joao's Damage Instinct is going to tell him. Is Rock Slide going to be enough? Well, if it's not, you can rely on that Head Smash.
Head Smash is twofold. It is so powerful, but the drawback is that it does have a lower accuracy than the other moves that this Arcanine can go for. Dragonite goes for a Protect, gonna try to stick around, but with the Moonblast, it is going to negate that one move. Now it's really on this Arcanine. Can it actually connect the Head Smash? And it does! And so this Gouging Fire gets knocked out before it gets a chance to fight back. Those Icy Winds stacking up to allow this Hisuian Arcanine to take back control of the game here for Joao. And Francesco is brought down to his Dragonite at low HP, as well as this Ting Lu. It's looking a little bit better, but the Dragonite worse for wear.
Yeah, I don't think the Dragonite matters at this point. The Ting Lu will be able to beat this Fluttermane 1v1. It just needs to connect one more Head Smash with the Arcanine, and then that will be able to take the game. So that's what it's going to come down to, is Head Smash going to connect twice in a row.
Ooh, well, you know, this Dragonite didn't actually end up going for something like the extreme speed, and instead tried to go for the double protect. It has to eat the Moonblast because it failed. And now can it go for the Head Smash? And no! The Ting Lu is going to avoid the attack and get a chance to fire off this Earthquake. So that is going to be a KO onto the Arcanine and maybe a resist of this Fluttermane, as it is down to a 1v1 standoff in this second game. Francesco, if he wins this 1v1, he will be able to move on undefeated into phase 2 of our tournament. But Joao needs this Thunder Wave to do him some justice, to bring himself back into the set. The Ting Lu breaks through, Fluttermane goes down, and Francesco Piopero wins this match and continues 8-0 undefeated at the European International Championships.
That was an incredible finish coming out there. It was unfortunate for that Arcanine, but that is the big risk that you take when you run Head Smash. When it connects, it's almost certainly a one-hit knockout, and when it doesn't connect, that could cost you the game, unfortunately, here for Joao. It was really, really nicely played from both of these trainers. And we do need to remember as well, the Dragonite did dodge an Icy Wind on the switch in as well, and that could have been the crucial decider, because then you can go for Rock Slide instead to be able to pick up the knockouts. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Joao there, but Francesco playing to his out absolutely perfectly and being able to nail that endgame.
I still love Joao's team. This Galarian Moltres is a standout to me. Oftentimes when we see this Pokemon, I feel like we do end up seeing a bit more of a defensive Terra on it, but this one was all-out offense. Choice specs with that Terra Dark, those Fiery Wraths were really adding up to substantial damage, but it is on these next particular couple of turns with that critical survival of the Dragonite, the dodge of that Icy Wind, that just really swung it back here for Francesco.
Yeah, there's that one Head Smash, but it needed to be 2, and it was not. The Ting Lu would have been KO'd there, and it would have sent us into that game 3, but unfortunately that was not the case. The Earthquake KOs the Arcanine, and Ting Lu beats that Fluttermane almost all the time. It was that Thunder Wave that could have saved the Fluttermane, but I think you'd have probably needed maybe 3 full paralyses to be able to break through the amount of HP that was left with the Moonblast.
Hey, but where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, but there wasn't a way.
And where there's
It
a
didn't
rock
happen.
slide, sometimes there's a way. But there wasn't either of those, so you're right.
There wasn't either of those, no.
I just think, though, when I still think this game was very fun, and while of course there was some, some RNG traded in both directions, we see both of our players have opted into that by bringing those particular tech choices.
Yeah.
So they know that they can be both on the giving end and the receiving end of something like a Thunder Wave paralysis or a move missing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the potential flinches coming out from Arcanine and the Moltres as well. You've got the scale shot variants that we've seen so many scale shot misses across the previous regulation that we had. Ironhead can flinch, and we did see that into the Arcanine as well. Like that was a crucial one, because if that Flare Blitz would have gone off, then the Dragonite would have been KO'd. So yeah, they're like that's just how some of these games end up going. You've got the potential of the RNG going your way, and you've got it going away as well. And in this case, it went to Francesco Piopera, who is going to remain undefeated in this end of Phase 1. And I just need to hear how excited he is, because you can always see his excitement.
Relieved?
Let's hear his excitement for getting that 8-0.
What a way to be able to round off our final Phase 1 round. Mr. Francesco Piopera, still undefeated, 8-0. Please, a round of applause. What a way to go about it, Francesco. Not only have you made it into Phase 2, you have not dropped a single set. How are you feeling? Please talk me through everything.
I'm feeling amazing, honestly. This is an honor to come to play here again on the stage. Last year I got out on this stage, now I'm back on it, and I plan on staying on it as long as possible.
Fighting talk of the next world-class pedigree. And like you mentioned, top 16 last season. Clearly, the goal must be to progress even further. So far, you could not have done better. So, huge congratulations against Joao, which truly, it felt like there's so many back and forths. Game 1, I'm going to be completely honest with you, it felt like it was going Joao's way initially, early to mid-game, but then slowly yet surely, you just brought it back, and that Thunderous was absolute MVP. So is that essentially what it's meant to do, especially in those matchups and being led with Tin Lu?
Yes, I usually do that. I've been bringing Thunderous almost every game today, so it's really a revelation. When I saw this version of the team that a friend of mine brought back, shout out to Arash for the team, because I've been playing the archetype all of December, and I tried Thunderous, and then I decided to go back on the older version, and then I just ended up using other stuff, and the team felt a little bit away. Then I saw him play it, and I was like, what if I was right? What if he's onto something? And yeah, I think we both were. So game 1 was very tense. He played amazingly. He didn't do a single mistake, in my opinion. And I had to bring it back with Ironhead flinch. But I think there were so many odds going on in the game that it had to happen eventually to something to go off. And I was able to bring it back by also reading some of his plays, and was very, very cool. The way game 2 went was pretty similar. Both of us were playing our odds, and yeah, it turned out to be a really cool set in my opinion.
No, honestly, and I think everybody in the crowd were going absolutely wild. There's so many back and forths, and sort of like we were saying, game 1, it felt like, okay, you came back in such a great way, and then game 2, it felt like it was reversed initially, where it's like, oh, okay, Joel's coming back right now, but then it really came down to the crucial sort of final turns there. The Icy Wind miss, it felt pretty big, I'm not gonna lie. So what were your feelings when you saw that interaction play out?
So how it played out is that Icy Wind missed the D-Knight. That meant that the Ivy Cudgel went onto the D-Knight and not the Gouging Fire. So what that meant was that essentially his Arcanine decided to go for Head Smash. I think it didn't change too much at the end of the game. I think maybe we would have had like scenarios where his Arcanine would have gone for Rock Slide, single target, because my D-Knight was going down with an Icy Wind, and like I would have protected my Pokemon, and that's, I think, what it changed. I don't think the Icy Wind mattered too much, but I think like some of the, definitely like the choice of Joao to lock onto head smash was correct, but it also meant a huge risk on his end, and that's like how it went. I was like praying it would miss, and it did, and yeah, I'm glad it did, honestly. I didn't want to go to a game 3 against such a good player and a really, really dangerous team, yeah.
100%, and sort of that's all the smallest of details is what matters. Like you said, that could have influenced the decision between rock slide, focus, or commit with the rock smash. And, you know, in the end of the day, the head smash, apologies, we saw that you're able to get through. You're 8-0, Francesco. It must be an amazing feeling. So I do want to sort of tap into your general overall goals. We already discussed the whole journey right now. The only thing going in your mind was first, phase 2, tick, you've accomplished it. Now, must be top cut next, but you have literally put yourself in the best spot. So what does it take to be able to stay calm when you're so far ahead in terms of your record and not get overwhelmed or sort of lead your mind down a path where you sort of drop your guard, per se?
So what you said is correct. I worked a lot on my mindset. This is the 3rd time I go undefeated in a phase 1 of an international. This is the 3rd time in 2 years. And like I've been playing this game for so long, and I think I grew so much as a person, like you see me on the stage. And yeah, you've been seeing me grow because I've been the same player, but after 4 years of competing, I am a very different person. I had to learn, I had to grow, and my emotions are a huge part of me. So what I did that unlocked my potential, I think, was not try to suppress them, but to fuel them, to
embrace them.
To embrace them and use them to fuel me. I'm a huge like emotional person. Some people can play it cool and have an advantage at the beginning on the big stage. So I had to work on it to be better. And honestly, like along the way, I may have you know, had some troubles with the people around me. Maybe I disappointed somebody, and I worked on me to be back here and to be a better person. So thank you, Austin.
If production would allow me to mic drop, I would, but they definitely do not. But I'm personally very proud of you. What you're sort of tapping into is something so real that not everyone sort of comes to terms with, and it's a true value of personal growth, and some would say, forgive the pun, evolution, in terms of your own progress. So I'm gonna let you go ahead, get some rest, but right before we do, we've got 2 more very quick topics. Do you have any shout outs you would like to give to anybody in-house, at home, anywhere on the globe?
Yes, so I first want to shout out my mother and my father for always supporting me along the way and believing in what I was doing, even if they didn't know what I was really doing. I want to shout out my brother Luigi and my brother Andrea. They are right here cheering for me, came all the way from Italy with me. So my family, my group, GA Paradox group, my team, Team Aqua, of course, a huge part of my development through the years. My university friends that I've met along the way and that have been supporting me through the tournament. You're amazing guys. And Arash, again, for the idea of the team. And I have to make a shout out to Pado because he helped me and believed in every idea I had, and we could really use that and be a really successful couple in VGC. And so our team group was amazing. And yeah, I think, guys, I'm Francesco Piopero, I'm a VGC player, I'm a person, I'm a friend, a brother, a son. I want to thank you, everybody.
Beautiful, beautiful words. Thank you so much, Francesco. 30th anniversary. You know I've got to ask you, what is your favorite Pokemon and why?
My favorite Pokemon is Omanite. Because it was given to me. I didn't choose it because my friend says that we have the same glimpse in our eyes, which is nothing.
Okay, well, that is very polite of your friend as well, but I'm sure you take that in your stride, as always. Omanite all the way. You heard it here, folks. One more last round of applause for Francesco. Forza Francesco, you have got this, my friend. And what we're going to do is we're going to be giving a bit of breathing space for everybody to be able to get your refreshments as we prepare to be able to get some phase 2 action going. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
One of my pre-game rituals is I always listen to the Beach Boys before I play, and we always stock up on those like little applesauce packets because we'll know we'll need them in between rounds.
A pre-game ritual that I typically do to kind of calm down my nerves for round one is that typically I'll think about my family, friends that are supporting me back home and probably like cheering, like looking at the standings and results, and I try to just like find comfort in that there's people like waiting for me to get back, and then just lock in for that round one.
As of the last couple regionals I've attended, definitely eating breakfast. The first couple I tried doing on an empty stomach, and that is not a great way to go. I found myself a bit tired in the afternoon, so definitely get a breakfast, even if it's light, a banana, a granola bar. Get something in your body, get yourself ready to go, and you'll have a great day.
Pre-game rituals I swear by are probably just not even looking at my deck box. I test the night before, and I don't want to see my deck until I'm queued up against the first player, and I'm flipping over that first card.
So for me, when I'm prepping for a game, I'm getting ready. The things I like to do are think about my team, think about the matchups I have, think about my prep, what I know, and just try not to sweat it, honestly. Like, there's so many different teams out there, there's so many different calcs and everything, and you can spend a long time bogging yourself down. Believe in your practice. Comfort is king. You prep for this, you rock it.
So the pre-game rituals that I swear by is to take a deep breath and remember that it is impossible to win if you do not have fun. This is all about enjoying yourself, meeting new people, and just having fun with the game.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
they really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division. They're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese, so Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This
for,
will be
for
what
all three
decides the
divisions.
clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before Game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch-in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, Never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're going to see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just going to punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it going to pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the European International Championships here in London. My name is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure to be joined behind the desk for this next feature match. Before we get into the Swiss round 9 of this tournament, hi, Lou Actros Komi. Lovely. And Costa Dynamos has joined us as well.
Hello. How do I keep on ending up here? I don't get what's going on. Like, I keep trying to look for, like, you know, the chill room. But the lights are sort of like a beacon to me I can't ignore.
You're just attracted to them.
This is the chill room.
This is, yeah.
Sorry, you're right.
I mean,
it is.
we enjoyed
now
our
that
time
there's no
so
challenge
much
going.
with you last time. You know, we were like, we're going to bring Costa back on again.
Hey!
We get to do a bit of a feature match as well, which is great. So we haven't had the opportunity to do one with you yet, so.
The honor is all mine, and I'm absolutely pumped for it, as we have got a firecracker of a set between Luca Paz and Brian Collins.
Oh, right. I love seeing Brian's team here. I think, Costa, you're very excited as well, because this looks like a stereotypical hard Trick Room team. Indeedee and Hatterene are a perfect duo to be able to set up not only the Psychic terrain, but a potential Trick Room too.
That's a bit of a throwback combination.
Yeah.
Haven't seen in a long time, especially that Hatterene there that is going to be able to have that easy setup of the Trick Room. We know that the fake out from the Incineroar is not going to be a thing to shut this operation down, but the one Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, on Luca's side, that will enjoy that Trick Room is that Ursaluna, because it can, if Trick Room does get set up, there is the potential of just throwing out an Earthquake. I know the Flame Orb hasn't been activated, but you can get that initial damage on the field while this setup is going, or you could kind of go for the Protect, maybe risk Trick Room not setting up, and hope you can get a big attack off next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And something that's very interesting on Luca's team, there is no Trick Room enabler, actually. So it could both well be clearly Ursaluna being like Turbo Ursaluna to take advantage of the Tailwind, be faster than the average sort of Tail Room Ursaluna, but then also a great way to be able to counteract the hard Trick Room, any sort of Trick Room modes.
Yeah, I mean, Ursaluna is a great Pokemon to be in Trick Room, as you said. Incineroar wanting to get out of there, though. It can't obviously utilize its Fake Out with the Psychic Terrain on the field. So Luca just adjusting up the ball position, maybe having to concede and say, hey, Trick Room might be going up. So let's not just have one, but let's have two amazing Trick Room Pokemon. And you honestly couldn't get a better combination. Amoonguss lives to be in this environment. Indeed, he doesn't even go down to the double up either, as Hatterene gets up that Trick Room.
Yeah, it does look like the Ursaluna is faster than the average bear there, and probably not going to be the slowest thing in this Trick Room environment here. The Hatterene definitely going to be underspeeding and putting a lot of pressure on that Amoonguss now with the expanding force, especially when supported by the Psychic Terrain. So, you look at the Amoonguss, what's its Terra type here? Could it go for that Fairy Terrestrialization potentially? And then maybe start to disrupt that Indeedee in particular with a Spore, because the Hatterene Magic Bounce, it's not going to work.
Yeah, and the fact that female Indeedee doesn't actually have Helping Hand to be able to maybe guarantee a KO onto the Amoonguss if it does go for the Terrestrialization is quite key here, as it is Imprison, Follow Me, Healing Wish, which we've seen Brian pretty much popularize in previous formats and clearly giving it a go again. But the Terra Psychic reveal on the Hatterene may well actually put it within that multiplier range to just absolutely get a raw KO because of the Life Orb too.
Yeah, that's going to be formidable going down into the Amoonguss. So Amoonguss actually going to shake things up a little bit here. It turns into the Fairy type, so it's going to be able to have a little bit of breathing room against that Psychic, and Incineroar's going to, not worry about it at all.
No, Incineroar going to be having a great time here in front of this expanding force.
Just look at it.
The Amoonguss is going to take a lot of damage. This is Life Orb boosted, Terra boosted, Psychic Terrain boosted, and it's not enough.
Wow, okay. So
okay.
Clearly Luca factoring this in and putting enough bulk to be able to at least have more on the special defensive side as opposed to, let's say, the classic sort of defensive. Because of the Rocky Helmet item, that's what you would naturally assume, but putting the female Indeedee to sleep and further expiring the remaining turns of Trick Room whilst not being able to have a lot of motion from Brian's side to capitalize off of, let's say, the sweepers, like we got a bit of a sneak preview there with Iron Hands, right? Is so crucial, and that's what Lucas clearly identified.
Yeah, I mean, Iron Hands as well, one of the Pokemon that you were talking about being kind of one of your caster selections coming into this match.
Yeah.
Coming into the tournament, let alone this match.
Well, yeah, the tournament, we haven't seen really that much of it. I'm a bit disappointed, but we're seeing it now, hopefully.
Yeah?
It's here. So, yeah.
Better late than never.
I understand. There's been a lot of that Psy spam this weekend, and that makes it difficult to kind of really justify bringing Iron Hands a lot of the time when it has got a good matchup into some of the more popular things.
There it is.
We'll see how it performs in this matchup. It's probably not too bad, but we are going to see the Hatterene just protect here just to get around the potential threat from the Incineroar that is not covered now. That Follow Me was distributed by that Follow Me being put to sleep.
Yeah, and actually, the fact that the safety goggles is on the Iron Hands is such a cool, I would say, adaptation in terms of respecting the casual Amoonguss on the other side of the field clearly being an answer for Trick Room, rather than, let's say, like a clear amulet that would typically be the item on the Iron Hands.
Yeah, we often see safety goggles on Indeedee, right? And unfortunately in this situation it wasn't running that. That's why it got put to sleep. But this was a great switch then in for Brian, because thanks to the Magic Bounce on the Hatterene, you can't go for the Spore into it. And then you have the safety goggles to make sure that Amoonguss is kind of null and void right now. It can only really go for Protect or passive plays.
Yeah, that's it. And I think, you know, now that the Iron Hands can come in, it can function a lot easier in front of these two Pokemon, not worrying about having that status inflicted on it and doing this, the close combat. Not an option we see too often, but when it is used, it is very effective.
Yeah, and sort of, it's a great pin from Brian's side, because Hatterene is always going to move first under Trick Room because it's just got a lower speed tier versus the Iron Hands, right? So you guarantee the Amoonguss slot. The safety goggles, it helps you counteract the Spore for disruption, so it essentially means it's a lovely little pin to force the KO onto either the Incineroar or the Ursaluna, because it hadn't terrored out of its weakness to the fighting type.
Yeah, this is another Pokemon Iron Hand wants to see, and it wants to just go, I think, for another clean, close combat down into that Ursaluna. But again, if you're Luca, you know that that's going to be the temptation, right? So you might want to play defensively, go for the Protect on Ursaluna, and try and find a way to deal with this Iron Hands before it's able to go through the Ursaluna. But I don't know what Amoonguss can do in this position.
Yeah, I think it's a tough situation for Luca, because like you rightly said, you want to protect the Ursaluna, get through these remaining turns of Trick Room here, and then you're in a position to really threaten everything on Brian's side of the field, especially now you've got that Guts activation with the Flame Orb, you've got the Earthquake, the spread damage, and as you can see, Brian got the Torkoal in the back, and not a Pokemon that really wants to come in on an Earthquake either, so I think preserving the Ursaluna is a really good idea, but you probably are quite happy at this point to just allow that Amoonguss to go down, burn another turn of this Trick Room.
Yeah, because obviously now you're at a point where the Trick Room's going to be expiring as well as the Psychic Terrain by the end of this turn. Okay, Amoonguss going to be going down, but then you just allow the Ursaluna to be in a spot where you just spam EQ essentially and just hope to be able to pick up the KO, and the fact that, you know, Hatterene already been able to get recoil damage through the Life Orb, it puts it well within the range, I would say, to be able to win this one out. So Luca, sure, you've lost a lot of your resources, but you've finally been able to survive the 5 turns of Trick Room to be able to essentially force a board state to your advantage.
I think that's a great observation, actually. You know, the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal. Yes, you've lost your Amoonguss, but now the Trick Room's over. You don't necessarily need it to be in that pivotal role. And I'll be honest, Amoonguss stayed on the field so long, it ate through those Trick Room turns, and it was definitely in play a lot longer than I was expecting it to. Now that you've lost your Amoonguss, Luca has the opportunity to bring in this beautiful Flutter Mane to apply more offensive pressure.
Yeah, and it's easy play now for Luca that they've stalled out that Trick Room. They've got a Moonblast from the Fluttermane in the Indeedee slot, and then a Facade into the Hatterene, and you pretty much knocked out 2 Pokemon in one fell swoop, and then the options are very limited then for Brian, because you're looking at relying on a Torkoal to potentially pull the rest of the game. The one thing is that Indeedee still hasn't taken a sleep turn, so it has to have that guaranteed sleep turn, so not even a Wake Up and a Follow Me could help them set up maybe a potential second Trick Room here. So things looking pretty dicey for Brian, but never say never, because you never know what could happen in a Pokemon set.
Well, yeah, because I was thinking, is there a scenario where Brian could actually bring the female Indeedee in earlier? Let's say, for example, the fact that Safety Goggles Iron Hands on the field, you would never go for Spore into that turn, in order for you to be able to set up a Trick Room, and re-enable, reactivate full 4-5 turns worth of Trick Room, just a turn where the Amoonguss actually went down. But clearly that just wasn't able to work out for himself, and now we've just got an absolute riot of a time from not only the Ursaluna Guts boosted, you've got the special attack booster energy from the Flutter as well.
Exactly, and the Fluttermane has the option to go for that Shadow Ball. It's now obviously just the Psychic type of that Hatterene. It's not going to appreciate taking that damage at all. The Iron Hands coming back into place. Again, it's going to be in a difficult spot against that Fluttermane, and it's going to be tempting to go into that Ursaluna. And Ursaluna in such a formidable spot. The Fake Out slows it down, but then Fluttermane is still completely open.
Yeah, and you can see the Shadow Ball. It all comes down to whether the Hatterene can survive, and unfortunately not with that. The boost to the attack, it's just too much to take, and you can see that Trick Room has slipped away, unfortunately, but the Iron Hand's still not in a bad position here. It does threaten the Ursaluna. The only problem is it's probably slower, so without that Trick Room, it is going to be susceptible to taking those big attacks, and like we've already said, if an Earthquake is up before, then its new little partner that's just arrived on the field is not going to enjoy that either.
The best little buddy, but not the right one for this scenario, I would say, because you surely just go for Protect on Fluttermane and just spam EQ. The choice specs means the Torkoal can't go for Protect. The Iron Hands, okay, sure, it, you know, is very bulky, but it doesn't have Protect either. So this is just sort of a clean sort of a wrap-up of this game 1, where there wasn't Terrestrialization option to be able to allow himself a bit more room from Brian's side, because you weren't able to pick up the necessary KOs under Trick Room conditions with the Hatterene.
I mean, this Ursaluna has been incredible throughout this game, whether it was with the Facade, going through Trick Room turns, now being able to get that big damage with the Headlong Rush. I mean, it's certainly been eating its honey. It's got a lot of energy to go through this set.
Yeah, it definitely has, and I mean, this end board position here is perfect for Luca. I think they were very patient throughout the game, knew the threat of Trick Room was something they probably couldn't initially prevent, so let's just ride the storm and get through that, and once I can, I know I've got the tools in the back that I can bring in and set up this board position like we can see here with the Ursaluna, pretty healthy, and that Fluttermane to just really overcome these big threats that were brought by Brian.
Yeah, you know what I would probably like to see? Obviously, a way to be able to capitalize off of Trick Room turns, no doubt, from Brian's side, but there's a nasty plot for Rigoroth, by the way, in case anybody wasn't aware. Yeah, so that could be very threatening. Psychic Seed allows special defense +1 stage, which is terrific when you've got female Indeedee by your side, but you want to be able to just get the mode going with the immediate damage as soon as possible. and maybe then bring the Torkoal in, just click the eruption button, which it loves so much to do, and then force a scenario where Luca just has no out. Because, okay, Amoonguss, it is weak to fire types, but the fact that it's Terra Fairy, it's not water or fire or anything like that means it actually will probably get knocked out from that eruption if well placed against.
You just want to see Torkoal shine, don't you? You
I
want to
do,
see Torkoal
obviously
do
I
its
do.
thing.
What are you talking about?
Well, why don't we get into game 2? Maybe see if it is going to go for that eruption and make Costa's day behind the desk. Trick Room mode looks to be activated, though. I mean, I'm seeing the Indeedee Hatterene lead once again, but this time Luca's like, I'm calling it straight away. I'm bringing my threats.
Yeah, I mean, we had a similar situation with the Indeedee, the Hatterene in game 1 where they were there, they were wanting to set up that Trick Room, which is probably what is likely to happen here, but there is the question that you've got to ask. If Brian decides to maybe not go for the Trick Room here and then leverage the expanding force in this situation, saying, well, you're probably going to try and spoil my Indeedee, could I switch it out, or just sacrifice that and just get an expanding force off, or do you commit to the Trick Room?
I feel like there was a play that Brian may have been considering. Go for Healing Wish onto with the Indeedee, force a Spore into the magic bounce of the Hatterene, bring it back, set Trick Room up, have Torkoal to be brought from the back to be able to capitalize straight away. That wasn't the play at the moment that we did see. It was follow me, just wanting to play safe and make sure that maybe doesn't fall susceptible to like a critical hit or a double up of a Sludge Bomb into that slot.
That would have been kind of wild, seeing the Healing Wish come through. That would have been awesome. Unfortunately for Indeedee, it may wish all it wants, but it's going to have to wake up first. Trick Room is at least active, but my question really is now looking to who's going to be able to utilize the Trick Room turns best, because with the Pokemon on the field right now, I really feel like Luca actually has more potential here.
Yeah, I think it's a very similar kind of situation like we had in game 1, where I think now Luca is having to ride out the storm once again, and we know that he's got the tools to be able to do that. This time around, the Indeedee is already asleep, so it can sit on the field. You leave it alone though, but by keeping the Ursaluna in harm's way, it's probably going to get knocked out, especially if the Hatterene goes for that terrestrialization and the expanding force. It's going to do too much damage, and then you don't have those same kind of tools once the Trick Room's expired, and you give Brian exactly what they're wanting. Why we're seeing that Ursaluna switch out and just try and stall, and maybe the Incineroar comes in once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a clear line in terms of being able to just counteract the Psy Spam and slow down all of Brian's momentum, because you're in a spot where you're going to have to force a hard switch and then also make a read. This is probably just going to be hands to make sure that you're not falling susceptible to Spore because of goggles, but you're not able to capitalize as much as you really need to.
We're in one of these interesting situations as well, where we're seeing a lot of the same of Game 2 playing out from Game 1. Yeah. We're seeing the terrestrialization on the Hatterene. We saw Indeedee switching for the Iron Hands. The Amoonguss is in a position where it can't spore either Pokemon. It's not terrestrializing in this situation, but what I always find interesting when you have these comparisons is where the difference is going to be and how are they going to impact the match. Hatterene here, going for the expanding force once again into a Protect and a Dark-type Pokemon. One Trick Room turn has been utilized unsuccessfully.
Yeah, and I think now the Amoonguss, we know, can take one of those expanding forces in the Psychic Terrain as long as it does terrestrialize. So we could see that play out here. We could see maybe even a Rage Powder to preserve the Incineroar, because that is a useful tool as well, just to be able to come in and be that Pokemon that doesn't take any damage from this spread attack. So you could do that at the cost of your Amoonguss. Is it got enough in the tank to be able to take the expanding force and a close combat? It's questionable.
It could be a roll, we're going to have to find out, but I feel like Luca does have enough investment to be able to survive the Terra Psychic expanding force Life Orb. Most of the time, I would have really liked to be able to see the Torkoal hard switch in there, because Brian had his back against the wall essentially, and you need to be able to make the very risky play in order to better and further your own board advancement. But now, Luca's actually doing that on his side of the field, or at least allowing the Flutter Mane to be a sacrificial lamb, right?
Well, I like this. I mean, it can come in as well as the Ghost type. If maybe a close combat is going that way, then that's a really good way to stop the Iron Hands from starting to get damage up on the board. Amoonguss decides to take a trick from Game 1, goes for that terrestrialization again, as Hatterene goes for the expanding force. Now, is the Flutter Mane going to be able to hang on through? It does have a lot of special defense, but not enough, apparently.
That is a huge, huge attack, and you would think if there was one Pokemon that could maybe come in. Fluttermane has huge special defense, but not able to really contend with that. And then the follow-up, just too much. This combination here is very potent and showing and why Brian has so much faith in these two Pokemon.
Yeah, and now you're going to be able to force an Intimidate, or let's say an attack drop onto the Iron Hands because it's not clear Amulet. But then again, you're in a scenario where you don't have as much leeway compared to game 1. So Brian has been able to sort of figure out a point where you're still able to force the KOs, but Luca's just going to have to find a way to stall. What is it, 2 more turns of Trick Room remaining?
2 more turns. It's going to look very difficult here, I think, you know, coming through. You've got the Incineroar on the field, and yes, you have Ursaluna. If you can maybe get your Ursaluna trying to get some damage out, this would be a way for Luca to come back in. But the Iron Hands, I think, looking to be in such a strong position. It did just go for that 1 close combat, so his defenses are going to be a little bit weaker going into this turn. But if it can get another one of those close combats off, particularly into the Ursaluna, it's going to give Brian a lot of momentum to try and push for a game 3.
Yeah, I think that looks as though how the game is going to play out here. I think Luca just kind of not getting the turns right to stall out this Trick Room, and all credit to Brian for being able to kind of dominate here from the start. You can see Ursaluna does want to try and get through these turns, avoiding any damage here, but if the close combat comes out into the Incineroar, like we've seen the damage before, it is going to be enough, and now the bear is on its own in this game 2.
Yeah, definitely not what Luca wants, and Brian clearly being able to bring all of that fire momentum back, and, you know, the frustrations of having your Trick Room being expired in game 1, now going and forcing Luca's hand essentially in this game 2, and just being able to say, right, I'm allowing the female Ndidi to be able to get put to sleep, but I need to be able to bring that immediate momentum going. So he was still able to do that, and clearly it proved to be a good reason.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to break your heart here, Costa. There's no Torkoal in the back there, I'm afraid. You know, maybe
I'm okay with Urshifu, banded Urshifu.
You'll take Urshifu. I'm happy with that as well then. You're not going to abandon us because we brought you the wrong Pokemon. But particularly as well, this single strike variant of Urshifu, not something we're seeing every day at the moment. You know, the Rapid Strike tends to be #1 on the usage stats at the moment. So Urshifu coming in, again, a Pokemon that can apply a lot of physical pressure into that Ursaluna with something like a close combat.
Yeah, you can see that Luca was able to get that double protect off there, but just, you know, I think it's going to be a turn too late as we do have that close combat coming out into the Ursaluna. Can't protect through that, so game is over, but we are going to a game 3.
Yeah, we are. More Side Spam, please, as well as Hard Trick Room, the best dish and recipe there is.
It's like we planned it just for you here as our special guest. Yeah. We wanted to give you a good show, and hopefully the viewers at home are agreeing that it is a very good show.
Oh, they probably won't. We've seen so much Side Spam today. I don't think they're fans anymore.
This is different, you know? You might think, oh, Side Spam, I know that. It's got Iron Crown in it. Well, where's Iron Crown now, you know? It's not there.
Not right now.
Not in this match.
Not in
this match. If you're just joining us, trust me, Iron Crown has been around a lot today.
Honestly, truly. And we get to see more action from Game 3. So I'm quite curious to see if there's going to be a scenario where there's a Healing Wish play from the get-go, because there's so many different mind games, probably going to be the same leads from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the possibility here as well that you see a straight switch into the Iron Hands from the Indeed, and you preserve that, so you don't allow it to go to sleep, right? Because I think the Spore is coming out into that slot if Luca goes for the same play. Yeah. It does leave you a bit vulnerable if you're Hatterene, because the Facade, even though it's not Flame Orb boosted, and then that Sludge Bomb could be a combination. It could be enough to take down the Hatterene, and then it's probably too risky to go for in a Game 3, Turn 1.
And I think there is the play of Terra Psychic that could essentially lower, let's say, the damage that the Sludge Bomb would be able to deal, but you still have to sort of allow the Hatterene to only have, let's say, 1 or 2 more turns remaining of Life Orb, because the recall damage to self-KO it, but we actually see the Ursa switching out straight away for the Incin.
Yeah, that's interesting, not utilizing the Ursaluna in play here. Looks like Brian's going to kind of go with the same script here, using that Follow Me to draw in the Spore. Poor Ndidi really taking all the hits here from the little Mushroom. Going to be taking a Null Nap here in this Game 3, but of course it does free up Hatterene to go for that Trick Room. And now that you don't have to contend with the Ursaluna on the other side, it's really just the Amoonguss you have to get through.
Yeah, the
Amoonguss, that particular Pokemon.
Yes,
yeah.
It finds a way to absolutely bewild everybody, especially Lee. He is such a big fan of it.
Well, thank you for saving me there, as I just couldn't get Amoonguss out of my throat there, but...
The Spore's got to you.
The Spore got to me instead.
Powerful Pokemon.
I relate to Ndidi.
Everywhere you look around.
Yeah, I think this situation is slightly different and more beneficial for Brian, because the Ndidi now hasn't taken any initial damage from the Ursaluna, so it's a lot healthier. So it's going to have maybe later on in this game, if the situation arises, the chance to wake up, because we do see that switch out now, the Iron Hands coming in. It makes sense. You're going to take advantage of it in this Trick Room environment. It pressures the Incineroar a lot better than what we've seen any of the other Pokemon on Brian's team be able to do.
And we could actually see a knockoff into the hands with the Protect from the Amoonguss in order to be able to allow a Spore into in the subsequent turn. But no, it's actually going to be the U-turn going for the straight pivot. Now you get to enable the Flame Orb, right?
Yeah, that's true. You could bring the Ursaluna in, get that Flame Orb Guts Boost activation in play, and at the same time, you're then free to go for another Intimidate on the Iron Hands a little bit later on. So I think this is a fantastic pivot coming through from Luca here. You're once again trying to get your Trick Room answer pieces in play with Amoonguss and, of course, Ursaluna when it rejoins. And as long as you can find a way to dance around this Iron Hands, then Ursaluna, I think, could do a fantastic job.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I think the ability now to preserve the Incineroar, switch it in for the Amoonguss, it really allows you just that momentum swing where you can get through these Trick Room turns, because every time that we get through a set, we're getting closer to it ending, and then especially along the way, if you're activating that Flame Orb, if you're kind of preserving the sleep on the Indeedee, which is an option that you can use if you're Brian, but it's not a supporting role as long as it is asleep. But not seeing that at all. The Flutter Mane introduced to the field, and that is coming on. It does have Protect as well, but it opens up the door for you to protect that. Switch your Amoonguss out into Incineroar. But does Brian suspect that and go for the close combat into the Amoonguss?
Oh, there's so many mind games, and that's sort of the beauty of this, because this could easily be a bait, right? And that's clearly what Luca may be hinting towards, clearly trying to give a bit more time to be able to process the scenario. And it really does come down to the most granular of details. Can you just outlive this Trick Room? Let's be real. That is the matchup, right? Yeah. And clearly Luca has a couple of lines, theory crafted, and he's trying to explore that Game 3 adaptation one.
I mean, Luca has generally played really well through the Trick Room. I think in Game 2, just the fact there was also the Urshifu in the back that had that extra offensive pressure made it difficult, even outside of Trick Room, to be able to gain momentum. A late game Terrestrialization this time from the Hatterene, though, still wanting to drop that Fairy typing and add an extra bit of power to that devastating expanding force. We know how much that can do to the Flutter Mane, but we're about to find out, I think, how much it can do to an Amoonguss.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. Luca kind of risking it there to preserve and get through another turn, but this is going to be painful because the Amoonguss is not going to be able to stand up to this expanding force. We've seen it damage the Flutter Mane, take that down while it's super effective into the little mushroom, and one hit is all that's needed.
Mate, it didn't need Terra Psychic. That was just absolute over damage coming out from the Hatterene. And in this scenario, close combat, just wanting to make sure that you capitalize off of it, and exactly what you pointed to, the Terra Psychic forces a potential Oko onto the Flutter Mane to cover for it.
I would have liked to have seen the Swords Dance there on the Iron Hands. I think that would have been an opportunity, because you've got the expanding force to take down the Flutter Mane, so it has to protect. Right. You either knock out the Amoonguss, do a lot of damage. You're not really threatened by the Spore, so you don't really care if it attacks or stays on the field. So you've got the opportunity there to get the Iron Hands potentially set up. Might be a bit greedy from some perspectives, but I think the opportunity was there to then put a little bit more pressure on the subsequent turns.
Well, I like the whole way Brian covered that turn. Yes, you might look close combat going into Ghost, what's that about, but he was covering for all the potential options.
Yeah, exactly.
And the fact that the Flutter Mane went for the Protect was kind of the one option that wasn't beneficial to Brian.
Yeah.
If Luca had gone down any other avenue, switched or stayed in, then Flutter Mane would be gone, or the Pokemon that switched in.
It was basically a middle play, right?
Yeah.
You didn't want to commit to either side of the scale, and you just wanted to go and strike through the middle, essentially. But then Incineroar's now back on the field. The Iron Hands is going to be going down to -1 attack. But the Hatterene is still there for the damage, may force Ursaluna go for the Protect in order to get that Flame Orb activation afterwards.
Yeah, and it's going to be whether or not you suspect the Flutter Mane switching out now. It actually locks in with the Dazzling Gleam, not the expanded force here, to get the damage onto the Incineroar, which is going to be useful. Is there a close combat, though, into that Pokemon? And it is. He calls the switch and gets it exactly right.
Well, oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think, I'm going to be honest with you, I was very impressed by the close combat KO, Oko should I say, onto the Incineroar in Game 2 with the Intimidate impacted onto the Iron Hand. So I feel like that might have well been actually a low chance roll, and this was Brian's way to be able to get rid of that potential and a guarantee shot onto it.
That's a good observation, actually, keeping all those calculations in check, making sure you're playing to the utmost out that you need. I mean, this Iron Hands has been incredibly impressive throughout this entire game, and getting that call on a bold play, fantastic play by Brian Collins.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that Brian is able to preserve the Hatterene, I mean, games 2 and 3, it's just been phenomenal, really. You look at the damage that it's taken is only from the Life Orb recoil. It's really given Luca such a hard time because of how threatening it is. There's There's the protect there. Is the Ursaluna going to be able to take?
I think that was the double protect,
Double
right?
protect on the Ursaluna.
No, on the Flutter. I think it was double protect on the Flutter, right? Because it didn't go for an attack before, because, or was that a Mungus? It switched out.
Yeah, and then it
There's
got
too much
protect,
trickery,
yeah.
psyching me out.
Wishful thinking, perhaps. Would have been extra hype in this game. But Twisted Dimensions have gone, and the weirdness has gone as well. All of that setup that Hatterene and Ndidi did right at the beginning of the game are now no longer in play.
I mean, okay, Brian has got very healthy Pokemon.
I was just thinking that. All the HP is full.
He does.
Pretty much.
But then he's got some very hyper-offensive Pokemon capable of chaotic damage on the other side of the field, and there's no Trick Room in hand. So this puts Brian in such an awkward spot, because which Pokemon do you try to bring in at the right time? Because the Urshifu is directly threatened by the Flutter, the Ursaluna threatens the Hatterene, so where do you go from here?
That's a really good question. I mean, Fluttermane going for a protect there. You kind of predicted it there, Costa.
Okay.
But the double protect in this case does indeed fail. Hatterene kind of maybe rubbing a little bit of momentum there, going, I can go for a protect. Ursaluna does not fall into the KO range here. It's able to retaliate with a Facade, but it lands into the protect. That could have been an open damage onto the Urshifu.
Yeah, really could have there. A bit of a missed opportunity. And, yeah. We're back in the kind of same situation. It's the Ursaluna just in a way worse spot than it was the previous turn here.
Yeah.
You know, the Fluttermane now.
Could it be an indication that the Sucker Punch may pick up an Oko onto the Fluttermane, since it's more offensive because of the choice band?
I think so.
And that's why Luca opted for the double protect, right, rather than going on the offensive.
And then cover the Hatterene with the Ursaluna. So a really smart play there from Brian to go for that Sucker Punch, which now is threatening the knockout onto the Ursaluna and really limiting those options. Now, do you revert and go for the Fluttermane now, saying, well, I think your back's against the wall, you're probably going to have to attack with it?
That's the thing, the Sucker Punch is indeed locked in, but you've got to get your target right. We've seen this a lot in priority endgames. Fluttermane does go for the protect. Urshifu checking where it's going to be targeting, goes for the Sucker Punch, finds his mark on Ursaluna, and Ursaluna is out. Fantastic play by Urshifu and by Brian.
Yeah, and it's sort of the scenario where Brian actually doesn't want the psychic terrain on the field in order to be able to utilize the Sucker Punch with its +1 priority. And it's just such a great way to be, show so much flexibility when it comes to the different modes. And we see him absolutely locked in there with such a big love of mine, hard Trick Room. And he's just one of the very best trainers to be able to guide that archetype, and clearly still making innovations with that safety goggles Iron Hands.
Yeah, honestly, I loved being able to see a hard Trick Room team in action, because throughout all of today, we've had a lot of balance. We've had some of the other Pokemon in the top 12 usage stats being showcased so beautifully, but Hatterene, that was a blast from the past, and I was delighted to see it.
Well, yeah, Hatterene is not something we see that often, but hopefully we see more of it in Phase 2 of this tournament. And talking about Phase 2, we can actually have a look at how the tournament is shaping up in regards to Phase 2. Our players have progressed on, and what changes have we seen?
Looks like the Urshifu has dropped down. We were talking about how in Phase 1 it was in the #1 spot, but Incineroar is like, I'm back, people, okay? You thought I was gone, surprise! And Incineroar is once again #1 usage stat. The other thing I'm noticing is the grass types have been broken up in the bottom.
Yeah, the Amoonguss went up slightly. The Wellspring's fallen down. Off Flame stayed where it is, right? And Rillaboom moved down slightly, I think.
Yeah.
Which is interesting as well as Landorus falling down.
Right.
But Tornadus making its way even further up the board.
So clearly they're not able to convert as much. And I'm curious to see, obviously there's just so many variables to have to take into consideration, but do we feel like Psychic Terrain, or let's say Psy Spam, whether through Iron Crown or maybe even some forms of Hard Trick Room, may have been a sort of factor in these sort of slight differences?
Potentially, I think so, yeah. And why we're probably seeing a kind of Chen Pao's keeping its position here. But it is useful for that size spam. Obviously, has that immunity to it. Ice Spinner as well to get rid of the terrain. And maybe why we're seeing that archetype do so well this weekend when we have had it on the broadcast.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the Pokemon, but what about the players that we're seeing in Phase 2 as well? So many familiar names from this broadcast alone, but some others we haven't even been able to feature yet. Wolfglick, for example, our reigning EUIC champion, already locked into Phase 2, a fantastic contender. I'm not surprised to see him there, along with a lot of these trainers.
Yeah, clearly here to be able to keep the title intact, and what a champ to be able to do that. And like we said, so many trainers we've already featured. There are some that we haven't, like for example, Flavio Del Pibio being able to actually be a previous EU IC champion. If I'm not mistaken, was it 2019?
Yes, 2019 for Flavio.
Yeah, and clearly, you know, bringing all the heat once again.
Yeah, an incredible array of players, and you know there are more players that will be moving into phase 2 that we're featuring just on this overlay here, but you can see the big names that we've got, and these are the players that we're following. Like more. We've been able to feature a lot more of these throughout the broadcast today, and you can see like players like Juan Solano.
Yeah.
We knew coming in off that hot streak of Santiago regionals, has managed to get to phase 2 of this tournament, which is great to see. Haven't featured them on the broadcast yet, but that's something that we can look forward to as we get move forward in the matches.
Well, #1 in the world right now.
#1 global leader.
He's broke 2000 CP benchmark, which not a lot of trainers throughout VGC history can make a claim on.
Exactly, but they're not the only trainers in day 2. We can take a look at some of our, in phase 2, in our Swiss round rankings, we can have a look at some other names that are up there. I mean, again, Justin Tang, one of the trainers that we've spoken a lot about, having got regional victories, but is still just falling short of getting the international crown. Jonathan Marston, we're able to see take a victory over Michael Kelch earlier today as well on that 7-1 record. Incredible.
Yeah, truly. And you know, I think this is such a great way to be able to evaluate the scalability of how each of these tournaments keep not only becoming more competitive and difficult, but also more in terms of player attendance, because I'm not sure if you both have noticed, we've got 6 trainers that are undefeated going into phase 2, and I think that's purely down to how many trainers we've had overall rock up in day 1.
Yeah, it's incredible, really, and what an accomplishment. You know, we're not quite at that end stage yet, but you've got to really congratulate all the players that have made it through to this stage of the tournament, because you look at the field, you look at the players out there, the amount of players that have came and attended and played this weekend, it's incredible to think that you're kind of getting into that smaller section, and huge congratulations. But there is still more work to do. You can see current parents for Swiss round 9 in our featured match, and a notable matches.
I'm so excited to be able to see this. Undefeated, like you were saying, Costa, Giuseppe Musico versus Paul Chua. That is going to be our feature match as we start moving forward in the competition into that phase 2.
Yeah, and Paul Chua, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, is he second globally in terms of the amount of regional titles, as well as, of course, internationals behind Wolf, and a previous, obviously, EUIC champion?
6-time regional champion.
6-time regional.
That's a lot of champions.
Times in a regional final as well on top of that. So Paul is just a phenomenal competitor, and Giuseppe, we'll get into that in a minute, but we are going to say a bye-bye to Costa. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll have some more fun with you later.
Yeah, we'll take the show from here as we dive into Swiss round 9. Going to be Giuseppe Musico on your left-hand side, running a really awesome team. We've got a lot of the familiar faces we've seen across the day, but I'm so excited to see that Chi and Pao, the Sword of Ruin, boosting up all of those physical attackers, the Urshifu, the Incineroar, the Rillaboom on its side of the field does make a match that I love. Paul's side, however, again, we've got this iconic core with the Incineroar and the Hearthflame Mask Ogerpon, as well as, of course, the Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, Fluttermane, and Urshifu.
Yeah, this is, you know, something that Paul is very, very familiar with. Very, you know, had a very good run in the Toronto Regional, where they did have a phenomenal finish. Not quite able to get over the line there, but we've talked about Paul and the accomplishments that they've had. But Giuseppe, no stranger to this scene either. We've got Giuseppe with their team. We can take a quick and closer look here at that Landorus. It has got Substitute with that Life Orb, Steel Terra typing there. The Fire defensive terrestrialization on the Rillaboom. Interestingly, no high horsepower, which we'd normally generally see on that Rillaboom. Calm Mind on the Raging Bolt, quite common there with that booster energy complementing that. Chen Pao, though, is there. Not Ice Spinner, but the more powerful Icicle Crash, and an interesting Terra type there, going for the Ice Terra typing to boost the power of those Ice type attacks, and speed control with that Icy Wind. Then you've got the Taunt on the Incineroar there, which is going to be useful, and then the Splash Plate boosting another defensive terrestrializing Rapid Strike Urshifu. But the key elements to this piece of this team are going to be getting that Raging Bolt in a preferable position, supporting with your Fake Out Geo, getting those Calm Minds set up, maybe relying on that terrestrialization, and then just going at the opposing team.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the day one tournament close out very similarly to how we opened it, with Victor Medina going for those Incineroar, Rillaboom switches, constantly supporting up the Raging Bolt, and that's exactly what Giuseppe has the potential to do as well. But he's first of all got to get through a formidable opponent in the form of Paul Chua. Again, looking at this team, we've got those pivoting pals, Rillaboom and Incineroar, there to support the Raging Bolt. It's that Carmine variant, so it's going to want to try and get set up. And you have that combination of leftovers and the grassy terrain that Rillaboom kindly sets up for it to give it longevity in the match.
Yeah, and, you know, Paul, like we've said, it's a, you know, very, I don't know if it's exactly the same team that they piloted last time out, but they're going to be very close. And things like that sword stance on the Ogerpon, a useful tool to get around the pivoting that you see so commonly with that Intimidate on the Incineroar. You can kind of punish that at the right time, get that sword stance set up, and then really put on the stoppers. But we're going to get into it, Lou. Here we go.
Yeah, we're not waiting around. Urshifu and Fluttermane are ready for action, as is the Landorus and the Rillaboom on Giuseppe's side.
Yeah, the Rillaboom in a nice position now where it can put on a lot of pressure, especially onto the Urshifu. It's not going to be sitting happy right now with the Fake Out potentially going to disrupt its ability to move here, or the Grassy Glide or the Wood Hammer that can do devastating damage. And that's not the only thing that's going to be worried about those grass type attacks. The Fluttermane has to be wary of those as well, especially alongside the Landorus now that is sitting in a decent position where it can threaten some big damage onto that Fluttermane, especially with those Sludge Bombs boosted by that Life Orb.
That's the thing, though. If Paul plays a little passively, Giuseppe could capitalize on this and go for the substitute on that Landorus. That gives it a little bit more breathing room to stay offensively pressured with those Sludge Bombs, like you said, into something like the Fluttermane. The critical thing for the Urshifu, however, that Paul has is that Focus Sash. You're going to have to find a way to hit it twice to get the knockout.
Yeah, and I think not wanting to commit to that Terastallization early, it makes sense to switch the Landorus out. Could have went for that because of the threat of the Icy Wind being so prominent there. That's why we're seeing the Incineroar come onto the field and put an all-important Intimidate onto that Urshifu.
Yeah, Incineroar, the Serene, gracing us with its presence here in Swiss round 9. The Fluttermane on the opposing side just playing defensively, as is the other partner Pokemon on Paul's side. Most critically, I think, for the Urshifu, this is to avoid taking a potential fake out, but Rillaboom was like, I'm not faking out today, I'm here for action. The Wood Hammer was going to come down into that Fluttermane, so a fantastic defensive play on Paul's side and a nice ball position switch for Giuseppe.
Yeah, and you can see where Giuseppe's prioritizing that attack into the Fluttermane, wants to remove that threat, so it frees up the Landorus a little bit more as the game progresses, because once that Icy Wind threat is gone, once that Thunder Wave threat is gone, then things get a little bit easier. And you've done a nice switch here for Giuseppe. You've got the Incineroar in, you've just seen the Urshifu detect, so you can go for the Fake Out into that slot if you expect it to stay on the field.
Oh, Rillaboom nimbly avoiding this Thunder Wave coming through from the Fluttermane, but Incineroar not so lucky. It has the accuracy on Urshifu's side. It's going to be able to land all 3 of these Surging Strikes, but not without taking that recoil coming through from the Rocky Helmet. A fantastic item choice on this Incineroar to make sure that even if it goes down, it's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, it is going to leave a mark, but at the cost of losing your Incineroar. Is there a plan here from Giuseppe? Is this how you deal with it? Where's the Wood Hammer going? Is it into the Fluttermane once again to try and pick up the knockout onto that Pokemon? Or are you going after the Urshifu to remove that threat from the field? We've seen the Thunder Wave miss. The Wood Hammer's into the Fluttermane and it barely misses the knockout.
Rillaboom does so much into that, using the grassy terrain to give it the additional bit of oomph into the Wood Hammer, but the Fluttermane clearly trained to perfection to be able to hang on there.
Yeah, but this is all right, I think. You know, that sacrifice of losing the Incineroar for the amount of damage that you've done onto that Fluttermane is fine, because you've got the Grassy Glide. You can go into that slot now and kind of cover that Pokemon. You've also got the Raging Bolt onto the field, the Booster Energy activated, and you can pressure this Urshifu on the opposite side of the field in poles, and you can almost take an opportunity here where you are pressuring both Pokemon on Paul's side of the field, so you can the opportunity is there to get a Calm Mind, and that's what you're looking for with Giuseppe. We talked about at the top of the show. Try and get that Calm Mind, try and get it set up, and then you can go on from there.
And if a Wood Hammer won't get the job done, you can always follow up with a priority Grassy Glide to get the knockout onto that Fluttermane. However, Urshifu free to go for this close combat. Raging Bolt has a fantastic amount of bulk to it, though, so it's able to eat that up really well. And now this Urshifu is in a vulnerable spot. Its Focus Sash has been broken. Its defenses are dropped as well from the close combat, so it's going to be able to be KO'd if anything really comes its way. Raging Bolt critically as well, going, I'm going to take this opportunity, set up my Calm Mind, and now it is a threat that Paul has to deal with.
Yeah, and you can see how valuable that Intimidate was from the Incineroar onto the Urshifu, in particular for these close combats that the Urshifu has to kind of lean into here. Still got access to Terastallization on both sides of the field, so you would expect maybe the Raging Bolt is the one that you would want to Terastallize here, but it then does become a bit more weaker to the Surging Strikes on the Urshifu. But you still have your Rillaboom intact. You have the Grassy Glide to go after it if you so choose. And also now you're a little bit further ahead than Paul at this situation because you've got that Calm Mind already set up. Paul's having to play a little bit of catch-up if you want to go down that same road.
That's the thing, you got to count the Calm Minds as we go. But while Terrestrialization isn't in play, both the Raging Bolts are going to be vulnerable to a potential Dragon Pulse. So as you said, Leo, wouldn't be surprised to see Terrestrialization come through because both of these Raging Bolts are running that Fairy typing. It means it's going to be immune to opposing Raging Bolts, immune to these Dragon type moves, forcing potential Thunderclaps into that direction or using a partner Pokemon to remove them from play.
We're going to see another close combat. It is a last-ditch attempt to go for that Rillaboom. We haven't seen a Grassy Glide fight out here, so that is interesting. It is going to be more likely a Woodhammer or a U-turn, which is we're seeing just want to preserve that Rillaboom for later, which is probably a smart choice as well. Preserve the grassy terrain that is on its last few turns before it does disappear.
I like that actually you're keeping this Urshifu in play that isn't doing a huge amount of damage with the close combats, and it's being more and more vulnerable each time. You want to try and deal with this Raging Bolt before it can start getting these Calm Minds up, as well as allowing Rillaboom the opportunity to switch out, switch back in with a Fake Out in the next turn. But it looks like it's a Raging Bolt. Dragon Pulse coming down saying, all right, Rillaboom, you don't have to deal with the Urshifu, I've got you. But critically, didn't use this opportunity to go for another Calm Mind, so they are one apiece.
Yeah, one apiece, and the Terrestrialization still available for Giuseppe, which is a big advantage here, even though the Raging Bolt on Paul's side is pretty healthy. It's Terrestrialized, it's in a good position now to start putting out its own damage onto Giuseppe's side. And what we're going to see as the partnering Pokemon is going to be the Ogerpon, which, you know, with its speed and the ability to put on a lot of damage, and not only that, but support as well with things like redirection. It can be a really good supporting partner for this Raging Bolt. It has just had that Calm Mind set up on Paul's side.
And considering Giuseppe didn't go for the Terrestrialization on his Raging Bolt, it could have been a nice opportunity for Paul to go for a Dragon Pulse into that Pokemon then, but as it already had the Calm Mind boost up, it wouldn't have been dealing the monumental damage that it needs to. So I like that Paul used the opportunity to go for the Calm Mind too.
Yeah, I think you had to kind of play catch up there. And with the threat now that the Ogerpon's on the field, it has went for the Spiky Shield, probably to get around the Sludge Bomb here that is coming out from this Landorus now, and you can see it dodging that. But this Raging Bolt's still going to be susceptible to the Dragon Pulse, but not going for it. Paul opting to go for another Calm Mind.
Paul is just driving up the anticipation for when we're going to see this Dragon Pulse fly. That's a second Calm Mind, and Giuseppe's done the exact same thing. They're almost playing mind games with each other about Calm Mind Terrestrialization. I love it.
Yeah, because on one side, you're kind of baiting Paul. You're inviting him to go for that Dragon Pulse into your Raging Bolt. But you've got to get, it's risky because if you don't Terrestrialize and you kind of, it comes out, you're going to get, well, you're taking a lot of damage. I don't know if it will pick the knockout up, but it's going to be damage unnecessarily taken here. So I think the choice of Terrestrialization would be wise to go into the Raging Bolt, but if you do that, then you become susceptible to that Ivy Cudgel if you can't deal with that threat first.
And if you're not going to go for the Terrestrialization, you might as well go for the Protect. Maybe scout out what Paul is thinking. The Ivy Cudgel is already coming into the Raging Bolt slot, and a Sludge Bomb is what Landorus can do in retaliation. Look at that! That is a one-hit KO. Poor little Ogerpon, not able to do too much in this game because Landorus is able to fell it with one attack. Look at that though, Lee. Paul did go for the Dragon Pulse in this turn, so he's decided to switch on the offensive. Could that be information Giuseppe uses going into this next turn?
Yeah, that's it. And I think, you know, Giuseppe really doing so well in these previous turns where you have baited Paul into the full sense of security that I'm going to go for the double up here. I'm going to get some sort of reward here. I'm either going to get the Ivy Cudgel, good damage into it because you're not a Dragon type anymore, or I'm going to get the Dragon Pulse and pick up potentially a knockout, but taking full advantage of the Protect there and using that Landorus, leveraging it to get rid of that big and only threat that Paul's got. Now it's a 3-on-1 situation.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb coming through into the Fairy-type Raging Bolt on Paul's side, but there's a third Calm Mind coming through. This is going to be a +3 special defense. That's going to make it harder for these Sludge Bombs to get the damage done.
It really is, and both of these special attackers are on Giuseppe's side, so you can see Giuseppe saying, well, if you're going to Calm Mind, I'm going to Calm Mind as well. You've got to remember that there is a Rillaboom in the back for Giuseppe, so they do have the advantage with numbers here. They do have access to Fake Out, so they can come in and kind of pressure that turn where they can prevent the opposing Raging Bolt on Paul's side from moving, but at the same time, the Rillaboom doesn't really offer too much offensively. Well, there we go.
There we are.
Outside of the Woodhammer, I was going to say.
Yeah, well, it looks like Paul maybe saw the writing on the wall there and said, right, let's just get into game 2. We can shake things up a little bit, refocus, readjust, and try and keep this undefeated run on form.
Yeah, and I think at the end there, I think if Paul had went for the Calm Mind and then you hadn't seen Giuseppe kind of follow up with their Calm Mind, it may have being a bit more inclined to try and carry on with the game with that extra defense boost and extra power there, that you could maybe start to get through the remaining options. But yeah, 3-on-1 situation at the best of times is always going to be hard to come back from, especially when it's kind of the two big, most powerful Pokemon kind of powered up on either side of the field.
This was an interesting turn as well. Yes, you got rid of the Incineroar, but at the cost of breaking your Focus Sash with that Rocky Helmet. And that just left the Urshifu so vulnerable, critically as well. Poor Fluttermane wasn't able to get too much done on the board, and Rillaboom was able to get that KO quite early on in game 1.
Yeah, it was a really decisive turn, I think, getting the Wood Hammer onto the Fluttermane, and we saw turn 1 as well. It went into the Protect, so you could see how much emphasis Giuseppe had on getting rid of that Fluttermane early on, and kind of was quite happy to ignore the Urshifu, saying, yeah, well, as long as I can break the Focus Sash, I don't mind sacrificing my Incineroar in the early game, because in the long run, it's going to pay off, and every time you do close combat, you're getting weaker on your special defensive side, and I'm going to have the opportunity to get my Raging Bolt in like they did perfectly and get that early Calm Mind, which really started to kind of pile on the pressure.
Well, Paul really wanted to get into game 2, and the leads are out. It's going to be the Fluttermane and the Urshifu for Paul against the Incineroar and Raging Bolt here for Giuseppe.
Yeah, well, we're starting a little bit differently here. We've got the Incineroar coming out front and center, and it is going to be able to immediately drop and intimidate onto the Urshifu, so it isn't going to be hitting as hard once again with those close combats that are kind of going to have to be relied on if you're going after the Raging Bolt. The one thing that Paul's got here is the advantage that you can pressure the Raging Bolt with the Fluttermane, sorry.
No, you definitely
But you
can.
want to try and get the Rillaboom onto the field, I think, as soon as possible, so you can then pile that pressure on with the Wood Hammer into the Fluttermane. Maybe you can utilize your Incineroar here, but the U-turn's not opted for. You want to just switch it in. You want to preserve that maybe going forward in this match.
I think that's a great point, though. The Fluttermane applying a lot of pressure to the Raging Bolt right now, so you have to make the adjustments here on Giuseppe's side. That Rillaboom is back in action as Raging Bolt just plays defensively, going for a Protect, not wanting to have to take any unnecessary Moonblasts from the Fluttermane, and that's exactly what Paul was locking on for, going very offensive straight out of the gates here in game 2. Urshifu is still free to move, and it can go for those Surging Strikes, but it finds his mark down onto the Rillaboom. This is a Pokemon that does not mind taking these all day long. At least this time, however, Urshifu keeps its Focus Sash intact.
Yeah, there was also risk there of the close combat double up into the Raging Bolt there,
true.
But, you know, I think at the same time, it's probably worth going after that Incineroar, and where Paul wants to get rid of that Incineroar as soon as possible. So nice switch in from Giuseppe. Got access to that Fake Out for a turn here, but more importantly, got access to that Wood Hammer there. Rillaboom not immediately threatened by a knockout from either of these Pokemon. You would say it's pretty safe right now. The Raging Bolt, still going to be threatened by that Moonblast, but if the Moonblast comes there, it means the Rillaboom is a little bit more safer, and you're kind of sacrificing the Fluttermane for a Wood Hammer if you go after the Raging Bolt. So attention is divided whether or not we see this Fluttermane stay on the field and go after this Raging Bolt, because the damage onto it could be very, very valuable.
I mean, we did see before the Wood Hammer wasn't quite enough into the Fluttermane, but if those are a potential double up, maybe obviously with the Thunderclap going first, then it is going to be KO'd. But instead, we're going to see Raging Bolt straight away go for that Terrestrialization, so it can breathe a little easier in the face of that Fluttermane. Does not have to worry about a super effective Moonblast coming across the field towards it, as Fluttermane actually goes straight for the Protect. So if Giuseppe has tried to target down this Pokemon, this turn is not going to be able to deal the damage it wanted.
No, Protect into that slot. It's a Dragon Pulse predicted, baby.
Pulse.
Oh, it's a huge knockout.
Honestly, the Raging Bolt on Giuseppe's side, its head is firmly in the clouds amongst the Opalite sky it has created, and that is incredible damage coming through with the Dragon Pulse. A fantastic call, catching Paul completely unawares.
Yeah, that is massive there. Saying going, I'm going to go for the Fake Out, because if the Urshifu stays in, I can stop it from moving, but if anything else comes in, I'm going to catch it with this Dragon Pulse, and exactly what happens. Losing the Raging Bolt if your Paul is huge here, and now Giuseppe in a huge momentum swing. Can they capitalize on it? It was great because you expected the Calm Mind there, but no, I love the change up from Giuseppe and taking a dominant step forward in being able to seal up this match.
I really like that, because even if the Fluttermane had gone for the Moonblast, because you terrestrialized, you were in a defensive spot, you didn't have to worry about it too much. You can utilize the opportunity to go on the offensive with that partner slot. Rillaboom getting out of there saying, hey, I want to Fake Out a little bit later on, maybe slow down the pace of play of that Ogerpon. Let's bring the beautiful Serena Incineroar back onto the field. This is going to put the Intimidate down critically onto the opposing Ogerpon and keep the Fake Out in play. Thunderwave will find its mark onto the Raging Bolt. We don't see this every day, but as it's dropped its electric typing, it is going to be vulnerable to that status here.
Yeah, and a really good turn here. We are seeing the Swords Dance as well. Paul taking the opportunity to set this Pokemon up and get around that Intimidate that's just been dropped. And there it is, fully paralyzed. The Thunder Wave coming in, key here to preventing that Raging Bolt potentially setting up on its own.
Okay. Paul not being phased by what happened in the previous turn and capitalizes so beautifully here. Gets that sword stance up, so it's now at +1, as the Flutter main as well was able to get a little bit of revenge onto that Raging Bolt.
You do have the fake out from the Incineroar, so there is that aspect where you can slow down this Ogerpon for like one turn at least and try and get that Calm Mind up. But you're still going to have to be aware of the Raging Bolt and it taking neutral damage from this Ivy Cudgel that now is on +1. Moonblast as well, something that is going to be doing big damage without those Calm Mind boosts.
Let's see if Raging Bolt can come through, and it can. It breaks through the paralysis and goes for that Dragon Pulse. Doesn't get the KO onto the Ogerpon, but does put it into a very vulnerable range for a potential follow-up, maybe even like a Flare Blitz coming through from the Incineroar.
But you've got Thunderclap as well that can bypass that paralysis.
Oh,
and then it can pick up that Ogerpon now. And probably, is it going to be in range of the Thunderclap? It's going to be very close, I think, if it goes for that. So that's something that Paul needs to be aware of going in this next turn. Could you go for another Sword Stance? That's the question. While you try and go for the Moonblast with your Flutter Main into the Raging Bolt and get that little bit of extra damage off. But doing that makes your attention all on that Raging Bolt. You leave that Incineroar alone. I think you've got to start trying to focus down on that a little bit more and pay a bit more attention to that, because the longer that sticks around, the more opportunity it's going to get to come off the field and then come back on and cycle those intimidates, which can be a little bit frustrating to deal with.
Well, just a defensive play from Paul's side here, going for the Protect and the Spiky Shield, maybe trying to see what Giuseppe was thinking here. Raging Bolt, we're never going to know because it was paralyzed. And of course, Incineroar going for the Flare Blitz here. It actually found its mark down into the Spiky Shield on that Ogerpon, so clearly Giuseppe thinking, I can eliminate this Pokemon, let's just get it off the board and bring 2 Pokemon out for Paul.
Yeah, and a really valuable turn of recovery here from the grassy terrain, which might just be the amount needed to allow you to take a Thunderclap. And now the grassy terrain has ended, but you quite rightly called the previous turn. Doubling up into that Ogerpon, identifying that as a really big threat here, not worried about the Flutter Main too much. The follow-up with the Flare Blitz into that slot, so I'd expect maybe Thunderclap Flare Blitz here is going to be what we see coming out. And it is that, oh, and it is enough.
Oh, the Thunderclap is able to get the KO on that Ogerpon, and even if Giuseppe was doubling up into it, that damage can now be redirected into the Flutter Main. It does go for the Moonblast, tries to get the damage on the Raging Bolt, but Incineroar is free, so free to go for this Flare Blitz. It does a huge amount of damage into this Flutter Main. Yes, it's going to take a bit of recoil, but I'm not sure what Flutter Main can do to be able to get out of this position. I guess one way that helps is you still have this Urshifu with the Focus Sash intact.
Yeah, but if you go after the Incineroar, we saw what happened last time. You go into the Rocky Helmet activates and you kind of break that Focus Sash and put yourself in that vulnerable position once again. You're also going to have to contend with the fact that Thunderclap is on the field. It is active at the minute, and are you going to be able to rely so much on that fully paralysis? We've seen it kick in, it could happen again, but we're seeing a switch up now. Urshifu being kept for later. Thunderclap coming out, taking it right down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, Thunderclap able to connect. Urshifu still in the game though. The switch on the other slot for Giuseppe means that Urshifu will be allowed to move. Thunder Wave going into a ground type, however, is not going to be able to get any momentum swinging on the board. The Surging Strikes finds its target on the Raging Bolt. This is nice considering that there was the Rocky Helmet paired next to it, so this way you're not going to take that recoil, and in this case it would have been a KO because it's on 1 HP.
Yeah, and the really nice switch there from Giuseppe once again, and you're kind of happy at this stage to let that Raging Bolt go down because it's done more than enough here to allow a free switch in to something like the Rillaboom. It can bring that grassy terrain back on the field. It can pressure with those priority attacks the Urshifu and also that Flutter Main as well. And now you've got the fake out. You can go after the Urshifu here. If it doesn't protect, you pick up the knockout, and it leaves the Landorus in this position where it could potentially go for a Sludge Bomb into the Flutter Main or potentially try and sneak a substitute if needed, but I feel like it's very unnecessary at this stage in the game.
I feel sorry for the Urshifu here because now Rillaboom has joined. You have the utility to go for Fake Out, or if that doesn't work, you can always go for that Grassy Glide, and the priority is just going to remove it from play. Paul says, I'm not going to play out this endgame. GG's, Giuseppe, you have been able to take this match.
What a phenomenal play. What a game by Giuseppe, and done in such fashion, you know, but controlling the board, the positions of all of their Pokemon and every step of the way, and being able to execute their game plan like we see Giuseppe do time and time again.
Such a momentum swing with that Raging Bolt. You know, in Game 1, we saw both the Raging Bolts in play, terrestrialize, Calm Minds, and they were constantly attacking those partner Pokemon. But in Game 2, Giuseppe really went on the dominant force, being able to catch the Raging Bolt coming in on Paul's side, and that's when the momentum started to swing into victory.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Paul. You can see what they're trying to do, get their Raging Bolt onto the field, but just getting caught out with that switch. And you've got to give all credit to Giuseppe in that situation for, you know, making that play possible and then catching the Raging Bolt. Must have felt really great and saying, oh, well, this match just got a whole lot easier after the opposing Raging Bolt went down.
And I think as well, preserving the Rillaboom in the back was really nice there from Giuseppe, because you had the utility to then bring that grassy terrain back into play, not so much for recovery, but just via having that priority grassy glide that we saw in game 1, be able to finish off the Flutter Mane, and then you could still apply that pressure regardless of how maybe the speeds have been. You know, there was a Flutter Mane with an icy wind there that could have played some interactions, but also critically, you keep having that fake out rolling.
You do keep that fake out rolling. You saw Giuseppe use it masterfully in that game. And I mean, the pivoting there at the right time, it wasn't too much. It was just the right amount. And I think it really put the stoppers on what Paul was wanting to do. And utilizing the tools that they had in the Flutter Mane, you saw was quite impactful. Obviously, it's a great answer to something like the Raging Bolt, but it just wasn't quite hitting enough. And then the Ogerpon, what a great call with the Swords Dance on the Intimidate switch in. But again, you weren't really able to leverage it as much as you wanted because of that disruption with the fake out there, and it really was just played so well by Giuseppe, and then leveraging the Landorus at the end there to just kind of close things up alongside the Rillaboom after the Raging Bolt had done its job. And the interesting thing in game 2 as well, Lou, sorry I'm yakking on,
no,
but
please keep
I think
going.
there's so much to dissect and dive into with this match, was the early terrestrialization of the Raging Bolt to preserve its health.
Yes,
because
I
of
like
that
that.
threat of the Moonblast, and that's something that we don't commonly see so often with players, where they'll dive in so early with the terrestrialization. You know you want to preserve it, but Giuseppe know on the right time, even in different situations, when to lock in with it, and it worked out so well.
I mean, you're yapping out wisdom is all I can tell you, because
You're too nice.
No, but in that game 1, we saw Giuseppe hold on and on to that terrestrialization.
Bait in Paul in that
Exactly.
situation, and didn't do that in game 2, yeah?
Exactly. In game 2, it was more like, no, I'm clicking that button straight away. We're going to get that terrestrialization in play. And that was such a contrast to how he played in game 1 that actually I think it led to a good momentum swing into that game 2, particularly as it was a case of, hey, I can just ignore this Flutter Mane right now and just not have to worry about it. It wasn't so much about having the terrestrialization to be immune to a Dragon Pulse. It was used for a different effect.
Yeah, and I think that false sense of security that Giuseppe kind of tends to lend...
Lures them in.
Yeah, lures them in and gets you thinking, okay, well, I had an opportunity that last turn. Are we going to have that opportunity again? And then you see Giuseppe not terrestrialize again, go for a second Calm Mind, and then Paul's in that mind frame, well, are you just not terrestrializing this Pokemon because it is threatened the last 2 turns? I'm going to lock in now. And then Giuseppe's like, got you.
Yeah.
Got you. And then it's too late because you wasted a turn, and then you're playing catch up, and then Giuseppe, just with the way that they play, it was very difficult to kind of get back in with the tools that they still had available at the time.
I did like the Ogerpon Swords Dance as well that
Loved
you
it.
called out,
Yeah.
because as the Intimidate came in, it's like, you think that affects me? I'm going to boost myself up. And yes, it only goes to +1, but +1, particularly with an Ivy Cudgel, and if critical hits can start coming into effect, that can be really, really strong for the Ogerpon. However, it just looked like on Giuseppe's side, particularly as you had, you know, Pokemon that could deal well with that opposing Urshifu, particularly once, the Ogerpon, particularly once it was in a more vulnerable state. There was a lot of priority on the field with the thunderclaps and everything. It just wasn't Ogerpon's day.
Yeah, it wasn't, and I think as well, it was quite smart of Giuseppe to lead with the Incineroar as well, and then switch it straight out to preserve it, because we saw in game 1, they were quite happy to kind of sacrifice it for the cost of breaking the Focus Sash, that additional damage onto the Urshifu, which came in quite important later on in the game to put it in position where it was easily picked off. But in this game, it was more important to keep it, preserve it again, because you know that the Ogerpon could be coming. If I am committing to my terrestrialization early on with the Raging Bolt, if I do get paralyzed, then that Ivy Cudgel could be threatening to me, especially if it is +1. I'm going to be threatened. I don't have my Dragon type in anymore. So I need to preserve my Incineroar to bring it in at the right time. Also gives me that fake out support, but gives me the alleviation from that Swords Dance that could potentially come out and be that big threat. So all angles covered, really. So Giuseppe just, making life very, very difficult in that match for Paul to kind of operate, but just controlling it from start to finish.
And don't forget, both these trainers were undefeated in the tournament so far coming into this match. And although the undefeated run is no longer there for Paul, he's still in phenomenal form throughout Phase 2, and I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see both these trainers make it all the way to Top Cup.
I want to see a rematch. I want to see a
that would be
rematch of it. That would be great if we can see that later on in the tournament. But yes, do not write Paul Stewart off yet. I think that's one match. It's been a long day, of course, for both of our trainers. So things can change when we go into the Phase 2, deeper into the tournament, of course. But both players did phenomenally to get here. But on that note, we have Giuseppe waiting over at the stage with an interview with Costa.
Thank you very much, Lee and Lou, and I've got the pleasure to be joined by Giuseppe Musico, our 9-0 trainer going into Phase 2 tomorrow. My friend, amico mio, how are you feeling right now?
Well, now that you say that like that way, I'm very happy about it. Yeah.
I mean, you should be happy, my friend. Undefeated. You are on an absolute tear.
Yeah, job's not finished though. Like, got a few more rounds tomorrow, and top cut is still not locked. I'm gonna try the best to achieve that. Yeah.
100%. And so far, I think that's a great mentality, especially because it's been such a long day as well, right? One game, one set at a time. Now, I want to touch on a couple of details there. Obviously, there are a lot of interactions with similar components of teams. You're up against Paul Chua. On top of that as well, previous EUIC champion, one of the most decorated trainers in all of VGC history. What's your mindset going into, let's say, walking up to the stage, getting into it? Is it just another set, or do you have a lot more on the line in terms of your emotions?
I mean, when going to such a big stage, especially such a big tournament, like I feel a bit of stress because, of course, there's so much going on. Like, it's not easy to play my best, like in a scenario like this, no. And I knew Paul. I played him once at Worlds, and I knew he's a good player. And I knew I was gonna expect like him to be prepared for this kind of matchup because at the end of the day, I'm playing the most popular team for the format, let's say. Yeah, like to be honest, I didn't expect the match to go so smooth because I knew he was gonna be prepared at the mirror. I mean, not a full mirror, but because we had a few changes there. But yeah, I knew he was gonna be prepared. But yeah, then I managed to win like not that difficultly. Like game 1, game 2 were both close, but I expected it to be more like tight as a matchup. Yeah.
A few more back and forths, I guess, but then again, you were able to play, I would say, even though you stated yourself as sort of like most popular cores and the sort of balanced archetypes, you still found a way to play it quite aggressively, in my opinion, in terms of being direct with what your win conditions were. For example, I think in game 2, you got 1 or 2 card mines set up, but then you didn't even commit with the Terra on the Raging Bolt. So is that something that you've identified might work in your advantage versus Paul's play style?
Yeah, it was game 1 actually, and at some point, so that it was not protecting like that to Shifor, not clicking Hakojet, it was always weak to clap, but in my mind I was like, okay, yeah, let him do that, I won't give him any free switch, I'm just gonna set up to be in a better position later in the game, and that's what I did. Then, yeah, I think I made a call in not Terra the Bolt. I think I had some reason to do that, because I was scared of him clicking Surging on it. Something like that, and yeah, I think it worked out anyway. Maybe there was a turn where he could have exploited that situation by me not committing to the Terra, but yeah, in the end, it worked just fine for me.
100%, and you sort of found a way to be able to force so much momentum onto Paul that even though he did have the idea of Swords Dance, maybe that's a good win condition to be able to go for the damage, you just did such a great job. So honestly, it was a masterclass. In my personal opinion, it was such a great set to be able to see with very well experienced trainers. So with that being said, now going into phase 2, you are undefeated, 9-0, like you said, one set at a time, one game at a time. But you've already been quite consistent in terms of recent performances. You got in the top 4 at Lille, you got in top 8 at Stuttgart as well this very season. So for yourself, how do you get so, I'd say, consistent in terms of wanting to always be involved with the meta, but also make the right call?
I think that what works out for me is always trying my best and playing what I know will work for me. Like, because this kind of team, Incineroar, Rillaboom, what we call balance, it's what I've been playing for years at this point. So I'm always like, okay, if I don't know what to play, I'll play that because I still got some experience from the previous formats. Of course, with the meta shifting, it works differently, but the top cut is Lille and Stuttgart was playing Incineroar, Rillaboom as well. And yeah, maybe the team worked differently, but still, like, I got experience with this fake out pressure and this kind of plays where, yeah, maybe I have the fake out, they can double protect, but I can just click fake out and attacks because they could predict also me switching the second fake out. Like, there's always that pressure, mind games where do I click fake out or switch the other fake out to do that the next turn, you know? And that's one kind of playing style that, as I said, I've been playing like that for years, you know.
It's playing to your strengths, right? Which is so crucial, and for you to allow more room for errors or flexibility depending on momentum stuff. But then again, like we said, it was great and fantastic to be able to see you do so well, but it's not yet over. However, I want to make sure you get some really good rest going into tomorrow. We're going to be continuing phase 2. Just 2 final quick topics. First off, do you have any shout outs you would like to give to anybody, whether in the venue, at home, or wherever they may be?
Yeah, shout out to El Server, my team. Like, when there is big events like this, we always like every day on call testing, even though like, yeah, the last 2 weeks I've not been testing this team, but I was playing so many games that I think I actually improved with the other guys as well. Playing other teams, seeing like what other people tend to do in such matchups. And yeah, that's working out. Like, so in particular, I want to shout out to Stefano Greppi, who made this team. First, he won last regional with this team. Sambi as well, being helpful, of course. And yeah, Sean is not from Server, but an English friend as well. Yeah. And that's it.
Well, there you have it. That is really good to hear. Like you said, Stefano was able to just go ahead a couple of weeks ago and pick up Birmingham Regional, which was so hyped to see. And now the final one. As you know, 30th anniversary is coming up. What is your favorite Pokemon? Or who and why?
So it has to be Mega Gengar, because I like the design, but I actually won my first and only regional back then, 2018, with Mega Gengar, so it has to be that.
I mean, that's such a good shout. Shadow Tag as well is just so oppressive to be able to force scenarios, and it's a really cool design. But with that being said, thank you so much for giving us your time, your absolute best and passion on this stage and of course throughout the season. We're going to make sure you get some rest as we're not yet quite finished with the show. However, we will be tossing back to the cast desk in order to be able to wrap things up. So if you had a great time, make sure to stay online and of course later on tune in for more action tomorrow. So with that being said, we're going to throw it back to the casters, but thank you so much, Giuseppe, and everybody in attendance.
Thank you so much, Costa. Great to hear some insights from Giuseppe. Not only a phenomenal trainer, but great taste in Pokemon as well. The Mega Gengar, I absolutely love that. But looking forward to seeing more of Giuseppe tomorrow. And I don't need to ask what your favorite Pokemon is, Lou. I think we all know who that little beauty is.
I think we might know. What about you, Lee? What's one of your favorite Pokemon?
Snap.
Wow, who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
Amazing. I mean, I feel like
we nearly got through day one without
we
mentioning
nearly
it.
did, but
Nearly.
we couldn't do it, guys. We couldn't do it.
For you, we did it.
For you and all the Gastrodon fans out there. But I do think we've got to know all of our winners a little bit better as well, not only from their incredible insights that they've given about their matches, but also with, you know, the 30th anniversary on the horizon. It's great to see which Pokemon they've, you know, had in their hearts throughout their Pokemon journey.
Yeah, and a phenomenal way to start the show this morning with the orchestra and just amazing. And then to follow it up with the matches that we've had, especially on the VGC side of things, where we've just been able to feature phenomenal trainer after phenomenal trainer after phenomenal team after that, and it goes on, and the whole day has just been absolutely amazing, and we're only just starting.
Oh yeah.
We've got so much more to go.
And there's so much to get excited for tomorrow as well. I mean, when we talk about video game history, if we take a look at trainers who are going to be here battling it out tomorrow in phase 2 of the competition, we've got a bunch of European International previous champions and reigning champions to be as well. If you want to make sure that you're there for the action, though, do make sure to tune in tomorrow. We're beginning kicking things off at 9 a.m. local time. You can do the calculations of what that means for the time zone that you are in, but we will be here at 9. I'll set my watch.
Yes, we will be here, ready to go and continue on with Swiss Round 10 tomorrow morning, which is going to be phenomenal to get into. I really can't wait because we've just had such a great day, and we've had a lot of different teams featured on the broadcast today, a lot of different players, but nothing that's jumped out to us well, there has been some things, and there's some things still in the field that we haven't been able to feature. Was more of a reason to keep tuning in tomorrow, that there's some surprises in the field still that could really have a big impact in the rest of the tournament.
But I think that's the thing when we think back to the Latin American International Championship. Championships, that Hisuian Typhlosion on Yuma's winning team was one of those unique Pokemon that stood out. And I think that's why it's one of the Pokemon that you guys can pick up. It's part of the distribution, so you can make sure to get that locked into your game. You just need to redeem it at EUIC 26 Heatwave with the eye of EUIC being a cheeky one there. Make sure not to miss that key detail to be able to get your very own Hisuian Typhlosion.
Yes, this mystery gift event in Scarlet and Violet is running until the 20th of February. So you've got a good amount of time to claim this in-game. It will come in a Cherish Ball, I believe. It has the exact same moveset that Yuma Kanagawa used to win the Latin America International Championships. Choice Specs held item, as well as that partner ribbon. So when you throw it out into battle, you're reminded where it came from and what it is in celebration of.
Exactly, but there is a timer on that. It all expires on Friday, 20th of February, so do make sure that you get it before that time. You don't miss out.
No, you don't want to miss out. And I love these distributions that we have at these international championships. It's such a great celebration of our champions. You know, we've had so many in Scarlet and Violet and so many favorite ones. I think back to even, we just featured Paul Chua. I mean, we got Paul Chua's shiny Arcanine for when they won back in 2023, which is incredible, you know. So we've had so many along the years as we come and go from these events. And I'm sure we've got lots more to look forward to. But whose Pokemon will be the next distribution at maybe some event further down the line? Who knows? We've still got to have all these matches to play out, decide who our champion is, Lou.
And speaking of champions, as I was saying earlier, there's so many previous EUIC champions battling it out still in competition. So I've got a small list. Lee, count them with me, right? So we have got Flavio Del Pidio, who won this tournament in 2019. We've got Eric Rios, who won this tournament in 2022. We've got Paul Chua, as you just mentioned, from 2023. Nils Dunlop from 2024. Wolf Glick from 2025. So many trainers who have won this tournament before, still in contention to potentially win it again. I'm excited for that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's not even counting the other international championships that have come and gone, and we've got them still in the tournament as well as world champions as well, which is, wow, stacked event to say the least. But what's been your standout from today, Lou? If we were to, before we wrap up, I would love to know.
If I had to pick one highlight moment, I mean, there's just so many, but I think for me, it's being able to see a lot of the innovation that these trainers are bringing. I loved being able to see Shoma's Whimsicott, for example, in a format that is dominated by Tornado, seeing a different Tailwind setter. You know, it really piqued my interest a little bit. What about you, Lee?
I would have to agree with you. I think one thing that's really stood out to me today is just how impressive our players have actually been on a kind of a base playing level, where they've been able to kind of pilot their teams to such a high level. I've been so impressed across the board with, you know, how the outcomes of matches have been played, how all positions have been cultivated in games in really awkward situations, and our players kind of come out and time again are able to find ways that are sometimes just impossible to get, but they find a way. They know their team inside out, and I think it's phenomenal to see, and I'm just looking forward to that continuing as the weekend goes on. So massive congratulations, big pat on the back to all of our players that we've had to feature on the broadcast, and the ones we haven't been able to feature that have managed to progress in the tournament as well. So hopefully there's a lot more to come tomorrow. But on that note, let us know. Use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know what your favorite moment from today has been and what you're most looking forward to over the next couple of days.
Well, we've certainly been very impressed, but I think it's now time for us all to rest. So from Lee and myself, it's time to say a toodaloo, and we're going to see you tomorrow.